Guys, every time you ask for that negative timer, the likelihood that you're getting it is going down because I don't want to do a negative timer. I just don't. It's gonna fucking decrease viewership. Pay me $1,000. We'll do a negative timer, okay? Okay, I think it's called positive reinforcement. My ass. That's not what it would be. Okay, I'm joining Discord. Let's see.
There's some legal stuff I want to mention as well that I think you guys will enjoy. But before I do, any questions from the chat? Any thoughts, concerns?
There's always legal stuff you want to mention.
Oh my God! What up? What up? What up? How you doing? Join.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Chill.
Figure it out. Figure it the fuck out. And also, if you guys want to like talk some shit today, I am in the mood. I'm in the mood for some shit talking.
Of who?
What about you, Aaron?
I'm
wow,
always
you
in the mood.
did it. Hang on a sec.
I don't know that I'm projecting this. It's gonna look. I didn't know that we were gonna use this thing.
You have to meet yourself on the thing.
On what?
On the app, not on Discord.
Okay, there.
Okay. Perfect. So try talking.
Testing the audio. Trying the audio.
Perfect. It's great. Hang on now.
You can't turn your camera on Discord?
Why? Do you want me to?
Yeah. Because I don't think I can project the Riverside thing. I didn't know we were gonna use this layout today. I mean, it's fine if you use it, but
I'm gonna. One sec. Boom. Okay, people can see you. You really want me to do this?
Turn on your virtual camera, yeah.
Yeah. How much do you want it? Okay. Let's see.
Who the fuck does he think he is?
One sec. Oh, I can. Did it work?
Yep.
Okay. Are you gonna be able to project on Riverside?
I am projecting on Riverside. No.
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 How come on my end I can see myself?
No, I mean whatever you're sharing.
Wait. Oh wait. I'm not sharing anything yet.
Okay, cool. But you will, right?
Yes, I will. Hold on.
Okay, awesome. Well, welcome everybody. Today is Just Press Play Day. We're going to react to some news stories. Aaron, can you tell me what the fuck is going on?
With what?
With everything.
You're the one who's linking me Max Blumenthal tweets at the last second, so... Listen, you're the one with the axe to grind today.
I was going stop. I was going to explain the Max Blumenthal thing, and I'm going to give everyone who's watching a little bit of a primer, an introduction on why Max Blumenthal has a bit of a bad reputation. Before, I just wanted the video. It's for the video. That's why I put the link there.
So you're not going to talk shit about Max Blumenthal?
We're not going to talk shit about Max Blumenthal?
I'm asking you. You're the one who links the tweet. Okay.
Why wouldn't we talk shit about Max Blumenthal?
Okay.
What, do you like Max Blumenthal?
Not particularly, no.
You sure about that?
Positive. Okay, let me share on Riverside. Hold on.
Why aren't you a Marxist-Leninist?
We're not doing that
today.
today.
Of the Third International, also known as.
Are you aware that you can shut the fuck up about this topic at any moment and not read chats related to Marxist-Leninism just because they pop up? Just checking.
Yeah, I'm aware. Hang on a sec. Let me just click something. Wow, look at this. Look at how amazing this looks, guys. So now we don't have to have... Okay. All right. Let me paint you guys a picture. So imagine that you are a MAGA Epstein... What was the whole philosophy that we talked about before?
Critical pedo theory.
Imagine that you were an actual thinker and believer in critical pedo theory. And you're watching your favorite president, Donald Trump, swear the oath of office. And you get the whole Epstein debacle where they're not releasing everything, where they're acting really sus and weird. And then all of a sudden, you get news out of Nevada that an Israeli intelligence officer of some kind of cyber guy.
Oh, this
cyber intelligence guy.
You're late. I covered this yesterday.
Well, my chat doesn't know anything about this. They don't know anything about this.
Of course not.
is caught in some kind of it's kind of not clear his role in the
It is clear.
in the alleged what is clear?
So Media I reported it on it, and then The Guardian did, talking about how this guy, hold on, Guardian is really okay. Israeli government official arrested in Nevada in internet crimes against children sting. Tom Alexandrovich was released and returned to Israel after being charged with luring a child for a sex act. So an Israeli government cybersecurity official who was part of Netanyahu's cabinet was arrested in Nevada as along with several other men as part of a sting. And then he's let out on a $10,000 bail. And then he's back in Israel somehow. The United States is denying involvement in getting this man out. But it's like, how would you be charged with this? But you'd still be allowed, like, not a flight. Like, how could you take a flight back? And then Netanyahu's government says that he was never arrested, which is a lie.
And if you don't mind, can you pull up this tweet from this woman? So there's a woman. Just go to Twitter real quick.
Okay.
Search Siegel Chata. Siegel Chata.
How do I spell that?
S-I-I-G-A. Siegel Chata. That's it. Yeah. And go to her account.
I don't see an account. No. There's like literally no people for.
She deleted her account. Okay. Anyway, so Siegel Chata is the current acting U.S. attorney.
Oh wait. Okay. If I put maybe Chata for Nevada.
Oh, you missed it. You missed it. So
was it there?
Yeah, it was.
Oh wait. She did delete it.
Okay, she did delete her account, but she's acting U.S. attorney for Nevada. Yeah, for the District of Nevada. Okay, so she's acting U.S. attorney for the District of Nevada now, and she basically has a tweet where it's like, sorry, she has a tweet where she's like, "Oh my God, this district attorney out of Nevada, they're trying to cover up sex stuff, and why didn't they hold his passport? Why are they doing this?" And basically saying the U.S. government has nothing to do with why this guy was let to go back to Israel. Couple things on that. Number one, presumably if it's all a mistake, if it's just a big mistake and we have such this great relationship with Israel, they can just send him back, right? I mean,
or we could have him extradited.
Yeah, we could. Why couldn't we just have him extradited if it's just such an issue and the government didn't want to do this? So she's like trying to put the blame on the state officials. There's some reporting that the state officials were using and interfacing with the
state officials other than herself, right?
Well, she's a U.S. federal government representative of Trump, so she's a Trump appointee, blaming the state Nevada officials for.
Yeah, but she's acting U.S. attorney for Nevada,
right?
So she is the state official, no?
Well, no. She's a federal official. It's a federal office. It's kind of weird. So the U.S. Attorney's Office is for the federal government. The state level people are the people who did this thing, but they interface with the federal government. Okay. And so she's blaming the state officials for why this guy's passport wasn't withheld and all that stuff. And there's reporting, though, that the FBI and the DOJ was involved in helping this person get to Israel. Anyway.
But they say no. They say, no, we didn't do that really, really weird thing.
They say no. These people and Attorney General Pam Bondi and Prakash Patel are trying to pass the buck onto the state officials. The state officials who, by the way, the Department of Justice and specifically this woman, I forgot her name already.
Sigal
Chata was passing the case off to this individual and off to the state officials. And so presumably they were okay with giving to the state officials then. And then Max Blumenthal, who's a piece of shit, but found this campaign video of Sigal Chata. And if you wouldn't mind just playing that real quick.
Is she indigenous? Like, what is this last name?
Hey.
I'm asking.
We're going to get to it. We're here to debunk and demystify and fight against conspiracy theories. All right. So this is
so it's a conspiracy theory now to ask what her ethnic background is. That's perpetuating conspiracy. I'm trying to clarify things. So this is Sigal Chata, the acting U.S. attorney who enabled the flight of accused Israeli child sex predator, and cyber spy Tom Alexandrovich, campaigned for Nevada AG by boasting of her Israeli citizenship and pushing crass hatred of Muslims. Her campaign ad was called Israeli Born.
radical left is burning down our country and attacking Jews in the streets, and Ilhan Omar is fanning the flame. I'm Sigal Chattah, an Israeli-born lawyer running to be America's #1 conservative attorney general. I'll stand up to Ilhan Omar and take her team to court for defunding our police, opening our borders, and teaching our kids to hate each other based on the color of their skin. I need your help. The left is pouring money into this seat so they can put more criminals on the streets. Can you chip in $25 right now? If enough patriots come together, we'll be able to build a grassroots campaign necessary to stop Ilhan Omar in her trap. It's time that we put strong female lawyers like myself forward to make our case.
That was not a question. Thank you.
You would think she's running against her.
This is Nevada, by the way.
Yeah, that's like completely unrelated to Ilhan Omar's state.
My name is Sigal Chattah, and I approve this message.
She rules.
So we're very careful on our show to distinguish and make sure that we're not pushing for debunked conspiracies or any kind of anti-Semitic memes. When Anna Kasparian comes out and says, you know, the dancing Israelis, when she does her little vlog postings, we call it out. We're fair and balanced. But the Trump administration is not making it easy for individuals when they appoint these, what I think are these delusional people, and basically allow for Israeli agents to leave the country and abscond the country and don't give any clarity on it, and then try to pass the buck on Nevada. I don't think they're doing themselves any favors. What do you think?
I don't disagree. I literally, when I read that story, I was like, I thought it was fake. I was like, there is no way that this is not just like some blood libel shit, truly. Like, actually, because it sounds like a B movie script for like a plot. Like, yeah, after Trump's coming under all of this fire for being too Israel first, not America first, for just giving Bibi whatever he wants, for contributing to this genocide. Then on top of it all, and not releasing the Epstein files. Then in a stunning PR move, the Trump administration turns around and gets involved with helping secure the release or the bond of an Israeli cybersecurity official who is accused of child sex crimes, potentially.
And enticing them,
and enticing minors over the internet. And then they go back to Israel, and then they'll deny involvement. I literally thought it was fake.
And the Nevada U.S. attorney is some Israel
first, literally.
Yeah, that person. Yeah, I mean, it's for me even worse when the cover up is always, I think, in my opinion, worse than the actual disease. They look so shady when they're doing this stuff. When instead of just being upfront and being like, yeah, we were involved here. And I think almost certainly they were involved here. They're the only criminal complaint that hasn't been filed, according to Ryan Grimm. I know. Put up your fucking surrender hands. Ryan Grimm.
I don't have the issue with Ryan Grimm that you do. I have issues with some of Ryan Grimm's reporting, but not overall. No.
Some of the reporting. I'm just saying.
But that's the same. I have that same with everyone.
People have biases. I'm just putting it out there.
And you're not. Everyone's biased. Do you make this disclaimer? Do you make this disclaimer for any other reporter that you cite?
No, it wasn't him. It wasn't Ryan. It was Sagar. Sagar also biased. Okay. Listen, we all have biases. We all put out the biases. But anyway, Sagar's reporting, because I don't know anything about Nevada criminal procedure, but they talk to some kind of legal mind from Nevada, and typically there's a criminal complaint filed during one of these cases that allows them to maintain like their trial date or maintain the date for not trial. I'm sorry, for when they're going to get arraigned or when they have a court hearing. And he's the only individual who has not been given a criminal complaint or that's not been filed.
So aren't you alleging conspiracy that the United States is involved, even though they have denied it and we don't have evidence that they were? It's just strange circumstances.
I'm not alleging it. I'm just saying that it's strange.
You said you believe that the U.S. was involved in this. So what's your evidence for that?
Oh, I'm sorry. There is reporting that the FBI and DOJ were involved in the sting in some way or the aftermath of the sting.
Oh, but that's not what you said, though.
Well, what I mean, all I mean is that I think that they're involved in interfering. I think that's
okay.
That's
yes, you did. So I'm asking, like, where's your evidence for that, or what is that based on?
I don't recall. There was some reporter that
convenient. Convenient.
I don't recall. I saw
convenient. Me when I'm asked for a citation for a claim that I make. I don't remember. You know.
I'll try to find it. Hang on one second. I might have saved it. One second. I might have saved it.
Maybe. I mean, all you had was a tweet from me. I knew exactly what you're talking about. I'm the one with the fucking sources here. I'm the one that does the prep for the show.
Do you have a source?
I know what you're referring to because it does talk about how the FBI was involved in the sting operation that they set up to apprehend these individuals and lure them into this or whatever, if you consider it to be entrapment.
Let me pull back. I'm going to say right now, I can't substantiate the notion that they were involved in interfering there. And I'm going to pull back on that and just say,
it's your feeling.
They were involved.
You got a vibe.
They were involved in the sting is what I'll say. It seems like they were involved in the sting or at least something related to the sting. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
They were involved enough to announce it, right? They announced charges, let's see what they announced. They announced something on the U.S. Attorney's website that he was arrested. And then that was like 24 hours ago or something. And so they were announced enough and read in enough to make an announcement of state level charges.
Hold on. Alexandrovich. Let me find the Reuters article.
Segal Chata.
What a name.
But they're just appointing these individuals who are super, super partisan to positions of we're supposed to be more neutral. U.S. attorney. It's a big position.
U.S. denies interfering in case of Israeli official accused of Nevada sex crime. This was reported yesterday. Where did they say this? The U.S. State Department said Monday the American government played no role in the release of an Israeli official charged with soliciting sex electronically from a minor. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich was one of 8 people charged last week following an undercover operation, quote, targeting child sex predators, the Las Vegas Metro Police said in a statement issued last week. He faces a felony charge of luring or attempting to lure a child or mentally ill person to commit a sex act with use of computer technology, which he's an expert in, according to Nevada state records reviewed by Reuters.
And also, not that it is necessarily relevant, but Segal Chata had previously tweeted there are 2 million terrorists in Gaza. And basically, there are no innocent civilians in Gaza.
Whoa, shocker. No way.
Who was appointed as U.S. attorney.
The woman whose campaign ad relied on fear-mongering surrounding not just Muslims and Arabs generally, but a specific woman who she's not even running against has attitudes that are fucking terrible towards Palestinians. I'm shocked,
crazy.
Man.
Yeah.
No way.
But listen, guys, I, at the end of the day, I'm going to try to find the reporting that I'm relying on, but it's just another example, I think, of the kind of divisive messaging, the kind of the character of the people. I just sent you a fucking tweet where she's passing the buck. Like, imagine a U.S. attorney under Biden or a Democrat tweeting something like this, and I do actually want to. Yeah, look at this. Right? Was this deleted? Where did you find this?
It's archived. It's because it's not the State Department federally. It's like the State Department for Nevada, Near Eastern Affairs. That's why.
All right. Hang on a second. Okay, there we go.
So this says the Department of State is aware that Tom Alexandrovich, an Israeli citizen, was arrested in Las Vegas and given a court date for charges related to soliciting sex electronically from a minor. He did not claim diplomatic immunity and was released by a state judge pending a court date. Any claims that the U.S. government intervened are false.
We'll see. Anyway, here we go. I just sent you a tweet of this woman. So imagine a Biden official tweeting something like this, a Biden U.S. attorney.
A liberal district attorney and state court judge in Nevada failed to require an alleged child molester to surrender his passport, which allowed him to flee our country. The AG, Pam Bondi, just called me outraged, and she also called FBI Director Kash Patel. The individual who fled our country should have had his passport seized by the state authorities. He must be returned immediately to face justice.
So real quick. So right now we have a U.S. government official, a representative of the Trump administration, who is calling on the state of Israel to return this man, calling him an alleged child molester.
That's not even what they accused him of.
That's the Trump administration's own spokespeople, their own major official that they have in Nevada, the lead prosecutor, federal prosecutor in Nevada, is stating this guy's an alleged child molester and that he must be returned immediately, that this was a mistake, that he should never have been sent back to Israel. If that's the case, can we get him back? Are we going to get him back? Go to the replies. I mean, the replies are always great. Why did you delete your personal account? Can we look at some of these tweets?
This is the greatest hits. There are 2 million terrorists in Gaza. Lindy was in their home, and even the children are part of this. It's not just those carrying rifles and wearing green headbands. The so-called uninvolved civilians are not uninvolved at all. And then she's quote tweeting somebody that says, now let's do Gaza. 90% proud Hamas. It's not true. 10% scared Hamas. No two-state solution with terrorists since we're classifying and labeling. Let's go wild. See, everyone's Hamas.
So basically, this is a genocidal tweet, right? Because you obviously need to kill Hamas, right? And so, I mean, isn't it genocidal by definition as a tweet?
Oh, 33,000 Palestinians have been killed? Well, that's too bad. They would have had 0 Palestinians killed if they would have released the hostages on October 8th. They want to live by the sword. They can die by the sword. Hashtag FAFO. Normal woman.
Normal U.S. attorney.
I mean, normal, like, part of the Trump administration. This is part and parcel for what I expect the tweet history and opinions to be for somebody who is...
she won't be upset if she's scrolling to the left.
File piece of shit. More of this. Deleting. Okay, multiple. Yeah, this one. Okay, involved from FBI to DHS, meaning this was also under DOJ. The Israeli government pedophile also met with the FBI/NSA, so they knew who he was. Everyone else got sent to pretrial. Yet this pedo was allowed to flee the country with approval from the federal government.
So click into that. This is from the LA Metropolitan Police. Can you read it, please?
Hold on. There's this. This is like the statement that they made, but I think that they linked this statement here. Hold on.
Oh yeah. So we can actually make sure that it's the real statement, right?
Yeah. Okay, it's this one.
This is the real statement.
So this was August 15th. 8 child sex predators arrested during undercover operation for immediate release. A multi-agency operation targeting child sex predators led to the arrest of 8 individuals over the last 2 weeks. The Nevada Internet Crimes Against Children, or ICAC, joint operation included detectives and agents from the ICAC Task Force and the FBI's Child Exploitation Task Force, to include the Las Vegas Metro Police Department, FBI, North Las Vegas Police Department, Henderson Police Department, Homeland Security Investigations, and the Nevada Attorney General's Office, who participated in organizing and conducting the operation in Henderson, Nevada.
This was a joint federal state sting. Mm-hmm. So the federal government was involved here. And
that part was intentional. What they didn't realize is that it was going to lead to the arrest of this fucking guy. They probably wouldn't have fucking done it if they had known.
So maybe they don't know that this guy was involved when they picked him up.
Yeah, those arrested were, and it includes this guy, Tom Alexandrovich, 38.
So of the people who've been arrested, right, in this sting that was conducted by multiple agencies, right? So this is it's not just some random thing, right? This appears to be some kind of deliberate sting operation that was coordinated among different, both state and federal, of the DHS and FBI and all these different people. So when this occurs, and the only individual not to get the criminal complaint filed is this Alexandrovich, what the fuck is going on? And why they're now pointing fingers? Like, they apparently weren't on the same page. And what's the actual accusation here? The accusation is that Nevada wants to protect the Tom Alexandrovich. But between the Nevada state government and the Trump administration, who is like the most, in your opinion, or I'll ask the chat, it's a rhetorical question, sympathetic to Israel, the most willing to defend Israel at every turn? It's the Trump administration. And so this, to me, if I was going to make a bet on who was responsible, maybe it was just a fuck up. Who knows? But I don't trust this federal government. I think everyone should take a negative inference whenever they're doing something messed up that interferes with or involves in some way Israel. I think you should take a negative inference against the administration.
So back to in the Reuters article, it says the court records show a $10,000 bond was posted at the Henderson Detention Center, southeast of Las Vegas, on August 7th. Reuters could not immediately confirm his whereabouts and could not immediately locate contact info for Alexandrovich. The records indicate he is due back in court on August 27th. The Israeli embassy in Washington and the Israeli Prime Minister's office did not immediately return messages. Israeli media quoted the office as denying that Alexandrovich was arrested, saying only that a state employee was questioned by American authorities during a stay, and he had returned to Israel as scheduled. Reuters could not immediately ascertain the circumstances around Alexandrovich's arrest. The Las Vegas police statement credited the FBI, the Henderson Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police, the Department of Homeland Security with organizing the undercover operation. None of those agencies immediately replied to messages seeking comment on Alexandrovich's arrest or release. The Nevada District Attorney's Office referred questions back to the Henderson Police Department. And I was saying, I have never pulled up an article where, whether it be Reuters, the New York Times, the Daily Beast, they're attempting to reach the Trump administration for comment and they weren't just told, you're contacting the wrong person, go here, go there. You never actually get a comment. Every single agency that they contact, whether it be the FBI, Homeland, doesn't matter what it's for, the media is always contacting the wrong department. And they always want to refer them somewhere else. And then they follow them. And then that person refers them back to somewhere, to some other agency. There's like zero transparency. They will not answer any questions ever.
It's crazy. This woman is crazy. And it's just part and parcel of the DOJ that, like, you would not, I don't make a lot of recommendations in terms of people's employment and shit. I don't really do that. But if I were a up and coming lawyer, and a lot of the DOJ lawyers, or people who wanted to be DOJ lawyers, they were already kind of either put off or had their job employment canceled when the new administration took over. I don't know if you remember, there was like a employee hiring freeze that took place, Aaron. But anyway, like they canceled an entire class of DOJ honors, I think, which is one of the most prestigious programs for like the best up and coming lawyers who want to work in the Department of Justice. I would not recommend, if you were a new lawyer, to go start working with the DOJ. You're working under fucking crazy people, under just mass amounts of scrutiny. You never know when they're going to throw you under the fucking bus, or whether all your correspondence, all your actions are going to be subjected to like crazy amounts of scrutiny. And honestly, I would say similar things for individuals who are involved with certain law firms that have made deals with the Trump administration to work on their pet projects. Like Trump just made like an announcement that the law firms that he has come to a deal with are going to be involved in some of the negotiations for either some trade negotiations or stuff like that. Like, do not debase yourself. Do not get involved in these matters if you can avoid it. Do not get involved, certainly in the Department of Justice right now. That would be my recommendation.
Student debt doesn't pay itself off, Pisco.
Yeah, well.
Like literally any other job, you could go work for any other firm and it would be more secure than attempting to work with this administration in any way, shape, or form. Well, on that actually reminds me of the articles that I picked for this week. Let me see. This was
I also picked articles. I didn't just pick a tweet. So
I never deny that you did. Chill.
I just want to make sure people
chill
understand.
out. Okay. So defensive for no reason. Is someone feeling insecure about the fact that you helped me do like zero prep outside of what you want to cover?
Whoa.
You're free to answer that question, respond to it.
I'm not going to justify it with a response, all right? The incredible disappearing human rights reports. The State Department's new
From the Intercept. This is Pisco's favorite outlet.
My favorite, the best outlet. New report whitewashes the records of some of the world's most notorious nations and target Trump's enemies.
So this dropped in the last few days. The State Department released its annual reports on human rights around the world on Tuesday and revealed an administration set on whitewashing the records of some of the world's worst violators of human rights. The hollowed-out reports on roughly 200 countries and territories omit references to LGBTQ plus discrimination and curtail information on government abuses, including gender-based violence and government corruption. They no longer include sections focused on systemic racial or ethnic discrimination and violence. No surprise there. This one, though. Child abuse or child sexual exploitation.
That's so funny, and I want to dovetails with a comment that I want to respond to, where it says, "Dude paid his bond and has a court date. What's the connection here?" The point is, I think most people are afraid of potential child abuse or child sex exploiters for being potential flight risks, and certainly, like if you go to a foreign country like Israel, why would you come back to your court date if you didn't think that if you thought that you were likely to like spend, I don't know, a decade plus?
Especially when you have the Israeli government backing you, saying nothing to see here, denying that you were arrested, you returned home as scheduled, it's all fine. Why would you ever return? There's literally zero incentive for you to return and be arraigned or whatever it is.
But it looks like the Trump administration's policy on child sex exploitation is a little broader now. They want to make sure the reports are not, I don't know, what kind of reports are these?
They're human rights reports that document human rights abuses in countries around the world, even including allies and adversaries of the United States. The congressionally mandated human rights reports, which are used to guide U.S. decisions on diplomacy and aid, have been turned into wholly political documents that target countries with whom the Trump admin has clashed and soft-pedal abuses by the administration's allies. Israel and countries like El Salvador, South Sudan, and Eswatini, which have agreed to accept and in some cases imprison U.S. deportees as part of Trump's growing global gulag, got a soft touch. South Africa, which has led the war crimes case against Israel at The Hague, received a more pointed report. So in Israel's human rights report in 2023, it was 103 pages, certainly more comprehensive. For 2025, it is 9 pages long. The page count of the report on Israel, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, for example, dropped by more than 91%, plummeting from 103 pages last year to just 9, while previous editions, including reports from President Donald Trump's first term, included significant material on abuses documented by the UN and human rights groups. Such accounts were almost entirely omitted from the new report. The Israel report, while egregious, is no outlier. The new report on El Salvador shrank from 44 pages last year to just 11. The report released in 2024 detailed overcrowded prisons and reports of arbitrary killings, enforced disappearance, torture, or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment by security forces. I know. Harsh and life-threatening prison conditions and arbitrary arrest or detention, among other abuses. This is the more crazy thing. Read this. 2025.
There are no credible reports of significant human rights abuses in El Salvador.
Nothing.
That is insane. This is your government. This is how much we have fallen. We are living in an authoritarian state where the truth doesn't matter at all. They're saying that Sikat and the accusations of human rights abuses in Sikat don't exist, that the official stated policy of El Salvador, which is a state of emergency where there are like basically no rights, no right of defense at all, that doesn't exist, that there's no problems in El Salvador. That's crazy.
And the rhetorical two-step that occurs is that Donald Trump is being tough on crime. He's deporting these people, but they fucking deserve it because look at what they did. You get the Lindy Li pulling up just not even official mugshots, just pictures of brown men who you're supposed to be scared by. Reads off, you don't even know if they're legitimate charges. You don't know if they've actually been convicted or tried in a court of law. She just says, this is what they fucking did. They should be in there. But then they turn around and say, actually, it's fine. No human rights abuses. So it's not that bad. Which is it? Do these people deserve the worst of the worst conditions because of what they did and you should be fine with it? Or actually, there's no human rights abuses. It's completely fine. Then what's the difference? If there's no human rights abuses, these same people say that like that doesn't occur in our prisons. And so I guess they're not tough enough. Then just keep them here and imprison them here. If we have the exact same types of prisons or whatever.
I had a little bit of a goosebump when you showed the El Salvador thing. That's crazy. That is absolutely.
Yeah, because you expect it with Israel. You expect it with Israel. This, and again, I expected it to be omitted. There's a difference between omitting information versus literally concluding and saying false. There is nothing going on here in this country that constitutes a significant human rights abuse, especially when just the year before. I guess in a year they just magically, completely reversed a trend of unspeakable crimes against like civil rights abuses against their own citizens. It's
wild. Say it. Lindy needs to
be deported back to China, bitch. Okay, this I'll say it. I fucking hate her. I can't stand these people. How can you defend this shit? She does it for a fucking check, obviously. But it's probably not even a good check. This year's report on El Salvador says there were no credible reports of significant human rights abuses, while incongruously claiming there were no significant changes in the human rights situation in El Salvador last year.
So there never was any abuses. Nothing bad has ever happened. Bukele's just a really good guy.
It didn't happen. I mean, if it happened, it happened, but it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Local and international human rights groups have documented mass arbitrary detention, torture, sexual violence against women and girls in detention, and enforced disappearances in El Salvador. A recent Amnesty International report, for example, chronicled human rights violations, including arbitrary detentions, serious failings in the judicial system, prison overcrowding, inhumane detention conditions, and torture, among many other abuses. So, State Department spokesperson and former Fox commentator Tammy Bruce offered a tortured defense of Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio's influence on watering down the reports on Tuesday, framing it as a laissez-faire attitude towards human rights. Quote, I would ask that people view this as an indication of our point of view in general, that there's no country that is singled out for condemnation or singled out for praise. It's the nature of the consistency of our diplomats, how President Trump and Secretary Rubio view the nature of what's happening in those countries, said Bruce, claiming that the cuts increase readability while eliminating politically biased demands and assertions. So they're actually being less political by lying and covering for these countries. Omitting facts, just outright fabricating information entirely to conclude whatever they want. That's them being neutral. Why would we want to be neutral in the first place with stuff like this? This is not a political matter. This is a nonpartisan human rights abuse report, ostensibly.
I do think that there should be protests at the El Salvador embassies, Corey, just to be clear on where I stand. I think that there should be protests at the El Salvador embassies. There should be protests at El Salvador. I do think that. But read this quote again, or I'll read it. Quote, it's the nature of the consistency of our diplomats, how President Trump and Secretary Rubio view the nature of what's happening in those countries. What a fucking empty, vacuous statement. But the reality is, in a sense, it is true. They view the nature of what's happened in those countries as being principally in favor of Trump. And that's why principally they're in favor of them.
It's like, what does that even mean? What does that sentence really mean?
Mm-hmm.
It means nothing. It's like, this is supposed to be the explanation for why they did this. And it's like every single layer of the Terminator exoskeleton being peeled back, and it's like, it just like less and less is there. You're not actually learning anything else.
Reference.
It's like, it's creating more, just a great reference.
Yeah.
It's creating more confusion, which is obviously the fucking point.
Yeah.
The State Department under Secretary Rubio has shamelessly turned a once credible tool of U.S. foreign policy mandated by Congress into yet another instrument to advance MAGA political grievances and culture war obsessions, says Representative Gregory Meeks, Democrat from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Meeks added, this administration continues to do irreparable harm to America's credibility and global leadership as it retreats from defending human rights abroad and attacks the rule of law and civil liberties of Americans here at home.
Yep. And maybe one of the reasons they can credibly say there are no human rights abuses, or why they're saying it, is because they're doing the same kind of due process deprivations in America among people who are in America. And obviously it's not isolated, because to the extent that El Salvador is committing human rights abuses, America now under Trump has a central role in that causality. They are in partners in this.
Yeah, we're facilitating that. We are helping with that. We're looking the other way. We are,
and also Israel.
And also Israel. So we read this, like, this explains like what the purpose is. Instructions issued earlier this year to the State Department's Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, which has been eviscerated under an America First reorganization by Rubio, took specific aim at non-refoulement, derived from a French word for return, which forbids sending people to places where they are at risk of harm. It's a bedrock principle of international human rights, refugee and customary international law, and is embedded in U.S. domestic law. State Department employees were specifically instructed that the upcoming country reports should remove any reference to refoulement of persons to a country where they would face torture or persecution, according to the memo, which was obtained by the Intercept prior to the release of the news reports.
Like, it is American law not to have refoulement of persons where they're going to face torture or persecution. We are a party to the Convention Against Torture. We have in U.S. law an ability for individuals to apply to not be removed in violation of the Convention Against Torture. The reason why, or one of the reasons why, they're probably removing these references to refoulement and to the Convention Against Torture is because Trump is violating it, and Trump is sending people back to where they're likely to be tortured.
And eventually he'll die or not be in power, and these individuals may or may not be returned to the United States, at which points they could attempt to seek damages and sue the United States government for their treatment. Now it's never going to... How can you bring... What evidence do you have if, again, literal U.S. documents have laundered in lies surrounding the conditions in these countries? Then it's like, then, you know, what are you supposed to cite? I mean, you can cite Amnesty International or whatever, but I mean, if it's another Republican government, it's still going to be a Republican Supreme Court. They're just going to go along with it. They're just going to go along with the lies that the State Department has permanently ensconced in the public record.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think that at this point, I don't know what the prospect is for any kind of litigation, civil litigation, to get damages out of this administration with the amount of immunity, both criminal and civil, that the president now has. I just think that it's a very dim prospect anyway, but certainly doesn't help to have the information stream be poisoned and toxified by political censorship, really. This
reminds me of what happened, I think, this was around early in the administration with the Doge cuts. At one point, the Medicare or Medicaid websites nationwide were experiencing outages, and then the United States government was denying this. And then was Elon Musk, correct me if I'm wrong, was he not trying to do Medicaid cuts literally through Doge or interfere with stuff like this, that it's like you literally can't do this because it's congressionally allocated?
They were fucking somehow, either through Social Security employment, or they were trying to get access to certain data. Sorry, I'm being distracted by the construction noises outside. But yeah, Elon was trying to fuck with Social Security. He was.
So they're trying, and I swear this was related to the fact that there was some lawsuit that was already brought forth against the United States saying these are unconstitutional, you can't do this. And then the United States had put out a memo, and then they revoked the memo. But then the purpose of revoking that memo was pretty much so you could not hold them accountable in a court of law, saying that this wasn't official policy or something like that. It's like the same, just weird, they're fucking with the administrative portions of these things and the paper trails. So you can't even hold them accountable later in a court of law because, there's no paper trail because we, took back the paper trail or whatever, or we amended it so it doesn't
We have
include
the
that.
Intercept now to make sure that we're aware of all the abuses and the fact that and good on them for noticing that this shit's been well, I guess the Democrats in their committees noticed it too. But yeah, let's look at what they did with South Africa. So South Africa, for those who don't know, have brought a case in the ICJ of genocide against Israel. for Gaza. And so the argument, I guess, would be that they're going hard on South Africa because of their stance and being the main country that is
that, plus the fact that we've taken refugees from this country under the guise of white genocide going on in South Africa. Right. So in 2024, many observers attributed the incidents to the country's high and growing crime rate. The incidents being some advocacy groups asserted white farmers were racially targeted for burglaries, home invasions, and killings. In 2025, the executive summary of the Human Rights Report for South Africa says the human rights situation in South Africa significantly worsened during the year, with the signing of a bill on December 20th. South Africa took a substantially worrying step towards land expropriation of Afrikaners and further abuses against racial minorities in the country. The government did not
weird about the expropriations and the that stuff happens in another country that like a lot of countries that America's allied with, but specifically a notable one that currently is stealing a shit ton of land from its rightful owners.
The government did not take credible steps to investigate, prosecute, and punish officials who committed human rights abuses, including inflammatory racial rhetoric against Afrikaners and other racial minorities, or violence against racial minorities.
Weird.
So yeah, Trump has long claimed that land seizures from white South Africans were commonplace, a falsehood pushed by right-wing groups in South Africa. Trump and Rubio have repeatedly criticized South Africa's racial equity laws this year, particularly a recent measure that allows the government to take privately owned land without providing compensation when it is deemed to be in the public interest. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa said earlier this year that his country had not, in fact, seized any land. In February, Trump cut aid to South Africa and accusing the government of discriminating against the country's white minority by enacting, quote, policies designed to dismantle equal opportunity in employment, education, and business. Trump issued an executive order that called for the U.S. to resettle Afrikaners as refugees, casting them as, quote, victims of unjust racial discrimination. Experts have said there is no evidence that white farmers are being targeted because of their race. Like, they'll point to examples of crime that's occurring within South Africa, but when you would expect that there's literally no country developing that has eradicated crime entirely. And they try to say that it's like hate crime or it's out of control, but it's normal crimes that you would expect that are not, there's no evidence to suggest that they are racially motivated or they're targeted. It's like, no, anybody can have their car jacked, anybody can have property of theirs destroyed, anybody can face theft in any of these countries. And they try to suggest that not only is that occurring, but again, it's common against white South Afrikaners specifically.
Well, I don't know anything about it, about whether it's racial or not. I do find it funny.
You're agnostic?
I don't know I just don't know about it because we'll have to see what Lauren Southern says on the issue. But it is.
You read her book yet?
I'm in the process of reading the book. We'll see. I'm going to do a review video on it. So
very, very exciting.
And I know that everyone's waiting for me to review Lauren Southern's book, but I am reading it currently.
On the edge of my seat.
Be on the edge of the seat. Real quick, I do think that it's fucking shameful that we've basically closed off asylum for everyone in this country arriving from the southern border. Recently, there were reports. I don't know if I can't confirm them that Laura Loomer told Trump to shut down any Gazan refugees.
Yep, that's true.
Children, yeah, I haven't confirmed it, but
it's true. I have links. You want to see the links? You want to see?
I believe you.
No, it's literally. Hold on, chill. We're watching this.
Oh yeah, put it up.
Of course, I'm more informed on you than this shit. So Rubio went on Face the Nation. Huh?
I cited it. How did you pull that up so fast?
Because I covered it yesterday.
You have an uncanny ability to bring things up incredibly fast.
I know. I should be like Jamie from Joe Rogan or something.
Joe Rogan, yeah.
I don't even need grok. I can just there. Okay. Rubio on U.S. blocking visitor visas from Gaza. So this disgusting policy was inspired by none other than Laura fucking Loomer. I don't know what she has. I understand that Trump. She's in Trump's ear. He fucking listens to her. She has Marco Rubio's ball in a vice grip. You just can't see it because it's off camera. And she controls it. Or she has one of those butt plugs that you can stick up somebody and control it with a fucking remote. Maybe instead of the ones that like vibrate, she has one that would like send off an electrical shock, because this is not the first time he has listened to Laura Loomer and made a decision based off of some shit she was crying about.
He's like fired military generals.
Yes.
Laura Loomer said some shit. This is to the super chat from Doobie, $10. I don't know how much about court processes, but is it unusual that a criminal complaint hasn't been filed for the Israeli dude when it's been filed for all the others? I don't know, because I don't practice in Nevada, never have practiced in Nevada, have no interest in practicing in Nevada. But that's what Sagar tweeted, that he talked to someone who has some familiarity with the process. So I mentioned it just because he seemed to talk to somebody, but I don't have any independent knowledge of the procedures.
And Pisco keeps up with all of Sagar and Jetty's tweets. He has it turned on so that he gets a push notification. And Jetty?
Oh, my bad.
It is your bad.
My bad. I think you said Sagar and Jenny because thought that Chris.
This is not the first time that you've thought I was saying that, but whatever.
Sorry.
Yeah, he has post notifications on for Sagar's tweets.
Always, yeah.
Before I let you go quickly, why did the State Department just announce that they're halting visitor visas for all Gazans coming here for medical aid? Why would some of these kids, for example, who are coming to hospitals for treatment be a threat?
So it's not even asylum. It's not even refugees. So I was wrong about that. It's just visitor visas for medical treatment.
Yep,
so
they were never trying to resettle any of these Palestinians. It's literally temporary, and it's been occurring over the past year.
No, so I'm glad that's a correction, actually, because I thought it was for they probably already banned them from being refugees. So that was stupid of me to think. Yeah, just banning them from even coming to the country to get medical help.
Yeah, we're talking about children that have been maimed, had their limbs fucking like taken off of them, and they're accompanied by an adult, and that adult might not actually even be their guardian. The reason why, which to these people, that means it could be Hamas, of course. But in 2023, hold on, wounded. So this was a new term that had to be created. It was created by Doctors Without Borders following the Israel's incursion into Gaza after October 7th. Wounded Child No Surviving Family, or WCNSF, is a medical and humanitarian crisis term which appeared during the humanitarian crisis in Gaza as a result of the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023. By March 2024, it was estimated that 17,000 children were part of this category. The term was first reported by Doctors Without Borders, MSF, in November 2023. So there are so many children in Gaza that have had their entire family wiped out. They have no surviving members left to take care of them, that they had to create this designation to be able to assist them with medical treatment domestically and abroad.
And now, presumably, even people who are wounded child, no surviving family won't have the privilege of access to hospitals and help in America, even if they're paid, right? So it's not an issue of payment, right? It's not like America. It's just denying even access to step foot in the country to receive the care that they need.
Well, first of all, it's not just kids. It's a bunch of adults that are accompanying them. Second, we had outreach from multiple congressional offices asking questions about it. And so we're going to reevaluate how those visas are being granted, not just to the children, but how those visas are being granted to the people who are accompanying them. And by the way, to some of the organizations that are facilitating it. There is evidence been presented to us by numerous congressional offices that some of the organizations bragging about and involved in acquiring these visas have strong links to.
What's his play here? Like, he obviously at some point wants to run for president again. Rubio does. But, like, he is developing, I have to think, so much baggage by trying to be the person, like, the adult, quote-unquote, adult in the room. And I never liked that, never believed it, that Rubio was the adult in the room. I think that that's a stupid little meme.
He's the fucking toddler in the corner of the fucking playpen, please.
Right. Like by trying to have to, like, explain the policy of the Trump administration, where the State Department is at the nexus of a lot of shit that people hate about the Trump administration, including what they're doing with El Salvador, including what they're doing with Israel. How can this be in Rubio's long-term interest? Maybe it's just to survive the 4 years, but trying to be a sane face instead of just like talking shit like some of these other figures do. Like JD Vance, in some respect, I think also has to play this role of trying to like doll up whatever the administration is doing, but I can't imagine that Rubio thinks that this isn't his.
I mean, short of Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey running in the next for president, who is going to call them out for being Israel first or too pro-Israel? They all take AIPAC money. Everyone who's a Republican takes AIPAC money. They can't even call them out for this shit. So they can't bring up clips of Marco Rubio saying, if you criticize Israel, you're not coming to this fucking country. Not if you criticize the United States, apparently you can still come, right? But just Israel, would love to see his fucking reaction to that on the debate stage. No one can fucking do it because they're all bought off by Israel, so it's not going to happen.
But is he reading the room correctly? And is it too optimistic to say something like this, that people are becoming less sympathetic to AIPAC, less sympathetic to these kinds of
I don't think they were. Show me the evidence that Americans were sympathetic to AIPAC to begin with. I don't think people even realize the extent to which the Israel lobby is money and interest, or like is a special interest group and quite, the force as far as that's concerned in United States domestic affairs and international and foreign policy. I think that it's new that Americans realize, like, oh, the Israel lobby is actually very, very plays a very, very prominent role in an entire matrix of special interest groups that influence and dictate American foreign policy and domestic policy.
There's been like a new push, especially among young people, including young conservatives, that are a little bit more Israel skeptic.
No, there definitely is. There definitely is. There's more open anti-Semitism, neo-Nazism, fascism, or whatever, and you see it. But I
don't like that the administration's posturing, I think, is encouraging that kind of conflation. That I just want to be clear again that like we don't like that. We don't support that, and we think part of the reasons why we're against these policies, both because of the policies themselves, but also because I think that it probably will increase anti-Semitism, unjustifiably so, and it will usher in a bunch of people like Nick Fuentes, or even if they're not official figures, like you can hear Charlie Kirk starting to sound more and more like Nick Fuentes every single day.
With respect to Israel and Jews? Because one, I agree that I already know it's anti-Semitism globally has increased since October 7th. I know that that's the case.
So he hasn't gone as far as Nick does for sure, and he's definitely not.
You know about their feud, right? When Trump, not Trump, when Fuentes sent those groypers to the fucking TPUSA conferences, and they're all like asking him like, how does fucking gay sex help us win the culture war? Tell me about the dancing Israelis.
But he's being way, way more critical than he used to be, and
of Israel,
and not specifically on Israel necessarily, but he's taking some of the policy positions and platform of Fuentes and trying to package it up in a way that I think is appealing to his growing relevance. And I think that the Groypers and Nick Fuentes are becoming more relevant and becoming more mainstream. I do think that. And
I've not seen this. I mean, Charlie Kirk being anti-Semitic wouldn't surprise me, but what I've seen is that he saves and reserves the majority of the most inflammatory comments he'll make surrounding race, primarily for Black people, but also for Muslims and Arab people. He and Megyn Kelly talking about Zohran went just like fucking mask off, saying things that you could not say about any other demographic without getting in trouble.
Israel. I just want to be clear. I think Kirk supports Israel. I'm just saying it's I think a measure of the influence of some of these anti-Semitic right-wing people that they're feeling that they have to at least cater to some of that feeling, or at least match them in terms of the rhetoric on immigration, or match them in terms of the rhetoric on Black people, right? So I'm not saying that Kirk is anti-Semitic or anti-Israel or anything. What I'm saying is the fact that more mainstream figures are feeling the need and push, or an opportunity perhaps to appeal to that sentiment on the right, I think is an indication of how relevant it is, in my opinion.
I've not seen it because he fell in line behind Trump when it came to the strikes on Iran and obliterating the nuclear facility or whatever. So, I mean, I'm open to it, but I'd need to see a clip.
No. So sorry. I'm not saying that Charlie Kirk is not pro-Israel. I'm saying I think more mainstream figures are starting to.
Oh, you said Charlie Kirk specifically is starting to adopt similar positions and rhetoric to Nick Fuentes, and I thought you meant with respect to Israel, because you said he's starting to be more critical of Israel, and I'm like, really, where? And you're like now backing off of that.
He is starting to seem like, so for example, he had this round table with a bunch of people from Turning Point USA, where there was a pushback on the position towards Israel. Well, before he was like, Israel is America's best friend. We should all be hand in hand with Israel at all times. Now Charlie Kirk's position seems to be like, you can criticize Israel more, and it's okay to criticize Israel, but you can't say da 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 da. So that's one example of the kind of moderation, as opposed to being an Israel fanatic, that Charlie Kirk has felt the need to.
And you think he's motivated by Fuentes?
No, I don't think he's motivated. I just want to be clear. I don't think he's motivated to be anti-Israel. You're not hearing me. The chat's not hearing me. I think he's motivated because he sees that
if I'm not hearing you, the chat's not hearing you. Maybe you just didn't fucking explain it clearly. So please do so right now, because I thought that's what you were saying.
I think that people like Charlie Kirk and more pro-Israel figures, even now I would say more mainstream conservative figures, not like the Lindsey Grahams of the world, but some class of online commentator is seeing tons of anti-Israel sentiment among the right wing and is feeling the need or feeling outflanked on that issue, and to have to cater and at least moderate some of their views or signal like they're okay in accepting some criticism of Israel, not obviously not the full amount of it, but I'm just noticing that as an indication that there's a growing sentiment on the right wing that is increasingly, I think, Israel skeptic, and that it's empowering some people on the right, people like Fuentes and literal anti-Semites in ways that are troublesome. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. But they've made, what you're saying is that even if you don't think it's actually led to a true change of heart or policies, that they have made rhetorical pivots because it's untenable for them to just be rah-rah Israel uncritically without getting a bunch of like pushback. Of course I did.
You said it way better than me. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yep.
One of us is a lawyer, BTW, not me.
Hamas. And so we are not going to be in partnership with groups that are friendly with Hamas. So we're going to pause those visas. There was just a small number of them issued to children, but they come with adults accompanying them, obviously. And we are going to pause this program and reevaluate how those visas are being vetted and what relationship, if any, has there been by these organizations to the process of acquiring those visas. We're not going to be in partnership with groups that have links or sympathies towards Hamas.
And apparently that was going on for the last year, just raging in the background, this partnership that existed between domestic groups in the United States and Hamas. And no one noticed until Laura Loomer tweeted about it, naturally. And no pushback. She doesn't give any pushback on this.
For this morning.
We have to leave it there, Senator Rubio.
Yeah, Aaron, can you talk a little bit about the Laura Loomer connection there? So what did you cover, or do you know anything about? So, because she tweeted something, right?
Yeah, okay, so the Times reports, U.S. pauses visas for Gazans after right-wing outcry. Who is the right-wing outcry being led by, though?
Wow.
So
she's mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, of course. The State Department said it would assess the process behind those visas. All visitor visas for individuals from Gaza are being stopped while we conduct a full and thorough review. Spoiler alert, all of these people, all of these kids, if you were in the United States or about to go to the United States for medical treatment temporarily, not even to be resettled, not to be accepted as a refugee, there is no way you hadn't already come in contact with, you hadn't already been at the Israeli assembly and been embassy and been vetted. That had already happened. So they're just lying. They're making it sound like, oh, we weren't even doing background checks on kids. No, they were.
It's not like these are the countries that have a visa waiver program like this. These are countries that where you need to apply for a visitor's visa in the first place.
Loomer's electric butt plug was going crazy during that segment. That's what I'm saying. I can't think of any other. Do you have a more compelling hypothesis? To me, this is the most obvious conclusion to draw.
Maybe she had sex with Trump and she's holding it. Those rumors were there.
I know. Like that she's his mistress. Yes. He had sex with a Persian mask.
That would actually shock me and make me feel ill if that were true. Can you just be honest? How would it make you feel? Like, that would make me fucking throw up if it were true. And even just thinking about this is making me a little wheezy. That is insane. That can't be true.
Oh, it can't be true? Trump would never do something so fucking gross. Trump would never cheat on Melania Trump with somebody.
With Laura Loomer?
Why not?
It's disgusting.
That does not, I don't think that would stop Trump. The move came after an intense lobbying campaign by the right-wing activist Laura Loomer, who called the incoming flights, quote, a national security threat, in a flurry of social media posts starting on Friday that targeted a non-profiting aiding and medical evacuations. Just weeks ago, the nonprofit Heal Palestine, an Ohio-based group that helps Palestinian families and children. Now, I'm sure this is part of the Springfield, Ohio Hamas chapter, probably affiliated with that. Began orchestrating what it called the largest, apparently Marco Rubio can imagine. He's crafting state policy based off that baseless assumption.
Wow.
Largest single medical evacuation of injured children from Gaza to the U.S., bringing injured and ill Gazan children to the United States for care. To date, the group has said it has evacuated, again, whopping 63. It's not even like a ton of people. Injured children for treatment, including 11 from age 6 to 15, who were flown to hospitals in 9 U.S. cities this month. Many of the children had lost limbs during the conflict in Gaza. They're expected to travel to Egypt to rejoin their families once their medical care is complete, according to Heal Palestine. The group, which was founded last year and also operates food kitchens in Gaza, said in a statement on Sunday that it was alarmed by the State Department's decision. This is a medical treatment program, not a refugee resettlement program.
Right, yeah.
Our mission gives children
that fact check because that is even worse on every single level.
Yeah. I mean, like, it would be disgusting if they were trying to prevent refugees, child refugees from Gaza from coming here. But the fact that they can't even extend them a temporary stay for emergency medical services after they've already been vetted, and just slandering them is like affiliated with Hamas. Disgusting. Our mission gives children a renewed chance at life, whether through life-saving surgery or the ability to walk again. So somebody from a policy institute or think tank.
Ms. Loomer, who wields extraordinary power in shaping Trump administration decisions over personnel and policy, despite not having an official role in government, says she first learned the flights early. Like, this woman is firing 4-star generals, is making it so children who've lost limbs don't get medical treatment. It's got to be a butt plug. It's got to be sex. It's got to be something. I mean, what else could it be? Does she have that much influence? Is she like? Does anyone look to Laura Loomer?
Donald Trump.
Like there.
Donald Trump. James O'Keefe.
She's been loyal to Trump. She's been super loyal to Trump.
And he loves loyalty. Yeah, isn't that the guy who runs Project Veritas?
Well, not anymore.
Well, he used to, and she says that she has like connections with like Roger Stone, James O'Keefe, other kind of like Gavin McInnes. I felt like this is something that
Gavin McInnes, he seemed when I debated him on Tim Pool, he seemed super sensitive to the Israel issue, and he had mentioned sometime
in what way
on stage or before, he was like, I'm super pro-Israel, 100% pro-Israel, which I'm like, I didn't know the Proud Boys official position was like they were like,
well, that's that Proud Boys official position. I don't know that it's the
yeah, he founded it. I don't know, he's probably not in charge anymore. What is it with Canadians?
I don't know, all these Canadians trying to interfere in our fucking elections. Steven Crowder, Lauren Southern, Gavin McInnes, fucking Ted Cruz.
We need a fucking full-on ban.
Until we figure out what the hell is going on.
Ted Cruz,
he had Canadian citizenship that he has since.
Wait, what?
Yes, every single person that's born in the interior of Canada is granted Canadian citizenship, regardless of whether you were born on what is considered U.S. territory because it's a U.S. base or not. So since he was born there on, so like, again,
it was Canadian soil.
Yes,
he was granted Canadian citizenship.
Yeah.
God.
And he had to like renounce that because he didn't even know that until he started running. He was like ran for Senate or whatever, or like for presidency. I can't remember. And that's when he renounced it. But yeah, this is somebody who argues against like birthright citizenship and has been for practically a decade. And Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson on their podcast episode, she was like, he's a Canadian, he's not American. I'm pro-birtherism for Ted Cruz. I'm completely fine with that, just like running rampant. As we don't really know. Maybe he's a Canadian, maybe he didn't really renounce it. Maybe he's not really an American citizen.
I'm going to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger and be like, hey, when they go low, we got to go high.
You're not being like Schwarzenegger. You're being like a Michelle Obama. That's what Michelle Obama shit. Why'd you say Schwarzenegger?
Oh, because he's against the governor's plan. He's against Gruesome Newsom's redistricting thing.
I mean, he's not doing it unilaterally. He's proposing like a constitutional amendment that's going on a ballot and it's going to be put to a vote.
I know, and Schwarzenegger's against that.
We can't even put ballot measures and amendments on and put it up to a vote now.
A measure? What, we have to support all the measures?
No, well, there's a difference between what's his argument? Because these people don't even think it's like democratic to even ask this of voters. Like Charlie Kirk said, it's like Gavin Newsom's being undemocratic by even trying to put this to a vote. He said that on Fox News.
What you said to me about the whole hypocrisy on, I forget what you said. We were talking about something related to something either Ryan Mullally said, or we were looking at history and the constitutional changes that occurred in history. And you said something very insightful, but it's been rolling around in my mind. But I can't remember just now. But I will say that like the picking and choosing of which anti-democratic frameworks that nonetheless have been embraced by the founders or were embraced by the founders, and saying like, it couldn't even be on the table to get rid of the electoral college. Couldn't be on the table even to have
to pack the Supreme Court or to abolish or to get rid of the Senate or something like that. Like even questioning these things, even trying to put them to a vote, even trying to raise the national conversation about it. That's unconstitutional. That's wrong. But when these people tried to get rid of birthright citizenship, when these people abuse due process, when they can't even name what the fuck habeas corpus is, then suddenly that, you know, they're simultaneously originalists, but also shut the fuck up. This is a novel, you know, conservative interpretation of the Supreme Court or of the Constitution that you've never heard of. So, Clear Watch in my chat says it's because Schwarzenegger was the one who implemented it in the first place. So maybe he was the one who pushed for the independent commission or whatever, which
so he's a little
wouldn't surprise me because there's bipartisan support from independents to conservatives to Democrats across the country for there to be independent commissions that determine the lines, and it's not a matter of the state legislature to say. Yeah.
All else equal, yeah.
What did she say? Yeah, okay. Representative Chip Roy, fantastic name. Republican of Texas.
Is his real name Chip? And there's no way his fucking
Chip Roy
birth mother and birth father named him Chip. Let's get his real name.
It's Chip.
Chip. It's not.
It would say like Chip if it were anything else.
His name's Charles.
Charles Eugene Chip Roy.
You thought his parents named him Chip?
Yeah, I do.
I can't get over that. You thought his parents named him Chip?
Yeah, well, you're saying that Charlie Kirk criticizing Israel means that he's captured by Groyper, so.
I didn't say that. All right, can you share something again? Because
I closed out the tab while I was sharing it. It went away. Hold on.
Yeah. All that. Because we have more stories, and by the way, we still have to cover some amount of her take.
A lot of it is good this week, though. A lot of it's good.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look.
Okay, so Chip Roy, and yeah, it's Texas. I only lived in Texas for 23 years. I have met people with even weirder names, believe me. I went to school with a kid named Qui-Gon Jinn. So, and there was...
No,
yes, I did. Yes, I did.
You have not gone to school with a guy
Yes, I did.
Qui-Gon
Yeah,
Jinn.
I did. He played the bass in middle school orchestra with him.
Qui-Gon Jinn,
his name was Qui-Gon.
Player?
Yes.
Was he like into Star Wars? Did he dress up as Qui-Gon?
He didn't pick his name. His parents fucking named him. That was his official. That was literally his name. Yes, Qui-Gon Jinn was his name.
Did he have a last name, or was his last name Jinn? Do you have to say the last name?
I don't remember his last name. But he didn't have a last name.
Okay, how many people do you think are named Qui-Gon Jinn? You probably doxed this guy.
Oh, if you search Qui-Gon Jinn, I'm not worried about my classmate coming up. Okay. Are you? Should I be concerned about that?
Now I'm worried. Search Qui-Gon Jinn, Texas.
You're putting it on their mind. Stop.
Find it. Okay.
So yeah, I can believe Chip Roy. There was also somebody named fucking Khaleesi in
your grade already?
Not in my grade. Not in my grade. Not in my grade. But she was in my school named Khaleesi. Okay.
Oh my God.
Republican of Texas responded to her late on Friday on X, saying that he was, quote, deeply concerned about the incoming flights and was making inquiries. Ms. Loomer said she spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday. Yeah, they spoke.
Wait, Chip
wink.
Skylark.
My shiny teeth and me.
My shiny teeth and me.
That is who Chip Skylark is, right? It's that character from Fairly Odd Parents.
Wait,
okay.
That means his real name is Charles Skylark. What a fucking name.
No, his real name is Chip, I think.
No, that one is Chip.
Well, we don't have a Wikipedia page to confirm, so we should not assume it's anything other than Chip.
I'm going to actually go to the Fairly Odd Parents wiki real quick.
You're not going to get any more information than what we know from the episode. Ms. Loomer, and even if you have some fucking producer or director who is like, oh yeah, his name is actually Charles, that's not canon. That's them fucking inserting that.
Oh my God. He has an official name. His official name is Chippington Charles Henry Icarus Phineas Chip Skylark III.
Wow.
His first name is Chippington.
You should probably bookmark that so you, like, you know, if you ever have a kid, just like baby name ideas, you don't forget. That's a really, really good choice.
Charles Henry Icarus Phineas Chip Skylark III. Holy shit. There's a wiki for everything.
So, Ms. Loomer said she spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday night to alert him to the fights and what she called the threat of an Islamic invasion. So again, kids coming over here to receive medical treatment. That's
Islamic invasion.
Yeah, the scourge of Islamic invasion. You guys
reverse the roles. Imagine this were black individuals from Africa,
okay,
attempting to get medical treatment. Would you ever call it an African invasion?
No, but these people would.
Never do that.
It's not above. It's not above these people to do that. What is it? Yeah, this is where he talks about it's not just kids or whatever. It's also other people or whatever. It's also Hamas members. Okay, but that's what's what on this on the fucking.
Yeah. Well, it's that was a story based on a story, right? How do we get there?
We got there from I don't even know. We went from the State Department, the Israel thing being completely whitewashed to you bringing, and then like we started with Alexandra, that Israeli official that's been let out and is back in Israel, even though he's accused of fucking around with a minor or whatever, or attempting to.
Right. Yeah.
And then this. But this was my other. Wait, this was my other article. So Huckabee did an interview with the Times of Israel with David Horowitz. Okay, we love David Horowitz.
This guy's a crazy person. This guy's an insane person, and you shouldn't wear an Apple Watch if you're a State Department official.
Why not? I mean, nobody should be photographed in an Apple Watch. You look like a spy kid. You should take it off. If you're photographed, especially if you're at a formal event and you're photographed in it.
Spy kid?
Yes. Look at him. It looks fucking ridiculous. He's in a suit and he's got the fucking Apple Watch on. Spy kid.
Okay, I'll never wear my Apple Watch again.
Not for a photo. Or at a formal event, honestly. You'll live if you don't close your rings for that day or whatever. You'll be fine.
I want to close my rings, though.
There's no way you're closing your rings.
Hey, fuck you.
Oh, sorry. Are you? Are you closing them?
Every now and then I close them.
How often? How often?
We're not doing this.
And which one? You closed the standing one, too? I don't believe it.
Just press play. All right, just press play.
Okay. I'm not pressing play on anything. This is an article.
Oh, fuck.
So desperate to say the name of this fucking podcast, even though Silly Stars already said, cut it out with that shit. It's too forced.
Right. Okay, yeah, it's not forced.
Huckabee, with Palestine state move, UK and France have joined forces with Israel's enemies. U.S. ambassador hits back at growing denunciations of Israel's Gaza policies, rejects reports of high death tolls around aid sites, denies Bibi Netanyahu deliberately is prolonging the war. So this came out August 13th of this month. And there are different points where David Horowitz tries to, I wouldn't say bait, but tries to kind of ask leading questions or challenge him to kind of offer up any sort of substantial criticism or even just modest criticism of Israel, and Huckabee will not fucking do it. So hold on.
He is an insane person.
Yeah.
And he's our ambassador to Israel, to give you a sense of what when they were considering the Iranian strikes on Fordo and the nuclear sites, Mike Huckabee released a text or something that he had sent Trump, which was like, you were designed by God for this moment. And we it was the most unhinged message of all time. Speaking of which, by the way, speaking of the ICJ, I think we referenced the ICJ as well in South Africa. I know that you're probably aware of this. There was a judge from the ICJ, I think from Uganda.
Is Sebitude?
Yeah.
Is her name? Yeah. She's like an insane, like Christian evangelical who's like, the end times are fucking near. Like most of her opinion was fucking plagiarized. And she was like the lone person that had not joined the opinion of other justices in the court for a thing related to Israel. And so
there's a lot of this religious fervor going on in
Christian the influence of Christian Zionism should not be understated. These people are ideologically committed to this project, and the AIPAC money honestly is just kind of a nice little perk, but that is first and foremost the thing that's driving them to support this.
I just don't understand why she would say, I want to be on the right side of history if you're trying to bring about the end times. Aren't you trying to end history if you're trying to bring about the end?
Don't they believe that if the rapture occurs that Jesus is going to kill all those in Israel and everybody else is going to have salvation?
End of the world. It's end times. There's no more history after that. I don't know why you'd want to be on the right side of history when history's over, because
they're going to heaven forever and ever.
Okay, so I guess you have unlimited history?
Well, they're going to be saved. They're going to be in paradise.
No one's going to remember this judge infinity from now.
The Times of Israel. It seems that almost all of the world has turned against Israel, incredibly, since October the 7th, with the exception of the United States. How worried are you, as somebody who loves this country, who is the ambassador here, for the very future survival of Israel? Huckabee, I'm not as worried about its survival because I feel like there is something bigger with Israel's survival than any geopolitical consideration. What does he think that is? He literally thinks it's a divine mandate thing. But I'm worried very much that people who claim to be part of Western civilization do not see their connection to Israel. It should be pretty obvious to them that there is a value system upon which Israel was founded, the same value system upon which the United States was founded, and quite frankly, the same value system that most of the European nations are supposedly founded upon. So what has happened to them? I don't understand, and it's a head scratcher for me. See, they'll admit this, they'll literally say this, but then when you try to characterize Israel's formation as a colonial venture and talk about how Herzl was literally inspired by Cecil Rhodes and other famous colonizers, and that was what he was attempting to replicate and do in the Middle East, but with Israel, they will deny that it was a colonizing venture. Even Benny Morris says it wasn't.
So Huckabee is, by saying we have the same set of principles undergirding our founding, either it's a reference to some kind of ethnic nationalism, which I don't think is correct.
Or maybe like principles of the Enlightenment.
Maybe principles of Enlightenment and
Judeo-Christian values, is what they always say.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So maybe they distinguish between Israel, the state, the country, the people, and Israel, the government. And they're saying the British, the French, you're hearing this and you're responding to it. We can't be supportive of this government. It is doing terrible things. We were very sympathetic after October the 7th, but the behavior since is unacceptable. To that, I would say, look, it's perfectly acceptable to be in disagreement with the policies of any government, whether it's the Brits or the French or whatever. I regularly disagree with some of those governments, but I wouldn't turn my back on them when they're under siege. You don't do that to friends. You just don't do that to your friends. And if you do,
sometimes you do have to stand up with friends and say, like, I can't help you on this path.
That's what Pete Buttigieg said. He said, you know, when your friend's in trouble, aka they're committing a genocide, you just put your arm around them and you're like, no, I'm here for you. And what Pisco's saying right now is that if he even had a friend who killed just one person, allegedly, he would open his arms to them and, you know, bring them into a warm embrace and say, let's talk about this. So, of course, naturally, if they were accused of intentionally killing over 100,000 people, you know,
like, hey, relax, guy. Look over here.
Yeah, the red carpet would be rolled out.
Yeah.
And if you do have a disagreement with them, you bring it to them quietly. You don't hang them out to dry in a public forum. You just don't, and you don't join with them and aid and abet. I know. I was like, this is like presupposing that they weren't trying to do this the entire time, and that this was like a last resort. You don't aid and abet their sworn adversaries.
Your video just went. Oh, you're back. Sorry.
Those who are trying to kill them, who literally are trying to kill them. He's like, has reality inverted, but whatever. You would pursue that through some diplomatic channel and with some circumspection. You don't go and make
super circumspect for like, what, 2 years? They've been super circumspect.
They still are being circumspect. They're not like condemning them or whatever. They're
taking like an interesting tack, which I think is going to be hated by everyone, or it's probably going to be hated by everyone. You better cause a ceasefire, otherwise we'll recognize the state of Palestine, which is just like a weird conditionality there. But yeah, even that is like a statement of trying to entice you to do the right thing and to have a ceasefire.
You don't go and make some profound decision that you're going to unilaterally recognize as a Palestinian state, which is in and of itself provocative. But even more so in light of the fact that Hamas is holding hostages and celebrating these announcements. Secretary of State Rubio said last week, which I thought was quite accurate, that those public declarations by the French and the Brits about intending to recognize Palestine ended negotiations with Hamas, just destroyed it. That was it. That was the end of it. Because they looked at it and they said, we're winning. This is great. The result of October 7th is going to be a Palestinian state.
On that, like, we've had multiple ceasefires that
Trump did one of them.
Or attempted ceasefires. And I think for each agreement, Israel has in advance stated that they're not going to keep to it, or they're not going to proceed to the second part of the agreement, or that they've changed their conditions. So one of their conditions was Hamas can't like govern Gaza. I think Hamas,
they needed to disarm. The leaders needed to be exiled. They needed to, like, there were these preconditions. The hostages needed to be released all at the beginning, which Hamas no longer wants to do because of the previous ceasefire. They did that at the beginning, and then as soon as they got the hostages back, they resumed. They broke the ceasefire and resumed hostilities. So what the fuck is the point? So Hamas said, okay, next time we do a ceasefire, it's going to be over a period of X number of days in the double digits, like 90 days, and there's going to be 3 phases. Some hostages at the beginning, in the middle, and then towards the end, as a security guarantee that you're actually going to adhere to the ceasefire, because they have no other way to guarantee it. What do they have?
Yeah. Well, I want to be clear about where I stand. I think Hamas should unilaterally surrender. That is my position. But I think that even in Israel, you're seeing the kind of backlash to the hard line that Netanyahu is trying to drive here. And by hard line, I mean, it's assuming that
they want the hostages back.
That they want the hostages back, or that they have any desire to do that, or that that's their main goal. I saw, do you know this guy, Ryan Mc something?
Yes, unfortunately.
And why did he say unfortunately?
Because he was lying. He was trying to act like, he said that Haaretz has the same credibility as a satirical tabloid akin to The Onion, which is not true. Haaretz is reliable, has high credibility and high factuality by any metric. It's basically the paper of record in Israel. Even if I do acknowledge that it is more it's further left than the average Israeli certainly is. Okay, but the reporting is solid, for one. For two, he suggested that the Hannibal Directive is like a made-up thing in people's imaginations and not a thing that the Israeli government has recognized and has admitted exists and was used on October 7th and killed 12 people. There are conspiracy theorists that think that the majority of people on October 7th were killed by Israel's friendly fire using the Hannibal Directive. There's no evidence for that. It could come to light. I don't see it coming to light. Right now, that's the conspiracy, right? But he was saying that the Hannibal Directive itself, he was suggesting that it was like fake. It's not fake.
Okay. Yeah, well, Macbeth said something like, that it's very, very, very likely that those hostages are going to die. That is the 20 or so reported that are still living. And that's like part of the reason why I think there's this growing outcry in Israel against what's going on, because they know that the war aim of ending Hamas forever is incompatible with the war aim of bringing the hostages who are alive back home. And obviously the bodies of those who are dead. And so, yeah, so I at this point, I'm not sure what the long-term strategy is other than what the worst accusers of Israel are saying, which is ethnic cleansing and genocide. I mean, what is left at this point?
They don't want they don't really care about the hostages. Like 2 days after October 7th, Hamas said you can have all of the hostages in exchange for not invading into the Gaza Strip, and they didn't do it.
Right? I mean, you think that they don't value them over their territorial ambitions, or what do you mean by that? That they don't
they don't. They use them as bargaining chips in the same way that Hamas uses them as bargaining chips.
Okay.
They are expendable lives as far as they are concerned.
Before we turn to her take, I do want to get to the second story that I have there.
Okay, well, wait, really, really quick.
Oh, yeah.
So they tried to frame it as like Israel is giving Hamas propaganda. That's the way that they have to frame the criticism of Israel, is that like these optically poor decisions can be used by Hamas, right?
Being stupid. It's the same kind of thing that when they criticize Trump on stuff, like the Epstein files, they're like, I do blame Trump. Trump shouldn't be giving ammunition to the left. And he should their criticism when it's cast in terms of optics and PR, you know that there's some beholdenness there. There's some unwillingness to do the actual substantive critique. And immediately I kind of like mistrust them.
So they put, let's talk about that site that you went to and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is like, again,
under a lot of scrutiny, a lot of debates on Piers Morgan about that.
I mean, the UN is literally referred to it as like a death trap, which is what it is. I don't know the degree to which America was involved in setting up GHF. Totally involved. It was our setup. It was an American project. This is true. Almost every day for weeks, we were told vast numbers of people were killed. Not always confirmed. We don't know who by. That's not true. The army acknowledged opening fire in some cases. That is true. I stress we're not in Gaza. The Times of Israel, we go in when the army lets us, but vast numbers of people killed every day. That's not true. I can categorically tell you 1,000 people have been killed. It did not happen.
Oh, yeah.
They're talking about deaths. Like, I don't know about who died or whatever.
On the outer perimeter.
And then he says, it's very unfortunate that the Israeli army is doing crowd control around food sites and doesn't have non-lethal means. Who should do it? What we have at the GHF sites are contractors. They're armed. These are special forces veterans from the U.S. So these are highly trained special forces people that have served mostly in Iraq and Afghanistan, but they're prepared to use lethal force if necessary. Are you saying you don't need the Israeli army deployed in the way that they are nearish to the sites? No, we need them in the outer perimeters to create the access corridors. I just wish there were...
using for PR is this kind of, nobody has died on our sites, and they're just defining where they die as being off the site.
But even that's not true. But yeah, that's what they're attempting to do. I just wish there were non-lethal crowd control methods being used. Don't we all? We do have them. What are you going to do? Get Girl Scouts to take them in?
Yikes. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so onto your article.
Well, now it looks flippant what I'm about to fucking bring up.
What, the catfishing scam?
Come on, you spoiled it. But yeah, bring it up.
Okay, the catfishing scam. Yeah. This is what being a male feminist does to a motherfucker. We got to talk about this, okay? The catfishing scam putting fans and female golfers in danger. This was reported August 15th. So you want to give a little overview over why you selected the story? Because I don't know anything about it.
I picked this story because there is this creation of reality that is existing with greater amounts of technical fidelity with like AI and stuff. And there's a kind of now, I think, online parasociality that has engulfed many individuals. And this is, I think, at the intersection of that and the kind of scamming schemes that people are delighted by or
scamming schemes
or worried
Isn't
about.
that a bit redundant?
What?
Scamming schemes?
Scamming schemes? No, a
bit.
scam is a scheme. A scheme is like organizations that are dedicated to these kinds of scams. And anyway, the reason I'm talking about this is one, because I think it's a little funny, but it's also sinister, low-key sinister. And it's going to happen with more regularity now that we have these different tools. And I think it's relevant to the present moment politically because we are dealing with individuals, millions of whom live in different realities than we do. Like the MAGA cultists, the people who believe in critical pedo theory, in my opinion, they're living in different realities. And so that's why I think I was attracted to this.
And why shouldn't they believe in critical pedo theory when the human rights reports coming out of the Trump State Department literally exclude documenting child sexual abuse and exploitation?
I'll grant 20% of the critical pedo theory. The source of this article is The Atlantic, but it was posted on the New York Times, I think. I don't know why that is, but yeah.
Okay. So meet Rodney Ricklett, Indiana native, 62 years old, big golfer, a huge fan of the LPGA. On August 4th, Rodney opened an Instagram account with the handle @LPGAFanatic6512, and he quickly followed some verified accounts for female golfers and a few other accounts that looked official. Within 20 minutes of creating his account and with 0 posts to his name, Rodney received a message from what at first glance appeared to be the world's #2 ranked female golfer, Nelly Korda. "Hi, handsome face. I know this is like a dream to you. Thank you for being a fan." Read a direct message from @Nelly Korda official fan page 2. Okay. I mean, why does it characterize this as like it appears to actually be her when like even the handle says it's a fan page?
Okay, but
hi, handsome face.
It's talking as though it's Nelly Korda.
Okay, but you'd have to be a moron to fall for this. Or 62 years old. I could see where this is going. The real Nelly Korda was certainly not. Shut the fuck up. Was not messaging Rodney, and Rodney doesn't actually exist. The Athletic created the Instagram account of the fictitious middle-aged man to testify.
Sorry, not The Atlantic. The Athletic. My bad.
The
It's
Athletic.
The Athletic. Okay, my bad. Sorry.
The Athletic created the Instagram account of the fictitious middle-aged man to test the veracity and speed of an ever-increasing social media scam pervading the LPGA. The gist of the con goes like this. Social media user is a fan of a specific golfer. Scam account impersonating that athlete reaches out and quickly moves the conversation to another platform like Telegram or WhatsApp to evade social media moderation tools. Scammer offers a desirable object or experience, a private dinner, VIP access to a tournament, an investment opportunity for a fee. Untraceable payments are made via cryptocurrency or gift cards. Then, once the spigot of cash is turned off, the scammer disappears. While this particular con is not limited to golf, player agents, security experts, and golfers say is that it has taken off within the LPGA in the last 5 years. Charlie Holt, Lexi Thompson, Michelle Y. West, Morgan Pressler, Jennifer Kupcho, Hannah Gregg, and Korda have all publicly posted warnings about the scams to their followers. Golf influencers Paige Spiranek and Haley Ostrom have also spoken out. It's been taken out of my hands when being able to communicate freely with fans, Korda, who has a warning statement pinned to the top of her Instagram profile, told The Athletic, because I really don't know their intentions. On a handful of occasions... What?
So if you're going to come down, you guys are going to drop your... I dropped my entire face dropped when I heard this, but keep going.
On reconnect. Okay, I should be back.
Are you back?
Yeah, can you like hear the thunderstorms going on?
No.
Yeah, well, there's like really bad.
Oh, I did for a little bit. No, I actually did.
That's thunder that's happening.
Wow. So. Okay. Wait, can you scroll back up because we missed everything? So I want you to read on a handful of occasions.
Okay. On a handful of occasions, the victims of the scams have continued to blame the golfer for their financial losses, even after being confronted with the truth, and some simply refuse to believe they have not been interacting with the real athlete, tipping into fixated behavior that concerns golfers and security officials. We've definitely had people show up at tournaments who thought they had sent money to have a private dinner with the person, said Scott Stewart.
So they show up to tournaments, but okay, the guy keeps going.
That's so insane, man. Especially after you realize you've been ripped off, yeah. Like there's literally no point in like going to this or whatever.
So they go to the tournament to be like, hey, you ripped me off.
Guys, are we back?
You stole from me, because they actually think the athlete like stole money from them. Start from last May. This is insane.
Where's last May? Last May. Sorry. Last May, a Pennsylvania man in his 60s drove 4 hours to Liberty National Golf Club in Jersey City, New Jersey, for the Mizuho America's Open. He was there to meet 22-year-old American golfer Rose Zhang. He had told tournament staff that she had left a VIP package for him and even booked him a hotel room. Oh my God. He said they'd been communicating on social media for over a year, during which he had sent her around $70,000. Zhang's agent confronted the man, breaking the news that he was not communicating with Zhang.
Can you imagine giving $70,000 to some shitbag who's claiming to be Rose? And like, what is going on? What is happening?
I mean, I have known, I have a family member that has fallen for a similar thing and sent an exorbitant amount of money to a stranger, but not with this scam.
But like, what even is the logic there? You need to send the money to what?
Because he obviously thinks that they're like falling in love. Why is this woman? He's convinced he's talking to this young athlete who he's probably attracted to. And she's wealthy, has all of this name recognition. She's telling him everything he wants to fucking hear. And she's booking him hotel rooms. It's not even like he had to do it. Like, there's some arrangement. There is some money being put back into the scheme to give the appearance that it's legit. Right?
Oh my God.
Is it really that crazy for you that somebody would fall for this?
$70,000. That's just, I don't know what to say about
Especially, again, like a man in his 60s. That's why I said I know what happened here when, as far as we knew, it was an actual 62-year-old man setting up the account and getting these messages like you fell for a phishing scam.
Have you ever fallen for AI? Have you been like
No.
Chris?
No.
You know,
I have. I've also
Chris
had family
Cuomo?
members fall for those texts from the USPS saying, we have your package and we're holding it. Give us information surrounding it or whatever. I had a friend who fell for fake student loans.
Wow.
She had her identity stolen because she gave them her social security number. I know that people fall for these things.
Did you see Chris Cuomo when he added AOC? Wait, I actually want to get
the deepfake thing.
Chris Cuomo fell for this deepfake. Hang on,
And
Chris
didn't
Cuomo
apologize.
and did not apologize. But it is there will become a time when we're like, you will become old enough that you will fall for one of these AIs.
It's not about age because people of varying ages can fall for these things. It's the same way that a lot of the people who fall for MLMs are actually pretty young. Who fall for pyramid schemes and stuff. They're just predatory practices and scams that anybody, if they're not informed about the way the scam works, can accidentally fall for. There's other ones where somebody thought that like their boss messaged them and they said like, hey, this is your boss. I know I don't usually text from this number, but this is a new phone or something like that. I really need you to get gift cards. Can you please go do it or whatever? Like, we'll reimburse you with the company card. We're having this thing later this week. And it sounded totally legit. And this person went and got like the gift cards or whatever and then realized, oh, that wasn't actually my boss. They never actually confirmed their name. They're just speaking to me so naturally that I got the impression that it was them.
I just sent you the tweet of, so this is what Chris Cuomo fell for. Now, Chris Cuomo says he didn't just retweet it without looking at it, which, you know,
Sure,
that would be one thing. But this is, by the way, the video actually says that this is AI. So just keep that in mind. So the video says it's labeled as a parody, but press play. This is what Chris Cuomo claims that he thought was real and that he fell for.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess. And the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, fuck. Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul, with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina, is something that should alarm every American citizen. Because in America, beauty is not defined by whiteness. Oh no, it is defined by the number of victim groups of which you are a member. Skinny, attractive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed cisgender women descend from the slave daddy oppressors of this nation. And any man who cranks one out while thinking about a woman like this probably hates black people, probably hates gay people, and they certainly hate the diversity of our great nation. So I say, instead of simping for the Sydneys, we should be celebrating the Shaniquas. Instead of worshiping the hot, straight blonde, what about the obese alphabet, people with blue hair? They need love too. And to all the haters who say companies that go woke go broke, I'd rather be poor than a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, she said fuck on the Senate floor or whatever.
She said fuck. So Chris Cuomo, he could have said, yeah, I just retweeted this without looking. That's not what he said. He said, I fell for this AI. He said that he fell for it.
Somebody put, I tried to teach my parents about AI and it was crazy how much they believed. I feel bad for old people trying to navigate the internet. No, really, like a lot of people's parents, like we're not talking about boomers anymore. We're talking about, I guess this would be Gen X, right? Like Gen X parents.
Yeah, I think it'll be Gen X
that fall for like AI slop, or they just love it. They love weird AI shit.
They love AI.
But Jesus,
it's so crazy he fell for that. There used to be like apps where you could talk into something. Like
there are apps like that still,
and that it would say what you just said back, but like funnier. It would just be like a funny version of your voice.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the like celebrity AI ones where you can have a conversation like with.
No, I mean those like old apps that had like a character on it where you would record.
Oh, I know what you like a cat or like a cartoon dog or whatever. Yeah.
And the Gen Xers loved that shit. Or like they would just be so fascinated. They would do it for hours.
I know.
You're just like, oh, what an app, and like they would just be totally in love with it. Just saying. Talking Tom, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, Talking Tom. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Another man traveled from Asia to a tournament in the U.S. believing he was married to one of the players. How can you not understand that this is clearly these people developing a parasocial relationship with, they believe it's a celebrity. A 68-year-old man from California attended several tournaments to see South Korean golfer In-ji Chun after being duped out of $50,000. England's Charlie Hull warned her followers on Instagram about the scam after an incident in a tournament in 2024. And in January, a man showed up at the at the home of golf influencer Haley Ostrom after losing $50,000 to an account impersonating her. And she must answer, Haley herself personally. At this point, it's I wonder if they realizes like she didn't rip me off, but like somebody pretending to be her ripped her off. But if you know that it's a scammer, why would you approach the actual person and think that they're going to be able to help you, or they're in any way responsible for helping you?
Yeah, I don't know, but like the economics of it, it still makes sense for the scammers to do this. Because like imagine you only get one catch every 30 days. That's still a shit ton of money. Like for people overseas scammers.
Yeah.
If you make $50,000
or 70,000 or 60,000,
70,000.
Well, it's not all at once.
Yeah,
these are kind of like the upper limits of it that it could get to that point. And you can see, like again, they've been involved with these people. They didn't do it all at once because that would obviously raise suspicions immediately. That they're asking for transfers of money that are, in excess of like $500 or whatever. It probably starts off as like almost like microtransactions, and it gradually scales up. But Spiranek said the reaction from some of the scam victims has forced her to change the way she works and lives. She now has security at every event, has an active restraining order against one of the scammed individuals. And when fan behavior escalates because of a scam, flare-ups as she calls them, she has chosen to skip events for some events for her safety. I've had people come up to me at events, at outings, say they're in a relationship with me, or they come up quite angry because fake me has scammed them out of money or has ghosted them. Spiranek said, those experiences are quite scary, but it's also very invasive.
It reminds me of the Pokimane. Do you remember Pokimane?
Yeah.
Had like a similar. I think she had.
It was like a guy who was like, she's in love with. She's my secret girlfriend or something like that.
Guys,
and I'm gonna go meet her.
We're just gonna meet her and get married. I have the rings with me right here. Yeah, I remember that shit.
Don't act like you haven't fallen for an account posing as Pokimane and thought that she was in love with you. Come on.
Well, she does love me.
I could see you falling for something like this.
Why?
You've literally have you ever fallen for a scheme?
Let me think.
Anything. Herbalife, any MLM, any phishing scheme, an email thing?
So one time I failed a some organizations will hire like individual like other firms to do fake phishing expeditions.
Yeah.
And so one of my jobs, it didn't actually affect anything negative. It was either my university or it was like a fake phishing attempt that I fell for, but it wasn't a real one. Does that make sense? Like I clicked the link that I shouldn't have clicked.
But you didn't know that it was fake until you clicked on it.
I wasn't thinking at the time, and yeah, this is back before I
okay, so there's a basis for me thinking that you could potentially be
like Pokimane thinking like she's gonna send me and like fall in love with me. Come on, do you think I would fall for that shit?
You doth protest too much.
No, this is just
you freaking out over this.
This is you, dude. Me
Insightful.
clicking something like a Google link to be like, hey, you should click this. That is very, very different than someone creating a fake reality, going to a fucking golf game, demanding payment of $50,000 because I thought that this
But you're not just anyone. You're Pisco's hour, okay, and a lawyer. Ladies love these things. So can't you see Pokimane sliding into your DMs and being like, "Of course, Pokimane would talk to me." Like your brain wouldn't think that.
Insane? No. Are you insane? Are you fucking insane?
Oh, okay. You don't believe in yourself that much, I guess. Okay.
I'm not saying no, but there would be no reason. There's just no reason for that.
I already said lawyer, famous Twitch streamer Pisco. Hello.
I'm not famous. No one knows who I am.
Maybe all you need, it only matters if Pokimane knows who you are, or Amaranth, or who name some other like e-girls or whatever.
I met Amaranth on stream at the election stream, and
there you go.
So there's some basis there. Maybe if she messaged me and be like, "Hey, I met you, and this is kind of weird, but can you send me $600?" No, but I would question that. I would know it's not the official account because it wouldn't have the check mark. Come on.
Okay. All right, her take.
Let's do it.
Let's do her take. Shoot. Keep doing this. I have to realize that like if you X out of the tab that you're on with Riverside, it just closes it entirely.
No worries. It happens. We're just getting used to the new system.
Oh, look at her face. Look, she's so
look at her.
Beautiful. She's glowing.
She is glowing this week. She's looking great. I always start with such positive feelings towards these ladies, and it takes 2 minutes for me to be fucking pissed. But I'm gonna really try to stay positive initially.
Lovely.
All right, everybody, welcome to Her Take. We are incredibly excited.
Wait, did you skip the intro?
How'd I do? Did I get it right?
Yeah.
8 out of 10.
This is the intro. This is the intro. It was a live episode, and they didn't do like the clip compilation at the beginning.
This guy. This is like some Twitter lord.
Is he?
He's like some Elon Stan Twitter lord.
Love that. Very excited then.
The common good comments, is Jillian going to try to clean up her running cover for slavery CNN spot?
That comes up.
Did we do that last week?
Yeah, we did.
I think we did. Yeah.
8 out of 10. Yeah. Do it for me, please.
Kaizen Asiyadu.
Asiyadu, damn it. Anna could have done it better. Welcome to the show. Your list of accomplishments is staggering.
No, she's there.
All so excited to have you here. Okay, I have to read it because it's such a long list. So
he's just a Twitter lord, right?
Harvard grad, educated in philosophy, turned Emmy.
Excuse me, he's a Harvard grad, educated in philosophy, turned Emmy-winning something.
Who helped bring global sports events like the Mid-Season Invitational and the World Championship to life at the Riot Games. But in 2020, you walked away from that to focus on a career of personal transformation, coaching, and cultural commentary, which is where Amy first learned about you and fell in love. Since then, you've built your following on your sharp, non-partisan takes that challenge tribal thinking, which is where
Surely this man is nonpartisan, which is why he's being welcomed on Her Take and not definitely a centrist, a conservative hack posing as a fucking centrist.
He's a huge hack.
We fell in love with you, and we've all seen you on Piers Morgan, Uncensored, in viral clips across all forms of social media. Your coaching work and speaking work.
Okay, wait. Is Jillian at the beginning giving this a little bit?
No. Okay, a little bit. Who sent you this?
Don't worry about it.
We can find you at Kaizen Asiyadu and theclearthinkeracademy.com for more. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. All right, guys. Today,
we need to show up on this fucking show.
We're going to be diving into everything from the federal.
This is like probably going to be the best episode in a while.
All right, let's watch.
Over of DC.
Because I was seeing clips on Twitter of Anna being like, Trump wants peace when it comes to like Putin and like Russia, Ukraine. I saw her like talking shit about like homeless people. Like,
yeah,
she loves doing that. Citywide sweep of the homeless tent camps, tunnels under the Smithsonian, my insane appearance on the Abby Phillips show, why Nick Fuentes is suddenly throwing shade at Tucker and Candace, and of course, what we know so far regarding Trump's meeting with Putin. So we're going to start with a big one. DC policing, Part one of the story is about how we got here, why the Trump administration decided to federalize the Metropolitan Police, so what led up to it, and how a city that's home to Congress, the White House, and the Supreme Court ended up with crime.
Why don't they have a teleprompter? If you're just going to be reading from something.
We're not repeating this discourse. I don't care that you fucking hate that she uses a fucking iPad. You complain about it every week. It's stale by this point, okay? Get new criticisms of the set. Get new criticisms of their setup, okay?
Why is she wearing a Hillary Clinton blazer?
She's a girl boss. Always the Hillary Clinton blazer and the fucking beachy waves, man. It's her signature look.
Bad that even people with, let's say, tough reputations and big balls are getting assaulted. So, Lindy, you are up.
Well, this is one of the most controversial stories coming out of this week. President Trump has issued...
You hate her so much. Do you think that she should be deported to China?
No, I think she should go to prison right here.
Okay.
For libel.
Order to basically... he's trying to federalize Washington, D.C. They have a Home Rule Act that passed in 1973, but he's saying that he has the power to take over the city and to help bring down crime. I do want to say that he may not go to the extent that he wants to because Republicans do not have the votes necessary in the Senate for him to fully do this.
I mean, all she said so far is he certainly does have the power to do this thing. It cannot be denied that he technically can do this.
Well, no, he said she can't go that as far as he wants to because of the Senate. Like that's gonna try. Like he's not gonna.
Yeah, Trump ignores like the courts. He fucking ignore like his own judges making decisions and injunctions. Like what's to stop him?
Yeah.
Howls of protest, not only in D.C. but around the country. Allegations of racism, allegations of bias, that he's clamping down on a city with a significant black population. And I do want to address right off the bat some of the strongest arguments against what he's doing, which I think are ultimately hollow. For example, one of the most frequently brought up arguments is that crime is at a 30-year low. Okay, let's talk about that. Right. But crime was historically ubiquitous. Crime has been so high that even if it did come down in recent years, since the pandemic, for instance, it's still remarkably high. Because
okay, but that's not his argument, and that's not what they're saying. They are not saying this explanation of the crime stats to justify martial law. They're literally pointing to fucking big balls getting assaulted or whatever as like a reason why. So
it's their Reichstag fire. It really is their Reichstag fire. Like big balls got beat up by some 15-year-olds. We condemn it. We don't agree with it.
So high or low, this is gonna happen. This is not about anything related to like crime statistics. That was a convenient excuse.
To do this. Yes, they wanted to do this.
Baseline was that high. So please do not gaslight us about that. And also, my co-host Anna brought up a really good point the other day. Someone in the a police commander was actually suspended because she was cooking the numbers.
Yes, it was actually Michael Pullman from the Metropolitan Police.
DC police commander suspended, accused of changing crime stats. Police union says directive to change offensive classifications comes from command staff.
Department.
I guess we don't need to look past the headline for this.
I would like to read it, but anyway, many such cases, if you watch The Wire, if you ever watch The Wire, there are incentives for police to cook the books and to change certain classifications to make it look like the stats are right. Like one of the big themes of The Wire is this kind of game within the game and this need and desire to like push the stats off often. So I mean, it doesn't surprise me that
they want them to go up or down.
That they want them to crime to go down, and so they reclassify stuff or as needed.
Been placed on leave pending an investigation that he had essentially manipulated the crime numbers to make it appear as though crime had gone down significantly. Now, this is the thing about crime statistics. There are all sorts of issues with methodology, and especially when the reporting requires police to submit the data because, the police department has its own interests. They want to make it appear as though they're doing a good job. They want to make the crime numbers look like it's going down because it's a reflection.
Look, you agree with Anna. Anna independently arrived at the same explanation as you.
Listen,
don't you like that?
There's a known problem in policing. That's all I'm saying. It's a known problem.
Yeah, citation The Wire, a fictional fucking story.
David Simon, The Wire. Yeah.
Okay, right.
It's not a true story.
Of how well they're performing their duties, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know how realistic the crime going down is. I don't know what the real numbers are because of this issue. There's more to that, though. There is. So one other thing that I'll just say is...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, for fun, they need it to go up. And they always want, like, higher budgets each year, right? So I would think that there's an incentive in both directions, depending on how you argue it, that they have the incentive to kind of, like, overstate crime in certain areas or respects.
even if you take the current crime statistics as they're reported and you ignore the fact that this, Metropolitan Police Department official has been placed on leave, the crime statistics still are not as low as they were prior to the pandemic. And one of the areas where it hasn't gone down much is carjackings. So depending on which municipality you're talking about, in San Francisco, for instance, they don't have a problem with homicides, but they have a problem with property crime.
Oh, they haven't gone down to pre-pandemic levels? Guess we have to fucking mobilize the National Guard. Guess we have no choice but to do that.
In DC, there's a huge issue of literally teenagers doing these carjackings and these joyrides. And I don't think the city has really gotten a handle on it. And the whole thing that kind of sparked this drama is that, that...
I have a chatter saying, Pisco, let us not use 30-year-old anecdotes.
I'm just saying that there can be incentive structures to have police officers cook the books and change different classifications to get the
and his citation is The Wire. He's just saying that.
I'm not saying that that's what happened here. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me. That's all.
He's also just saying that The Wire is the greatest television show ever created.
It is it's an amazing show. What am I gonna say?
Yeah,
go ahead.
This guy Michael Cristioni, aka Big Balls.
You are not watching. What are you doing?
I'm getting the Washington D.C. homicide rate. I'm trying to get stats to back it up.
Trying to fact check Lindy over here.
Yes.
A Doge staffer, a former Doge staffer, was brutally assaulted in the middle of the carjacking. Actually, the Metropolitan Police was pretty effective in putting an end to it, ironically.
Yeah, they were right around the corner and they saw it all go down.
So one thing that people often do to get past the cooking the book thing is to look at murders and murder rates, because the thought process being you can't hide a body, right? You can't downgrade murders in that way. It's not as easy to do. So I have here that in terms of homicides, right, where there's a dead body, right? The district had 274 homicides in 2023 and 187 in 2024. So it looks like the homicide rate, which I don't think will be, and is often, you can link the homicide rates. They're linked with the other stats, violent crime. They're associated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although they're not always 1-to-1. The district had 274 in 2023, 187 in 2024. So it looked like homicide rates are coming down. But again, I'm not sure. DC has unusually high crime compared to other states, partly because it's a district which is just a city, right? In cities are places where there's higher levels of crime.
Yeah, so regardless of who governs them, and globally you see that.
Right. So it's not always fair to say that it's a 1-to-1 as between DC and other states, given the fact that there's a lot less rural space in DC, and it's all one city. It is true that DC has a problem with crime compared to other capitals. That is true. But the whole argument is this a big spike in crime? Are we seeing unprecedented levels of crime in DC? And the answer is no.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for her to bring up, this is a Democrat-run city. She's going to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. And so this was the impetus. My take is that Trump was probably going to do this anyway at some point down the line.
Shout out Ted History. I haven't seen you since the fucking Prime Kai days. Shout out Ted. Sorry, go.
And this is the perfect impetus for him.
Right. Can we pull up that graphic again? I'm not sure if that was something that was displayed. Do you want to pick this up? Because it's something I wanted to mention.
Yes, absolutely, Amy. The White House is actually saying that he should be awarded the same exact medal as civil rights icon Rosa Parks. How do you guys feel about that?
Also, I would expect there to be an increased rate of crime in an area like DC. Is there significant economic inequality in DC?
I'm not sure.
Wealthier suburban areas, and then literally just 5 or 10 minute walks or whatever you're in the projects or developing areas.
Yeah, I would look it up. I don't know. I'm sure.
Because if you have that, you would expect there to be a higher crime rate than the typical city or whatever, because that contributes to it.
Yeah, DC has crime. It's just the argument is it's not some big spike in crime that's unprecedented, and you see other high crime areas in red states and across the country.
This is an incident where language is kind of being manipulated a little bit, though, because the medal in question that they're actually referring to here is the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's being given to a lot of people, actually. It's not a super rare medal to be able to receive. And on that note, what's interesting about the Rosa Parks story, I actually dove into
insane people. Trump gave it to Rush Limbaugh. I'm
deserved.
Other people too. You think it deserves Trump Medal of Freedom recipients?
Glenn Beck should be next, obviously.
Hang on.
American hero.
He tried to give it to Bill Belichick of the
Doug Dimmadome
coach. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Wait, holy. He gave it to Antonin Scalia posthumously. Thank you for the sub on Twitch. I really appreciate it. He gave it to Elvis Presley posthumously. He gave it to Babe Ruth posthumously. So those aren't like the craziest. He gave a Presidential Medal of Freedom to Miriam Adelson. He gave it to Tiger Woods, to Jerry West. Those are probably deserved, right? Jerry West, Tiger Woods.
Sure.
I don't know.
But you can tell which ones are motivated by Trump's pop culture preferences, like the fucking a posthumous one for Elvis Presley versus ones that are definitely like favors or politically motivated.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And no, here are some of Biden's recipients: Simone Biles,
okay,
pretty cool.
Deserved.
Steve Jobs posthumously. He seemed like kind of a bad guy posthumously. I don't know. To John McCain posthumously. I don't know. I'm talking shit.
So, like, him not being there to, like, raise his daughter, or the fact that he's, like, a dumbass who fell for pseudoscience instead of getting chemo, that means that, like, his contributions to, like, tech and the iPhone, like, that shouldn't factor in, really.
All right, maybe it doesn't factor in.
Did you know MLK cheated on his wife?
He did. Megan Rapinoe, this is Biden, Olympic professional soccer player, if you know, you know.
Isn't it Rapinoe?
I've always said Rapinoe. You guys tell me. What do you guys say? Rapinoe or Rapinoe? Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Scallywag. Appreciate you. I think it's Rapinoe, Megan Rapinoe. And Michael Bloomberg, why? Jim Clyburn, makes sense.
I mean, again, you have to remember that, like, Biden was, like, proud to speak at, like, Strom Thurmond's, like funeral. So he had many friends across the aisle. So I, like, some of these really won't, like, surprise me.
Medgar Evers.
But you can't handle that. That's the fucking case. You know that's right. He was like friends with an art segregationist and defended him until he fucking died.
All right. John Kerry.
Why are you uncomfortable by that?
I'm not uncomfortable.
Why are you like? Why are you telling me chill? Why are you telling me chill? When I'm bringing up things that are part of Biden's record.
I say what I say because I say it.
Biden simp. Maybe you're a Biden dead ender like Wick.
I'm not. You're a Biden dead ender.
No, I'm not. I didn't think he was gonna fucking win. That he should have stayed in or whatever. Very, very quickly.
No, you. Nancy Pelosi. Hillary Clinton. Bono. Pretty cool. Michael J. Fox. Jane Goodall. Magic Johnson. Robert F. Kennedy, the original, posthumously. And Lionel Messi. Messi got a Presidential Medal of Freedom. He played soccer here for and is playing soccer here for all of 2 years. And he got a Presidential Medal of Freedom. And also to George Soros and Denzel Washington and Pope Francis.
George Soros. Yeah, I love that he gave one to Soros.
He gave one to Soros. Crazy.
When I saw that they wanted to give him the same medal that she received. Mm-hmm. And this is verifiable on Wikipedia as well, by the way. Did you know that a civil rights movement targeted her and basically essentially asked her to ride on the bus every single day until an incident like this occurred, so that way they could kickstart the civil rights movement. And
everyone
then
knows this, Amy.
There was actually
everyone knows this.
Well, I guess she wouldn't, because she wasn't educated in America. I think she was educated in Australia.
She should be
a girl,
sent back
she was
there.
16 years old that they were going to use.
Yeah, deported.
She's not a citizen, so it's different.
So deported.
She's not a citizen, so it's different.
Okay, so are you in support of mass deportations of people that are not even residents, like they're completely undocumented and came here through an illegal port of entry? I'm asking you.
So what if I am?
So what? Exactly. I'm asking you. And so what if you are? So
what are you?
I'm not in favor of any of these fucking mass deportations. I think all of these people.
You're saying I win? So you agree with me?
Why are you being so evasive for somebody who's like, so what if I am?
So what?
So just to recap.
She doesn't know about Rosa Parks.
You're fine with Amy being deported to Australia because she's not a resident or she's not a citizen yet.
Parks, Aaron.
Okay.
However, because she was a teen mom, they didn't think she would be the best reflection of the face.
Because Rosa Parks is a perfect candidate for them.
I mean, it's smart strategy. I mean, the civil rights movement used the strategy of nonviolence, and then when they were met with violence, it was a way of being sympathetic figures, and it got more people on their side. I actually think that was a brilliant strategy.
They also
Can you pause? By the way?
A whites only.
Do you remember when Anna Kasparian was like, the trans movement is unlike the
civil rights movement, which had no violence or something like that?
Yeah. I'm like, okay, there was violence. There's some violence in any movement, but the civil rights movement is largely peaceful, and the trans rights movement, the gay rights movement is largely peaceful too.
No, they're not. The trans rights movement is going to come to your house, and the they, them mafia is going to stick a gun in your face. And if you don't use their they, them, zero pronouns, they are going to literally kill you in a video game.
I remember that tweet. That tweet really pissed me off.
She deleted it.
Did she really?
Yeah, she did.
She did.
And not even long after she had posted it.
That, yeah.
Yeah, it was you. It was you that did it.
It was me. It was me who did
Counter
it.
And then wait to get, talked to. So
Stay here.
You were the only one that noticed that what she tweeted was ahistorical. That's so joking.
It was. Yeah, it was.
Because I haven't finished just laying everything out. I do want to quickly address something really important point that you brought up about police faking numbers to make themselves look good.
Yes.
One thing that we haven't mentioned yet is the fact that they've been reclassifying crimes altogether.
Yes.
By the way, pause real quick.
Now
I just saw a recent little thing that the Justice Department is investigating Washington D.C. and the police people for the crime stats. Now, take that at we have no idea. We have no idea whether or not that is done in good faith or what happened, but I'm just telling you that they announced that they're investigating it. They're always looking for a pretext to go after people who politically are not aligned with them. And in this case, the crime stats are counter to what they want to do, and so that's why they're investigating probably, but I'm just letting you guys know that.
Demeanor, so obviously it looks like a crime drop when it actually hasn't been that way.
Can I add one more thing to that? So in that article you sent, Anna, the police union, the Fraternal Order of Police, claims that the practice of lessening the crimes that are put on whatever the report is a broader directive from department leadership citywide. So it's not just Pulliam.
Yeah.
And
it's nationwide.
I don't think that's cooking necessarily. It would depend on the reason for the redesignation or reclassification of a particular type of crime. I think that some crimes should probably be reclassified if they are classified as a violent crime and the nature of that crime has since changed or transformed, and that might not be the most accurate way to characterize it any longer, or vice versa. There were some things that might have been classified as misdemeanors that would now be better fit. It's like violent crimes.
It's everywhere. And if you have any question about that, just look at the homicide rate. Just look at homicides or look at victimization surveys to see whether or not they align. And because they're usually correlated, and you would expect if there's a big increase in violent crime, that there would be a big increase in homicides because they're related.
I hate to say it. I'm sorry, I got to say it. George Soros has been funding extremely leftist prosecutors around.
Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient Soros.
The country.
Yes.
And she just hates to say it. Lindy really hates to feed into this conspiracy theory. It pains her to do so.
DC, it's also Philadelphia, my hometown. San Francisco, actually, they got a slightly more conservative guy now. But Los Angeles, for instance, these people are not just soft on crime. Let me be clear. They're limp on crime. They're not doing anything on crime.
I mean, we experienced that in LA for sure. So I know that that's been an issue. Look, the one thing I will say is I'm not one of these people who minimizes the impact of crime on neighborhoods across the country. And like I said, it differs depending on which municipality you're talking about. And each city has its own policing policies and their own policing reforms, right? So the question is, what can we do to solve the increase in crime?
What she considers people minimizing crime is talking about the root causes that lead to there being crime in urban areas or areas of poverty in the United States. That's not excusing crime. That's not downplaying crime. That's properly contextualizing and trying to understand why crime occurs. But again, of course, to her, that's you downplaying it.
Yeah.
In these different cities and the type of crime that's increased in these different cities. And when you go to DC and you consider the fact that these carjackings are a problem, they're carried out by groups of teenagers.
Yeah.
So the carjackings, I think, is a symptom of a deeper problem. And I don't know if federalizing the law enforcement in DC is necessarily going to solve it.
Well, obviously it's being encouraged by people. Like, sorry.
I want to go to
I just have 30
of course. And then I'm going to give everybody their chance. But
obviously, these kids are being groomed and coached into that by adults to carry out whatever crimes, to bring back whatever stealings or winnings that they...
It's not obvious. Why would that be obvious? There's what evidence does she have to suggest that in the majority of instances, or that the increase in carjackings in the DC metro area specifically are the result of potentially gangs that grooming, like crime gangs grooming juveniles or young men to do this, and not just a result of the fact that, like, based off what data Anna gave, which is that it's an increase of like young men doing this or groups of young men, you would expect that's not that surprising. If it were like older people or people that fall outside of typical, like where you see spikes in crime or whatever, like who's most likely to engage in crime in the United States? It's going to be younger people overall. It's disproportionately going to be men. So them doing that, or the specific type of increase or whatever, is like not that unusual. But to Amy, again, somebody has to be behind this. It couldn't be that just like, again, it's young men up to no good.
they get from these carjackings to the people who groom them to do this. And so imposing those strict punishments on them and federalizing doesn't address the root issue of the people who are grooming them to do it in the first place.
Organized crime.
Exactly.
I agree with you 100%. Go ahead, Kaiser.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so
like organized crime exists, but it's just weird to think that behind this specific increase that there's a grooming gang that's like getting kids to carjack and then bring back the things that they find in a car.
Is he wearing makeup or is it just really hot there?
How do you mean?
Do you not understand the question?
I don't. That's why I just asked, how do you mean?
Do you know what makeup is?
I do know what makeup is. I'm wearing a lot right now. Why?
Do you know what it means to be sweaty?
Okay, can you just say what you're thinking? What are you seeing on this man that is making you think he's wearing makeup?
I'm asking you, do you think that he's wearing makeup or is he just a little sweaty?
I don't think he's wearing any makeup, and if he were, his face wouldn't be shiny. It would probably be matte because they would have touched it up with powder, which absorbs oil.
Okay.
I don't. Do you think that he's wearing makeup to make himself look shiny?
I was asking you the question.
I think this is just a black man under stage lights, and you think that he's in makeup.
I knew you were gonna do the angle. You were gonna do the angle of you're racist, you're racist, you're racist.
Who said anything about racism?
No, you know what you're doing. This is just a black man under stage lights. You knew what you were doing there.
I mean, you knew what you were doing by asking if he's wearing fucking makeup, and then asking you to clarify, and you're getting uncomfortable.
No, I'm not uncomfortable at all. In fact, I've never been more comfortable than I am right now.
We are much more quick to react to acute solutions to chronic problems than the chronic problem itself. And what's the chronic problem? Well, our capital city, I mean, it's a district, but our capital city in America is a dump. It's degenerating, it's decaying. I just went there for the inauguration. It's gross. It's a bad look for America, and it's emblematic, actually, of the state of cities in America more generally. You know, you go to Singapore, the first place you arrive is a beautiful airport that gives you a perception like, oh, this country has it together. You go to Tokyo, there's little kids and women walking around at night alone, fine, super comfortable. You go to DC, you have to watch your back constantly. So they say, okay, well, crime is at 30 years low. Well, what's been going on for the last 50 years? For the last 50 years, crime has been on the rise. It's been too high. And even if there's been a 30% drop, as you said, Lindy, on a baseline of high crime, it's like, that's still bad. So our standards have become so low. And one of the things about chronic issues is you just get used to it. Like you just get used to your city being in decay, or homeless people and mentally unwell people on the sidewalk, or being threatened or catcalled or whatever's happening. And then when someone actually has the big balls to address the problem, then all the attention's focused on them because that's an acute thing.
But whatever. It's like, this is such a fucking hair split. But like, he wasn't addressing anything. He was like the victim of an attack allegedly. But this big balls guy, right?
Well, you doubt it? You say allegedly, you doubt it?
Has it been confirmed? Has it been adjudicated in a court of law? I don't know any details surrounding it.
Well, I mean, I think he was hit. I think he was bleeding. Well,
yes.
You think he did it himself?
Yeah. Oh, wait, that he did it himself? No, I don't have any evidence to think that. I don't think he staged a crime against himself.
I think the question isn't like, is crime bad and does DC have crime and do we want crime to be lower? The question is, do we support what the president is doing in response to it?
They have to change the conversation entirely to pretend like this is about that at all.
We haven't been talking about
you guys like crime?
So people want to protest.
The left does.
Taking action here. I want to see you protest with that same energy against the complete decline of American cities.
Right.
And obviously, just federalizing DC and just addressing crime is not the only thing. Like there's socioeconomic factors, there's other things to address, but this is a start.
Yeah, that's totally, and that's totally right. But they're never going to protest the decline. You know why? Because leftists run the cities and they don't want to take any responsibility.
Denying it. Well, absolutely denying it. I think that is a problem. The unwilling look. Here's the problem. If you are on the left and you're offended.
Yeah, communists run Washington, D.C., BTW.
They do.
This is a Her Take exclusive.
By this conversation, I need you to understand, when you create a vacuum, when you deny that a problem is a problem, what does that vacuum lead to? It leads to the right coming in with their proposed solutions. Yes. So you're either part of the solution or you're not. Also, this is just so
really great point.
Republicans are not contributing to a solution here. They are manufacturing a narrative to justify a takeover of D.C. and impose martial law. And Donald Trump has already said he wants to do this across cities in the United States.
Why doesn't Anna just come out and say, like, does she agree with it or not? I hate this kind of shit where it's just like,
well, at least they're doing something about it. Literally, doesn't like who cares about the efficacy of it? Who cares about whether or not it's actually going to target the thing that that's what they're attempting to do. Again, they're filling in gaps here and making it up in their minds that this is about crime. when it's not about crime.
Yeah. You're believing them at face value that this is done as an effort to lower crime. They don't care.
And she's not just explaining like, oh, this is how people, it's not like saying it's not about crime, but people will take him at his word that it is about crime, especially if they're not in the city. And here's why they're like inclined to believe him. Here's what we do about voters that are misinformed. No, she's pretty much saying that so long as the perception exists, people need to placate and pander to that. But you already see politicians doing this. Eric Adams, like crime, especially like crime on the subway, had been steadily decreasing in New York City, was at like an all-time low, and yet nonetheless, he was fear-mongering about crime on the subways because you have these anecdotes of high-profile, low-probability events of
they burned a woman alive on the subway.
Right. But then they and they play into that by increasing, again, like, that's really him responding in the way that he did is honestly no different than Trump fucking declaring martial law in response to one thing, fucking big balls, right? Like big balls getting assaulted. Okay, Eric Adams like increasing the amount of police presence because one person like commits arson in the subway or whatever, even if that hasn't happened in literally decades and probably won't be replicated anytime soon. To justify an expansion of police presence based on one incident, that's not a good way to construct any policy. It's a reason why there's all this fucking scaffolding in New York City is because one woman was killed because like a brick fell and killed her, and then after that, yeah, I know, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that like that's not the way that you construct policy in response to it. It's like in response to one person doing it. Whatever.
What's annoying is on the balconies, sometimes water gets there and mosquitoes breed in the
scaffolding or what?
Yeah, like because water accumulates when it rains, and with all the scaffolding, mosquitoes can become an issue. Saying.
It'll never go away. I know, but I'm saying I'm criticizing there being fucking permanent scaffolding coming up. But like, I guess it's always temporary, right? Up and down, up and down, up and down. And they will never get rid of it because the industry surrounding scaffolding is too big for any New York mayor to actually run on it because they will.
Is it that? You sound like Dave Rubin on Joe Rogan. No, you can just trust the builders. The builders will tell you what to do.
What are you talking about? How the fuck do I sound like Dave? I know exactly what you're talking about. How the fuck did what I say in any way, shape, or form resemble David Rubin?
Government regulation of the scaff.
I literally never argued that there shouldn't be government regulation in response to that woman dying. I'm criticizing the idea of scaffolding having to be temporarily but effectively always being built up or taken down be in response to one incident. One, that's not how you could, like, principally, you shouldn't really construct policy around a single incident ever.
Facade repairman. It's a local law. I forget the actual local law, but
okay. Explain to me how what I said in any way, shape, or form resembles Dave Rubin.
Because he says we should just trust builders.
Oh, you have a terrible Dave Rubin impression. You want to answer my question?
It's pretty good.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You want to answer my question? Why? Because what did I say that in any way, shape? Because I'm offended that I would be compared to Dave Rubin's comments on Joe Rogan.
Oh, you're so offended? But what? Because he's Jewish?
You are grasping at straws here. What are you talking about?
You're so offended to be compared to Dave Rubin?
Yeah, because of what on Joe Rogan saying that you can trust construction workers to build buildings properly and you don't need to have any sort of government regulations or building standards or codes because they want to do a good job.
Okay, you're right. Everything is right. I was just doing a bit and you're correct.
What's the bit? Explain it to me like I'm five.
No, I don't want to do that actually. We can't run this show where every time you do a bit, it's like funny, but when I do a bit,
your bits have to be funny, Pisco. That's the difference. My bits are funny. Yours are not funny. Do you see the critical thing here?
I think some people like the bit.
I think you're a dumbass, and you just said that the first thing that popped into your mind for whatever reason was like what I was saying, and then when I asked how was it like what I'm saying, you're like, no, you're triggered. No, you're triggered. Because you can't defend it. Because you can't defend it.
I'm triggered on stuff just because you want to say I'm triggered because you just want to get under my skin. And I think it's a little annoying.
I do want to get under your skin. It's hilarious when I get under your skin. It's very easy to do that, actually.
It's not actually, I'm very inflappable. I don't ever get really bothered by anything.
Not at all. No, you're known for your even-keeled temper.
Yes, I am.
Lawyers, in fact, are generally known for that, being very, very level-headed, always really, really rational.
By the way, everyone's like, lawyers are always so calm. Like, have you seen lawyers? Lawyers are on cocaine. Lawyers are alcoholics. Lawyers are some of the most unhinged people.
Thank you for subscribing.
Society. People need to stop putting lawyers on a pedestal. A lawyer might as well just be like, I don't know, like more mentally ill than the average person. I would probably bet that. If I had to bet, I would say the average lawyer has more issues than the average human being.
So you have more issues than the average human being. Good to know. What are some of those issues?
We're not talking about this. We're watching her take.
You're the one who brought it up, that it's a funny meme that lawyers have this perception surrounding them that they're common. You're saying we're fucked up. We're really, really mentally ill. We're unstable. And on average, we have more issues. And I'm like, wow, that's really interesting. What kind of issues do you have that you don't think that the general populace has?
I don't have any issues. I'm good. Everything's good.
Okay. We just figured out what at least one of those issues is. Okay.
What's that issue?
That you can't even be honest about the fact that you might have some issues. You have none. You're fucking perfect. That is an issue in and of itself. That's fucking egotistical, narcissistic, all sorts of words, you know?
What do you think of the ADL?
Don't like them. Why?
Why don't you like the ADL?
Because they pretend to be fighting anti-Semitism when really they're just mad. They're fighting anti-Zionism. And also John Greenblatt, who literally said that he was complaining about Jews marrying outside of their faith. Which is very weird.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to say.
Sorry, you wanted to defend the ADL? Go ahead. I'm giving you space to do that.
I was asking you a question. I think that people have biases. People have different issues. You might have an issue.
With what?
Have an issue. You just different people have different kinds of things.
What issue do I have? Because I have criticisms of the ADL and I'm not a fan of them.
I'm just saying you have a bias.
Did you like when the ADL defended Elon Musk when he did a Nazi salute? You know, I know that you thought that he did a Nazi salute, but they were like, tomato.
It was an unfortunate gesture.
Yeah, they said he was like autistic or something. You know,
the ADL called Elon autistic.
They said that could explain like why he did it or something. He's on the spectrum. You know, yeah. I know some people on the spectrum. They're not Nazis. They don't have an issue with just doing that. Sieg Heil randomly. That's but maybe the ADL knows people on the spectrum that I don't.
Goes out to you. Do you think they would have said that if Elon had said "Hail Trump, Hail Victory"? Do you think that they would have said that?
I have no idea.
If he literally said, "Hail Trump, Hail Victory."
I don't know. I mean, it was unambiguously a Nazi salute and they couldn't just condemn it. So I wouldn't be surprised if even that still, they'd still be couched in their criticisms.
Press play.
Single 80-20 issue. They are on the wrong side. How can you be against cracking down on crime? Are you an idiot?
Well, should we play devil's advocate?
I want to play devil's advocate. You want to do it?
No, you go first. I have one too. I want to hear what you...
Well, okay, because I just litigated it, actually, on Abby Phillips, and the argument is that he's going to federalize all cities.
But he doesn't have the power.
I know, but...
He doesn't even have the power in D.C.
He doesn't, but he did say, let's be fair.
For 30 days, to be clear.
He went on to say... He did. If I need to, I will declare a state of national emergency. And I was like, is that? No, there's no way he could get beyond those 30 days, but he did imply.
All right, well, let me address the national emergency.
He said he would do it without them by declaring a national
emergency. Well, I got to address the national emergency point.
Go,
because he used the same exact argument for tariffs. And let's see how that's panning out. Right now, it's being tied up in the courts, actively litigated. He may even have to return the tariff payments. That's what it's coming down to. So his threat of national emergency, by the way, I'm absolutely in favor of his actions, but honestly,
I'm not so sure how that litigation will turn out. I think that he doesn't have the legal justification to do it, but the tariffs have already had an effect. And so
there's no reversing the effect, even if he does pay back the money or whatever.
Even if they pay back the money or whatever, right? Like the mere fact that this would have to be litigated in court, it already sets a signaling effect. And the same thing, by the way, in terms of what's the phrase is anticipatory compliance. Just because some of his efforts in the long run will fail in court, or they won't have like the right legal outcome that supposedly Trump wants, the mere fact that he is able to set that as a staging ground, as like a kind of like baseline, motivates and disincentivizes real people in the real world, because they're scared of that being upheld and they're scared of Trump. And so regardless of whether or not he's legally able to do it, the fact that he's trying has an effect. And I think the tariff is a perfect example of that.
Legally is, he may not have the power to do that. So he's blowing smoke, as he often does. But
there are other avenues. So for instance, the BLM protests and the riots as well happened at first under his first term, and he wanted to declare martial law in order to essentially get a handle on the protests and basically stomp them out. But he had people in his administration at that time who pushed back against him and said, if you declare martial law, we're all going to quit. And so he backed off and he decided not to do it. With his second term, he's really surrounded himself with people who go along with whatever he wants to do.
They're also much more effective this time.
Sure, but I mean, if he wanted to...
Why grant that? Why would you ever grant that?
To do something as extreme, in my opinion, as declaring martial law to federalize police all across the country, that is, in my opinion, a legitimate concern. But at the same time, again, I want those who are worried about this, and I am worried about that, to consider the fact that if you ignore a problem, well, then you're going to create like a groundswell of support for more authoritarian measures, and that's what's happened. Look at the polling. Look,
we can still always blame the left for the things that Trump does, because
crime nationwide is on a decline, and it was under Biden after the spike from COVID. It's on the decline, and so there will never be a situation in which conservatives won't be pushing tough on crime. Their left is soft on crime. That will always be their line, and so. You can't just, you have to have that as a prior, and to pretend as though, we should definitely feed into their fear mongering on some issues. No, listen, on some stuff, I don't think that the left needs to be like, we need to completely defund the police. We need to get rid of all prisons.
Hell yeah.
You want to get rid of police?
Yep.
And prisons?
I want to rethink policing. I am a prison abolitionist, though.
What does that mean?
We shouldn't have prisons.
Why not?
Pretty self-explanatory. You're not actually interested in this.
I am interested in it, actually.
No.
What do you mean I'm not interested in it? You're a prison abolitionist?
Yes.
You don't think people who do crime should be put away?
That's what I said. Yep.
Can you explain that?
Awesome interpretation. I already said no, I can't explain it because we're not getting into this.
Can you just give 2 sentences on it?
No, it always leads to more questions. No. This is literally a multi-hour conversation.
I'll give you 2 sentences and I won't ask anything
I'm asking for 0 sentences from you. I don't want to talk about it right now.
Okay, so you're a prison abolitionist.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just don't think that if you can grant that crime is a problem for sure, but there will always be an excuse from the right to have to do these radical things. You just need to stand up against the radical response and the authoritarianism, regardless of how much you think being against crime.
Well, I don't think that they really push back against the crime narrative. Democrats are constantly on the defense surrounding all of these talking points. But one, red states drive homicide rates in the United States. You can look it up, look at CDC and FBI data. It will all corroborate this claim that where you actually see states that are driven by violent crime, they're overwhelmingly Republican and Republican-led or red states. Okay. And you're
Bundy. I mean, Ted Bundy was a really unapologetic murderer. He needs to go to prison.
Look at an anecdote. Oh wait, how does that relate to what I said?
Well, because I don't think that Ted Bundy should be free, and so if you want to get rid of prisons, I guess Ted Bundy needs to be free.
We already agreed we're not talking about this.
Well, you agreed about that, but I just want to know 2 sentences about.
So you just don't care about women's boundaries, even if it's your co-host.
It's not about women's boundaries. It's just,
I'm a woman. It's my boundary, and you're trying to violate it right now, and I find it very disrespectful, frankly.
Hey! I just want to say I'm in favor of prisons.
Liberal surrender hands. Yeah. Do you think that prisons are doing a good job of catching the majority of rapists and sexual assaulters in this world?
People. Police do. We're talking about prisons.
Okay. We also talked about police.
Sorry, we're not talking about prisons.
We also talked about police.
Yeah, I think police are great. I mean, they need more money.
Okay.
Most Americans are actually in favor of what he's doing.
Yes. It's coming to a city near you in Los Angeles. It's God, I hope so.
Yeah. Are you aware that
Oh my gosh.
Democrats are currently -25 on crime. You know where Trump is? +1. Harry Enton, of all people, said this on CNN. Yep. So, honestly, the American people are behind this guy.
Yeah, I mean, and it's great. I've heard.
I'm just going to say a chatter of mine pointed out that you literally did the thing that people always bring up in response to hearing that somebody is a prison abolitionist, which you go to the most extreme types of crimes. And Ted Bundy. Oh, so where's Ted Bundy gonna go? That's like textbook. It's the same as when I've told people that I'm vegan, they start saying lions though. How lions eat other animals? Why can't we do it?
Right.
Or plants have feelings. Stupid shit like this.
You're saying it's a tier 1 argument. What about Ted Bundy, bro?
Yes, it is. You have no idea how much it is.
But what about Ted Bundy though?
No, we're not getting into it. That's my boundary. Quit disrespecting it.
So many stories of people saying they
brought it back up
again to leave their house for the first.
Because it's within my boundaries. It's not. That's within my boundaries. I'm comfortable bringing that up, but nothing more.
My boundary is you can't have that boundary. So what do we do with that?
Kink shaming is my kink.
First time after years and years of being there. I'm on board with it. Let me just make my position absolutely clear. However, to play devil's advocate, because I always like to feel out both sides of the argument, is the precedent that it could then send when Trump isn't president. See, I trust Donald Trump. I may not trust the person who is next in power. And if this type of precedent is set, it could also...
I'm gonna say, I think this is a good thing that Amy's saying here. Now, I think it's stupid to say you trust Trump. I think that's obviously dumb. But if you do trust Trump, it is a kind of, who do you trust from an institutional perspective, from a question of institutional competency with this kind of power? So a lot of my arguments about why Biden should do this or shouldn't do that, or why Trump should do this or shouldn't do that, they're definitely bolstered by the fact that Trump is a crazy person, but they're not exclusive to it. Like, I don't trust the presidency as an office to be in charge of running elections.
This isn't really good pushback from her because she's playing devil's advocate. So that to me suggests that she doesn't actually find that criticism to be valid.
Is a good point. I think the institutional competency point is a point that matters a lot, and is one that is very salient to me, is that we should not trust the office of presidency with the amount of one person to decide all these different areas and have not just the decisional authority, but with respect to a lot of these decisions.
I think there's a word for that. It starts with a K, ends with ing.
Yeah, well, wait, what? K?
You're saying one person to decide all of this, and it's like I'm saying a king.
My bad. Yeah. So, yeah, and especially when the courts are often inclined to say that Trump has not just the authority to do this, but preclusive and conclusive authority, which we'll get into the debate tonight with Ryan Mullally on the immunity decision. That, to me, is very dangerous from an institutional competency perspective, and it extends beyond just Trump. It's to the whole system of government.
Be employed, for example,
so
if there is a protest, a legitimate protest, and they don't like the dissenting voices.
That's exactly right.
It could be weaponized against us.
It is a good point, but I'm not crediting it to her because she's just engaging in devil's advocate. She doesn't find the point to be valid.
You don't think she's being serious right there? She's like,
she literally said, let me make my personal position on this clear. Now I want to hear both sides, so I'll play devil's advocate. And she's steel manning the opposition's counter arguments to this. She literally is saying that this is not her argument.
Okay.
If we're the ones to leverage this card initially. And so that,
I mean, you could say it's useful regardless of what her motivation is for bringing it up, that the audience be exposed to the other side. But
yeah, I'm glad she's bringing it up.
In my mind, when I've heard people talk about what they're most worried about, that to me is the most legitimate of them all.
And if you're cracking down on street crime, to your point, you're dealing with the symptom, but is there, what happens when the federalized police, right, are no longer on the ground fighting street crime, right? Have you dealt with the potential crime rings that are doing the grooming, getting these teenagers to engage in this criminality, knowing that teenagers aren't going to suffer?
Doing the grooming. She's like, she didn't just kind of affirm that Amy's stupid fucking conspiracy shit. She's like, what happens to them? Now she's like playing into it.
The same type
it's also the language of sexual exploitation being extended to all crime now. I don't know that.
Any form of coercion, pressure, any tactic that's used to I don't know, it's all being collapsed into it's a type of grooming, like you're saying.
It's the patent Democrats is degenerates. It's not just that they have this view on crime or they have this view on policing. They're perverts. So hearing the language of
there's some sort of sexual fetishism involved in including minors or juveniles in into crime or whatever.
That's why this is happening. I was actually just speaking with Chris Moritz about this, who wrote a book called Failed State about California. And these child soldiers are being recruited to even commit assassinations because they don't have
why is no one talking about honor killings in the United States?
Type of consequence. There's no more juvenile hall. And two other things I want to throw out to you guys. Apparently, the police chief, Pamela Smith, said that she needs the help.
Exactly.
Wants the help. Yes. She plans to work with federal officials to drive down crime. And even the mayor said that she wanted to see how she could make the most out of the additional officer support. So that was very interesting to me. Guys, what do you think about that? And what do you think we need to be looking at long term? And then I want everyone to weigh in on this with final thoughts.
Yeah, so we should go back to what was the reason why the whole rule act was actually instated. Because originally, D.C. used to be under federal control. And then they said, hey, now we're actually going to allow D.C. to self-govern and have a mayor and have its own local police force. So originally, the idea is we need to give this area more sovereignty. And there were black communities in there. And they said, hey, there's basically segregationists in Congress who are calling the shots in D.C. And they said that's unfair. Wow. So there was an incentive mismatch that they tried to correct for. But unfortunately, the correction has actually created more crime. So in the long term, what actually needs to happen is we need to figure out, okay, why is there so much poverty in D.C.? First of all, this is an area that has some of the richest zip codes in America because a lot of our U.S. politicians live in the outskirts and some of the poorest as well. So why is there so much crime? Why is it that...
That's an answer to his question. He just doesn't realize it.
Federal law enforcement
He's actually thinking most like a leftist on the panel.
Well, he said that these policies are causing crime. He was suggesting that the leftists running DC were causing
even
crime.
The inclination to actually look, yeah, I disagree with that. That's stupid. But even the inclination to just discuss and think about
the root cause or the underlying causes of crime. But unfortunately, we'll go nowhere because if the ultimate solution that you favor is just, let's let Trump fucking mobilize the National Guard, or you play defense for it anyway. To me, it's not a serious inquisition into what the root causes are.
Person doesn't have the resources that they need in the first place.
That's the part that I found so alarming.
Yeah, so there's something going on in the governance of DC that's not right, and that needs to be examined first, or not first because this is happening first, but second, after we address the immediate issue, which is there's crime happening. But yeah, clearly DC's experiments of having this kind of hybrid local federal governance is not working. It's just not working. So I actually think Trump is well within his rights to take control. He can only do it for 30 days. I think, unfortunately, by the way.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, he can only invoke this part of the Home Rule Act for 30 days, and then they have to actually figure out a long-term solution. But to the point about, what if he does this in all cities? I actually think it's good. I think it's good that he even makes the threat, honestly.
Yeah,
because these other mayors in these cities that are, Democrat run.
Yeah, surely you'd be praising Joe Biden if he threatened to do this in all cities.
I threatened to federalize the police in a red state. I'm sure that would go great. And recall, by the way, these are the same people who said that Texas has complete sovereignty to enforce federal immigration law, even though there's reasons why they're not empowered to do that.
And run elections now, apparently.
So like, just be clear here. It's always state sovereignty. It's always states' rights when it suits Republicans, and it's federal authority and unitary control when it doesn't.
Cities, they're not going to do anything if their position is not threatened. And often what happens with Trump is it's kind of like there's a shock and awe where he draws massive attention to an issue. Like even with tariffs, it's like, yes, other countries have been tariffing us at a higher rate than we've been tariffing them for decades. No one even thought about it before Trump mentioned it.
It's like, it's so cute to think about you, Hutch, Josiah, Convoy, and the Vanguard, sparring over whether it's a good idea to even threaten to investigate Joe Manchin's daughter, when you've got Republicans and the right in this country being like, I support him just being a fucking thug and threatening all of these Democrat-run cities because it'll light a fire under their ass to do something completely uncontroversial.
This is an example though of when I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. So in general, I'm in favor of fighting fire with fire. I am with gerrymandering, but threatening with the DOJ stuff, that is a line I don't cross. Even though there is no norm anymore because he has destroyed the norm, it's such an important norm, I think, that we need to build it back.
Yeah, I mean, you have that even with the Dugan thing because you don't like that her defense team is citing the immunity ruling, right?
Yep, exactly.
We have our cities in decay. No one thinks they can even do anything until Trump says, I'm going to do this thing if you don't get it in hand. So, yeah, I think it's important. I don't know if it's him just trying to incentivize action or he's serious about taking it.
It's like they're trying to present like Trump is doing something novel when you see this with authoritarian governments across history and globally currently. This is not some new thing where the president of a country tries to consolidate power by overstating the extent to which there's a national emergency or manufacturing them outright in certain cases, and then using that as the pretext to justify all of these power grabs. That's nothing new. That's nothing novel. And you're just helping him do his dirty work by pretending like this is about crime. This is about his stated reason for all of this, when it's nothing more than just his attempt to consolidate power and do whatever he wants, act with impunity.
And I think it dovetails as well with this encroaching federal control over elections. He wants to have to normalize essentially federal control over the people with the guns, the people who count the ballots. And it's not surprising why he wants that. He wants that threat there. He wants that looming threat there. And he also, imagine now if there were going to be a January 6th style event in the current age. They're prepping for potential shenanigans down the line, and they're leaving themselves open to it. Now, I think that they're acting a little bit too slow, but it's still a major, major threat.
Action, but you need to be a bully sometimes, and I'm glad he's bullying for the benefit of the American people.
Yes, I want to disagree. I wish I could find a way to disagree because I know the argument. It's like he's authoritarian, he's a mob, but I admit it's like, please God, go to a city near me.
Yeah,
he's authoritarian.
There are some people that these ideas. I mean, historically they have been appealing to some people, right? It's not really that surprising that to the MAGA cohorts or Trump voters and supporters that these ideas would still be appealing in their own country. They just obviously have deluded themselves into thinking it's going to play out differently because I like this guy and he really cares.
To say, by the way, you are a man after my own heart. Completely agree with everything you just said. I also just want to end with this. I do want to give the mayor credit for not indulging in allegations of racism. She's like, no. Like, if someone tried to bait her on MSNBC and she just didn't take the bait.
Yep.
One thing I want to make clear,
this is literally like an Asmongold tier take. Hold on.
Asmongold.
He literally said this in response to the clip that she's talking about. Like, good on her for like not taking the race baits. Hold on.
Well, do you agree with that, or do you disagree with the Democratic mayor?
Here, you can. I have to watch the clip again before I fucking say what I think.
Yeah.
Because I watched this a few days ago.
Let's have a look.
National Guard could come later on today.
Yes.
DC's.
Hold on.
Yes.
So.
God, I hate his fucking face. Sorry. Is that not PC?
The mayor says the city's crime rate is down 20%, though, compared to last year, and she's concerned that the Guard may not be used efficiently, but she acknowledges the president has the power to deploy them.
While it is always the president's prerogative to use federal law enforcement or the National Guard even, you know, I've talked on your show before that the DC National Guard is the president's National Guard. Right. So that's always his prerogative. And federal law enforcement is always on the street in DC, and we always work cooperatively with them.
The president
Let me watch that full clip, because that was one of the ones that I found. Let's listen to the whole thing.
His face pisses me off. I'm sorry.
We have seen over and over.
Not PC, Pisco. What are you doing? You must say he's beautiful. You must say he's very intelligent. You must say the 1.1 million people that watch this bullshit.
People don't like my eyebrows. People don't like my face, and so I'm just saying I don't like his face.
And what do you say to those people that talk shit about your eyebrows?
I say you're just jealous.
You're jealous of these fucking brows.
You want these brows.
From the president, from his team, you know, Stephen Miller saying
he's got resting gamer face.
They seem to.
He has a mouth breather for sure.
Things that we have seen over and over from the president, from his team. You know, Stephen Miller saying it's like Baghdad in Ethiopia. They seem to hold their harshest criticism sometimes for cities that are majority black and brown.
Correct.
Nobody gives a fuck about this. Nobody gives a fuck about this rhetoric anymore. Nobody cares about this obvious race baiting. Nobody gives a shit, period.
So again, Stephen Miller saying that there are some areas of the country that are comparable to like fucking Ethiopia. That's not race baiting. This man correctly identifying that that's a highly racialized comment to make. That's you race baiting.
Well, yeah, no, I think that it's totally race neutral to say these places are like Nigeria and whatever he said.
Shithole countries in our country.
And also, by the way, wouldn't that be a good thing? If they're saying these cities need a bunch of help because they're overrun by these problems, and these are minority areas, wouldn't that be helping those people? Shouldn't you be saying thank you?
Pause.
What is this? Do you really think that...
Wait, but why would we be in support of particularly helping minority communities? Isn't that DEI itself? So, like, I love this, by the way. Whenever there's positive, quote unquote, positive DEI from the Republicans and Trump, they're totally fine with it. Like Trump, I saw this, these people complaining about Kamala Harris had all these like policy platform documents about how we appeal to black people when Trump had the same exact documents. So this is why Trump is good for black people. This is what Trump's going to do for black people. Like both sides do it.
Yeah, when Democrats do it, it's disingenuous, cynical pandering. But when Trump does it, it's genuine concern for minorities and an example of how the Republicans actually aren't racist.
All of the normal law-abiding citizens want to see rust bases built around every 7-Eleven? No.
Do you see that, and what do you think that means?
Just being honest.
I think that I have been dealing kind of with this issue for a number of years. It's kind of easy fodder on a campaign trail. But now we're talking about governing, and my job is to focus on making sure our city is running well, and people enjoy a great quality of life.
Well, then why is there, if you're enjoying, why are they living on the street? Why are they on the street? Why is there a bunch of crime? Why is there people like fucking robbing shit and like just causing problems? Like what? Because like, yeah, I mean, you're not doing a good job, right? I mean, like, because if you were doing a good job, this wouldn't need to happen.
And I think we're doing a really good job.
What's going on with this?
We do need the federal government's help, as I mentioned, because they have
he also has
influence.
Can you pause? He has Adam Friended style. Like I'm just detecting Adam Friended style insecurities from him. I don't know what it is that is giving me that impression, but I'm just getting the sense that if he were pushed a little bit on stream on some issue, he would have an Adam Friended level insecurity where he wouldn't be able to actually discuss it or debate it.
I don't watch as much Adam Friended or such an Adam as you, so I couldn't say, but I don't get that impression.
But I get that impression that he's like a little bit of a...
I don't know how thin-skinned Adam Friended is or is not, okay? But I do know that this motherfucker is very, very thin-skinned.
Wait, Are you like scared of criticizing Adam and Stitch? What are you doing?
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Criminal justice system. We need more prosecutors. We need more judges. There are other ways to help. Even we want to rebuild our jail, and there are ways that the feds can help with that.
Make a third
but
one.
Also just doing their part, cutting the grass, fixing the fountains, making sure that federal law enforcement is doing all of the policing that they can do. And I just have to say thank you to MPS.
I'm gonna do a Asmund style react one day.
Yeah. Just yeah. Get a million viewers.
Cooperatively with us, and
it's actually crazy that like she didn't even go into this race baiting bullshit that like this guy.
You know what's funny is that I've watched Kamala Harris literally respond verbatim to these sorts of racial attacks when it came from Trump. Like in her interview with Dana Bash, where Dana was like, he said that you're like a DEI candidate, or he said that you're not actually black, or something like that.
Didn't touch it.
She was like, oh, same old attacks. Like, next question. Yeah. No, like, where were these people then? They still literally said she did a DEI campaign. She cared about only like, you know, trans, they, them, lesbians in prison, getting them fucking gender affirming surgery. So there's no, you don't really get credit for it. Like,
I have so much like pent up appreciation for Kamala Harris and how she ran the campaign in many ways. I understand she made mistakes. I understand we don't agree with everything, but like she stood up and she actually, I think, saved the Senate in many ways. She saved our House losses, and she did an honorable job. I really appreciate Kamala Harris.
And a viewer question. So Pisco is going to start saying the N-word Asmund style. Can you comment?
Whoa. Did Asmund ever say the big one?
I don't know.
Was it tactical?
I have no clue.
Was it a tactical N-word? Remember that?
I never forgot that.
The tactical
When's
N-word?
the last time you used a tactical N-word?
Never do.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Has there like the situation hasn't presented itself or what?
I don't even. It's actually impossible because I can't even think the word. I can't even conceptualize the word in my head because I'm so not racist.
You're that anti-racist.
That I don't even know what. I only know the N-word.
You're so anti-racist. You don't even know what racism is.
Sometimes I'm concerned I might like accidentally say it, but I don't have a conception of what the word sounds like. You know, so it would be impossible.
Do you want me to help you out with that?
No.
Actually. I thought you'd seen The Wire.
I censor it. I use a censor version.
How could you know to censor something you didn't know existed?
Well, I don't want to accidentally. I thought that it's possible they would say it.
Why?
So
why did you think that of The Wire? Because there's black people in it?
Well,
isn't that a bit of a racist assumption on your part to think that a show or a program that includes black people would necessarily include that word?
Whoa, that's you saying stuff. I didn't say. I said
the word you didn't know anything about.
I had an academic conversation with some people who
about The Wire,
academic sense of The Wire, and
an academic conversation about The Wire.
Yeah, there are actually classes that are about The Wire. Have you?
Did you take them?
Did you know that? I didn't.
No,
take
I didn't.
It personally. I didn't want to get spoiled, and I didn't want to accidentally like listen to a recording where they might say the N-word, and
they might say the word that you don't really like know anything about.
Well, I know that there is such a word, but I don't have a conception of the words that make it up.
You are only operating at one speed. When you see racism in everything, people stop listening. When you accuse, for example, when you say that Trump's crackdown on crime is racist, when you say voter ID requirements are racist, that meritocracy is racist, that
off snap is racist.
I mean, exactly. It's wrong.
Oh, but sorry, I only showed that Asmongold clip to say that them being like, good job on her not taking the bait, the race bait. When they're trying to pretend, again, like her co-host is the one that's doing that by just like confronting racism as it's being presented to him by this administration. But yeah, it's incumbent upon you to bury your head in the sand and be diplomatic and in the face of obviously like the institution of policies that are clearly racially charged to pretend as though that's not happening. Just bury your head in the sand and then you'll get praise from these people.
Orders are racist, that putting Americans first is racist. You're the boy who cried wolf. We're going to tune you out.
More importantly, I mean, look at polling of, black Americans and how they feel about crime.
What's funny about people using the anecdote of the boy who cried, or like the like metaphor of the boy who cried wolf, it's like, eventually he's crying because the wolf actually does come and get them, right?
Wolf comes. The wolf does come.
He does eventually come.
Policing, because I think that there's a small group of activists that have essentially taken it upon themselves to speak on behalf of black Americans. But when you look at the polling, black Americans are worried about crime. They don't want to cut the police force. They want more active policing to deal with it, because guess what? You make a really good point about how there's this economic inequality, and that's the through line in a lot of these big cities. There's a lot of
See, to me, this is where they get like, I think this argument is so disingenuous. There's like just wholesale democratic appeal to what voters or constituents want. When in reality, to me, those things are like what they really want is there to be a reduction in crime, right? And so people understand that, increased policing presence or tougher on crime type policies, fucking stop and frisk potentially, broken windows policing. These are things that I've been told necessarily lower crime. Therefore, they're in support of them. But since when do we want policy to be set and determined solely by the electorate? At what point do we introduce expertise and data and research to find the most effective policies? And I feel like Anna is not willing to go out on a limb and say, even though a lot of people support this policy, that's not actually going to address what they want it to, you know?
It's talking out of both sides of their mouth as well. Yeah, I think that connection between the policy and the outcome is super important. And what people want is like the optics of being tough on crime without showing that nexus. So yeah, I think that's a great point. But they're talking out of both sides of their mouth because do you remember when Joe Biden, he like championed the crime bill, right? Whatever the crime bill was. And
it massively it led to mass incarceration in the United States.
And these are the same people here. I mean, like Anna, these types who are like criticizing Biden and Democrats for doing 3 strikes laws, for doing this kind of
mandatory minimums.
Yeah.
So did Bernie before somebody brings it up. Did you know Bernie also? Yeah, I know Bernie fucking supported it. Okay, it was bad when he did it as well.
And that to them, like, there's a reason why they are against that. Principally, they're against that because it's inequitable and because it didn't lead to the outcomes that people wanted. So that nexus, but notwithstanding that, they were criticizing the Democrats who were, quote, tough on crime in that respect. Another example of this, I think, is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, I think, made a lot of things worse. I think that Bill Clinton was a failed president in many respects, and his legislative achievements are horrible, in my opinion, or at least a lot of them are. And one area of this is immigration law, where he passed a supposedly tough on immigration law in IRA, which I think has made our situation much, much, much worse by incentivizing people to overstay their visas, by having these mandatory inadmissibility caps that apply, and by criminalizing certain aspects of immigration law. So, and when they did that, they got no love from populists, leftists like Anna Kasparian.
It's like she already say in this episode, like, they're. Maybe, I don't know, like she's talked before about how there needs to be more housing, right? Well, when you look at constituents that are the most vocal and the loudest, constituents are largely fucking NIMBYs. Constituents do not want the construction of these things that are necessary for their city to improve as far as urban planning goes, as far as helping alleviate poverty. They're going to have to do things that are in some way undemocratic, or they're going to have to do more work to educate voters that if you want this outcome, it is incompatible with your desire for there to be these sorts of NIMBY policies.
100%.
And so like there's an instance where, again, we're not just solely deferring to voters to make the best, most informed decision when it comes to evidence-based policy. We also have to factor in, well, what do experts say? What do other countries do? And is it what people like, is it successful in those instances? It's just like this uncritical deference to any vote or any voting demographic is always silly to me when you're coming up with policy.
NIMBYism is a disease. It is a disease, absolutely a disease. And I'm glad I talk a lot of shit about Hochul and New York politicians, but they're building now, or they've announced that they're going to finally build this expansion of the subway on 2nd Ave. And they're going to have to eminent domain at least like 36 different properties or something like that. But good. And I think a lot of the, at least people who are being interviewed about it and asked about it, some people who are actually going to lose their properties were like, even though I'm going to lose this, I recognize that this is in the best interest. Not everyone is like that. And I think NIMBYism is a disease, but this is a long time coming for people on the Upper East Side. And so I think that we need to reconcile some of these contradictions, because NIMBYism is a contradiction with a lot of what supposedly is wrong with the Democratic Party. Like, think about the California Rail Project, which people like Anna Kasparian are pointing to as like a testament of the failure of California Democrats. A lot of that is undermined by impulses of the electorate, like NIMBYism.
And I'm also not going to pretend like, people's impulses surrounding these things aren't influenced by an entire media architecture and money that goes into influencing people or informing them or like, propagandizing them into certain talking points, depending on what the issue is. But in the case of NIMBYs, a lot of it just has to do with personal interest and the fact that these people who hold property, who have stakes in real estate, just simply do not want to see their bottom line any lower, like lower than it has to be. And so within their immediate self-interest, even if it's not in their long-term self-interest, to prioritize their property values over the good of the community, or what would be best for alleviating these things that they complain about, because they say that they don't want there to be homelessness or these encampments, but they're not willing to actually champion the solutions that would actually help bring relief to these issues.
Which is like more public housing.
Right. They're championing the very policies that exacerbate these inequalities in society. So
health, and there's a lot of poverty.
Can you pause real quick? Sorry.
But
so Erin is a communist.
I am.
But we're not here to talk about it, but she does consider herself a commie.
I do.
So perpetuates poverty is crime, right? So opportunities are ripped away from people when they don't feel safe in their own neighborhoods. And so I just think that it's really, really important to consider, yes, the socioeconomic factors that play into this, but more importantly, what people actually think about crime and policing based on the polling, what they want to be done about it. Don't let activists basically hijack the narrative and speak on behalf of everyone, because they're usually pushing a specific agenda that might not even jive with people that live in these communities. And consider what these crime incidents do to like young people who, again, will have opportunities snatched away from them if they don't feel safe, if there's like someone selling drugs on the corner of their neighborhood or their street. Like, these are things that harm people and stop them or hinder the progress in their lives.
In fact, the people who are most targeted by crimes are the people in these black neighborhoods who can't get out.
Right.
They're being terrorized by a small, tiny group of people, and their futures are being hijacked by these crimes.
That small, tiny group of people is what's leading to systemic inequality between Black Americans and non-Black Americans. What are we talking about? If it were that simple, why wouldn't we have solved inequality between racial demographics in the United States if it's just a matter of getting rid of a tiny group of people?
Rid of neighborhoods.
I mean, there is a tiny group of people that does have a disproportionate amount of fucking influence, the billionaire class, and these people will never champion any policies that actually try to tax them, make them pay their fair share.
Can never see a way out and a way up. So honestly, we should not, other demographics, they're able to move elsewhere, but people who are impoverished have to stay where they are. So we got to do everything we can to make sure we provide a safe environment.
You gave me a good transition. I actually want to jump into what's going on with the homeless tents, and then we're going to get to the tunnels. Okay. So the crackdown is not just on criminals. Following the federal intervention, a sweeping operation was launched to clear homeless encampments across the capital, particularly in the high-profile areas, so Foggy Bottom, Kennedy Center, East Street Expressway, and near the U.S. Institute of Peace. But prior to these operations, 70 encampments have already been removed since March 2025?
Yes. So let me kind of set the stage for this story, because
so excited for Anna Kasparian to lead a conversation about addressing homelessness.
Wait, can we get to when she's defending herself? Do you have the timestamp of when she's defending herself on CNN?
No, but it probably would be around here, because they're talking about the Smithsonian exhibit, and I think it's going to come up then.
I have an out in about 9 minutes, so I just want to see if we can get to.
You have no time for today's episode, even though this episode is fucking gonna be a banger. Again, if Anna's gonna talk about homelessness, then Jillian's gonna talk about her fucking slave take.
I still have to do a little bit of prep for the debate tonight, and I have to do something. I have to eat as well.
Well, then I won't finish this after you leave. I'm gonna the next episode we're finishing this one then.
Yeah, 100%.
Then I don't want to skip around.
Okay, cool.
I'll just start this one.
Trump's efforts in federalizing police in D.C. goes beyond crime. He's also focusing on clearing out homeless encampments.
He has to prepare for dinner. Is this true? Is that what you're preparing for?
You remember that? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
You were like, oh, yeah.
You said that. You were the one who said that you need to prepare for dinner.
I know. There was a dinner I was going to. You need to prepare for. You need to, get ready.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You know exactly what it means.
If you're ready for stream, you should be ready for dinner.
That does not follow. That does not follow.
So
whatsoever.
You stream when you're unwashed sometimes.
No, you have to change. And sometimes I don't have to explain this to you at all. You're not.
I think I just clocked you correctly, and you don't want to have to admit that sometimes you ain't, you're kind of still ripe when you're sitting down and hitting start streaming. You're like, fuck it, no one can smell me through the screen, so whatever.
That is not.
It doesn't matter that I'm on day 5 of not showering.
That is not true, though. It reminds me. Never mind. Anyway, it's not true at all. Sometimes you need to prepare for a dinner.
Yeah, you have to do the full body douche. I forgot about this.
A full body? No, it's called a full. Wait, it's called a everything.
The everything shower. You have to do the everything shower for dinner. What are you doing at these dinners?
It's a nice dinner. It's with a dinner.
Are you doing that thing where Sometimes people will like eat sushi off of a woman. Is that why you have to do like the full body, the everything shower? They're gonna like use you as like the plate.
I'm doing these like.
Well, I'm asking because you're saying that you have to do the everything shower to go to dinner with your friends.
Makes sense. Why would I need to have an everything shower to eat sushi off some?
No. You're gonna be like the human plate.
Well, that's not what I said. Is I'm going to dinner, not that I'm going to be the human plate.
Well, I was just asking if that was in the cards because I don't know why you'd need to take.
Ever in the cards.
Well, why are you doing the everything shower then?
You know what? You make no sense, and you know what? This is over. I'm done. I'm leaving. You pissed me off.
No, we're doing a little bit of this. Come on.
I have 5 minutes and I have to go.
Why do you have to prep for this debate? You told me once that you could debate Nick Fuentes blind, no prep, but you need to prep for fucking what's his name? Malali.
I just have a little bit of prep, but I also need to do other things. I need to do other things to get ready.
Doge staffer Edward Kornstein, who of course also goes by Big Balls, was assaulted. He announced this plan. Trump announced this plan, and some interesting things have happened in D.C. ever since. So, for instance, according to the Associated Press, Trump wrote on his social media site before Monday's news conference announcing the takeover that homeless people will have to leave immediately. Quote, "We will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol," he posted. And so after he made that announcement, obviously very vague, people were like, you're going to give them places to stay. What does that mean? Where are they going to go? You say far away. And so reporters...
It means literally that they're just going to break up the homeless encampments and kick the can down the road as far as...
What do you think about... So Kyle Kulinski called this a plan of ethnic cleansing. They're doing it in Gaza. Now they're going to do it in D.C. with black people. You think that's a little bit much, or do you agree?
Last time I checked, being homeless is not an ethnicity, so I do think that he's being a little spicy there, but I love the enthusiasm.
Yeah. Okay.
Asked White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about it. Let's see what she had to say.
I heard somebody on Tim Pool who was actually being critical of Israel make a silly point at the end by saying that that Cuomo did a genocide in New York City by targeting and killing all the elderly people in the
you don't think that was a genocide?
Apparently, no, I don't.
Well, so that cheapens the word genocide.
I didn't say that it cheapens it. I said it's not accurate. I'm saying it's not accurate. So you think that Cuomo that he did a genocide? You think Cuomo's a genocidaire?
Yeah, he did genocide.
Okay. Biden?
Yeah.
Which one of these answers is the meme answer? Now be serious.
Guys, can we just move on? We don't need to talk about this word. Who needs this word?
You are such a lawyer. You are such a fucking lawyer, man. I wonder if it, even though you're not, this is your job now, no longer a fucking lawyer, if that's ever going to be,
I am a lawyer still, and I might take on a couple cases, and I'm thinking about it, yeah.
Addiction or mental health services. And if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Again, these are pre-existing laws that are already on the books. They have not been enforced, which is part of the reason for this federalizing of the National Guard to bring in this assistance for law enforcement. While we are targeting criminals and trying to remove criminals off of the streets, we also want to make DC safe.
You don't need to federalize the National Guard in DC. The DC National Guard is already under the president's control.
Yeah, because the District of Columbia is not like a...
Yeah. So you just need to mobilize them. They're mobilizing the National Guard. One of the reasons why there's probably very little legal challenge that would be successful in terms of what Trump has done so far as of yet. Maybe there's something I haven't thought about. But yeah.
It involves removing mentally disturbed individuals in homeless encampments as well.
So the big concern is, are you criminalizing people living in poverty? Like, what's going on here? And, the reality is, okay, so let me just read that graphic, because according to the Associated Press, near the Institute of Peace on Thursday morning, AP journalists saw about a dozen homeless D.C. residents packing their belongings. Items weren't being forcibly thrown out by law enforcement, but an earth mover dug out and scooped away the remains of encampments, depositing them into the bed of an idling truck. And prior to Trump's announcement, I didn't know this, apparently the National Park Service had already cleared out like 70 encampments, but that got no attention, right? Because Trump wasn't involved, so that got no attention. Right. But look, Trump getting involved has had an interesting impact on city leaders, because all of a sudden, city leaders are like working overtime to find shelter, to create, a place for these people to live in, rather than just leaving them out on the streets. And
wow, leaders are scrambling to deal with the sudden policy imposition that has, again, why this let's hold a gun to everyone's head and see what happens is like how they think that the most effective solutions are gonna be brought about. Just create a bunch of fear, make a bunch of threats. Just start doing shit without consulting anybody, give no warnings, no heads up. Yeah, that's definitely going to end really, really well, Anna. Thank you.
And will it have long-term benefits, which is what we care about?
question is, why did it take Donald Trump for city leaders to do that? You get what I'm saying? Why was it okay to just allow people?
This is like the equivalent of like you have like a leaky shower or something like that like drips a lot, and somebody comes in and like completely smashes and destroys your plumbing, and you have like this massive leak. And Anna would look at that situation and be like, well, you'd complained about the plumbing and you hadn't gotten around to fixing it, right? So really, this is a blessing in disguise that somebody has like completely ruined all of your fucking plumbing, and you have to replace the whole system. Now it's going to force you to think creatively and address it.
Yeah. There's no such thing as a free lunch, by the way. There is no such thing as a free lunch. So resources that are dedicated to address a emergency response to the federal government, these resources don't come out of nowhere. Now, you can be more efficient and shit, and there are definitely things that Democrat-run cities could be doing better. But just realize there's no free lunch. Free lunches don't grow on trees.
They need mental health care, many of whom are struggling with addiction. Why was it considered okay to just leave them out on the streets to suffer like that?
That's Schellenberg.
It wasn't, but it's like Republicans that stand. I should say that there is actually, unfortunately, a bipartisan component to this where I don't think either are willing to expend the political capital necessary to really, really address homelessness and poverty. It's a priority in the sense that like they pay lip service to it. Oh, we're going to do something. But like, again, Democrats don't want to take the risk on the policies that are going to be unpopular, but might actually help solve homelessness. And Republicans at every turn are just like, obstacles to all of this shit. They want institutionalization. They don't want to give these druggies, these criminals any money or resources. Yeah. So neither party is really incentivized, but to the extent that there is one party more willing to cooperate and more willing to hear it out, I do think it's Democrats.
Hey, at least that's a concession. All right, guys, I'm going to redirect into Aaron's stream. You guys, 8 o'clock is probably when I'm going to pull up start up the stream for the debate. The debate's at 8:30. It's Eastern time, PM tonight. It'll be on the immunity decision. It'll be with Ryan Mullally, so please check it out. I'll put another announcement in the Discord and on Twitter. But until then, give Aaron a follow. Shout out. We'll probably do something this Friday. Aaron, we'll finish this episode. We'll talk about some more stories.
Yeah.
But we're also going to be adjusting some of the format a little bit to be a little more self-contained so we can release a good product. But it's not going to affect the hours that we're streaming, but they'll just be stay tuned for like announcements and that kind of stuff on that. But yeah, thank you so much. And we'll get you guys to follow Aaron real quick. So thank you.
Have a good everything shower.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, guys. Let's watch this raid happen.
Do you want me to end the session for everybody?
Sure.
Okay.
And by session, I think he means like me being in this Riverside thing. This is like we were like fucking with the formatting because we want there to be like an overlay and a better appearance to how we look. Because if you watch back Pisco's VOD and you watch Just Press Play on his end, it looks terrible until now, because he would just do like a pop out of our Discord call with me sharing a screen. But I realized that like I didn't know that if I'm not actively on the window that's playing whatever video we're reacting to, it would like lag and buffer for him a lot. But I'm responding to people in chat, I'm responding to Discord DMs. It's just not practical for me to always be active on the window that I'm sharing with him. So we're using Riverside to try to fix that. And hopefully we can have we're getting like a logo commissioned. It's going to be fucking beautiful, you guys. It's going to be amazing. And we're going to have like a tighter episode, a tighter show. It's going to be like shorter segments. We're going to react. We unfortunately will not do her take reactions in their entirety. We're going to actually do some more like pre-screening and kind of respond to like smaller clips and hoping to keep the show at like 2.5 hours. Do you plan to have a YouTube channel just for the pod? Maybe for the uploads. We haven't really talked about that just yet. But we will see. There's going to be changes coming. But let's see. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe to me if you aren't already. Like the stream, helps push it out to other viewers. If you're watching on Twitch, you can follow me, you can subscribe to me, get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. And if you want to support me, follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade on everything. And although I would love to finish this episode of Her Take, because I'm sure Anna's going to say some crazy shit surrounding what we ought to do about the fucking homeless people, or talk about her personal experience and her tweets and all of that and how the left canceled her and blah, 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 blah. I am going to wait for Pisco for our next episode before I do that. So instead, I'm going to watch Ann Coulter on Triggernometry. It's going to be super fun, sure. I'm sure. Ooh, double me.
I think this is the most...
Okay, this was 6 days ago. Trump is the most corrupt president in history. We have lost Ann Coulter, people. MAGA has lost Ann Coulter. Probably because he is not fucking racist enough.
Corrupt presidency in U.S. history with the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin. I mean, it's so...
let's see if maybe it'll actually be substantial criticism and not just like, I cannot believe he's being so easy on these blacks or whatever. The immigration policy should include denaturalization. Like, I thought it was going to be that sort of like criticism from the right. How do I feel about consultants replacing gutted government by conservatives? Not a huge fan because those consultants are not selected based off of expertise or experience. It is typically if they are selected, it's because Trump has business ties with them, or it's literally like nepotism or just like personal favors and corruption. Would you ever rebrand away from Straighterade? No. Away from Straighterade and to what exactly? I like my username. I am able to like park this on like almost every social media for the most part. I've had it for like over a decade. So yeah.
Blatant, it's right in front of our eyes. I don't care about any.
When you raided La Vega, I feel like she did a double take because of your name. Like, oh, because she thought it was like a hate raid or something, like fucking super Straighterade or some shit. Oh no.
What's saving the country?
He came in on the
because like when I unrated her, or like when I rated her, I like watched for a little bit to see what her reaction would be, and I was like, oh, I might have like literally already missed it because I think she kind of was just like, oh, thanks, and then moved on.
Ending the conflict in Ukraine
in one day.
Likewise with Israel and Gaza, that hasn't been settled yet. Why do you think that is?
You may not have noticed this. Trump is an exaggerator.
Yeah, I've got glimpses of that.
It is historically part of Russia.
She can acknowledge that.
Country.
Not all of Ukraine is historically part of Russia, but fine. I'm from Russia, so. You said you wouldn't vote for him because he's Indian.
Yeah, for president. Why is my country the only country that is supposed to have, oh no, anybody can run our country?
Had an Indian prime minister.
Yeah, I don't think it went that well.
Didn't go well, but it wasn't because he was Indian. Relax. This is not an ad. I just wanted to let you know that you can watch this.
Oh my God, is he actually gonna... thank you for the follow, Black Sky 649. Is he actually gonna call her out on some of her fucking racism? Let's see.
On a little tour of the UK, so we thought...
He's Indian. Is Konstantin Indian?
We'd get you in and see what you make of it. How do you feel? What have you made of it?
He was a consultant after he got out of the military. It's one of those things. Yeah, he was a McKinsey bloodsucker, and we don't love to see it.
So far.
Well, I'm technically just on...
So much for the redirect pissman. I think he only did it on YouTube. He probably forgot, or he forgot my underscore on Twitch, so...
Because I love London. Amazing city. It's so fabulous, especially coming from New York. And then just dropped in on...
No, I was quoting him. Oh, yeah, like, she was like, oh, how did that go?
On some of my right-wing friends, like you.
Well, we identify as politically non-binary.
Okay, that, just so you know.
Okay, that's stupid, unfunny, dumb.
That's right-wing.
It is now. That's what everyone thinks. Yeah.
In America, that's right-wing.
Well, America is very...
and being based, and just being, like, yeah, if you try to pretend like you don't have a political agenda, more often than not, you would probably fucking MAGA, you're probably conservative.
Binary. You're like either this or you're that.
Well, Twitter. Look at Twitter. Elon just says, I'm not going to censor anybody. Right-wing nut. Nazi.
In the UK, we have more of a spectrum, is what I'm saying. So
no, it's more like than that. You have a lot of conservative media. It's stunning to me.
Like what? The Spectator, the Telegraph.
The Sun.
The Sun.
The Mail, the Express.
Yes,
the Express
thank
is
you.
not right-wing.
The Express is...
Wait, no, sorry, I've confused them with the Daily Mail. No, fair.
And a lot of the podcasts, it seems to me, maybe it's
the Daily Mail is like right wing only because its editorial standards are so low that, yeah, I'm going to associate with that with the right.
Ones I listen to and I know.
Yeah.
The only TV show I've always, when I've been in London before, sometimes I watch the TV just to see, to prove to myself once again that British people are incapable of boredom. Oh my gosh, it's like watching paint dry. But not ITV. That's actually, so yeah, okay, you have BBC, but it's like, about a sheep or something.
You're watching a TV show about a sheep.
Well, I'm making that up. It was probably more boring than that, to be honest. But ITV, you kind of actually get some news, so I would consider that the only news station.
Yeah. So what have you made of your time in the UK? You've been here for a couple of weeks. You're leaving tomorrow. What do you think about it?
It's so fabulous. I can't wait to come back. I love London so much. It's beautiful. And on the drive up here, which is, I think, in Scotland.
Yeah, we're in Scotland. I remember.
I went through a few, probably what
when
you
does her take? Mail Right USA, you missed it.
And compared to the areas where I've been, seemed a little bit sketchy.
i.e. people obviously on drugs, weird outfits, a lot of tattoos, a little more garbage. And still, in the midst of the sketchy areas, you know, just a beautiful old pub and the flowers in the window boxes and beautiful streets. Even your sketchy areas are beautiful.
Well, it's kind of like New York, right? Where you live, you got, you know, the people, like every time we go to New York, there's someone lying face down on the pavement or...
Oh, no, I think we are so much worse.
Really?
Oh, New Yorkers, this is heaven. Oh, my gosh, you are so much better off. I mean, being able to walk around at night, sometimes I don't have far to go, and I'll walk home from dinner. Well, under Giuliani and Bloomberg, Republican mayors dominated New York for 20 years, and it was so safe. It was paradise. I normally used to think New York is the greatest city in the world, but it has just gone so...
I mean, like, of course she would be in favor of, like, Bloomberg and Giuliani. Like, when it was not the type of broken windows policing, it's not evidence-based, and it was not constitutional, but, I mean, she's a MAGA Republican, so I don't really think that she really cares about constitutionality or, you know, people, like to her, again, that policy was at the expense of Black residents of New York City, stop and frisk, I mean, and for the benefit of white residents. So, of course, she would be, since she's openly a fucking racist, she loves it.
So much to hell right now, homeless people. You know, I talked to a lot of British people, but a friend of my friend is like the queen of Hermes and has a million Hermes boxes or bags and the Birkins and everything else. And they were both telling me, and I don't know, maybe you'll tell me this is exaggerated, that she absolutely cannot carry them in London because they get stolen by the moped guys. I was warned before coming here and by everyone I've run into since being here that I can't wear a watch, which is really annoying. And I told her she ought to come to New York and she can totally walk around with a Birkin bag in New York. She might get raped on the subway.
She has hated Trump since his early term. Yeah, but she's one of those people that she might personally find Trump distasteful, but she doesn't actually disagree with his policy agenda.
She could be pushed in front of a subway.
But she can still wear the bag, though.
She could be knocked out. But our criminals just want to do like random heinous violence. They have no plan. Let's get that Rolex.
Yeah. Well, so just to fill that out with detail, but you can wear a watch, just not the ones that you have, Anne. You can wear a £20 watch, so you'll be fine.
Will they be able to distinguish?
Usually, yeah. Well, the guys who rob watches know what they're looking for.
Excellent.
And that genuinely is true in that people don't wear nice watches around London.
Right. Well, I've been counting on that with my 10-year-old iPhone because that's the other thing they say, you know, don't be a...
She loved him at first. That doesn't surprise me.
Dork tourist. Do
you remember what it was that turned her against him?
Snatch it. And I'm hoping they'll look over. Oh, we don't even want that one.
And your career has been very interesting because you've been very, very pro-Trump. 2016, then you were one of the first people to come out against Trump because you feel he...
Okay, there we go. They're going to get into it.
The MAGA agenda. How do you feel about Trump now?
I'm finally getting the Trump I voted for.
What does that mean?
I can't believe it took him 8 years to actually do this stuff. I mean, in my defense, and to attack everyone, which you aren't asking, but when I have Americans MAGA based, the cultists come up to me and say, oh, why have you turned against Trump? I mean, they're just utterly unprincipled. So, okay, they're okay with the policies of Jeb Bush. I think they'd be fine with the policies of Hillary as long as it's the host of The Apprentice. So,
correct.
If you're someone who didn't vote for Trump because...
Like, she's crazy, and I wouldn't say that she's principled, but I think she can actually recognize when Trump is not living up to what he even purports to say his policy agenda or items are.
His personality, but voted for him despite...
Again, I'm Mr. America First, where I'm isolationist. Okay, like, actually get into the... What like, are you really anti-interventionist? Are you really an isolationist, dude?
His personality.
You're, like, bragging about how many wars you've ended and stuff, but, like, leaving out that you are, you know, for, like, one of those wars, Israel-Iran, like, you helped create, so...
Which is me and all of my friends. No, he didn't. He governed like a standard Republican, cut taxes and screw the working class.
And so how is this incarnation of Trump different from the previous?
Not that she wants him to have better policies that wouldn't also have that same effect. She just doesn't want them to be those policies.
Many, many ways. Most important thing, 100% immigration. He did immediately do the executive order.
She's not a cultist, she has principles. They're just bad principles, exactly.
On immigration that he promised he would do the first time on anchor babies. Pregnant Mexican runs across the border, drops a baby. Oh, the baby's an American citizen, which isn't the law. It's not a court ruling. It's just been the practice. It's stupid. He can end it with an executive order. For 4 years, he never did.
I mean, he probably could end it with an executive order, but it would immediately be challenged by the United States Supreme Court. And even with a right-wing Supreme Court, I really, really don't think that even these you know, traditionalist judges, even like Amy Coney Barrett, could like find a way to legally uphold an executive order like that.
First term, he did that like day one. He's done a lot of stuff
sending out the ICE agents, putting the right people in charge of ICE, like this guy, Tom Homan, who's just such a hard ass. He finally put Stephen Miller, originally his only policy advisor, who was rock solid on immigration. He's been in charge of the immigration policies now. And in the big, beautiful bill, I don't know if you heard about it, but it's the reason Trump was insisting on a big, beautiful bill is you basically get one shot as president to get Congress. I mean, the Democrats are doing so badly, maybe this will prove not to be true. But historically, the president's party loses seats in the midterm. So you kind of have to anticipate that and get everything you need done in the first 2 years. So he wanted to, dump everything in the big, beautiful bill. And when I was reading, the full analysis in the New York Times, they started...
Not a Nazi, according to Pisco. Stephen Miller, correct. Can't be.
With all the other provisions. And on that, Elon and Trump had a little tiff. And I'm totally with Elon. These idiot Republicans will not cut spending. They won't. And I'm just enraged that they won't cut spending. And it's all utterly useless stuff. It's the government trying to figure out how to get Ann to pay more and make my life worse. So I'm going through section by section. And the last section they describe is immigration. Billions of dollars for ICE. Billions of dollars to finally build the wall. And I thought, okay, I'm for it. Love it now.
And why is it that nobody can cut spending?
Because the people who benefit from the spending, you're taxing. I worked for the Senate Judiciary Committee, and he was a very junior senator, so we all had to do all kinds of work. So first, even I had to meet with constituents until they noticed that the senators' ratings would plummet every time I so got off that task. But I was at the point where I was going to leap across the table and spray them with mace, because they all have the same argument for their dumbass program, which is this costs every American less than the cost of a postage stamp. Well, yeah, there are a lot of Americans, and you're all saying that. And the only programs that are more than that are the medical stuff, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, the Ponzi scheme, retirement program. So we can't touch those. And then
last night we're watching PBD talk about how the age for eligibility for Social Security should be 85 years old, even after reading out stats of how long you will even live to be on average in the United States for men and women. And it being 81.1 point something for women and 75 for men, he still thought it should be 85. And now we're hearing that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme from Ann Coulter.
For a million other programs that, it costs each American the cost of a postage stamp, but only adults pay taxes, and only half of adults pay taxes, so it's a little more than a postage stamp. In any event, everyone who benefits from one of these...
only half of adults pay taxes. If I even granted that, I would not be surprised if the reason why is because they're so impoverished, they literally just don't need to pay more taxes outside of just like sales tax or whatever.
Stupid programs. It's their world. It is everything. They are single-issue voters. Are you going to keep my stupid program for my stupid job going? Whereas, how are you going to gin up, the American people? We're going to cut this small program you've never heard of, or maybe a big program you've never heard of. There was one. I'll just use this as an example because I'll never forget it. So when Reagan was president, we were winning the Cold War, and part of that was, military buildup. So there are a lot of new military bases around the country. And obviously, members of the military have children. So they had to set up schools on the military bases. So they were federal grammar schools. And it's a dumb name for it, but it was called Impact A. Okay, so we win the Cold War, yay. And a lot of we saved so much money. We got to cut way back on defense. The military bases are gone. They've gone off to get other jobs. The military bases are empty. The schools are still getting money. And I get the people whose entire salary was working for Impact Aid, i.e. schools throughout the nation, where there are no students. And their argument? It costs every American less than the cost of a postage stamp.
But to me, the issue of spending is actually existential for America.
Yes.
For our country as well.
We're broke. We are broke. And I don't think people realize that, or the long-term implications of that. So when Elon had his meltdown, and the way that he did it, in the words of Chris Rock, I don't agree, but I understand.
I agree. I agree and I understand.
Is that some notable quote from Chris Rock that's worthy of being quoted in this moment?
Yeah, he's right on the issue, right? But I also think you're right in the sense that this is why I asked you why it's happening, because you gave a very American answer because you're talking about America. That's fair enough. But actually, this is a problem across the entire Western world. And part of it, I think, is what you said, which is just people really, they're so used to having everything paid for by the government. They only really care about, are you going to take care of this thing that I care about?
Yes.
And if you don't, I'm never voting for you. Well, if no one ever wants to sacrifice a little bit to reduce overall spending, then it's debt and deficit all the way down.
Yes. That's why Doge was so great. They were going in, cutting stuff. I can't believe that we were paying for, it was basically just billions upon billions of dollars funding the left. It was stunning. And I don't know why
Chris Rock is famous for not agreeing, but for understanding.
Congress just couldn't, I don't know how much of this they did, but just enact all of the Doge cuts, because that was the Elon system. It was really all just recommendations. And same thing with Trump's executive orders. You need Congress to pass a law and make it a law.
Yeah. So what did you make of that falling out between Elon?
Okay, but earlier, if you're acknowledging that, that you can't exactly just legislate from the bench if you're the president, you really do. If you want it to not just be to pretty much be foolproof, you should go through Congress. Earlier, you were saying he can get rid of birthright citizenship by just doing an executive order, and like it's going to be fine.
Because we had a lot of these conversations immediately after the election, and actually just before as well, about the tech right and the MAGA right, with very different groupings, and that kind of fissure was almost inevitable. Many people felt. How did you see it?
Other people predicted it. I didn't, because Trump sucks up to rich people. And he was very gentle with Elon. I mean, everybody else, Sloppy Steve for Steve Bannon. I forget what vicious attacks he had on Corey Lewandowski, just endless attacks on Jeff Sessions, his first attorney general. He's really, really nasty when someone has a crossword about him. Very solid ego. And so he was pretty gentle on Elon. And I think, Elon was right. And I knew if he ever went to Washington, no one can work in Washington and not realize you could cut 90% of it. And most Americans wouldn't notice, except their taxes would go down. You could so easily cut just so much make work BS. And coming up when I went for the
most Americans wouldn't notice it, but that's not because they don't care. It's just because of their media environment, or the fact that like these sorts of cuts or whatever are like not going to be able to stay in like the public consciousness that long. Like they pull terribly, but I mean, I guess she's not wrong in the sense that like Republicans can engage in this sort of bullshit, and like it's a headline for a week or two and then they move on from it, unless Democrats can find a way to like keep it in the media cycle, or to really, really like gin up opposition to it.
A law firm in New York, where I don't know if they do this here, but we have billable hours where you actually, so horrifying. You actually have to account for your day.
This is why they don't allow her on Fox News or Newsmax, because she'll actually criticize Trump. Yeah.
Much time you spent on each case. So no chit-chatting around the water cooler. Then you're staying an extra hour that day. And the difference in the intense work and being aware of how much you're working at a law firm versus government work, where 90% of the day is watching TV and chit-chatting around the water cooler. So start with cutting all of that. So I figured someone as incredibly efficient and high IQ and productive as Elon and all the people who work for him would get to Washington and their heads would explode. So I'm not surprised his head exploded. And I agreed with him. But I mean, you can't blame Trump alone. It's the members of Congress. They have to get reelected, and they have people in their district who are still making their entire salary from impact aid.
And that's a worrying thing, though, Anne, because like I said before, this is existential. If you don't deal with it, which no president has wanted to do for a very, very long time, what's going to happen is we're going to go bankrupt.
Yes. And I think in a way we're a little worse off than you are, because there's so much cockiness.
It's so funny that she'll be like, nobody really cares about this bullshit. You can cut it and get rid of it. Okay, if we're on the subject of what Americans do and don't care about, most Americans don't care about the federal debt. Most Americans don't care about the deficit. Most Americans don't care about any of this shit related to the pocketbook that you pretend like your ideology is really based on. No, they don't care. They want certain outcomes, whatever the cost is, they don't want to have to think about that.
In the U.S. about, well, we're the world's reserve currency. Okay, but still, most of the money we're collecting in taxes is going to pay interest on the debt. Fantastic, what a deal. I think Doge is the model for how to do it. And you need someone, I don't know, with a personality like Trump, maybe JD, when he's president. It needs to be a big national movement.
God, maybe she supports JD.
That's what Reagan did to cut taxes, which I was mad that Trump never did for the wall and immigration stuff. Reagan got a Democratic Congress to cut taxes. That's only half of it. Everybody likes that. You got to cut the spending. But he did it by giving a fireside address from the Oval Office. He had won in a landslide. Speak to the people who voted for him. They agree with him. But you can't just count on each senator or congressman to be brave and vote against people.
Wow, is Ann Coulter doing the Green Lantern theory right now? Somebody call Ezra Klein and all of his liberal minions to complain that Ann, the president can't just do all of those things, Ann.
In his district. It has to be a big national movement. Everybody's got to cut back. This is what's going to happen if we don't. And I think if you made it a national cause that you're cutting everything, because otherwise a cut is a reduction in the rate of growth. That's what they call a cut in Washington, and it's just never going to get done.
And it's so interesting to see, because it's become quite apparent to me that he isn't going to do that. But also his tenure is starting to look a little bit more wobbly, particularly with the Epstein thing. So let's talk about...
I don't know what that noise was, but someone's excited.
So what is going on with the Epstein thing? Does it have long-term implications for the Trump presidency? And where are the MAGA base on that at the moment?
Most of the MAGA base, God bless them, even the cultists, they want...
And sorry to interrupt, Sir, who are the cultists? What are you talking about?
The ones who didn't care that he didn't build.
What are you talking about? What MAGA cultists? What are you talking about?
Well,
so you think there's a big portion of Trump's following that see him as a cult leader, basically?
That's not an opinion, dude. That's a fucking fact.
Shockingly, I did not think this when I wrote In Trump We Trust. I have a section on him. Well, nobody likes the guy for his personality. Of course they're voting for his policies. It was a basket of policies. I've been waiting my whole life for a Republican.
Oh my God. Wow, she was fucking delusional. Why would anybody... No one was voting for any American president ever for their fucking policies.
To run on. I'm totally for the tariffs. Bring manufacturing
Not
back.
first and foremost. That can be a factor in some elections, but it's not like to think that it's like the thing or whatever is very, very silly to me. Whether it be Zohran or whether it be Donald Trump.
To the U.S. one way. Both Republicans and Democrats have screwed over the working and the middle class. No more stupid wars and build the wall, deport illegals. And we couldn't get that. We couldn't get any of that from any Republican. So it was 100% the issues for me. But I mean, since then, I've noticed that, yeah, there's some people. It's enough that he. And okay, I'm sympathetic to this, but it's enough that he really, really annoys the left. And I like that. Don't get me wrong. They've lost their minds.
Honest queen.
But anyway, what was I saying about the Trump cultists?
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. I'm just, you've used that term twice now, and I'm just trying to understand who you're talking about, basically, when you...
Certainly.
I have to assume that Konstantin is just adopting this kind of fake, wide-eyed naivete when it comes to, like, Trump cultists, MAGA cultists. What are you talking about? Or maybe this channel really is a solid echo chamber, and he has not brought on a guest to the state, and certainly not a conservative one, that has introduced the idea that, yes, Donald Trump has a cult of personality surrounding him, and a lot of his supporters and his base... literally just will support anything he says is good for them.
My friends and I would think most Americans would know what that means. It's not like something, I'm just saying that it's not peculiar to me. There is, and actually the left depends on it, that, oh, Trump could do anything. He could do anything. They'll support him doing anything. Well, the first, and that's heavily been true, the first time, actually 2 times recently, the MAGA base has, at least for a while, differed from the Orange Man. One was the strike on Iran. A lot of the MAGA base opposed it. Now, the cultists very...
Okay, but like, as soon as Donald Trump did it, they all turned around and supported him.
Quickly came up with an excuse to support it.
Yeah, okay, correct.
Put a pin in that attack. And the other one is the Epstein stuff. And again, some of the cultists are coming up with an excuse. The thing I'd say about the MAGA base opposing the Iran attack, and I was one of them, it actually ended up not being so bad. And I think part of the reason I loved Trump's speech after he said, it's over, we have peace with Iran now, we're done, we just wanted to destroy the nuclear facilities, can't run the experiment twice. But I think if he hadn't gotten the pushback from the MAGA base, we might have troops and ships over there right now. And it might not, yes. Well, that's the way it's always gone.
Not under Trump. He's never put troops anywhere. Right? When he destroyed ISIS, he just bombed them and left it there, right?
Yes.
So I think that's the difference.
They've been, is that true? That Trump has never, like, committed troops anywhere? Has Donald Trump ever committed new U.S. troops to a particular region abroad? President Trump has sent 14,000 American troops to the Middle East region since May, so we can't tell his political rallies that he is getting troops out of endless wars when he's sending 14 times the amount back into the region. PolitiFact rated this as true. Mr. McGurk, right? They probably mean McGurk is right. That Trump has sent 14,000 troops to Middle East since May. This is in 2019, by the way. This is not even talking about his second term. President Donald Trump has insisted that his decision to withdraw U.S. troops from the Syrian border with Turkey is a step towards getting the U.S. out of endless wars, but one critic of the move says Trump is breaking his own promise by sending troops back into other parts of the Middle East. The Pentagon has said it will shift about 1,000 American troops from Syria to western Iraq. Brett McGurk, Trump's former special envoy for the coalition to counter the Islamic State, said leaving Syria opens the door for Russian and Iranian aggression in the Middle East. But wait, are these new troops, or are we just like moving them around though? Because like he's increasing the presence of American forces in this region, but it might have been the same people that were just in other regions, other areas of it. Obviously, we know he's deployed U.S. troops internally. But I'll have to look into this.
But we do have troops all over.
The article was dated 2019. Yeah, because Konstantin made the claim that he's like never done that.
With Iran now, we're done. We just wanted to destroy the nuclear facilities. Can't run the experiment twice. But I think if he hadn't gotten the pushback from from the MAGA base, we might have troops and ships over there right now. And it might not, yes. Well, that's the way it's always gone.
Not under Trump. He's never put troops anywhere. Right? When he destroyed ISIS, he just bombed them and left it there, right?
Yes.
So I think that's the difference.
But we do have troops all over the
But not because
world.
of Trump, right?
No, but he hasn't pulled them back. He didn't end Afghanistan. I mean, I hate to say it. Sorry, Biden's the one who ended Afghanistan.
Yes,
and on the Epstein thing, the excuse they're using
Like, Trump had the opportunity to do that, but the last minute he didn't do it. He didn't follow through on it because he listened to his advisors who are like, it's going to be a fucking optical L. It's all going to fall, and that's going to be your fault. You're going to look like a loser, Don. And so Biden was like, fine, I'll look like a fucking loser. And even though that was the thing that Americans said that they wanted, his approval ratings after that dropped and never recovered. Love the median voter.
Is even crazier. The ones who said at first MAGA base, and this is not all of them, but some of the sort of prominent ones who want Trump to.
Who are you talking about?
Not naming names.
Why not?
That's a good point. Okay, Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Let's see.
The excuse they're using is even crazier. The ones who said at first MAGA base, and this is not all of them, but some of the sort of prominent ones who want Trump to.
Who are you talking about?
Not naming names.
Why not?
That's a good point. Okay, Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon.
Okay.
It's actually wild that I prefer Ann Coulter over what we have now. I mean, these people are, again, she will like tell you what she is. She's a fucking straight shooter in the sense that she has never tried to hide or obfuscate what her feelings are on all of these people. So it's like, it's refreshing in that sense because, and I think honestly, that's the appeal of Fuentes, unfortunately, is that he's not afraid to go after other conservatives. He will say Brett Cooper is a disingenuous, like annoying loser woman who shouldn't be in the movement. He will say Candace Owens probably can't read because she's black. He doesn't care about being like openly racist. He will say Charlie Kirk is cucked to Israel. Like, this is why these types of personalities kind of gain a following because they'll go where no one will go. I mean, like, she'll probably praise Tucker Carlson at some point in this.
How do they come up with BS excuses after saying one thing and then Trump totally blows them off and, oh, well, it's okay. So the Epstein excuse is Wall Street Journal had that absolutely repellent and completely believable page that Donald Trump wrote for Epstein's birthday book.
Yep.
And for those of you who are not familiar with it. So it's a drawing of a naked woman. It has this, just sort of sleazy, happy birthday and may every day be filled with secrets. And then he signs his name where the naked woman's pubic hair would be. So for one thing, I mean, this is not exactly out of character. You guys didn't know he was an utter vulgarian. You're just finding it out. He used to hang around with Jeffrey Epstein, dumped him long before I think the pedophilia stuff started. But he gave that, there was the Access Hollywood tape. He said it, he said it. A quote to the New Yorker on Jeffrey Epstein. And look, let me just say, I still wrote and stood by the book In Trump We Trust. I care about policy. But just imagine, and I'm not being a prude, imagine your fathers doing any of this, saying any of this. He isn't admitting to sexual assault because he said, if they let you.
So Konstantin was wrong. I just looked it up and it was Donald Trump in his first term actually did have troop commitments to regions that they were talking about or whatever. That is what is it? The troop levels went from 8,500 in January 2017 to around 14,000 in 2018 before the reductions began under the 2020 Doha agreement with the Taliban. So Konstantin was just wrong that Donald Trump has like never expanded U.S. Troop presence abroad or committed new U.S. personnel to a region. That's just false.
But the quote in the New Yorker on Epstein was, some say he loves beautiful women as much as I do, except a little on the younger side. Okay, Epstein, total pervert, and you're giving a quote like that and joshing about on the younger.
I think the point is if you sound confident, people don't push back if they don't know the truth. Well, that's on Anne because she was the one who didn't realize that but I do think it is that, but she should have had an example of no, he has actually expanded troops or whatever, because she was kind of just she knows it's true, but she couldn't think of an example or whatever, and he knew that, and he took advantage of that.
So put that in a box. Utter complete vulgarian, not at all surprised by the sketch. Trump as usual. It's so, oh my gosh, he's an idiot. Okay, say you're accused of raping a woman in Cleveland. What do you say? It was consensual. Mm-hmm. What does Trump say? I've never been in Cleveland. Well, okay, now all we need is evidence that you've been in Cleveland. So what is his excuse on the birthday book thing, which he could have said, I had an assistant.
That's a good way of looking at it, though.
Write it. Ghislaine, co-conspirator with Epstein. She wrote it for us. Nobody was ever supposed to see it. she told me to do it this way. That I would believe. But no, he says, I never do drawings. And then the next day, they produce like 1 million drawings by him. They've been sold at auction. And by the way, they were pretty good.
I don't remember her saying anything negative about the Access Hollywood take at the time. I also wouldn't be surprised if it had come, like, she'd been confronted with it. She would have, like downplayed it or said, oh, what's the big deal or whatever. But at that point, you're not really disagreeing that it happened. You're just trying to downplay it or find a justification for it. Ann Coulter, to me, seems like the things that she will lie about are outright fabrications surrounding, like, racism and stuff like that. But as far as, like, the record, she doesn't really, like, to the extent that you can characterize some of her editorializing or characterizations or commentary on politics, you can obviously say that they are full of misinformation or lies or they're misleading. But I think that's different than, like, what Konstantin was doing, which was attempting to deliberately lie about Trump's record.
He's actually very talented.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is if Trump is watching, this is the bit.
Like, she'll just, like, defend it, downplay it, or, like, move to another point, but she probably wouldn't try to, like, outright pretend that that never happened.
He's back in love with that. Oh, she said, I'm good at drawing.
That might do.
Yeah. So why do you think that we've had people on to talk about this a little bit. Why do you think these documents are not being released? Why do you think the investigation isn't fully transparent?
Because he's implicated in them. That's the correct answer. Let's see.
I think it's 100% Trump. It's obviously not head of the FBI and his assistant. It's not Kash Patel. It's not Dan Bongino. It's probably not the Attorney General, whatever her name is, Bondi.
Pam Bondi.
Yeah, but maybe she shouldn't have been bragging about it quite. So maybe they should have had that chit chat before she went on TV and said, I got the files right on my desk.
This is one of the problems for MAGA, isn't it, Anne? Because they all trumpeted this as like their big reveal against the Democrats, and now they are the ones that are not releasing it.
If you want smart, fearless commentary on the...
That sure is not flattering on this guy. Saffron.
Check out to save 15% on your first order.
I wouldn't say they right-wingers, because the MAGA base is, I think, still pretty ginned up about it. Maybe not the ones with podcasts. I'm ginned up about it. Let me say, I don't think Trump had sex with underage girls. I also don't think he had sex with that porn star, and I don't think he assaulted that woman in Bergdorf Goodman. I think those are preposterous claims. Not that I'm saying he's above board, total gentleman. I'm not going that far. I think his donors, I mean, it clearly was. There was, I think I may write about, this was my column this week. Oh, by the way, you can read my column, see my video on my Substack. Unsafe, anncoulter.substack.com. That's what I meant to mention. I'm really bad at...
See, like, she thinks these women are lying. Really quick on this shit.
Trump had sex
with talking about, like,
John
Carroll or whatever.
I also don't think he had sex with that porn star.
Like, there's no evidence, to my understanding, that Donald Trump has ever been credibly accused of having abused an underage girl.
And I don't...
Like, he has his affiliation with Epstein, but that's still different than, like, he molested or sexually assaulted or raped an underage girl.
I think he assaulted that woman.
Whether or not he had, like, sex with a porn star, he's saying that, like, Stormy Daniels is lying. I don't think that she's lying. I think they did have sex. I mean, she broke her NDA to talk about it.
In Bergdorf Goodman, I think those are...
And I don't think that he assault... I would need to see what she means by, like, he didn't assault. Like, I don't know if she thinks that this woman's lying, or she thinks she's misremembering, or if she wouldn't characterize what happened as assault and maybe say it was consensual and it was seduction.
Preposterous claims. Not that I'm saying he's above board, total gentleman. I'm not going that far. I think his donors, I mean, it clearly was. There was, I think I may write about, this was my column this week. Oh, by the way, you can read my column, see my video on my Substack. Unsafe, anncoulter.substack.
We salute Stormy for her service. She's more of a fucking patriot than, like, fucking Pete Buttigieg, because Pete Buttigieg won't break his NDA with McKinsey to talk about what he did there on any campaign trail. But Stormy Daniels broke her NDA to talk about her experience with Trump on, like, late night shows.
.com. That's what I meant to mention. I'm really bad at promoting myself.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah, you wouldn't just randomly slip them into a Substack in the middle of a podcast with no reference for it whatsoever.
Well, the column will show up right in your inbox, and it's almost entirely free. But I think I may write about, this is about the Epstein thing. There was an article in the New York Times, or columnist in the New York Times.
There's credible evidence that Trump has been accused of having sex with an underage girl. There was even a court case about it. Is this true? There's always something terrible about this man that I don't know. Been credibly accused of sexually assaulting an underage girl. Let's see. Whole article. Ivana, I knew about that. Oh, here it is. Katie Johnson / Jane Doe, 1994. In April 2016, an anonymous woman using the pseudonym Katie Johnson filed a lawsuit in California accusing both Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of forcibly R-wording her when she was 13 years old at underage sex parties at Epstein's Manhattan residence in 94. You know what? I've already said raping in this episode. Why am I going to try to not say it? The case was dismissed with the following month. A second version of the lawsuit was filed in New York in June by the same woman as Jane Doe, claiming to have been raped and sexually assaulted by the pair at 4 1994 parties when she was 13. The lawsuit was refiled in September, and on November 2nd, Doe was scheduled to appear at a press conference at the office of Lisa Bloom before abruptly canceling. Bloom said Jane Doe had received multiple threats. I loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to stop, but he did not, Jane Doe wrote in a formal declaration accompanying her recent suits. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Immediately following this rape, defendant Trump threatened me that if I were to ever reveal any of the details of defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family, and I, my family and I would be physically harmed if not killed. The lawsuit was withdrawn 2 days later. In 2021, a July investigation by The Guardian said the lawsuits appeared to be organized by Norm Lubow, quote, who has been associated in the past with a range of disputed claims involving celebrities, including O.J. Simpson and Kurt Cobain. Another prominent promoter of Doe's accusation was conservative Never Trump activist Steve Baer. Doe identified Trump from his TV show The Apprentice years after the attacks. Yeah, we're looking at it. No. This is E. Jean Carroll. I mean, like, what the judge found is that in the case of E. Jean Carroll, he, like, digitally penetrated her without her consent, which does qualify in a colloquial understanding of what constitutes rape. So he couldn't say that he couldn't argue that, like, oh, she's defaming me, because the judge was like, no, that is commensurate with how people understand that term to be used in common parlance. Okay, I have to look into these or whatever, but I mean, he's been fucking accused of so much shit. I obviously default to generally viewing those, even if they sometimes have weird circumstances surrounding them coming out. I generally believe all of these women.
This weekend by their in-house conservative, reminding me why I never read him. But the headline was about conspiracy theories, and I have a minor interest in conspiracy theories. I usually hate them, because what liberals do, they're doing right in front of us. They're hiding nothing. There's no man behind the curtain. But I mean, that's
what I say about the right.
A lot of true things that are dismissed as conspiracy theories. There are conspiracies. Sometimes it's not a theory. But anyway, his article was on conspiracy theories, and he gets to the Epstein thing, and it's Ross Douthat. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Big papist. And it is perhaps the dumbest column I've ever read. So he does this thing, which a lot of pundits do in New York. I don't know if they do it here, but it's all they're going to be, the reasonable middle ground. Both the right wing is wrong and the left wing is wrong. But here, I'm going to come out right down. Let me tell you the reasonable position. And each case, his quote reasonable position is factually false, is absurd, is compared to the left-wing position, it's stupider than that. So on Epstein, I'll just mention this one quickly. The right-wingers say that Jeffrey Epstein was running some sort of sex ring for the rich and powerful. Well, that's a fact. No, we know that. We have court documents. We have witness statements. We have the girl saying that Jeffrey made them have sex with his friends. We have that guy, what's his name, the head of the modeling agency in France who's been accused. We have Leon Black in the United States.
I kind of love her. I mean, I despise everything that she stands for, but it's not surprising to me that at any point she was popular as a political pundit, because she's a fucking firecracker.
States.
A racist one, but still fiery.
Well, how about Prince Andrew?
She's like the... I'm stealing this from the Silly Serious, but she can stay on the island. Do I want to personally interact with Ann Coulter? No, but I know that she's content. So if I were on, Big Brother or Love Island with her, yeah, she can stay on the island, 'cause she's gonna bring the fucking content.
That's a fact. So don't call that a right-wing conspiracy theory. And then, by the way, he ends up the column attacking the right and left on conspiracy theories by telling us how he believes in UFOs.
So, I mean, what is the impact on the MAGA base? Do you think that this is a mortal blow, or do you think this is just something Trump is going to ride out? Because if you take the approach of what Trump...
Watch. Thank you for redeeming your message thing. This man was comfortable enough to tell a reporter, grab him by the pussy, imagine what you're willing to hide. Yep. And I mean, like, I find the Epstein affiliation to be very, very sus.
Drain the swamp. This is the ultimate drain the swamp moment. This is the great reveal. This is Trump.
Also true what he said about his own fucking daughter multiple times on TV, talking about, like, the thing that I have in common with my daughter is probably sex, and that Ivanka is like very beautiful. Like compliments going beyond just like, you know, affection for your child, like just inappropriate, weird comments.
Showing the corruption, deceit, and perversion behind the curtain.
Yes. Yes, I hope it remains a thorn in his side. I mean, when you say the mortal blow, what precisely does that mean? He's not going to be impeached over it, because the Democrats definitely don't want it out.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump may have his own reasons, which are his donors. I think they don't want him to release it. I don't think he's in the files having sex with a 14-year-old girl. I think it's his donors who don't want it out. They're rich and powerful people. I think, but as long as it remains a thorn in his side, and in fact, I think this is part of the reason I need to keep writing about it, because since he has totally betrayed the MAGA base, and worse than that, attacked them and called them, for people who want the Epstein files out, called them idiots and saying, I don't want your support. This is his base. I mean, I've never seen him make such a mistake with his base. He really does think he's untouchable.
But isn't he though, Anne? Because look at the Iran thing, right? There were some people who had principled opposition. Other people were just having a full-blown meltdown, calling for him to be impeached. Tucker Carlson went apeshit. You know, all these Candace Owenses and all these other people, right?
I know, but that's all you'll be able to point to, Konstantin. You will be able to point to pundits who eventually fell in line anyway. Tucker Carlson is now disputing that he called Trump to apologize for his comments related to like Ted Cruz and Israel. I don't believe Tucker Carlson. I don't think that I don't, typically believe Donald Trump, because I think Donald Trump is a fucking prolific liar. But it is strange that he said that about Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson didn't refute the claim till several weeks later. So that leads me to believe that there was some sort of like personal issue that the two of them had that made him not, chastise or dispute Trump outing that had occurred. But that is very weird. But hold on, like we have polling surrounding how fucking, what is it? Republicans felt about Israel and Iran. Let's see. Is it this one? Might be this one. Yeah. More Americans oppose and support the U.S. bombing of Iran. So this was a YouGov poll that was run June 23rd of this year. More Americans disapprove than approve of the U.S. bombings of nuclear sites in Iran. But pay close attention to party affiliation. When you look at Republicans, this is the base. Do you approve or disapprove of the U.S. bombing nuclear sites in Iran? 68% of Republicans supported it. 18% not sure. Only 13 strongly or somewhat disapprove. And then they also polled who had heard about it. And they did remark, Republicans who have heard less about the U.S. bombing of Iran are less likely to support it. So all of those pundits that were saying they don't support it, that this is they were going to war with the pro-Iran interventionists, the war hawks or whatever, they all eventually fell in line. That includes Charlie Kirk, that includes Tim Pool, that includes Tucker Carlson. They all eventually, I think Candace Owens is the only person that was he was not supposed to be doing this. He said he wouldn't do it. Completely ignoring his first administration, but ignoring the record from his first administration. She was saying, well, he said that he's not going to start any new wars. He's not going to get us involved in these conflicts. And he did not hold true. Everybody else fell in line. And all of the base, overwhelmingly, once they learned about the talking points, they fucking supported it. So you can't say that, there's this huge, division in MAGA. There really isn't.
Seen him make such a mistake with his base. He really does think he's untouchable.
But isn't he though, Anne? Because look at the Iran thing, right?
It's so funny that he's arguing. He was taking issue with her saying that it's a cult. And she's like, I mean, he really seems to think that the base is untouchable. And then Konstantin's like, well, isn't he though? Yes, that's exactly why he's a fucking cult. Comrades, this woman, some bits. Thank you for the bits, Clearwatch.
Such a mistake with his base. He really does think he's untouchable.
But isn't he though, Anne? Because look at the Iran thing, right? There were some people who had principled opposition. Other people were just having a full-blown meltdown, calling for him to be impeached. Tucker Carlson went apeshit. All these Candace Owenses and all these other people, right?
I don't understand what the difference between principled opposition versus following that to its logical conclusion, which is not only opposition, but saying this is a betrayal of what he said he would do and illegal anyway. So yeah, he should be fucking impeached. And again, impeachment is different than being removed from office. You can say that a Trump or a president should be impeached without meaning that they should be removed from office.
Proven ultimately completely correct on the decision he made. I would argue. The World War III predictions didn't materialize.
The U.S. involvement didn't materialize. I say it's because we put pressure on him not to let it materialize.
I think that's a very tenuous claim to make personally, but that's fine. My point is something else, which is he saw off the critics and came out on top. That's ultimately what happened.
Only because he moved on. We stopped obsessing with Iran. I mean, part of it is, at least from my perspective, it's not just that we're getting involved literally sending troops in. And again, he didn't end the war in Afghanistan. I'm sick of hearing about it. I don't want to turn on my TV and, wither Iran and this leader and that leader and Shia and Sunni. Can we get back to my country for 10 minutes here? What's going on our border? Can we care about my country? No, we always have to be fixated on whether the Middle East and Iran and Iraq and Israel and the Palestinians and how about Ukraine and Russia? Meanwhile, on our border, Mexicans are...
I mean, this is what an isolationist racist looks like.
Nearly 100,000 Americans a year. With the fentanyl. Oh, by the way, one thing I love about...
I know, but Trump's Trump's mobilizing... What is he gonna do? Fuck it, hold on. Because I had pulled this up, but I never... Trump's going after the fucking cartels, and then you have morons like Charlie Kirk trying to still argue that this actually isn't interventionist. Trump directs military to target foreign drug cartels. The president has ordered the Pentagon to use the armed forces to carry out what in the past was considered law enforcement. This was reported August 8th of this year. President Trump has secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain Latin American drug cartels that his admin have deemed terrorist organizations, according to people familiar with this matter. The decision to bring the American military into the fight is the most aggressive step so far in the administration's escalating campaign around the cartels. It signals Mr. Trump's continued willingness to use military forces to carry out what has primarily been considered a law enforcement responsibility to curb the flow of fentanyl and other illegal drugs. The order provides an official basis for the probability of direct military operations at sea and on foreign soil against cartels. So already this is a perfect example, not only to rebut Konstantin saying that he's not willing to commit a new troop presence. I would talk about how J.D. Vance has said that troops are not off the table with respect to Russia and Ukraine. He said that in March of this year. That's Donald Trump's literally second in command saying that. Joe Biden said that we would never commit American troops to help fight Russia, Ukraine. And then this if there's he hasn't done it yet, but this provides an official basis for this to be the case. He could do it tomorrow if he wanted. U.S. military officials have started drawing up options for how the military could go after the groups, the people familiar with the conversation said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive internal deliberations. But directing the military to crack down on the illicit trade also raises legal issues, including whether it would count as murder, quote unquote, if U.S. forces acting outside of a congressionally authorized armed conflict were to kill civilians, even criminal suspects, who pose no imminent threat. It is unclear that White House, Pentagon, and State Department lawyers have said about the new... what they've said about the new directive, or whether the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel has produced an authoritative opinion assessing the legal issues. Already this year, Mr. Trump has deployed National Guard and active duty troops to the southwest border to choke off the flow of drugs as well as immigrants, and has increased surveillance and drug interdiction efforts. When he returned to office in January, Mr. Trump signed an order directing the State Department to start labeling drug cartels as foreign terrorist orgs. So when she's like, oh, why is he ignoring this? He's not really ignoring this.
Our border. Can we care about my country? No, we always have to be fixated on whether the Middle East and Iran and Iraq and Israel and the Palestinians and how about Ukraine and Russia? Meanwhile, on our border, Mexicans are killing nearly 100,000 Americans a year with the fentanyl. Oh, by the way, one thing I love about London, no pot.
Okay, there is no, meanwhile, Donald Trump is addressing that and in the way that you would expect him to, no? I guess maybe she just doesn't know about it. Again, it was a secret thing. But here's why this to Charlie Kirk, this is not interventionist.
I visit hundreds of camping establishments premium today and get 2 free tickets. For here on this.
Okay. Let's turn this shit up.
Program. Something that we voted for. It's something that is so beyond necessary, which is that President Donald Trump's entire foreign policy strategy is hemispheric triage. We start with the conflicts furthest away, and we work our way towards our own hemisphere. Now, why would you start with the stuff furthest away? Because that's the active combat.
Anytime you see Charlie Kirk, his eyes darting down, I truly, truly believe, given what's been reported by the Wall Street Journal, which is that he has had direct contact with the White House over certain talking points and stuff, that he literally gets press releases and just reads them verbatim on his show.
Zones. So you figure out the Iran-Israel situation. President Trump is figuring out the Iran-Hamas situation. He's trying to figure out Russia-Ukraine. He figured out India-Pakistan. You got Congo-Rwanda. You're starting to figure the Cambodian situation. President Donald Trump has a different doctrine. I call it the MAGA doctrine. I wrote a book called The MAGA Doctrine back in 2020 about this exactly, which is the same way that President Monroe, the fifth president, wrote the Monroe Doctrine about hemispheric dominance. President Donald Trump believes the same, that it's one thing to go fight over lands of sand and death abroad. It's completely different to all of a sudden have dominance over your own hemisphere. And if we are honest, the warmongers, the neocons, the Dick Cheneys, the George Bushes, the designers and the architects, the Paul Wolfowitzes of the neoconservative project have ignored our own hemisphere. And quite honestly, at great expense to the American people, because we were told the greatest threat were in the hills of Kandahar, or the greatest threat was in Iraq, or the greatest threat was in the Tigris and the Euphrates, or it was in Damascus, or it was in Libya. And let's be honest, that has been a failed project. The regime change wars the last 20 years, Iraq war, Afghanistan war.
Like, he is not reading this off the cuff. He has to be reading this off of a computer.
In Syria,
it wasn't written by him.
Libya. All the
this is not really like his voice either. This is not how he speaks.
A different act of war has been killing our fellow countrymen. A different act of war that has been imported, produced, refined, and imported into our own homeland. And we've kind of ignored it, being like, well, we have to make sure we keep the terrorists at bay in the Middle East. No one on this program is pro-terrorist, but excuse me, almost every single community in America has piles of bodies right now in morgues of people that have overdosed from fentanyl. Has piles of bodies of people that have died because of the Mexican drug cartels that worked with the Chinese Communist Party. Not to mention the drug smugglers.
Who's the speechwriter? I think it's somebody in the Trump administration who writes these talking points.
The human smuggling, the sex slaves, the child slaves. The open border was made possible thanks to the Sinaloa drug cartel that changed what they were trafficking from drugs to people. Now, as a side note, I just have to kind of get a little bit of a gut punch in there, which will irritate some of my friends listening. We were told the cartels would grow weaker when we legalized marijuana. Turns out they're stronger, they're richer, they're wealthier, and they just got into heavier produce and more.
So that's his way of saying that he's not pro marijuana legalization. Very, very cool. I'm sure that's super popular with your audience.
The legalization of marijuana did not weaken the cartels. It actually strengthened them and sharpened their resolve. Today, President Donald Trump, breaking news, directs the military to target foreign drug cartels. This is what we voted for, everybody. We want a president to use the full force of our $1 trillion military in this.
This is what you voted for, Mr. No New Wars under me? Mr. I'm like, you know, it's going to be America first. Why are we targeting foreign drug cartels? I mean, you can try to say, but they're responsible for all of this, but that's a lie. The majority of fentanyl, to my understanding, is like not even trafficked in through Mexico. I could be wrong, but I thought it was trafficked in domestically. Or it's by Americans. It might be one or the other. Is the majority of fentanyl coming from Mexico? Let's see. Like, I can't trust the government sites, unfortunately, because of, like, the Trump administration. So this is from the AmericanImmigrationCouncil.org. Facts about fentanyl smuggling. Most seizures occur at ports of entry where U.S. citizens are the primary smugglers. That's what it is that, like, okay, so it does come from these countries, but it's not actually Mexicans bringing it in or immigrants, it's Americans. Over the last decade, a surge in the availability and use of synthetic opioids has led to a staggering toll of overdoses in the U.S. From 2013 to 2023, the national drug overdose rate more than doubled, with drug overdoses deaths peaking in 2022 at 107,941. Much of this was due to the rise in fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid commonly used for pain management in hospital settings, which was also responsible for 70% of overdose deaths in 2023. While overdose deaths have fallen from their record highs, the threat posed by synthetic opioids remains, as does the importance of properly understanding how fentanyl enters the United States. This fact sheet uses two separate data sets to confirm what has long been reported by law enforcement sources and other researchers, that the majority of fentanyl smuggled across the southern borders enters not on the backs of migrants crossing the border on foot, but in the vehicles and on the bodies of U.S. citizens and other lawful entrants seeking admission at land ports of entry. Using two separate data sets described below, we roughly confirm We confirmed roughly 4 and 5 people apprehended for smuggling fentanyl into the U.S. at the southern border between October 2018 and June 2024 were U.S. citizens. The rest were largely individuals with visas, border crossing cards, or other permission to enter the United States lawfully out of port of entry. Despite this reality, many Americans falsely believe that migrants are the ones bringing fentanyl into the country. This narrative has been fueled by political rhetoric that seeks to link the issue of migration at the southern border directly with the opioid epidemic. However, this data shows conclusively that the two issues are distinct. Migrants are not responsible for the fentanyl epidemic. Rather, there is bipartisan agreement that efforts to reduce the volume of fentanyl smuggled across the southern border should primarily focus on ports of entry, where millions of people enter every month. Long-standing weaknesses in port entry permit transnational criminal organizations to security permit transnational criminal orgs to hide small volumes of the powerful synthetic opioid among other lawful trade and traffic, and remain the border's biggest vulnerability to fentanyl smuggling. So that's what it is.
This weakened the cartels. It actually strengthened them and sharpened their resolve. Today, President Donald Trump breaking news.
I'm not denying that there's cartels that push this shit in Mexico, but he's trying to give the impression to his audience that they're also pushing it upon Americans, or like drug mules from Mexico, or like trafficking it across the United States. But the U.S. citizens are the lawful residents.
It's the military to target foreign drug cartels. This is what we voted for, everybody. We want a president to use the full force of our $1 trillion military in this hemisphere. We want them to be focusing on the Sinaloa drug cartel. We want them to be focusing on the products, the drugs, the heroin, the cocaine, the things that are undermining and ruining and destroying our own communities. President Donald Trump has ordered the Pentagon to use armed forces to carry out what in the past was considered law enforcement.
Like, how are you going to spin that as anything other than being pro-intervention, being pro-military industrial complex, being pro-expand? Like this cuts against everything that he was campaigning on. Even if, again, we ignore everything that went on under his first administration. He was no dove.
What could possibly be more important, by the way, than making sure that we have hemispheric dominance? We've used our military for...
But it was going to be like isolation is America first.
Many other different things. We used our military to do airstrikes in Syria, to do airstrikes in Libya. We used our military all across the world. Why don't we use our military to protect our own homeland when it's here right now, as I'm doing this program here in Phoenix, Arizona?
Again, like trying to frame it as like, we're using our military to protect our homeland. Checks notes by potentially invading another country, using military force in Mexico. This article that we've just looked at, this very article that he's reading, and it's legally dubious as to whether or not that wouldn't constitute murder if the United States uses lethal force against a criminal suspect in Mexico without congressional approval, because all of this was signed because of a deal with the Pentagon that Trump made.
You can't walk 10 yards in New York City without reeking of marijuana. It's the most disgusting thing imaginable. So go London.
You really haven't traveled widely in London.
I mean, like, I fucking hate the smell of marijuana. It really is disgusting, but I don't think that criminalizing it or having it be anything other than legal is going to be the solution to it.
It's a Brixton, and it'll be right up your street.
Really?
Yeah, there's plenty of pot in London.
Well, they shouldn't do it.
We'll
It's
hook
very
you up.
bad for you.
Yeah.
What I'm asking, well, it's interesting you mentioned. I know a lot of Americans feel that way about, putting America
It makes people. I'm not surprised. Not surprised.
Which is totally understandable. Every country should put.
And that was his motto.
Right. But now that he has secured the border, I mean, one of the interesting things is, of course, he came in on the promise of ending the conflict in Ukraine.
In one day.
In one day.
24 hours.
I never thought that was particularly likely to happen, and it hasn't happened. Likewise with Israel and Gaza, that hasn't been settled yet. Why do you think that is?
Well, you may not have noticed this. Trump.
So does alcohol? How did prohibition work out? Oh, you think that she wants? I mean, maybe she would call for I mean, like, they'll concede that, like, oh, alcohol prohibition doesn't work, but then make up facts related to marijuana to say that, like, in this instance, it's so dangerous, it has to be scheduled, has to be criminal.
Trump is an exaggerator.
Yeah, yeah. I've got glimpses of that here every now and again.
Again, like, oh, he's just exaggerating, as if they'd ever let Biden live it down if he had said that in the first 24 hours of his presidency, he could end Ukraine, Russia. And if he didn't, they'd just let that slide because, oh, that's just Biden being Biden.
I don't really take it to the bank. Well, in the case of Russia, I mean, Putin just, I've noticed Ukraine.
No one actually believed the war would end in 24 hours. There definitely were people that did. His base believes anything. But the difference is that they pivot or they don't care. They suddenly start making excuses. But I'm sure they absolutely did say, yeah, he's going to do it. He can actually do it until he couldn't fucking do it.
It's a much bigger issue over here than it is.
And then it was like, well, it's hard. And he wasn't being serious.
Okay, it is over and done in America. Nobody
Biden
cares.
was
They're just
hardly cognitive at the end of his term. What does that have to do with anything? We are not talking about Joe Biden's mental acuity. We're talking about Donald Trump's claims, well, like campaign promises.
Money. It's going into this a pit. And people keep dying. People would like it just to end. I think Putin realizes, and by the way, he's not Hitler. He's not going to march into Poland. He definitely wants all of Ukraine. It is historically part of Russia. I am not defending him. He invaded the country. Shouldn't have done that. But that's what he wants. He's made it very clear.
Not all of Ukraine is historically part of Russia, but fine. I'm from Russia, so.
Where did the word for Ukraine come from?
Oh my God.
It means borderland.
There's a Russian word, and it was something like Ukraine or something. I'm talking
about... but that's a Ukrainian word. It means borderland. So Western Ukraine used to be part of Poland. Eastern Ukraine was part of Russia. And most of Southern Ukraine.
Okay.
Okay, Anne's a terrible person. You didn't know that before this moment?
I'm not believing you, but we'll...
You're not believing?
No.
Why not?
I mean, isn't it the case that, like, there are a significant amount of Ukrainians that are considered, like, ethnically Russian or whatever, but it doesn't... That can be true, and it also wouldn't follow that, like, you need to do apologism for Russian imperialism or for the unjustified invasion or any of that. Ukrainians have created a unique cultural and ethnic identity that is separate and distinct from Russia, and they see themselves that way, and Russia obviously understands that.
Do you mean you're not believing me?
I want to go look it up.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. So anyway, he wants it all.
He does.
And
why is she denying history? Because she doesn't trust this guy and she doesn't know it either.
England and Spain, or France and Germany aren't going to be funding Ukraine the way the U.S. was. The U.S. does not want to keep funding Ukraine, so I think Putin just sees his opportunity. He's going to keep on going. And Trump did not expect that. He thought, let's end it. A lot of Russians are being killed. Now I think he's just moved on and doesn't care. So that's it with that one. And wait, what were we on the MAGA? Oh, Epstein. So as long as it's a thorn in his side, he does keep giving us a lot of good stuff to try to distract the MAGA base. I mean, it's stepped up quite a bit. I've barely been keeping up with U.S. news, but I've been reading, sort of skimming the New York Times every day. And every day it's another Christmas gift to the MAGA base.
Like, how do you mean? What do you mean by Christmas gift?
What was the one? There was a really good one today. Oh, yeah. Way less spending on global warming. That has basically just been slashed from the government. So that's...
Ooh, thank God, right? Thank God we're not going to address climate change.
Today. Yesterday, okay, maybe I won't do it chronologically day by day. The other one was, and I'm shocked that no other Republican president has done this, the national parks and monuments have to take out all the anti-American crap. And the New York Times trying to scare its readers into, this massive, horrible censorship, and we're losing our history. They had an article of the stuff that's being taken out. So this is supposed to make the average reader think, oh my gosh, how can they take that out? And everyone it makes your head explode. I can't believe they had this in a national park. Anything about it, there was some horse. Maybe it was the little horses in South Carolina or something, but there's a description of little horses. And of course, climate change has made their habitat more difficult. Every single hero in the United States, you need a full page on what the guy thought of slavery. John Muir, the father of our national parks. You guys probably, he was a big naturalist, big hero. Our national parks are beautiful. You have much more beautiful buildings. But boy, we have beautiful.
What is this? This is Anna Kasparian versus Ann Coulter live at Politicon 2017. Okay, Anna, make me proud. These were like the glory days.
Should marijuana...
Just make this letter.
Want to be legal?
No, you can legalize all the drugs you want once there isn't a welfare state. But no, marijuana makes people retarded. Especially when they're young. We've got enough busboys. We're bringing in busboys by the million through our immigration policy. We do not need a country of busboys. We're destroying the country.
Should marijuana be legal?
Absolutely. In fact, I wish you would smoke a joint and relax a little bit. Marijuana does not make people the word that you just said, which is ridiculous. How many of you guys want to...
Oh, I bet Anna in 2025 is probably saying regarded.
Have to raise your hands if you feel uncomfortable. How many of you guys smoke pot? Okay. Yeah. Well, there are lawmakers in this country that would like to see you in prison. Jeff Sessions happens to be one of them, okay? In fact, marijuana laws have been so draconian that it has allowed members of the DEA to do something known as civil asset forfeiture, which is if you are even suspected of being in possession of drugs or trafficking drugs, they can go ahead and take your home, they can take your money, they can take your car, they can take your property, because, hey, they're investigating you. And guess what? Only a tiny fraction of those individuals ever get their property back. You don't have to be convicted of anything. You don't have to even face any serious charges. It's just based on suspicion. And Obama...
This just makes me sad because she's so fucking based here. She's so on point. She's so on top of it. And this person is just like gone.
Obama actually brought that back a little bit, reeled it back in a little bit. Jeff Sessions comes into power and all of a sudden, no, civil asset forfeiture, awesome. Let's take property away from these innocent Americans who haven't done anything wrong, but hey, our local police enforcement and the DEA need some resources, so let's go ahead and confiscate their property. That's what's happening with the drug war right now.
Our time is up. This has been extraordinary. I think this is what Politicon is about. Both sides talking, arguing.
Okay, I gotta pat themselves on the back for having a civil conversation, for sitting down and talking out their issues.
National parks. His is said mean things about was it even blacks? It was
This is pre-birthing person Twitter discourse.
Indians, American Indians, and somebody else, maybe it was just Indians, by the Liberty Bell. There was something about, now at the time, there were a lot of enslaved people. Can you please just give the history without everything being a reminder of slavery? So, okay, that's one thing. Those are all going to be...
Wow, she and Jillian would probably agree on a lot when it comes to American history and how it ought to be taught.
Removed. Can't believe a Republican president hasn't done this before now. There's another one this week. Anyway, it's things like that you probably don't care about.
No. I find it interesting because of the way he's maneuvering himself. The thing that I've always found very interesting, but I actually found it quite annoying, if I'm being honest, is the way that Republicans all know...
Thank you for resubbing, EOLS. You've been subscribed for 4 months, an early supporter. Here's your monthly sub. Keep up the 100-hour streams. We'll do.
On the right,
Thank you so much.
Preached about corruption and the corruption that in the Biden administration, which there was a lot of, and we don't need to go into it because we all know what it was. Yet when Trump releases his meme coin, which to me is just outrageous, everybody's like, oh, that's fine. I'm like, is it?
Can't disagree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt.
I thought he was actually about to play defense for the Trump crypto shit and scam because, oh, well, Biden's really corrupt, so this is nothing compared to what Joseph Stalin Biden did with the Biden crime family and his son Hunter.
Presidency in U.S. history with the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin. I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. And the funny thing about I don't care as long as we get a wall and mass deportations. If I have not made that clear, I don't care about anything but saving the country. We'll deal with you.
I mean, yeah, like this is her bread and butter. This is all she gives a fuck about. It is getting brown people out of this fucking country as soon as possible. She does not care about whether it's constitutional or not. She just thinks it needs to get done.
Your president's being corrupt. I mean, it's corrupt in the sense that he... I should probably modify what I just said. It's corrupt in the sense that he's using the presidency to rake in so much money, which I believe is technically an ethics violation, but he isn't...
Technically.
I mean, not technically, it literally is. Jimmy Carter gave up his like fucking peanut farm to be able to alleviate himself of any sort of financial conflict of interest when he came into the White House as president versus Donald Trump, whose net worth has literally only like doubled. Increase in second term. This is reported both by Forbes. You're lad. Unbelievable amount Trump's net worth has risen since taking office for second term. The president made a surprising comeback thanks to crypto. Let's see. How Truth Social and crypto helped Trump double his fortune in just 1 year. Donald Trump came one appellate court ruling away from losing control of his empire. While some counted him out, his supporters hung on, supplying the votes and crypto he needed to save his skin and double his fortune. What a year for Donald Trump. 12 months ago, his political prospects were shaky, his financial futures nightmarish. He had an estimated $413 million of cash on his balance sheet and a $454 million fraud judgment against him in New York State. While New York Attorney General Letitia James mused about seizing his assets, quote, I look at 40 Wall Street each day and every day. Trump did what he does best. He fought, he sold, he won. The result, America's 47th president has more than doubled his estimated fortune from $2.3 billion to $5.1 billion. So that was reported in March 31st of this year. So he went from, again, $2.3 billion to $5.1 billion, his estimated fortune. But Ann Coulter calls what? Technically an ethics violation.
Much money, which I believe is technically an ethics violation.
Okay,
but he isn't.
Technically. Sounds like an ethics violation to me.
But I think it's better than, for example, not releasing the Epstein files because in a trade-off with his donors. Okay, give me $100 million and I won't release them. I mean, that hasn't come to light, but I'm just saying that right now he is
conspiracy queen. It's so funny. Earlier in the she was like, I don't like conspiracies, but she was talking about like liberals. She likes to call it the shit that they're doing, I guess. But when it comes to Republicans, I guess she, a little conspiracy is a treat. I don't think it's that crazy though to speculate or suggest or think that the reason why the Epstein files haven't come to light is potentially because of some sort of unsavory or illegal or unethical deal that's been exchanged between Donald Trump and some donor.
As far as we know, just raking in money to benefit himself and his family. He is pushing the MAGA policies. And I mean, I thought this, and I think I said it publicly. I think on my Substack with Mickey Kaus, because he asked me, now, if you liked Joe Biden's policies, would you care about this Hunter Biden stuff? And we both agreed that I think most Americans wouldn't care if you liked the policies.
Well, because that was that's just like the truth. People look the other way on a lot of shit if they like the person.
I'm sorry, sorry to interrupt. That was just to benefit the Biden family.
Okay. See, my pushback to that is corruption is a cancer. And if you let it spread unchecked and you do not challenge it, it permeates into every facet of society, and society eventually collapses, which is what I've seen in Venezuela.
So they think they're being principled by calling out this one single thing, but everything else is A-okay. They're acting like this is the first time Donald Trump has even done anything remotely unethical, illegal, or attempted to use the office of the presidency to increase his own business interests and line his pockets. And that couldn't be further from the truth. If you really cared about this, you wouldn't be a MAGA supporter in the first place.
Yeah, right. Which is one of the most corrupt countries.
People hate the Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Act. They don't know about those things. Joe Biden was too old to be able to talk about his legislative achievements with the United States public in the way that he would have needed to be able to set up himself or Democrats to run and campaign on those legislative achievements.
In the world, I think the most.
And the Infrastructure Act was what again? Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So Republicans get a lot of credit for that, unfortunately.
Actually, yeah, Venezuela.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, motor capital of the world as well. Perfect. But so when I find what you're saying, Anne.
MAGA doesn't care about Trump lining his pockets. MAGA doesn't care about anything because they have zero standards. So obviously, I mean, you're MAGA. You can tell me this, Chatter. All presidents leave the office richer. There's a difference between leaving the office richer through a legal way versus leaving it richer in an illegal way.
And as a Republican and as a conservative, quite shocking, if I'm being honest, because if we don't challenge corruption at the helm and the highest possible echelon, you're basically giving it a free pass, aren't you?
No, I agree with that in principle, and you're totally nailing me on it, and I'm probably blushing now, but
Republicans deserve no credit for the Infrastructure Act. They tried to cut all of it. I mean, they were instrumental in instituting certain provisions that led to privatization of infrastructure that probably shouldn't have occurred in the first place. And it was literally like a bipartisan bill or whatever. So I wouldn't say that like they deserve no credit as far as like a political strategy. Dems should have taken all the credit, but they were involved in it.
Our country is so much further gone than yours is. I thought it when I wrote Adios America in 2015 about immigration, not just illegal immigration, all immigration. Since 1970, we have been hauling in the third world hand over fist. I mean, 90% of our legal immigrants are from the third world. Yeah, try to immigrate from Western Europe. It was
80 to 90% of illegal immigrants, not that I would care, in the U.S. from third world or developing countries. Let's see. Since 1970, the number of immigrants and their share of the U.S. population has increased rapidly, mainly because of increased immigration from Latin America and Asia. This followed important changes in U.S. immigration law, such as the enactment of the Immigration and Nationality Act of '65, which abolished national origin admission quotas, and the creation of a formal refugee resettlement program with the Refugee Act of 1980. Other factors included the growing U.S. economic and military presence in Asia and Latin America, as well as evolving economic and social ties with the U.S. southern neighbors and major economic transformations and political instability countries around the world. Where are immigrants from originally? The 10.9 million U.S. residents born in Mexico represented by far the largest immigrant group in the United States in 2023, although this population declined by about 793,000 since 2010. Mexican immigrants make up 23% of the U.S. immigrant population in 2023, down from 29% in 2010. India and China, including Hong Kong and Macau but not Taiwan, were the next largest origin countries, accounting for approximately 2.9 million and 2.4 million immigrants, respectively, or 6% and 5% of all immigrants. Other countries on top of the other top countries of origin include the Philippines, 4%, El Salvador, Cuba, Vietnam, the Dominican Republic, and Guatemala, about 3% each, and Colombia, 2%. Together, these 10 countries accounted for 55% of all U.S. immigrants in 2023. I mean, she probably considers all of these to be like third world developing countries or whatever. That's like a far cry from fucking 80 to 90% are from like the third world, and we're not taking anybody from like fucking Europe or whatever. Aaron, announce your stream. Oh, I need to, and Ponska on the
a specific design by the Democrats to change the country more in their favor, and happen to wreck the country at the same time. We're down to, I mean, this is something else that we can look up and get the actual number on. We're down to, I mean, from like 1620 up until 1970, the country was 80 to 90% white, 10 to 20% black. Those are foundational Americans, and the 1970 population overwhelmingly traced its ancestry back to colonial times. We're now down to, well, it's about 13% black, so that hasn't changed that much. We're now down to, I think, around 57% white Americans.
We're down to that.
A lot of Hispanics in whites. And people always talk about, and I'm sorry, but the president of Singapore was right. People do vote their ethnicity. The Democrats were right. Bringing in third world immigrants got them.
Thank you for the resub. Morbius 636 for you're on a 2-month streak. Thank you very much.
A lot of votes. You know, maybe we can change in the future. Maybe it takes about 100 years.
Wait, didn't Hispanics break for Trump this election?
Nope.
No?
Big fat lie. They went a little bit more for the Republican. No,
Yep. They would love, that's fucking annoying to him, I'm sure. They would love nothing more than to fucking continue pretending like, oh yeah, Mexicans just love Donald Trump now. It's like, no, it's increased slightly. That's it.
It's like the rate of growth in the government.
Yeah.
No, it was a huge cut.
Hey, Redolent Thought in chat.
Rate of growth. No.
What was it? What was the breakdown? I don't remember off the top of my head.
It was more than usual, and there were a few areas where it seemed to matter. I forget what it was, but it was absolutely not a majority. It was a big move. I think Hispanic men might have slightly made it. Yeah. But meanwhile, white males between the ages of 18 and 25 are like 90% Trump voters. No, that's a good demographic for us. So people always talk about, and maybe it's probably the same here, but how politics will swing. There's a pendulum back.
It's like these people they fucking hate DEI, but they do get uncomfortable at the fact that they know that the majority of the Republican base is white people, and really try to hold on to any diversity that they possibly can to push to the front to pretend like, oh yeah, we have lots of people. We have the fucking Rainbow Coalition going on over here. When maybe you can argue you see that with the pundits. I mean, you have Candace Owens at the front. You have Brett Cooper. You have Ben Shapiro, who's Jewish. Like, you have the intersection of all these different... Milo Yiannopoulos, you know, like the Rainbow Fascist Coalition. But they don't actually have that in numbers voting in the Republican base.
And, you know, it'll seem like Republicans totally on the upswing. Well, you get, FDR, liberal. Then we get Reagan. It seems like they're going to be around forever. Then Obama. Oh my gosh, Republican Party is finished. And it seems to swing back and forth. But I mean, in the 1950s, which I wrote about with the communist stuff and Alger Hiss and Joe McCarthy, if I had lived in those times, I would have thought the country's over. Our government is streaming with spies for Stalin. That would have looked pretty bad to me. And then, Alger Hiss, not Alger Hiss, Whitaker Chambers said, I'm moving from the Communist Party to the side of truth and God, and I'm moving from the winning side to the losing side. He's kind of a pessimistic fellow. But no, in the end, the losing side won. So you would think you'd have, more hope that you do have the pendulum swinging and as crazy as it gets. But that was with a different population. Reagan wouldn't win 1-2 landslides now with the new demographics. Look at California, for your future, America. California gave us, until Trump, our 2 greatest Republican presidents, Richard Nixon and Donald Trump. You can't get elected dog catcher in that state anymore without being a Democrat, and far left progressive Democrat. I met a girl, I hope she doesn't listen to this because she really annoyed me, here in London. I sat next to her at a dinner, and she's, big social conservative. I'm big social conservative. I'm pro-life. I'm the whole 9 yards. But she was saying that
secret's out.
No, she's not worried about immigration because the third worlders, the Mexicans and the Muslim, they're voting against trans and they're against abortion. And I said, okay, go to California and get your pro-life bill through. And then I'll say it can be done.
Oh my God. What they're talking about is the fact that, those demographics are actually more socially conservative depending on what age you're looking at. Because a lot of a non-insignificant portion of Hispanic people are Catholic or religious in some way. They're Christian. But when she's saying you can't get an abortion bill passed, well, the reason is not because you don't have the constituents there to support it. It's because the Republican Party is so fucking racist that they don't have support from those demographics that they otherwise would if they could just drop the xenophobia.
Yeah, they're Catholics that are technically anti-abortion, but they don't vote on it. They vote for government benefits.
So is that the real reason why you are? It's because the statement that people always say with America is that it's a nation of immigrants.
That's complete bullshit. It is used to destroy our country. It's
not complete bullshit. You think white people are indigenous to this fucking country?
Not a nation of immigrants. It was invented by liberals to help destroy our country. It is a nation of British settlers. Thank you very much. And it remains a country of
British settlers, different, distinct conquerors. That's not population supplanting itself upon an indigenous population and then genociding the indigenous population. That's different.
Well, Dutch, they didn't settle. They were more traders, whereas thank God for England's primogeniture law, where the firstborn son gets everything, which I guess you have to do on a small little island or states get broken up. But because of that, you have all these really smart second and third born sons, and they're just SOL. You have the smart girls, and they don't get anything either. So we got a lot of the really, really smart British people who came over and founded what King George called that Presbyterian War. The country was overwhelmingly British, Presbyterian. You had the Dutch in New York, but like I say, they were traders. And it's an example of immigration overwhelming the Dutch. And so many British came in that the Dutch sort of lost their influence, but a lot of stuff is named after them, very important. Then I think, fair number of Germans came over. But
aren't there more Germans?
Morbius636, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to the one MAGA person in chat, my DEI chatter, my lone conservative, because Male Rights USA is not in chat currently.
So this is what I have been
over time, and they used to be the largest ethnic group, though I think that's a little bit fake because people who are descended from the British don't call themselves, I'm an English immigrant. I mean,
I keep saying Morbius. It's Mobius. I'm sorry, Mobius636.
Call myself an American.
Sorry. I noticed before you put something in chat. Okay, I noticed.
People are trying to make. By the way, people say this about Britain. Britain's a nation of immigrants, and that actually is
enraging.
That is silly, and I've done articles on my Substack and videos about it. But with America, isn't what people mean is that everyone who currently lives in America came from somewhere else. So it's less perhaps abnormal or surprising that more people are coming from somewhere else to America.
I mean, they're so close.
Child in America, I've probably been to at least half of the states. My sense was always that Americans are much more pro-immigration than British people are. They're very against.
Not anymore.
They're very against illegal immigration, as I think they're right to be. But I don't get the sense that they're not.
Why? It's completely arbitrary. The reason why they were against illegal immigration has nothing to do with the fact that, like, is unrelated to crime stats. It's unrelated to. It's literally just survivorship bias. Even fucking people that themselves came into this country and for a period of time were considered an illegal immigrant, or they may have even illegally entered through, or like come through a port of entry that was not legal for them to do. Once they obtain citizenship, they turn around, they want to pull the ladder up from behind them, and they are not interested in letting other illegals in. They all say, oh, you have to do it the right way, but they fucking know by interacting with that system that there is no right way. It's a completely broken system.
Not pro-immigration. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yes. Point one, the idea that I'm absolutely.
European seems xenophobic as fuck, so I'm not surprised that he thinks that. I mean, he is xenophobic as fuck, so yes.
You travel.
But I'm sure if you asked if this ever came to like grooming gangs in the UK or his opinions on like Muslims or whatever, he'd start talking about like the scourge of radical jihadist Islam, Sharia law being spread throughout Europe.
What was it not? Where majority white is barely hanging on by its fingernail. So yes, it's happened. But when you say nation of immigrants, it sounds like, this is like a founding principle. No, this is how Teddy Kennedy and the Democrats changed the country beginning in 1970. So, I mean, you can take a really expensive bottle of wine.
Changed the country, and they genocided a bunch of indigenous people. A replacement. One could call it a great replacement. Oh my God, what is going on? Who gives it? Oh my God. Okay. So my MAGA viewer, it's me, G to the O to the NIE. Thank you for gifting 20 subs to my leftist audience. I'm sure they appreciate it. Everybody, please enjoy your gifted subs from our lone conservative viewer.
And
about the good work here. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pour vinegar in it and then say, this wine sucks. It's a bottle of vinegar. Well, no, it wasn't. It was a bottle of wine. You poured vinegar in it. And that doesn't make it a bottle of vinegar. And you are absolutely right, much to my absolute blinding fury, that yes, they distinguish between legal immigrants, as Trump says. We love legal immigrants, just not illegal immigrants. And I mean, that was a big part of my book, Adios America. It wasn't about illegal immigrants. It's about immigrants. What they mean when they say this, I know this is what they mean, pre-1970 immigrants and post-1970 immigrants, because they're thinking of, I mean, the immigrants that came end of the 18th century, end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. No, they were fantastic. Those were all still Western Europeans. So a lot of them, that's only a few generations back.
Okay, so, but they're still immigrants. Like this, really, she just wants white people. I mean, all of this is just a fig leaf and a convoluted explanation for a thing that she is obviously post hoc rationalizing. You want brown people out and white people in. And everybody who is a white person is a settler, and everybody who's a brown person is an illegal.
So a lot of them are thinking.
But even her definition of what constitutes white people includes people that were not considered white people just like 100 years ago, like fucking certain Italian people or like German people.
Their grandparents came from Ireland or Germany or Italy. That's who they're thinking of when they say legal immigrants. They don't realize.
Okay, she literally, made exactly what I'm saying.
Is that the only difference in? I mean, Biden made a joke of it. By saying, okay, illegal immigrants massing at our border, peasants with no skills, inability to speak English, we're instantly going to go on welfare, mug us, kill us, drive drunk, rape little girls. No, you can come in legally. Biden just did that. So they're.
Did you gift 20 more? Mobius. So what? So the MAGA guy doesn't have the #1 gifted spot. Mobius 636. Thank you so much for the 20 Tier 1 gifted subs to all of my chatters. I really, really appreciate it. And everybody who is the recipient of a Tier 1 sub, please make use of your emotes and ad-free experience. Thank you so much, you guys.
Illegal immigrants. It's the same people. It's about.
You guys are going ham. Ann Coulter is. Oh my God. Okay, now back on top. We have. It's you guys. Okay, thank you so much. It's me, G to the OO to the NIE. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs in response. Mobius, do you have an answer? Okay, Mobius 636, thank you so much for the 50 gifted tier 1 subs. We can't let MAGA win, not in this chat. We can't let somebody who literally is a first-time chatter today, a MAGA viewer, fucking outclass my like native viewers as far as gifted subs go. This is a huge day, you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are petty. Everybody enjoy your gifted sub, whether you got it from it's so your name is so long, MAGA chatter, but it's me G to the like it's me Goonie. That's what I'm gonna say. Whether you got it from my MAGA viewer or from Mobius 636, thank you so much. Enjoy your tier 1 subs. Just call me I'll call you Goonie then.
Third world, and yes, we can take people.
He's gentrifying the stream. It's urban development. Thank you very much.
From anywhere and assimilate them. But for one thing, assimilation is a bad word now. They act like...
You're chat united in subs.
You know, it's hate speech to try to assimilate people. They live in their little, I mean, they're basically creating their own ghettos within the United States. Up in Dearborn, Michigan, they have signs in Arabic. And, you know, I like a lot of them. My senator was from Michigan, but that's crazy. In in Minnesota, all the Somalians, they absolutely only vote for a Somalian. The U.S. representative from that area, Ilhan Omar, she gives speeches.
Isn't $50, $200 a pop? $200, I have no clue what it is, but isn't it worth it to make sure that you're on top, right?
This huge
small price to pay to be the #1 gifted like chatter for gifts in my chat, obviously.
Somalians, and she's saying, I'm here to represent the Somalian people. You're supposed to be representing America now, and that's a big problem with bringing in...
Yeah, but it's not mutual. You can be a Somali in America. That's not mutually exclusive.
You can't bring them in a tidal wave like that. You have to bring them in bit by bit, get them accustomed to American ways, which is the way of the WASP.
All right, people, it's trivia time. Financial.
All right, no it ain't. No it ain't, Konstantin. Fuck off.
You get 100,000.
Jesus Christ. Gold.
Trigger gold. Sit down with some of the
oh my God.
0.7.
That finds a for your device. Sure, but I guess the reason I'm asking, I'm a first-generation immigrant to this country, and I've always been hugely in favor of really strong assimilation policies, right? But didn't you have this controversial moment with Vivek, who I think you'd agree is smart and has assimilated, where you said you wouldn't vote for him because he's Indian?
Yeah. For president. I didn't say I wouldn't vote for him. I said he could be, senator. He's running for Senate now.
Why?
Wow. Why? I mean, he's like genuinely confused how much of a fucking racist he is. Do you know who you're talking to, dude?
He was born in America, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but his parents weren't or something.
Why wouldn't you vote for him for president?
Okay, look up all the presidents of India. Have they ever had a non-Indian president? Why, no, they haven't. Has Israel ever had a non-Israeli president? Why is my country the only country that is supposed to have, oh no, anybody can run our country?
Had an Indian prime minister.
Yeah, I don't think it went that well. And that was fairly recent.
It was fairly recent, and it didn't go well, but it wasn't because he was Indian.
Oh, okay. Like, do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to arch fucking racist. Of course she's going to say that's the reason why I fucking failed, dude. Come on. This is, isn't this who, they're talking about who Drew Pavlou said was not truly, like, an English gentleman or whatever. He said he was, like, almost assimilated, even though he was, like, a fucking Tory.
The party's useless.
I wouldn't have voted for him because he's Indian. I think, and by the way, we have a natural-born citizen clause for that. I mean, there is, as I explained to Vivek in his podcast, that was I really started off with a bang on that one. It was a rash decision at the last minute. All my friends oppose, and I think a lot of you oppose Vivek because they think of him as a scam artist and a con man. And I was thinking, well, I can't say that to him. I wouldn't vote for him because he's Indian. Let's throw that one out. But I explained this to him at the time. There's a reason we have the natural-born
I'd vote for Vivek, smart guy. I cannot believe I actually thought for a moment that Vivek would have more purchase within the Republican Party than he ended up having. Like, I really just think it's the Republican Party is just too racist to accommodate him, because I thought that somebody was calling him, I mean, they were making a racist comment when doing so. Who called like the next Obama? It might have been Chris Christie, Who called Vivek a next Obama? But for Republicans, yeah, it was like Christie who did this.
Let's talk about one of the most memorable moments from last night's Republican presidential debate in Milwaukee. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie called Republican challenger Vivek Ramaswamy Obama 2.0. I'm sure former President Barack Obama is somewhere wondering, now how did my name get in it? Well, Christie called Ramaswamy out for using similar language that Obama used during his run for president, after Ramaswamy described himself as a, quote, skinny guy with a funny last name. Take a look at this clip.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
The hope of a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too.
Mike and Cooks, thank you so much for resubbing on your 4th month.
They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But despite Ramaswamy taking a page from Obama's playbook, he ranks #2 in opinion polls behind former President Donald Trump.
Opinion polls, but then that didn't really pan out, did it? I do think it's a highly racist if you're a Republican to be calling him Obama 2.0, but I thought maybe he would be more than just a flash in the pan like he was.
Partisan clause for president. There is an idea, and I think people feel it even more now, because of the massive immigrants from very, very different cultures. America, I mean, like Britain, like most countries, I guess, it has a very distinctive culture. We are the freest country in the world. Mm-hmm. Free speech is in our bones. The right to bear arms is in our bones. And when polls are taken, no matter how nice they are, immigrants overwhelmingly do not support free speech and gun rights. I mean, those are just two examples.
Is that even true? When polled, do immigrants support freedom of speech? And then we're also going to do one for gun rights. That's more broad. I feel like there's no way this is true. Not do immigrants have freedom of speech. I'm saying, like, do they support it? There's just, like, no way that this is true. But I'll keep looking into it while we watch.
Does Vivek support free speech and gun rights?
The point is still the same, and that is...
I was about to say, she's not going to treat these people like a fucking individual. So even if Vivek Ramaswamy himself is very, very pro-free speech or very, very pro-2A, that doesn't matter because she is generalizing. She is making racist assumptions. It does not matter.
There is the idea that over generations, it's in your bones. This is in your blood. You would die for this country. It's just second nature to believe in the right to bear arms. And yeah, immigrants can pick this up. Look, I told them I'd vote for his kids if they married an American.
But he is an American, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but he's an Indian.
But he's an Indian American, yeah.
American. He is a second-generation immigrant.
Okay, but what the rule about the natural...
That's what, the second-generation immigrant, instead of just being a first natural-born citizen, an American.
So I'm using that as an analogy. I'm not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to say that. I could have just said you're not natural-born. Ted Cruz isn't natural-born. I wouldn't have to explain. This is an analogy that it matters how deep your connection is to a very distinctive culture.
But you said that's because there's certain things that are embedded in the culture, like being in favor of the First Amendment, being in favor of the Second. But Vivek is in favor of all these things, and you still wouldn't.
Well, it says that. I want it in their bones. I want the wives to believe it. I want it generation after generation after generation. I don't want it to have to be something they need to study and figure out this is what they're supposed to say about it.
But aren't there loads of white Americans who don't believe it in either of those amendments?
Sure.
But you would...
A lot. No, that's not true. No.
Does communism treat people as individuals? See, I'm a communist. And right now, I'm about to demonstrate to you that I will treat you like an individual because even though you're a first-time chatter and you are coming in here asking a troll question for the first time, I will still not ban you unless you continue to do something very, very annoying or you break TOS. So enjoy my chat.
Aren't there a lot? No. The answer is no, no, no. The people who support... want it to have to be something they need to study and figure out this is what they're supposed to say about it.
But aren't there loads of white Americans who don't believe it in either of those amendments?
Sure.
But you would...
A lot? No, that's not true. No, aren't there a...
Oh, she granted it for a second, and now she's like, no, wait, that's not true. It's a fundamental American value. Even though MAGA does not support these things, I don't care if you pull them and nominally they say that they do. Look at what policies they support that is undermined and contradicted by the shit that they're fined with.
A lot. No. The answer is no. The people who support...
There's a lot of white Californians who don't believe in either of those
and a
amendments.
majority do. Right. And a majority of no other ethnic group does. And a majority of no other ethnic group does.
But surely, wouldn't the position be, Anne, is to take everybody on their own individual merits? Isn't that just the way...
Does everybody get to be president?
if you're born in the country and you're an American citizen...
I mean, he's saying, like, you should have the opportunity to, right?
You should have the chance, shouldn't you? Isn't that the American dream?
Tell Netanyahu. Tell the Israelis. As soon as they put in a president who's not an Israeli, I will say you guys are absolutely right. Judge people on
But he isn't an American. He is an American. It's not like he's just come over and then assumed...
And then we would support you.
There are Muslim Israelis.
Right, and they serve in the Supreme Court and they can be elected president.
Mobius 636, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Dan Norton 1, who is curious about communism in my chat and does not understand why it's a troll question.
They won't be elected president.
So they can be.
Well, okay, but I'm not saying there should be a constitutional amendment. I say I won't vote for that person. And you know damn well Israelis are not voting for a Muslim president because they don't want to, just as Anne doesn't want to.
Which is, look, I mean, that is fair, Anne. If you don't want to, you don't want to. I think the question that
I can't believe he concedes that. It's your right to be racist or whatever.
Want to ask, therefore, is...
Why not just say, like, okay, but it's fucking stupid. It is, no one's disputing that it's your right to cast a vote with a racial motivation or reasoning, but it's a stupid way to go about deciding who's going to be the best president.
Is MAGA just a one-term thing?
Just having a conniption? Because I don't think she's used to this sort of pushback from other right-wing pundits. It's usually liberals. I give her the shit and she can just hand wipe it or ignore it or say they're triggered.
Is this just going to be a one-term, flash in the pan, built around the cult of Trump?
Can someone explain why it's a troll question if Aaron won't? Isn't it cute how Dan Norton is pretending like, oh, I'm a first-time chatter. I've never asked any other question in this chat. Why do you know my name? I haven't said my name.
Or is this going to be something longer lasting?
Not a chance that it will be one term. When I describe the MAGA cult, I don't know what percentage of Trump voters just like that the way he talks. Like I say, his personality as opposed to his policies. But a lot of people care about the policies, and my proof of that is 2016 was at least the third time Donald Trump ran for president. This is the first time he talked about immigration and swept the primaries. And by the way, if you look, I mean, I described this in Trump We Trust, you look at that opening speech coming down the escalator, he talked about a lot of stuff. The Mexican rapist thing was like 8%. Of the opening.
Like, there is no comprehensive polling data, like going back to this shit, there's no comprehensive polling data on immigrants' views broadly on gun rights or freedom of speech. But let's take this, okay, as a slice. Hispanics' view on key issues facing the nation. But this is going to include mostly Americans. It doesn't say Hispanic immigrants. Let's see what they have, like guns. Hispanic immigrants. And on guns, Hispanics favor controlling gun ownership at higher rates than the general public. These findings come after the Supreme Court recently made major decisions on cases that resulted in restricted access to legal abortions and expanded rights to carry guns in public. When it comes to immigration, a majority of Hispanics say it is a very important policy goal to create a path to legal status for immigrants who arrived illegally to the U.S. as children, a greater share than among the U.S. public overall. And then on abortion, only 57% say are pro-choice.
It could have been about Obamacare. It could have been about guns. It could have been about...
I mean, those words do tend to stand out.
I think a lot of them. I think you can find a lot of them that stand out. When attacking Jeb Bush, saying your father lied us into war. The reason, I mean, he was lucky. The entire media, the entire Republican Party, the entire Democratic Party, I mean, of the elites, opposed him on that. But the people were for him on that. So the more the media attacked him, the more they were doing his PR for him, by advertising his single most popular policy. And even though it didn't take bravery, it took,
Is this chatter really the Dan Norton famously majority report libertarian caller and not infertile at all? And I'm looking and there is a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube video. from somebody, Dan Norton. My calls to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Ayn Rand, Social Security, and money. Did we just find like a gold mine of content here?
You know, not being a moron to start pick up the popular policy. It made him look brave. So no, immigration. And when he got elected this time, New York Times.
Yes, I do know there was a hurricane named after me. Obviously, with me in mind, Straighterade specifically. I am barreling towards the East Coast as we speak.
Ran a poll, and there were a million polls showing the same thing, but I'm saying this is a statement against interest. It made him look brave. It took, you know, not being a moron to start pick up the popular policy. It made him look brave. So no, immigration. And when he got elected this time, New York Times ran a poll, and there were a million polls showing the same thing, but I'm saying this is a statement against interest because the New York Times is very liberal. They ran a big poll. Most Americans, a majority, didn't like his personality, didn't like him personally, but they overwhelmingly supported him on immigration, expressly mass deportations. It's a popular issue.
Let's see. Oh, wait. On mass deportation, I thought she was maybe talking about 2016. She's not wrong. The thing that she's leaving out, though, is yes, there were polls that showed 70% of Americans. Do I want to debate? Do I want to debate libertarianism right now? Dan Norton, I would want nothing more than to debate libertarianism with you, objectivism, Ayn Rand. Of course, but not right now. Sorry, not this moment. But if you come back, we can debate it. Please get Dan on. You guys. You want me to just be... You just want me to get BTFO'd, obviously. This is a high-minded Ayn Rand objectivist supporter. Okay? And he came in asking about communism. And he came in on a first-name basis. I don't want to get outclassed. I clearly need to study... I'm going to study objectivist thought, Ayn Rand thought all night and prepare for my debate with Dan Norton. It's only right. Do I send him a link to the Discord? Yeah, but I'm not going to debate him right now. I am being serious about that because I do want to get through this.
Even the Republicans like Rubio, who pushed an amnesty and was, the most beloved.
Debate him on but he wants to debate on communism. Mobius 636, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Critical Rad TV, a regular here who was unsubbed though.
Republican over at Fox News, where they love amnesty. Every Republican, when Trump ran in 2016, every Republican supported amnesty.
I'm not actually scared of debating this person, Oscar. I just want to finish this.
At the very end, Cruz, closest to him, I'd say, ideologically flipped. Now all of them, amazingly, Rubio, whom I hated for being this beloved amnesty pusher, man, he sounds like Adios America now. he could be quoting straight from my book. So Republicans have flipped.
Oh wait, that's what I was saying. That there was polling that found that 70% of Americans supported mass deportation nominally. However, when the program was explained to them and they had to understand how mass deportation would have to happen, the same amount of people that said they supported it did not support it. It's like, I want all the groceries in one bag, but I don't want the bag to be heavy. So people say that they support mass immigration. You keep pushing. They don't really support mass deportation. Can I post a debate on my channel after it happened? If it does happen, you can post whatever the hell you want, Dan Norton. And yes, it is going to happen. I just don't want to have it right now because I'm in the middle of this. You can post, I will even give you permission to clip out segments from the stream where I am calling you a troll. Go ahead, post it on your fucking channel to your libertarian friends. For all I care, our little back and forth in chat.
So Reagan runs on tax cuts. Tax is the highest tax rate back then.
Donate 500 subs to debate.
To you guys, but it was like 78%.
That's quite a lot to us.
I mean, that's for each dollar above a certain amount, but still.
But that's a huge amount.
78%. So he runs on cutting taxes, and unlike Trump's first term, he kept his promises.
First issue, age of consent. I mean, it'll be a libertarian debate is always fun. If you debate a libertarian long enough, they will eventually describe a state.
Taxes. Now, since then, my idiot Republican Party...
When I eventually do debate you, Dan Norton, we can set a timer for how long it takes for a state to pretty much be created in our debate.
Keeps running on cutting taxes, but the only difference...
I'm not a libertarian. I'm not anti-state. I just think the state should be limited in its function. Are you, like a minarchist? Sorry, I'm getting the terminology wrong.
In a Republican president and a Democrat president on taxes, and look, I'm for tax cuts. It's always good. But it's like 34% versus 39%. It's not up just to 50%, 60%, 78%. So Reagan won the argument on that. I think, if anything, we would see the Democrats coming around on immigration, as some of the liberal parties in Europe have done in order to win.
Really? So you think, like, for instance, Gavin Newsom would go out?
The liberal parties, quote unquote, like Keir Starmer.
I mean, he's got no integrity and he will do whatever it takes to win. So actually, you've made my argument for me. Yeah, fair. Yeah. But I just see the Dems as being so ideologically compromised. Like, they know what they need to do.
Sounds like libertarians are trying to rebrand their messaging after getting stomped for decades. Surely not. Objectivist, period. I think the only proper functions of the government are police, military, and courts. Of course, they should all be controlled by plutocrats and wealth concentration, because that is inevitably what will happen if that is the world that we lived in. I mean, that's increasingly becoming closer to the world that we lived in. Same outcome. Different mechanisms used to bring about that outcome, but same outcome.
But
do they? Do they?
I see the Dems as being like Jehovah's Witnesses. They know that they need to take the blood transfusion in order to save themselves, but they can't do it for Bridget.
Yeah, but they've got principles. They've got, they've got a greater purpose in life, right? And their purpose is, to save the poor illegal immigrants and the trans kids and whatever, right?
Yeah.
They can't go back on that. Just like the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Save the poor illegals and the trans immigrants.
I think they can. I don't know that they will. It's hard to imagine right now, I admit it. But there are two reasons I think they can. Is one, until they notice that the post-1970 immigrants were voting for them, the lot of Democrats were as tough as I am on immigration. Harry Reid, the Senate Majority Leader for a while, Democrat from Nevada.
She's not wrong. If you actually go back and listen to like how Pelosi sounded on immigration like 20, 30 years ago, she sounds identical to how some of MAGA sounds today, or at least in Trump's first term.
Gave a blistering speech on anchor babies. Dianne Feinstein and Barbara Boxer, both from California, absolutely hardcore on immigration because it was hitting California first.
Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama. I have a whole chapter in my book basically listing left-wing American politicians talking about immigration.
Yes.
I mean, Bernie Sanders is, but like he said, like open borders is a right-wing Koch brother, like Heritage Foundation plan, which he's not wrong. Because if you listen to how Reagan sounds, he kind of sounds like a liberal, quote unquote, on immigration. But what Reagan was talking about is like the free and flow migration of like labor. But he was talking about there being like a poor underclass of immigrants basically doing work in this country. When Bernie Sanders has criticisms for immigration, it's about, even if it's wrong, it's about concern for like domestic wages, and it's about humanitarian concerns for the immigrants themselves.
And they were to the right of Donald Trump, all of them.
Yes. Yes, Bernie Sanders.
It's immoral for the government to coerce people. Do you have an issue with law?
Well, to the right of 2016 Trump.
Right, and Bernie Sanders, when he ran in 2016...
Totally. He said it drives down American workers' wages.
Which it does. And then he flipped.
Yeah.
Because he went back to...
Notice, it's immoral for the government to coerce people, but private actors with lots and lots of capital and money, completely fine for them to coerce people into whatever the fuck they want.
Mothership, and no, they're voting for us. But okay, so that's one point. They have believed
but the difference is now that people are different. Ilhan Omar and AOC are never going to come out against immigration.
True. So the immigrants won't. But the other Democrats, the reason they might is, to take Ilhan Omar as an example, so the mayor of Minneapolis, total leftist freak boy. He was the one you may have seen.
Leftist freak boy, Jacob Fry.
This.
AOC is not an immigrant. She is, according to Anne, she is if her parents are were not born in the United States. Let's see. Her father was born in the Bronx. Okay, so her father is like American as well. I think her mom is also born in the Bronx as well. There's no reason to think that fucking AOC is an immigrant.
Like a baby in front of George Floyd's gold casket.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
Private individuals don't have the legal power to coerce. No, they don't have the legal power. They just have all of the money in the world and capital. Billionaires, I mean.
Just an absolute soy boy pussy on
You just can't acknowledge that because your entire system would fall apart.
Well, guess what? They just had the Democratic primary, and he lost.
There's more types of coercion in this world than just legal coercion. There is money.
AOC took the place, and I wrote about this in the
article. It says she's born in Puerto Rico. Oh, hold on. Oh wait, how did I not read that? I literally, it was the same sentence. Her mother was born in Puerto Rico. That is America. Okay. Economic power is not political power. God, we're gonna have fun when I fucking debate you.
Maybe I was just arguing with my producers. Anyway, I read my own books on audiobook, and I'm sitting in the studio arguing with the producer and his daughter, I guess during our lunch break. I think it came up in one of my books, that this is the end of the white Democrats. You guys are so screwed. It's over. And there was this, I think his name was Thomas Crowley, long time Irish have dominated the Democratic Party, congressman, and AOC runs, and it was a wipeout. So there, and he isn't the only one. Democrats are losing their positions. They made a slight miscalculation. We'll bring in all these third worlders and they'll vote for us. It never occurred to them that the third worlders might want to run for office, and they...
You can't force my mind with a gun. I mean, yes, you can coerce them, right? But I can... What if I gave you $300,000? What if I gave you $1 million? What wouldn't you do at that point for me?
A block vote for their ethnicity. So ha, 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 Democrats.
The one thing that's interesting with the Democrats is looking at what's happened in New York with Mamdani. Is that his name?
It's very hard to pronounce because...
Do I think Puerto Rico should be a state? I am completely agnostic on those things and those territories. Like, if those people want to be a state, they should be a state. If they don't want to be a state, they should probably remain a territory, not because that's right, but because they will not have the... They're so impoverished, they would literally not have the ability to like enforce their own like sovereignty.
Because in English, there's no word that has an M.
I am agnostic on this. In fact, yes. I mean, I could be swayed on it, but right now I don't have strong feelings on Puerto Rican statehood.
Followed by a D. It's hard for your mouth to say anyway, but it's Mamdani.
Okay, so Mamdani.
It's hard for them to pronounce. I mean, these people can fucking pronounce like Shakespeare. It's not hard for them to like, what's another difficult like waspy name? I don't know. I feel like every time I'm reading a Times article, there's some fucking white person who has a bizarre last name I've never heard of that I stumble over, but they're freaking out over Mamdani.
Because that looks to me, and we're seeing the same type of rhetoric being used over here, which is this very hardcore, very leftist, old school leftist, I would say, which isn't about identity politics. It's going right down to the argument of economics. It's talking about billionaires. It's talking about us and them. It's talking about inequality. Would it not be smart for the Democrats to actually attack using that type of policy and that type of rhetoric?
Yes, but only in places like New York. It will not work out in America. The working class is definitely done with the Democrats. I think it works in New York, and that's a very smart point, because the people actually voting for Mamdani aren't the poor. It's the rich elites.
And this she's not wrong about.
They're totally down with the Communist Manifesto.
What a fun Straighterade stream to catch today. It's always fun here.
So you say it's only going to be the rich elites who are going to be who are susceptible to vote?
Yeah, Worcestershire sauce or whatever. You could probably pronounce that, but you can't say Mamdani.
For that particular type of narrative.
Well, blacks in New York, for example, overwhelmed the Communist Manifesto.
Oh yeah, she's not wrong that like the majority of who supported Mamdani actually on average were more affluent than the average person in America, and like the average New Yorker. Overwhelmingly white. He was very, very popular with white men. Asian voters as well as Puerto Ricans supported him though.
So you say it's only going to be the rich elites who are going to be who are susceptible to voting for that particular type of narrative?
Well, blacks in New York, for example, overwhelmingly voted for Cuomo, and he's a complete horse's ass. So they had to overcome a lot to vote for him.
That's really interesting. So you don't see that as being because in the UK, that narrative, as we see with the cost of living crisis, as we see,
Everything's a crisis in Britain. Whenever there's any kind of problem, it's a crisis.
Exactly.
Cost of living crisis, housing crisis, energy crisis, climate crisis,
welfare crisis,
border crisis. Everything's a crisis.
So essentially, maybe that taps more into the kind of the British mind. But
let the city elect Mamdani, they need to suffer for a bit. This is the Vinny from PBD Take. I am completely in support of MAGA accelerationists that hate Mamdani so much and hate the fact that he has Riz and has aura. And that young people support him, that they are actually, okay, you want to turn New York City into a socialist shithole? Go right ahead. And it's like, well, thank you. We will, yeah.
It seems more and more that over here, that kind of those talking points and that rhetoric is becoming normalized. But you don't see that as being more an issue in the United States.
That's a really smart point, and I think it is a difference between us and not only England, but all these European countries where the far left, the communist left, they actually did have the working class voting for them. And I'm pretty sure that's true of labor over here. Okay, that's never been true in the U.S.
Wasn't his marriage arranged? Unless his parents forced him to download fucking Hinge or whatever, where he met his wife. I'm pretty sure he met his wife on a dating app. Then no, I don't believe his marriage was arranged.
Reagan, it was a hard hat revolution during when Nixon was president, and you had all the
not Hinge. Where did they meet? Did Mamdani meet his now wife? Let's see. They did meet on Hinge. According to the BBC, the couple met on dating app Hinge. Quote, so there is still hope in those dating apps. The candidate said in an interview for The Bulwark last week. Before their civil ceremony in New York City, Zohran and his wife celebrated their engagement in Dubai last year, where her family lives, with a small, joyful ceremony surrounded by their loved ones, the Mamdani campaign said in a statement. Photos posted by a florist in Dubai showed the Dubai city skyline in the background as the couple stood on the rooftop where they held a traditional Islamic wedding ceremony known as a nikah. It doesn't seem very arranged married to me. These two. Like, the most beautiful couple ever. Wedding in Dubai. No, they didn't have a wedding in Dubai. They had a wedding in South Africa, I think. Oh, wait. Yeah, traditional Islamic wedding. I thought they had the wedding in, let me see. I thought he had it in South Africa. Because PBD was like, he's a hypocrite because he got private security for his wedding, even though he wants to defund the police or something. This is supposed to be hypocrisy. Dual citizen of Uganda. Oh, okay. No, I guess that was the only place that they got married. They planned a wedding. Little kid logic.
You know, anti-war protesters and anti-Nixon protesters, even though he's the one who ended the war. It was the hard hats who came out into New York City and beat up the hippies. And one, Mayor Lindsay, very left-wing mayor of New York. Damn, I forget who it was. Some lefty died, and he put the flag at half-mast, and the hard hat guys climbed up the flagpole and raised it to the top of the mast. They have not been putting up with this nonsense for a long time. And in fact, one of my now conservative friends was a lefty in the 60s. And with
what do we want to bet this friend was never really like a fucking leftist?
Some cult-like groups. And their objective was to get the working class to, you know, support the left wing, because it had not happened before in the U.S. And he says, you know, I went in to change the working class and they changed me. And he became a huge, you know, Reaganite right-winger. But our working class is not left-wing.
Are you hopeful for the future of America? Because when we were talking on Saturday, you showed more optimism for the UK.
It's like our working class won't identify as left-wing. They're just pro-union. They're for marijuana legalization. They're for an increased minimum wage. They are okay. Like they will say they're fine with Medicare for all. They're okay, or like open to a public option. Like, you can cope and say, okay, they don't identify that way, but when you pull them issue by issue, yes, they're in favor of ideas that are typically associated with liberal, leftist, progressive, like labels. Okay, this cope about like every single district in America, every single state in America really is like the most conservative ever. Like, no, it's not true.
I found baffling, if I'm being honest.
That's tourist eyes, mate. That's what that is. That's tourist eyes. Sorry, that's tourist eyes.
No, I am more optimistic for you guys. I mean, I wish you could get Farage in a little sooner. This 4-year thing is really annoying. When I wrote Adios America, I wrote it in 2015. And back then I thought, this country is so over, but maybe we have a 10% chance of saving it. And it's my country. I love it. It's worth writing this book. And then thank God Trump read it and boy, that Mexican rapist stuff is that all over Adios America. And the day he was inaugurated, I thought,
Mexican rapists? What are you talking about?
And I was emailing with Stephen Miller and the other few simpatico people saying suddenly our hope has gone from 10% to 90% to save the country. And then we got term one and he didn't do anything. And everyone,
I work construction in the city. They hate Dems. Okay, there's a difference between hating Democrats versus not being left wing. I'm a leftist and I fucking hate the Dems for the most part. I just prefer them to Republicans.
And also, Biden brought in 20 million new illegal aliens. We already had about 40 million. What are the chances now? I don't know. Let's see if Trump and the other Republicans can keep their promises. But I think you guys are way better off. You just have to do the right stuff. Like elect Farage.
They aren't pro-union in Texas. Okay, but why aren't they pro-union in Texas, Eugene Greene? They're not pro-union because Texas is a Republican right-wing state that is right to work and is hostile to unions.
Well, I think the problem is you say do the right stuff. I look at Keir Starmer. I don't think
most people stop being lefties when they realize most are evil. My DEI chatters, my conservatives are very, very active today. Eugene Greene, where's that? We just need Male Rights USA. Goonies here. Fish.
It's going to happen, and he's going to be in power.
She slept with Dinesh D'Souza. Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is that, like, those guys have a type. No. Dinesh D'Souza has a type because he dated Ann Coulter, and he also dated Laura Ingraham.
He is. Now, if he's actually going to make it through those 4 years, I think it's a big question.
Even though we do tend to have very rigid rules, there could be an earlier election. It depends on what happens.
That would be fantastic.
And why do you like Farage so much?
Well, he's a leader of Brexit. He's been responsible for a long time. I went to one of his press conferences this week, and he's very good on his feet. Had great answers for everything. Also very good on free speech. With that, he was attacking that Safety Act, which instantly started showing up in my internet feed, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. You're the mother country. You're supposed to believe in free speech. But wait, how about, wasn't Trump's advice to Starmer hilarious? He's telling him basically to do everything Farage is recommending.
Yeah, I mean, and then he for good measure, he gave a few swipes against our mayor.
I loved that, but I loved him acting like he's just talking like Starmer is.
How/when should we arrange a debate? DM on X. Do not DM me on X. You can message me on Discord at Straighterade.
Gonna take it. You got to cut off the boat.
But we're not having a conversation. Dan Norton won until you acknowledged that you came in here asking a troll question. You pretended and played dumb like you weren't asking me a troll question and then moved on from that. If you are not going to acknowledge that in my chat right now, there is nothing to fucking discuss, okay? As fun as it would be to fucking embarrass an objectivist live on stream, I'm not going to do it unless you can acknowledge that you came in with a troll question because how would you know that I'm a communist? You were a first-time chatter. How would you know my first name? You've clearly seen me before this.
You send him home in the Safety Act, cut taxes, as if he's just, putting his arm around him, giving him some good brotherly advice. Do you know what
I'm sure Starmer will listen very carefully. Yes. Take it under advisement.
Yeah. Before Anne answers a final question at the end of the interview, make sure to head over to our Substack. The link is in the description.
I can't imagine reading their Substack.
What is your prediction for the candidates in the 2028 race?
JD, definitely JD.
And on the Democrats?
Oh my gosh, they are so screwed.
And we're going to head over to our Substack in a second where our audience get to ask you their questions. You've requested questions with the C word against you, so we'll do as many of those as we can.
Well, I was just saying you don't need to edit them.
Well, now we certainly won't, if there are any. But before we head on over there, what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Well, we covered probably enough to bore your audience, my number one topic the most, and then we covered my second most favorite topic, Epstein.
It doesn't have to be politics, it can be absolutely anything.
Oh, there's Sydney Sweeney. That's fantastic.
I was asking my guys earlier today, because I've not been very well last week. I've taken a week off the internet mainly. And then I came back and basically, explain this to me, right? What happened is this jeans company put a blonde girl with big tits
Not exactly
in an ad.
that. I think you're
doing her a disservice,
demeaning it. She's a pretty all-American girl.
That's what I'm saying. Great, I'm all in favor of that.
But I don't think it's the big tits.
I mean,
that's a very female perspective.
Yeah.
But anyway,
let's be honest. The boobs do play a massive part of it.
Okay,
let's not zero in on the tits.
Not she had Kamala Harris's face.
I was unnecessarily crass. They put an attractive blue-eyed blonde girl on a jeans ad, and they said she's got great jeans, playing on the word jeans. And everyone said they're Nazis.
I need the clip of Hassan being like, I don't want to say it. Okay, she sounds disabled. in response to this, hold on. Sydney Sweeney ad. I have to fuck it. Where is this?
Anyway, let's move on from that to Sydney Sweeney's jeans campaign, which created major backlash. Okay, I know Jay Mershon really wants me to cover the story. He's been losing his Mine here. Let's take a look.
Amazing. Sydney Sweeney's new jeans campaign.
Let's see. If I put sounds. Okay, here.
Where the tagline is Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. But it's a play on words because the campaign is for American Eagle's denim line, but also jeans like genetics. In some of the videos, they seem to use her jeans to make a hey, did you know Sydney Sweeney is hot joke, like this one.
My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
Why does she sound like, I don't want to say it, never mind. She just sounds like she has like a mental condition, like a disability. It's not just like vocal fry. Is that sexy? I don't get it. Why is she doing that? Ha.
He's like, I don't want to say it. 2 seconds later. Okay, she sounds like she has a disability.
Eyes up here. Like, what the is that like a new trend? Is that what it is? She just sounds like that? I don't know. I don't think she sounds like that all the time.
Like a blonde hair.
I can't even do like her vocal like it just sounds like her tongue is like swirling around in her mouth when she's talking in those ads. Like the voiceover sounds weird. Jeans are passed down. It's a weird ad. Okay, Dan Norton has responded. Sure, I've seen you lots of places on YouTube. Hold on, my thing keeps moving around. What did you say? Sure, I've seen you in lots of places on YouTube where your name has been said, and I saw a clip where you said you were a communist, but you haven't defended your claim that it was a troll question. I've been polite. Are you not open to polite, challenging questions, not open to civil debate? I'm not sea lioning, BTW. Yeah, okay, dude. Lol, that impression. I could probably do the whole thing and like sound exactly like her. We can debate, King, but you're fucking trolling, dude.
What happened? Yep. No, not everyone. The so moderate and normal Democratic Party.
Have you ever had a cavity filling? Yep. A single one. And I didn't get it till I was an adult, which is embarrassing. But other than that, I have never had any orthodontia, no braces, no retainers, no nothing. And I only have one tooth that's out of place.
To me, I don't even understand the leap of logic exactly. How is being blonde?
And it was like super tiny. The dentist, like, or maybe it was a hygienist. They took like a pic and they were like, look, and they like, it was back in like my molar or something like that. And it just, when they stuck it in, he was like, it shouldn't like stay in that long, and then pulled it out. It was like so small.
Oh, I mean, you're, nah, I see where they're going.
Exactly. Well, what's funny, I'm doubly, quadruply funny about this is basically since George Floyd, there have been no blonde models, zero. Every TV commercial, every magazine.
That read like a copy pasta, almost word for word, the last panel for the sea lioning comic. I know. Dan Norton knows this.
Commercial. It's just black, blackity, black. And
oh my God. Getting so distracted by chat, forgetting how I'm trying to focus on how racist Ann Coulter is, you guys.
Basically, since George Floyd, there have been no blonde models, zero. Every TV commercial,
Basically, since George Floyd, there's no white people in Hollywood or in media anymore. Truth nuke from Ann Coulter.
Magazine commercial. It's just blackity, black. And, it's 13% of the population.
Oy, oy, oy.
They're just begging people to say, what the F? So they can say, oh, does that offend you? No, but it's weird. It's just weird to say, I mean, why not have, every ad with a one-legged man? It's just weird that they're obsessed with this. And now for the first time, and if they would have someone who wasn't, obviously black, it would have to be this neutral, could be Hispanic. Could
be
there's
Asian.
This
like racially ambiguous category now. That's
but
the one
not blonde.
Yeah, I see.
Cannot be blonde.
Yeah, but why does that make them Nazis?
What she doesn't know is that there's discourse about the fact that like light-skinned black people are more likely to be selected in these advertisements so that these companies can gesture at diversity, but they're still picking people that are not really representative of how the majority of people look in that demographic. They're picking biracial people that have light skin. They're picking people with colored eyes. They're picking people that straighten their hair. They don't naturally have kinky hair.
I don't get it.
Because the Democratic Party learned so much from the 2024 election.
They really haven't.
Let's try to be normal. We're trying.
Let's head over to Substack where our audience are going to call Ann names. See you there.
Which is
Okay, so apparently Marjorie Taylor Greene is dropping tea, talking shit about Laura Loomer on Megyn Kelly. This just dropped. Thank you so much, Mobius636, for gifting a sub to Armor and Quills. And we are going to watch this when I get back. But before before we do this, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and give me a follow if you aren't already. That way you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me and also hit the bell. That way you can get a notification that I'm live as well. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. If you sub to me at The Wolf, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Oscar. We love Oscar. My mod. Who did not have a sub, but now he does. Yippee. Is stream ending? No, stream is not ending. I will be right back. I'm going to refill my water. And then we're going to watch Marjorie Taylor Greene dish out the secrets of DC, the Israel lobby, Jasmine Crockett, that's surely not going to be racist, and the future of MAGA. Do you think Hassan advocation for Gaza is good? Yeah, I do. I'll be right back. I'm laughing at you guys arguing in chat. My hair getting so long. I really need like a haircut. I'm so sick of it. Like the ends look so bad. I really need to get it dyed black again. I'm sick of it not being black. I'm sick of it like just I'm sick of it in general. Aaron falsely implied I'm disingenuous with her sea lion comment. Actually, it's an objectively true fact, given that I am an objectivist. I am rationally objective at all times. Never trolling, never asking a disingenuous bait question, never coming in to stir shit, never coming in to try to get a fucking debate with me. I'm holding back so much here, and you have no idea. No, I know. Dan, just chill, okay? Save all of this, like, passive-aggressive heat for our actual debate. Just chill. It's fine. Crispy Dorito split ends suck. Yeah, they do. Also, it's just so expensive to get a fucking haircut. I had no idea. Like, I mean, I'm from like a fucking poor town in Texas with like a really depressed economy. So I can still get a haircut and my hair dyed black for less than $100 with tip. I learned like, yeah, it's not like that anywhere else in the United States in a very rude way. By learning that like what I want costs like minimum like $200 and I just don't want to fucking pay that. So the hair is going to continue to grow longer until I find somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing and is not going to charge me like a bunch of money to do it. I just don't like spending that much on like personal care or whatever. Yeah, one of those blender looking machines that could cut your ends for you. That's like a bullet train to me needing to like have like a fucking like a bowl cut. It's gonna fuck everything up. Unironically do it yourself. I mean, I probably could like trim my hair myself. But you said we couldn't have a debate until I first conceded I was trolling, which I wasn't. Dan, I don't give a fuck. Just message me on Discord. We can have a fucking debate. You like you're a fucking sea lion. It's like you are a troll. You are a sea lion. If you can handle me saying that, me baselessly slandering an objectivist in Aaron in Straighterades chat, then we can have a conversation. Okay, we can just agree to disagree. What's your natural hair color? Do you need to dye any gray hairs? Yeah, I do. There's the smear. I just smeared an objectivist, so no. You're the one who came into my chat and you're bitching, dude. Again, agree to disagree. You could pay the $200 and the haircut lady could misunderstand and cut your hair mercilessly. No, fuck no. Me, mommy, I have tons of gray hairs. My natural hair color is like this ugly, like mousy brown. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, can't you kind of? I feel like you can kind of see it. I don't know. It doesn't show the way like it does. The way it is looking is like not. It was like lighter than this. I don't know. It's ugly. Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene interviewing this other girl boss. Megyn Kelly. Let's see how this goes.
Taylor Greene. This is the first time we have ever met. Hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show. Today on the program, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is the first time we have ever met. Since coming onto the national scene in 2019, she has been a lightning rod for the Republican Party and a loyalist to President Donald.
It does not look bad, dude. This is not what it looked like. It like looked. I just didn't like the color that it was.
Trump. However, she's making headlines now over cracks in her support for some of his current stances. Ukraine, Israel, the Epstein files, just to name a few. Congresswoman Greene has been involved in some epic...
Wait, Ukraine is real?
Israel. The Epstein files, just to name a few. Congresswoman Greene has been involved in some epic fights on Capitol Hill.
This hair talk makes me enjoy being bald. It is genuinely way fucking easier than having hair. Why do you guys think I have like wigs and shit? I hate styling my hair. It takes so long.
Whether you like her or not, she does not back down on Fauci, the villain, the trans issue, and so much more. This is going to be a wide-ranging discussion on the current state and future of the MAGA movement and more. Joining me now, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow me on Insta, Facebook, and X. I've been talking a lot lately about Riverbend Ranch, and that's because I love their...
Oh my God. These people, man, the fucking ads that they get. Holy shit. Holy fucking... Jesus Christ, man. This is like Hulk Hogan tier, like, being fucking tan against a bleached skin. Jesus.
Here. Yeah, think riverbendranch.com, promo code Megyn.
Thank you, Megyn. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming all this way.
Man.
Let's just start with news of the day because we're taping this on Monday. This is going to air on Tuesday. And in the Oval Office, President Trump, who's meeting with Zelensky, was just asked about what kind of commitments are we ready to make with respect to our troops in keeping any
like whole coat,
possible peace in Ukraine, because his emissary, Steve Witkoff, his envoy, had said,
Here, watch. Is that dog the bounty hunter? Thank you for the thanks.
The security deals are basically being negotiated, which sounds like us. And here's what he said.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops?
She's like one of those Japanese cat people. She is kind of reminding me of like, hold on. It's called like Genguro, I think. This was like an alt trend among like Japanese women where they like intentionally like tan themselves and shit. And like wear a bunch of makeup, but like and bleach their hair. Like, y'all see what I'm seeing? Just a little bit, man. Like, there's levels to this. Like, there's women that will do it, like, this intense or whatever. But, like, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of does look like a light version of this, not gonna lie.
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders.
Yeah, Gyarus or something. That's what they're called.
Great countries also. And we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved.
Okay. Your thoughts on what, if any, presence we should be having over in Ukraine?
Right now, taping on Monday, so we're just taking what the president just spoke of in the Oval Office. I think he's talking about potential Article 5 security.
That's what Witkoff mentioned.
Agreement.
The NATO agreement, which they're not a party to NATO.
Right, which I'm against. Look, I campaigned all over the country for President Trump, not just in 2024, but literally for years. And I can tell you right now, the American people are very much against foreign wars, funding foreign wars, sending American troops into foreign countries to protect their borders, their interests, their people. They are appalled that we've spent $200 billion or more in Ukraine thus far since 2022. And I don't think the American people will be happy about sending American troops.
I mean, like, they weren't always appalled. I don't know if they feel appalled. I'm not inclined to take Marjorie Taylor Greene at her word for literally anything. But, like, I do know that opinions have shifted with respect to, like, Ukraine. Let me see. Where is it? This was, like, a CNN thing I meant to watch yesterday.
And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral.
It's Ukrainian public opinion that they're looking at, though. This is not American.
Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen. And if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
Some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 3/4, 73% agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible.
This is according to Gallup.
22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position. Now, of course, negotiating to end the war as soon as possible, that's a bit more nuanced, right? Ukrainians don't want to agree to all of Russia's demand, but I think the idea of even there being some territory that would be not formally recognized as being given that Russia could in fact stay in, that does have majority support, but the idea of formal recognition of Russia's demands, absolutely not.
All right. Why do you think that opinion has changed to the extent that it has?
Well, I think one of the big reasons why opinions have changed is this idea that this war is going to end anytime soon. Ukrainians don't think it will. Take a look here. Ukrainians on the war ending within a year. Just 25% say that it is likely. Look at this.
Zelensky fatigue. He seems slimy. I've never gotten that impression from Zelensky, I'll be honest.
68% say it is unlikely that the war will in fact end in a year. And you'll notice, John, this 68% looks a heck of a lot.
And I do feel like a lot of the narrative surrounding like Zelensky's corrupt, he's like a dictator or whatever, is like very, very forced to me. He seems very unexceptional in a lot of ways.
9% who say that they want
as far as like politicians go, he just seems like a normal
So President Trump overnight ruled out Ukraine joining NATO, seemingly ever. But what do Ukrainians feel about that?
You know, obviously Ukrainians would like to join NATO. That has been a goal of theirs for a number of years. But the idea that that NATO admission will happen within 10 years, look at the collapse in this position. 2022, it was 64%. Now it is just half that level.
I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't expect that Ukrainians believe that there is a good chance that Ukraine's going to be admitted into NATO anytime soon, certainly not within the next 10 years. But as far as Americans, American support for Ukraine 2025 polling. This is what we just looked at. So how Americans view the Trump admin's approach to the Ukraine-Russia war. Is the U.S. providing too much or too little support? Overall, 29% of Americans say the U.S. is not providing enough support to Ukraine, while 18% say it is providing too much. So when she said Americans are fucking appalled, what did she say?
Their borders, their interests, their people, they are appalled that we've spent $200 billion or more in Ukraine.
So true, Queen. All 18% of them, they're appalled. All 18%.
Thus far since 2022. And I don't think the American people will be happy about sending American troops with an Article 5 security agreement and promise to Ukraine. I don't think that's what the American people want. I think they want...
What's the sample size on that polls in March of Air? It's fucking Pew data. Like, this is not some... I did not pull from some obscure, like, college poll or something like that. Pew consistently gives comprehensive, reliable, accurate polling data. You're just asking that because it doesn't have the outcome. That doesn't have the answer that you want.
Out of it, because most Americans are looking at their daily lives. They're looking at their bills, their rent payments. Young people today can't buy a house. They're looking at health insurance, which is a complete scam and a ripoff. And they're going, okay, how much more is this going to cost me? So that's my first reaction.
Well, let's talk about what a guarantee would look like. I mean, if we're guaranteeing the security of Ukraine, so that if there's another Putin invasion down the line, we're required to fight it like it's our war?
Yes, essentially. So Article 5 with NATO means that any NATO country that is attacked, that means the other countries are bound in that agreement to respond with defense. And I think it can vary depending on how the country reacts and what the defense aid they give to these other countries. But it seems... It doesn't make sense to say Ukraine can never join NATO, but yet here we are, the United States, most powerful country in the world. We are going to give you Article 5, a guarantee security agreement.
Like a side deal.
And why do they deserve it, is my question. Why does Ukraine...
Hey, whether they do or they don't, I don't want to give it.
Exactly.
That's my position. I don't care. It's my child. No.
Megan, I fully agree with you, and I think most Americans agree with you.
This is like a childish way to look at all of this shit.
I was one of the only members of Congress
like Russia interfering with another country's sovereignty is going to have ramifications for the United States and the EU, whether they want it to or not.
Voted no from the beginning to fund the Ukraine war, and I took a very strong position, and literally I was on my own out of,
How'd you see that?
I just saw...
I'm against Putin's invasion of Ukraine, but in my opinion, NATO is an imperialist organization. Yeah, I don't even disagree. That's pretty much my position.
But so my dad was a combat war veteran in Vietnam, and just growing up with a father that had been drafted and parents that had lived through the Vietnam War, that whole generation, which we love them so much. And
I agree, Aaron, but can we not defend Ukraine with our soldiers? Male Rights USA, we are not defending Ukraine with our own soldiers.
Knowing so many,
we're giving them old weapons and shit.
Members and friends that served in everything from Desert Storm to Iraq and Afghanistan and all these Middle Eastern wars. And as a member of Congress, constantly hearing from veterans that have so many broken issues, whether it's physical or mental with PTSD, and can't get their needs met at the VA. And then knowing that their suicide numbers are still 22 a day. I mean, it's just common.
See, the thing is that they will talk about we need to take care of Americans here at home. We need to care about veterans. People need health care here. And then they'll vote against all of those things. They'll vote for the big, beautiful fucking bill, which cut Medicare and Medicaid. And they don't give a fuck about the troops.
Sense. It's like, we can't do this anymore. And we're broke. America's broke. We're $37 trillion in debt. And at some point, we have to start saying no to the rest of the world and just completely say, no, we can't. We've got to focus here or we're going to implode one day.
The Republican Party has turned on that war and supporting it, but they weren't against it in the beginning. The numbers have fallen. So it's to your credit that you saw that trouble coming right from the get-go. And it's not that, I have sympathy, of course, for the Ukrainian people. I mean, what's happened is terrible. They've had terrible leaders.
Yep.
And Vladimir Putin is not a good man. Nobody's going to dispute that. But not everything can be our problem. And the problem is we had Democrats who were messing with Ukraine and kind of trying to make it our problem for a number of years, which I think led us to feeling some obligation, understandably. But at this point, I mean, like you've got these two stubborn leaders. I don't know what's going to happen today. I don't have high hopes that Trump's going to get something done today.
Yeah.
It's going to have to stop at some point because both sides are losing, how many thousands by the week. So how do you see this ending?
I'm not sure. I do want to say I put a lot of faith and hope in the president because we all win if he's successful in ending it. However, what does America have to continue to commit to these countries in order to end their wars that we had nothing to do with? Even the Ukraine-Russia war really started in 2014 under Barack Obama.
I'm surprised that she's not pushing like the NATO expansion shit if she's going to be taking this, when this is her position. Maybe she has at other points, but she's not bringing it up now.
2022, it didn't. It started way back then. And then we can look at the war with Israel and Gaza or Israel and Iran or whoever in the Middle East. We haven't started
Marjorie, you called it a genocide. Now we're back to calling it a war?
Those wars either. And then we can say, well, what wars do we pick to get involved in? What about the ones in Africa where Christians are slaughtered all the time? It's like you said, at what point do we say, guys, enough?
Not our problem. I mean, it's like 9/11. Yeah, that was our problem.
1,000%.
That was easy to see, but all of a sudden, like we could be extended all over the world at any given time with millions of American troops if we really wanted to be.
Yep.
So we have to make serious decisions, and we'll round back to Israel. But let me just get to know you first and how you got it. So did you grow up in Georgia?
Yes, born and raised.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was your family like?
Oh my gosh, very, very down home. My mom's side of the family have a very big family. My dad's side of the family is not as big. I have one brother, but
older or younger?
Younger, 2 years younger.
You're the oldest.
Yes, I'm the oldest. My family, we had no money in the beginning because my dad was truck and ladder construction guy, trying to grow the family business from there. So we moved around a good bit. I went to a lot of different public schools growing up in Georgia. Finished up and went to UGA. I was the first person in my family to graduate from college with a business degree, which was, a pretty big deal in my family as my parents.
She's a first generation graduate.
Weren't able to finish college. But yeah, just very normal childhood.
When you graduated, did you have any hopes of becoming a politician?
No, never. Oh my.
It's like, this is her background, like describing how her parents didn't have enough money to get their own higher education, to get their own college degree, how she's like the first graduate in her family that's like largely impoverished. But the policies that, even if, I don't even know if this is true, it might be more complicated than what she's saying, but then will not support any of that shit being subsidized or partially funded by the U.S. government.
My goodness, I never wanted to have anything to do with politics. Never even thought of it.
Were you back then, like, describe the 20-year-old you? Were you feisty? Were you still like a stand-up kind of person, or what were you like?
No, not at all. I don't even remember arguing with a waiter in a restaurant.
Really?
Yes, just very Southern. We grow up mild-mannered, polite.
Okay, but like, okay, I'm from the fucking South, bitch. And here's how it is in the fucking South. It's a lot of people that are civil, they're passive-aggressive as fuck, and they seem nice, but they aren't actually. And then in cities, like New Yorkers to me come off like people like they don't seem like they're nice, but they are actually nice people. There's a lot of people like this in the fucking South, though. Passive-aggressive, catty, mean, bitchy, rude, but the way that they go about expressing it is like in this very, very like kind of, just, again, passive-aggressive.
Bless your heart is the meanest thing you say.
Well, it has two meanings. There's a sincere bless your heart, and then there's a mean bless your heart.
I only knew the second.
Okay. Worked in my family construction business when I was a teenager, and then graduated from college and didn't even think of applying for a job anywhere. I went straight back to our family construction business.
Political family? Like, was it a lot of Republican talk or not?
Not really. I mean, of course, my parents talked about everything at the kitchen table, which honestly I think helped me so much. They discussed everything at the kitchen table, especially about our business. Whatever the problems were at the time, how much jobs cost, bidding jobs.
And it was a construction business?
Yes, yeah, okay. Selling jobs. I mean, really the structure of running a business, the structure of running a household, household bills. My parents but they didn't argue. It was not arguing. It was just discussing, which I think I learned and benefited from that. Mm-hmm. I think all children benefit from that when they hear their parents. But after college, I bought my family's construction business. Took me some years to buy them out and help them into retirement.
Okay, she's like, you don't sound poor, woman. Hold on. You sound actually like from some affluence. Marjorie Taylor Greene was born in Milledgeville, Georgia on May 27, 1974, the daughter of Robert Taylor. She graduated from South Forsyth High School in Cumming, Georgia in 1992, and the University of Georgia with a Bachelor of Business Admin in 96. In a statement made in 2019 and in a February 4, 2021 House floor speech, Greene explained her position on gun rights and school shootings. In those remarks, she alluded to being affected by a September 1990 incident in her high school in which an armed student held 53 students hostage for over 5 hours. And this means that she's like pro 2A. There's like not really that much information on her personal life, so I have no idea. It's like she's talking about like her parents being not having a higher education, but they're small business owners, and then she bought them out of this. I don't know.
And then away we went for over 2 decades. That's what I did.
Because I read that you I don't know if it was you never voted in an election until Trump, or you just hadn't voted recently prior to Trump.
The only election I didn't vote in was in 2012. I just couldn't vote for Mitt Romney.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gee, wonder why. Just couldn't vote for the fucking Mormon. Just couldn't vote for the Latter-day Saint Republican. You will literally again, won't vote for a Mormon, but the alternative was Barack Obama, and I guarantee you she fucking hates Muslims more than she hates Latter-day Saints. So what kind of logic is that?
Why? Interesting, because back then, at least I had a very different image of Mitt Romney in 2012 than I do now.
Mitt Romney, for me, so I'm one of those voters where I have got to feel inspired to want to vote for someone. You've got to give me a reason to want to vote for them. Otherwise, I'm like, back then, I would have been like, why am I taking time out of my day? Really, honestly, was my mindset. I was that.
Surely it was the binders full of women. Maybe it was the fact that he won that first debate against Barack Obama.
Very non-political. He did not inspire me. I voted in the first election against Obama. It's not that I like John McCain, but it was against Barack Obama. The next time I was like, well, Barack Obama's going to win.
And Marjorie sounded like a fucking leftist with some of her voting qualifications.
I definitely don't want to vote for Mitt Romney. So I was like, why would I bother?
The Bain Capitol dog on the roof. What was it?
I think he just was the wing of the Republican Party I could not stand. And that, for me, was a major turnoff.
You were already in that place in 2012.
Very much so.
So when Trump comes on the scene 3 years later, were you like, wow?
Yes. I went, this is the first, I called him a politician, but he was a candidate. I was like, this is the first politician that makes sense to me because he talked the way my father and my uncles and many men in my life.
But if she's from Georgia, it's a red state, so her not voting for Romney is like not going to be the difference between him winning and losing.
He talked normal, and he talked about it in my life. It makes sense to me because he talked the way my father and my uncle. Like this is the first. This is the first.
3 years later.
Okay, we're talking about Trump.
Were you like, wow?
Yes, I went. This is the first. I called him a politician, but he was a candidate. I was like, this is the first politician that makes sense to me because he talked the way my father and my uncles and many men in my life, especially in the construction world, talked. He talked normal, and he talked about it,
In 2016, she hears Donald Trump, who sounds like he has fucking Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And she's like, wow, really reminds me of my father.
Issues that we cared about, like ending foreign wars, putting America first. And he talked about so many of the things that none of the politicians would ever dare talk about because that might not be the right way to talk.
Yep.
So he was very appealing.
Was it love at first sight?
Absolutely.
For a politician?
Yes, love at first sight.
So you weren't buying into any of the controversies that the media was kicking around back then? You were an early supporter?
I never bought into any of the garbage.
Well, this would be important for your future political life, to not buy into garbage being printed by the media.
We didn't buy into it. I didn't buy into it, and a lot of people I knew didn't buy into it.
But you were not yet a politician, we should point out. So you were still running a construction company. You were a business owner and businesswoman.
Raising 3 children.
Okay, so how old were your kids at this point?
Well, gosh, so they are 22.
Raising 3 kids, a small business owner, and what? So feminist of you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Shouldn't you be in the kitchen?
25 and 27. So
they're adolescent.
Back in 2016. Yeah, high school and middle school.
All right.
Yes.
And so now at some point you decide to throw your hat in the ring and actually run for Congress, which is a huge decision.
Yes.
So how do you go from not being really that political to actually running for office?
I know it sounds crazy. So 2016, I really started paying attention because of Donald Trump. And that led, and it was also the whole world of social media opening up. There was so much more information that was outside of mainstream news that was on social media that I found very interesting, and many people did. And so I
literally, like, I love alternative facts. Things outside of mainstream news to these people is just lies that they want to hear. Their opinions being confirmed to them, regardless of whether or not they're based in factuality or not.
I really started paying attention, and it was watching the Republicans in 2017 fail on multiple fronts. Number one, they didn't fight against the Russia hoax, and it was so clear and obvious to me that it was a complete lie, and Republicans basically stood down and allowed Donald Trump just to be pummeled And it was disgusting to me.
No, they didn't. They're still fighting all of these allegations. You literally had Tulsi Gabbard, to distract from them not releasing the Epstein files, say that Obama should be charged with treason, but we're not going to charge him with treason for whatever reason.
I was like, how are they doing this? It just was so repulsive. And then it was in 2018, they passed the largest budget. I think at that time it was 1.
Were you a loud person in high school or one of the quiet kids? I mean, I'm like introverted. I don't know that I would say I was like loud or whatever. But I'd probably say I was like closer to being like quiet than loud if that was the spectrum.
$3 trillion. It was a just
it's more like I mind my business unless somebody like talks to me or whatever, and then I have a lot to say from there.
Budget. They even funded Planned Parenthood. They did all these things that they had said they weren't going to do, and then they flat out did them. And then they did not repeal the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
And our family, that hurt us in particular because we bought our own health insurance. It wasn't given to us at some job. And when the Affordable Care Act passed, our family's health insurance went from around $800 a month to over $2,400 a month. It killed us. That was more than our mortgage payment.
Because if you had more than like a certain number of employees, you really took it. I remember my brother, who's also a business owner in Georgia.
Aaron was valedictorian. Sorry, I was only 8th in my class.
Was trying to keep the employees under that number. I can't remember if it was under 50 or under 100.
At first, I think like I finished like 16 or something like that. I wasn't valedictorian.
Trying not to hire even one more person so he could avoid the exorbitant increases that were coming from Obamacare.
Exactly. It was terrible.
Right. So what's that doing to the economy?
Killing us. It was killing us. And so all of those problems were supposed
Did Marjorie repeal the Affordable Care Act? She probably did vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Let's see. It was, oh wait, maybe she wasn't in, oh wait, hold on. Because I can't remember when she actually entered into Congress. Did Marjorie Taylor Greene vote to repeal the ACA? She might not have actually been in office yet. Let's see. She only entered in 2021, I think, right? Like it wasn't... She was like still campaigning for Trump and shit. Yeah, she wouldn't have voted against the ACA unless there's been legislation since to like undercut the ACA. Let me see. No. Responsible Path to Full Obamacare Repeal Act, HR 6516. I mean, she may have voted on this or whatever, but this was something that didn't actually get through. This was in 2022.
To be the problems that Republicans were supposed to fix. And at the same time, they weren't defending and protecting the president that we had elected and truly believed in his message. And I'll never forget, it was in January of 2019, watching Nancy Pelosi take the gavel and become Speaker of the House again.
Trigger.
Yeah. And I was like, I mean, I want to say the F word.
You can on this podcast.
I did. I was like, fuck it. I'm running for Congress.
Wow.
Because I felt like they don't have regular people.
Wow. These are Christian women, I thought, saying the F-bomb.
In there that understand. It's like, who is in Congress that gets it? And so I was so naive, though, Megan. I was so naive. I just thought that you could just run for Congress and ask for everybody's vote and go up there and fix problems. And, oh boy, it's been quite a ride since.
Yeah, you've learned a lot. So you were elected in what
I mean, you made it into office, no?
Or did you come
I don't even think she had like a failed bid. She won the first race that she participated in.
Right in 2020,
yes.
At the height of the craziness.
Insanity.
The year America lost its mind.
Yes.
Now, what I remember back then was you got in trouble for tweets about Sandy Hook or Parkland. Like,
no,
this is so she never actually said the Jewish space lasers thing. It's just been like a win for like the left and Democrats broadly that they've gotten that to stick. So she authored, there was like a Facebook post that she made several years ago that suggested that like certain like Soros or whatever is like behind like these electronic things or something like that. But she like never actually said the term like Jewish space lasers or whatever. But I'm completely fine with people characterizing it that way. But I think that's what she's talking about. Maybe she also said that like one of these is like a false flag.
They accused that. They laid that on me, but I had always been very vocal against how horrific school shootings are. They're horrific.
They're going to take anything. When you're a young Republican woman, which you're not allowed to be, that's not okay.
Right.
They're going to throw everything at you. And if they can...
Aaron, thank you for debunking that. So many leftists just run with that. Oh no, I am getting praise from Male Rights USA, guys. Help.
Paint you to be a nutcase, so much the better. They always say nuts or sluts. That's what they do, especially conservative women.
Oh, yeah. And I think they could tell I meant what I was saying. And so
you're threatening. You're a good communicator.
So they created this whole new character of me that didn't exist. And I was not prepared for it. I had no media training. I had nothing.
You hadn't even had a lifetime.
Okay, wait. Where is the post-up? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jewish space lasers. She like blamed a wildfire? That's what it is. Hold on. GOP Congresswoman blamed wildfires on secret Jewish space laser. This was the post. Marjorie Taylor Greene on November 17, 2018 posted on Facebook. What does this say? It's like it's cutting off like the first word of it. As there are now over 70 people confirmed dead and over 1,000 missing, the fires in California are a horrific tragedy. I'm praying for all involved. I'm posting this in speculation because there are too many coincidences to ignore, and just putting it out here from some research I've done. She did her own research, stemming from my curiosity over PG&E stocks, which tanked all week, then rallied Thursday night after California official announced that they would not let PG&E fail. I find it very interesting that Roger Kimmel on the board of directors of PG&E is also vice chairman of Rothschild Inc., international investment banking firm. I also find interesting the long history of financial contributions that PG&E has made to Jerry Brown over the years and millions spent in lobbying. What a coincidence it must be that Governor Brown signed a bill in September 2018 protecting PG&E and allowing PG&E to pass off its cost of fire responsibility to its customers in rate hikes and through bonds. It also must just be a coincidence that the fires are burning in the same projected areas the $77 billion high-speed rail project is to be built, which also happens to be Governor Brown's pet project. And what are the odds that Feinstein's husband, Richard Blum, is the contractor to the rail project? Geez, with that much money, we could build 3 U.S. southern border walls. Then, oddly, there are all these people who have said they saw what looked like lasers or blue beams of light causing the fires and pictures and videos. I don't know anything about that, but I do find it really curious PG&E's partnership with Zohran on their space solar generators starting in 2009. They announced the launch into space in March 2018 and maybe even put them up before that. Space solar generators collect the sun's energy and then beam it back to Earth to a transmitter to convert it to electricity. The idea is clean energy to replace coal and oil. If they were beaming the sun's energy back to Earth, I'm sure they wouldn't ever miss a transmitter receiving station, right? I mean, mistakes are never made when anything new is invented. What would that look like anyway? A laser beam or light beam coming down to Earth, I guess. Could that cause a fire? I don't know. I hope not. That wouldn't look so good for PG&E, Rothschild Inc., Zohran, or Jerry Brown, who sure does seem fond of PG&E. Good thing for Zohran that Michael Peavy is on their board since he is former president of California Public Utilities Commission, California's most powerful energy regulator agency. Great connections right there. Also, I will say whoever was able to buy that PG&E stock at the bottom before that announcement was made when stocks rallied sure did well on their investment. I wonder how you get privy to that kind of info, and like a emoji. You must have to know somebody, right? It seems like there's a lot of connected people in this crowd. And with these space solar generators, I really hope that they have good aim beaming the sun's power down to Earth. Thank you for the follow. But what do I know? I just like to read a lot. And then she links to alternateenergynews.info. So like the Rothschild or whatever. Yeah, so they said, GOP congresswoman blamed wildfires on secret Jewish space laser. Axios is a small squib about the mischief makers, a handful of idiosyncratic congressional backbenchers who make trouble for their respective party leadership. The leading Democratic mischief maker is AOC, who advocates some left-wing views I consider simplistic and impractical, and in some cases pull badly. The top example of a conservative mischief maker, remember this is the New Yorker, or like New York Magazine. The top example, thank you for the follow. Top example of a conservative mischief maker presented in perfect symmetry is Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is a horseshoe theory enjoyer. Greene's views are just a bit more controversial. They include, but are no means limited to, the following. The QAnon conspiracy theory, which holds that Donald Trump is secretly fighting a worldwide child sex slavery ring that was supposed to culminate in the mass arrest of political opposition, is worth listening to. Muslims don't belong in government. This is linking to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, apparently you like made a racist video where she probably said some shit like that. What did she say? This is when, like, the GOP was, like, condemning her and shit. The candidate Marjorie Taylor Greene suggested that Muslims do not belong in government, thinks black people are held slaves to the Democratic Party. Nice, doing the Democratic plantation shit. Called George Soros a Jewish Democratic megadonor a Nazi, and said she would feel proud to see a Confederate monument if she were black because it symbolizes progress made since the Civil War. Is this video that? Maybe I can't play it because it's just like an archive. Sharia law doesn't belong. Greene described Islamic nations under Sharia law as places where men have sex with little boys, little girls, multiple women, and marry their sisters and their cousins. She suggested the 2018 midterms, which ushered in the most diverse class of House freshmen, was part of, quote, an Islamic invasion of our government, and that anyone that is a Muslim that believes in Sharia law does not belong in our government. In other videos, she directly compared BLM activists to the neo-Nazis and KKK members who marched at a white nationalist rally 3 years ago in Charlottesville, denouncing them all as idiots. Both sides bad. And Greene forcefully rejected the notion that there are racial disparities in the U.S. or that skin color affects quality of one's life. Guess what? Slavery is over. Black people have equal rights, she said. Thank you for that truth nuke, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So it seems that she does disagree with Donald Trump on something. See, Donald Trump said that there are fine people on both sides when it came to Charlottesville. She says there are idiots on both sides. See, the BLM is basically like the KKK, and the KKK are just idiots, so. Thanks for the reminder about Soros. We forgot to put him in our newest wait, what is this? When asked for a comment on quotes from the videos, Greene's campaign manager, Isaiah Wortman, did not deny their veracity, but declined to elaborate. Thanks for the reminder about Soros. We forgot to put him in our newest ad. We're fixing that now. He wrote an email to Politico. Would you like me to send you a copy? Okay, so they doubled down. Sitting cross-legged on the floor and sporting an American flag baseball cap, Greene said in one video that unemployment, which affects people of color at higher rates disproportionately, is simply the product of bad choices and being lazy. Minorities, Greene added, are being held back in society by gangs, drugs, a lack of education, Planned Parenthood, and abortion. Not white people. Jillian Michaels and the cast of Her Take would agree with Marjorie. I know a ton of white people that are as lazy and sorry and probably worse than black people. Probably worse. Can't say for sure. And that has everything to do with their bad choices and their personal responsibility. This is not a skin color issue. Black people have it easier because of affirmative action. The most mistreated group of people in the U.S. today are white males. McCarthy didn't like her. Who said this? So, shooting at Parkland, Sandy Hook, and Las Vegas were staged. Okay, so this is what Megyn Kelly was referencing. I guess she did, like, false flag shit. Yeah, on Facebook in 2018, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene endorsed conspiracy theories that 9/11 was an inside job and that Sandy Hook was staged. Greene also again endorsed the conspiracy theory that the Parkland shooting was staged. So, like, crisis actors. So she agreed with the Facebook commenter who claimed that 9/11, quote, was done by her own government and that none of the school shootings were real or done by the ones who were supposedly arrested for them, including the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School, Newton, Connecticut, and the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Media Matters reported earlier this week that Greene agreed in 2018 that the Parkland shooting was actually a false flag planned event. She also wrote in a separate post that she had supposedly been, quote, told that Nancy Pelosi tells Hillary Clinton several times a month that we need another school shooting in order to persuade the public to want strict gun control. So she had it on good authority, the gossip that went on between Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton. This is their interaction. This is all true. By the way, I've seen the Georgia Guidestones, like, co-signing all of this. Zionist supremacists are secretly masterminding Muslim immigration to Europe in a scheme to outbreed white people. Why doesn't this get more shit? Marjorie Taylor Greene shared anti-Semitic and Islamophobic video. Greene wrote on Facebook, "This is what the UN wants all over the world." Let's see. In the 2018 video, which was uncovered by the liberal media watchdog Media Matters for America, in which Greene shared on Facebook, repeats an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory called the Great Replacement, which alleges that Jews are orchestrating the mass migration of non-white immigrants into predominantly white countries in order to wipe out the populations there. It says those supporting the refugees are using immigrant pawns to commit the biggest genocide in human history. The gunman who killed 11 people in the 2018 Pittsburgh synagogue shooting espoused the Great Replacement theory, as did marchers in the 2017 far-right rally in Charlottesville. An unholy alliance of leftists, capitalists, and Zionist supremacists have schemed to promote immigration and miscegenation, which is like race mixing, with the deliberate aim of breeding us out of existence in our own homelands, a voiceover on the video says. The video also repeats claims without citing evidence that Muslim refugees are quote-unquote flooding Europe, endangering locals, and seeking to replace the continent's legal systems with traditional Islamic law or Sharia. Greene wrote on Facebook, "This is what the UN wants all over the world." And then, leading Democratic officials should be executed in a video game, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene indicated support for executing prominent Democrats in 2018 and 2019 before running for Congress. A bullet to the head would be quicker, and she liked a Facebook post of somebody else saying that. Then they get into like, in one Facebook post from April 2018, Greene wrote conspiratorially about the Iran deal, one of former President Barack Obama's signature foreign policy achievements. A commenter asked Greene, "Now do we get to hang them?" Meaning H and O, like Hillary and Obama. Yeah, referring to Obama and Hillary Clinton. Greene replied, "Stages being set, players are being put in place. We must be patient. This must be done perfectly, or liberal judges would let them off." Dude, everybody who is fucking saying, "Oh, she's principally like, you know, she's not pro-Iran intervention." Okay, but and she wasn't in government, but you didn't support the thing that would have enabled you to not have to back like the Iran-Israel war, which was the JCPOA. Okay, so what did she tell Megyn Kelly though?
I meant
that's what they do. They can paint, which you're not allowed. They're horrific. It had always been. I remember back then you got in trouble for tweets about Sandy Hook or Parkland. Like
no,
it was Facebook posts. It's Facebook posts, and some of them she authored, some of them she just liked, but still you're co-signing it.
That they laid that on me, but I had always been very vocal against how horrific school shootings are. They're horrific.
They're going to take anything. When you're a young Republican woman, which you're not allowed to be, that's not okay.
Right.
They're going to throw everything at you. And if they can paint you to be a nutcase, so much the better. They always say nuts or sluts. That's what they do, especially conservative women.
Oh, yeah. And I think they could tell I meant what I was saying. And so
you're threatening. You're a good communicator.
Okay, so she meant what she was saying, but also she was just an 18-year-old little girl. Again, Marjorie Taylor Greene was born in 1974. So... And she was liking this shit in 2018. So let's do some math here. 2018 minus 1974. She was 44 years old. She was not like a young, stupid, naive, dumb little girl. She was an adult.
So they created this whole new character of me that didn't exist. And I was not prepared for it. I had no media.
Yeah, she was just a 44-year-old child.
I had nothing.
You hadn't even had a lifetime as an arguer.
No. Oh, no, never. My first GOP meeting was when I walked into one and said, "I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene and I'm running for Congress." It's my first GOP meeting. Oh. I had no idea what I was getting into.
Well, but I mean, that's what we want, right? The whole idea of the founders was like the citizen politician who would come and serve for a limited time and not get bought and paid for and need the job or padding their, stock account, Nancy, with, access to insider information. She denies it. So that must have been very eye-opening for you to start realizing like how things work, and you have to do certain things not the way you want, but the way leadership wants. I mean, you tell me, what were the eye-opening?
Oh no, for me, I came in with my hair on fire. I was mad at everybody. Because
you people suck.
100%.
Okay.
I was like, this whole city sucks. Like it's destroying us. It's killing us. And that's, but you know what? I still feel that way.
Yeah.
I literally still feel that way. I wasn't ready for the media blitz. I wasn't ready for what they were going to do to me. So let me tell you, I learned all the hard lessons, and now I'm fine.
Like what?
Just how they will lie. And so I've learned that when I'm at the Capitol, my staff will record the entire, in whatever questioning there is, whatever interviews I get.
Very smart.
They record them all, and we put the whole thing out on social media. So they can't cut up my words. At least I have a way of fighting back. So I learned little tricks like that.
How about intra-party?
Okay, intra-party is the most interesting thing. I'm not a leadership person. They can't buy my vote. They can't talk me into it. I'm so.
I mean, you had like committee assignments that you didn't turn down, right?
Independent, and it's the best place to be. I went in believing I had to join the Freedom Caucus because I thought, okay, these are where the good guys are, like-minded people. Actually, I'm not in the Freedom Caucus anymore, because oftentimes they end up making a deal or selling out, and I don't think it serves the best interest. However, there are other things that I'll vote for, because, like, for example, appropriations. My district needs road project help. They need water help. They need help with police and fire requests. So, and I think that's what our tax dollars should go towards. I won't vote for a foreign war. I'm not voting for your foreign aid garbage. I'm not going to vote for whatever stupid special interest thing that you're going to ask me to vote for. But I want our appropriation bills, and I want the money to come back to my district.
Presumably what your constituents want from you.
That's what they want. I think that's what we're supposed to do. But I'm not going to, I'm mad every single day that we don't have a balanced budget. As a business owner, it makes no sense.
I know. You could never run a business like this.
Oh, no. We'd be homeless people.
Yes. So what happens? Was it Kevin McCarthy in 2020? I'm trying to remember who was
Kevin
speaker.
McCarthy was, he was our minority leader.
Okay.
It was.
I mean, she opposed the infrastructure bill, so she didn't get that for her district. Greene knocks Republicans, Democrats after all her defense funding amendments fail. When was this? I put appropriations and this came up. This was for the defense appropriations bill.
Nancy Pelosi was speaker in 2021 and 2022. So you got to remember, third day on my job was January 6th. That was the third day there. I couldn't even find the bathroom. Then we had Nancy Pelosi did the second impeachment of President Trump on January 11th. That was the same day that my father was having brain surgery to have tumors removed because he had cancer. And then it was terrible. So we were not even in session, and we had to fly back to vote on that impeachment vote. Wow. So I had to leave my mother's side, and she was beside herself because she wasn't allowed in the hospital because COVID. And so anyways, I had to fly to Washington.
The way that your mom shouldn't have been probably fucking allowed in because you guys are not the only ones in the fucking hospital. Do you want your dad to die an early death? He's fucking immune compromised.
Impeachment that was the second week. Third week there, I got kicked off of all committees.
What'd you do?
They said they just didn't like my remarks, didn't like things I had said on social media. So Nancy...
Was it J6 related?
Actually, I think it was because I had introduced... No, I think it's because I introduced...
No, it was even crazier shit than that. That J6... Why would it be J6 related? All of MAGA is completely fine with J6.
Articles of impeachment on Joe Biden on his first day in office.
Oh, okay.
And they got mad.
The other side would never do that.
Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's full-on political warfare, but it doesn't serve the American people.
So how do you, because I do wonder how they come to you to try to get you to sacrifice your beliefs and your personal commitments of how you're going to be and what you're going to prioritize. Do they tell you they're not going to fundraise for you? How do they try to make you go along?
Yeah. And okay, so each member of Congress is different. Thankfully, over 95% of my campaign money that I raise is small dollar donations under $30. Is
that even true? Is the majority of Marjorie Taylor Greene's campaign funded through small dollar donors? Let's see. Campaign Committee Fundraising 2023 to 2024. Leadership PAC Marjorie Taylor Greene for Georgia Leadership Committee raised $7.9 million, spent $9 million, has $855,000 cash on hand. Top contributors include House Freedom Fund, JZK Inc., Manus Farms, Bill Luke Chrysler /Jeep /Dodge, Majority Committee PAC. Yeah, something tells me, again, small individual contributions, which is considered less than $200, 65%. Large is 35%. PAC is less than 1%. Candidate self-financing, 0. So what did she say? She said like...
Okay, so each member of Congress is different. Thankfully, over 95% of my campaign money that I raise is...
So that's a lie. It was not 95%. It's 65%. And that's less than $200, not less than $30. It would be, if it was only less than $30, it would be way less. Big campaign donors stick by election denier Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is reported January 28, 2021. For some Republicans propagating claims that the presidential election was stolen, a corporate donation freeze might be a real threat to their future political fortunes. Not so for the most vocal election denier in Georgia's congressional delegation. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who during her first weeks in Congress has placed herself at the forefront of the objections to certifying the results of the 2020 presidential election, and even filed articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden, doesn't have much in the way of corporate PAC money in her fundraising offers to begin with, according to a recorder analysis of her campaign records. And unlike companies like AT&T, Coca-Cola, Marriott, and General Electric, some of Greene's largest donors are cheering on her continued false claims that former President Donald Trump won the November election, illustrating the perverse incentive facing newer members of Congress who find viral stardom in denying the legitimacy of a democratically elected president. Take the Howalt family, owners of Dalton's Textile Rubber and Chemical Co., a multinational multi-million-dollar company based in Greene's district that manufactures compounds used to make backings for rugs, among other things. Cynthia Howalt was the largest individual donor to Greene's campaign infrastructure, giving a $125,000 donation in November to the Stop Socialism Now PAC, a super PAC tied to Greene. Howalt donated another $2,800 to Greene's campaign, and 2 other individuals identified in FEC records and as employees of the textile company donated lesser sums. When contacted via email, Frederick Chip Howalt, Cynthia's husband and president of the company, said that not only will his family continue donating to Greene, they will refuse to donate to any candidate who doesn't claim the election was stolen. We are not rethinking our support of Greene one bit. If anything, we'll find a legal way to increase it, he said in an email. The only financial support our family, capital F, will pull will be from any rhinos, Republicans in name only, complicit in blocking investigations into voter fraud and irregularities, GA had many, and not objecting to confirming the Biden electors were practical and advisable to do so. This must be an outlier, surely, because Marjorie Taylor Greene just told Megyn Kelly and her audience that 90% of her donors, 95%, only donated $30 or less. Literally like Bernie Sanders tier small donation support. Somebody else, $90,000 in campaign money. Coke Industries, $5,000 to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Alander Pulliam, the LA-based self-described entrepreneur and media mogul, tried to donate $15,000 to Greene's campaign the day after Election Day. Inspired, he said in a telephone interview, by Greene's objections to the election and her socially conservative views on issues like gay rights. He didn't know this gift far exceeded federal limits on individual donations, he said. Greene called him, thanking him for his donations, but explaining why part of it was returned. Instead, she'd guided him to her PAC where she suggested he can redonate. Pulliam recorded some of the conversation and shared it on his YouTube page, giving a rare insight into Greene's private courtship of donors. Let's take a gander at this.
Georgia laws allow people, so say you voted in California, say you voted in California for the general election. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to, you could move to Georgia temporarily. Just move here, rent a little place. All you need is one, like a bill and and your social security card, and you can go get a Georgia driver's license and register to vote, and you could vote in our Senate races. And then the other thing,
literally encouraging this wealthy man to move to her district so he can vote, or at least to her state.
They're out of state that go to school here in Georgia, Georgia Tech and UGA. These college students from out of state who, they have apartments and things, all they have to do is take their, like, a utility bill and their address and go in there and get a Georgia driver's license and register a vote in Georgia, and they can vote in our Senate runoff races. So you would not believe what we're dealing with here. And so we're trying to get, that's what a lot of, we're stopthesteal.com, Stop the Steal petition is we're building this grassroots army to help us fight not only Trump's reelection, but also to save the Senate. And so it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable what's happening. But everything's coming down to Georgia. Literally, everything's coming down to Georgia. If Trump loses his election in Georgia, he loses the presidency. If we lose our Senate seat in Georgia for the United States Senate, it's Senator David Perdue and Senator Kelly Loeffler. If they lose to the Democrats, we lose the Senate and the House.
Kelly Loeffler, who lost to radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
Is already controlled by Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats.
Wow. Yeah,
Wow.
So I mean, it's good that you as being you as a congresswoman in Atlanta, right? And I feel like that Atlanta, it was I feel like it's going to go towards the Republicans. I know the Democrats are hoping that it goes to their favor,
It did.
Because they want to scrap everything Donald Trump did as far as laws and the new things he put in place and bringing in socialism package deal.
This dude is very real. This is uploaded to a channel called Black Rugrats TV on January 12, 2021. And the description for this says, I don't condone anything that opposes God. Simply put, if it does, then I do not condone it. Read the news and the media, and you will find yourself chasing emotions left and right. The goal of the devil is to deceive and paint pretty visions, knowing that there is nothing pretty about it. My goal, and like random words are capitalized, is to help provide resources, help fund goals of those who are eager to reach them. And I said many times before, giving people things that they will not use won't help them succeed. They have to want to do that. $1 million to someone who disrespects $100 will ultimately disgrace the $1 million. If the money isn't valued correctly or managed correctly, it will cause more harm than progress. Also, government cannot place laws that will help people love. If they do not love, it's simply the condition of their own heart. Schizofascism? This is just like a Christian man. It's like an average Christian man in the United States.
Got going on.
So he like couldn't understand like campaign finance laws, but he could understand all of this. All this high IQ shit.
Honestly, that is a scary thing because socialism is definitely not the place the world in America needs to be.
No,
I'm an
not at all.
entrepreneur. And I feel like if you're an entrepreneur and you're a person that's supposed to be independent, socialism is the opposite of that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're a business owner, you're a capitalist. No shit, you don't like socialism.
It's the direct opposite.
Completely. So we're, I think they're going to email you. I don't know if they have. So they've refunded you the what was it again? 6,800. 600. Yeah, they refunded the 6,600, and so the rest of the money we're using to help with our the fraud, and we're working hard on everything that we're doing. But then if you want to, I think they're going to send you a link if you want to redonate. You can only donate $5,000, though. You can't donate the other amount. Or Isaiah, my guy Isaiah can call you. But you can put $5,000 in the leadership pack. That's the max contribution there. And that's going to help our Senate races. So I just wanted to call you and explain it because I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is so awesome, is helping so much. And people all over the country are helping. But I was like, I need to call him and let him know why I'm giving him part of his money back. And if he wanted it to still help, what he could do. And that's why I wanted to explain
That is not that much to get a personal call from this woman. Is this Marjorie Taylor Greene? Yeah, and it's a donor who recorded her. Their conversation with her, and it was like to help her. Yeah, I just wanted to call and explain because I was like, oh my God, this guy is so awesome and is helping so much. People all over the country are helping, but I was like, I need to call him and let him know why I'm giving part of his money back, and if he wanted to still help, what he can do. Greene can be heard telling Pulliam over the phone in the video. In the end, he gave $5,000 each to Greene's Super PAC and Leadership PAC and smaller sums to the campaign. He donated because he launched a long shot bid for the presidency and said he hoped to collaborate with Greene, perhaps at a campaign event in the Atlanta area where he used to live. The 32-year-old has since reflected on the election and said he doesn't think the presidency was stolen anymore, and he now regrets his donation, not because of Greene's anti-democratic rhetoric, but because he said Greene ghosted him after taking his money. You're a moron! You're a fucking idiot! Why would she continue to have any interest in you, dude? You're a fucking crazy dude who she was only interested in your money for the campaign. She made it seem like I gave her just everything, and I just fulfilled the dream that she needed to be fulfilled, and I didn't get anything. Pulliam told the recorder he was so hurt. I can't even get a tweet. For $15,000, you would think I could get a text message back or something. Dude, did you donate to help her win the Senate race, or did you donate because you want to like date her or something? I feel like, you know, I donated to someone when they had no intentions of really tendering or delivering what they said, he explained. This is literally reminding me of like the scam thing Pisco was showing me earlier, where these men are aggrieved after being duped by somebody. In that case, it's more understandable. And this is just like, it's like, could you imagine if I was like, you guys, I donated $500 to Bernie Sanders, and can you believe he did not personally reach out to me to schedule a dinner one-on-one? When I tried to call her back, she never picked up, and all of a sudden, someone else reached out, like, oh, I'm reaching out on behalf of, you know, I'm like, okay, well, she said she was going to answer my phone call and do a little bit of stuff with me, but that never happened. Dude, why would you say this to the media? Bro wanted a text back. No, probably donate to Democrats. Dude. That's hilarious. How Marjorie Taylor Greene raises money by attacking other Republicans. When Marjorie Taylor Greene first entered politics, she was hardly a natural at fundraising. She was the owner of a CrossFit gym and a construction company that was funded by her father before she successfully ran for a congressional seat in rural Georgia in 2020. To help fund her campaign, Greene put up about $1.4 million of her own money, which she didn't do in this most recent election because she has so many fucking donors now. But like, this woman was never like a poor woman. Why do you have $1.4 million? Then, almost as soon as she had won, a national scandal broke out about her long record of bizarre, violent, and anti-Semitic statements. She had promoted a call for, quote, a bullet to the head of then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, mused about the hanging of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, H&O, praised the QAnon conspiracy theory, asserted that the Jewish inventor George Soros was actually a Nazi, and blamed California wildfires on space lasers funded by the Rothschilds. That's when the money started pouring in. So she got like cranks because of that.
Small dollar donations under $30. We're
95%. 95% of the donations, you guys. Small dollar donations under $30. Surely Megyn Kelly will push back on this, right? Because she's a journalist.
5% of my campaign money that I raise is small dollar donations under $30. We're talking about grandma giving me $20, which is the nicest campaign donation I can ever receive.
Yeah. It means more than the $2,000 check.
Oh my gosh, that comes with a handwritten note and a prayer. And you're like,
yeah,
I feel guilty to even take it. It's like such a nice thing. But those are my donors. And they're just sincere Americans, and they're the greatest. So you can't, here's how it works. Most members of Congress don't have that. They have to raise the max donation.
No, what most members of Congress don't have is $1.4 million of their own money to fund their own congressional races. At first, they usually get donors
that come from the big dollar donors. And so those are going to be the very rich party people in their district.
This is what I mean when I say that, like, she literally is just like a massive anti-Semite on top of, like, if all of this other shit wasn't enough. The fact that she doesn't take AIPAC money is, when you're a Republican, is literally just because of what exactly? Anti-Semitism. There's no other way to explain it.
There'll also be...
she takes money from other donors.
Dollar donors from around the country. Well, in Washington, D.C., you've got the entire lobbying world. And they work for all the industries that come to Washington needing anything and everything.
What are the most lucrative ones? Like if you wanted to do it a different way and you just wanted to get donations, like I'm going to line my pockets so I have an easy re-election, who would you say yes to?
You would say yes to the military industrial base, and you would say yes to Big Pharma. And you would say yes to Big Farm. You would say yes to agriculture. You would say yes to the major food industries.
Some of this is explaining why Hegseth and RFKJ had such a difficult time getting confirmed.
Yes, because they aren't bought by those people.
Yeah,
and so let's say
it's definitely that, and definitely not the fact that RFK Jr. is an anti-vaxxer.
I'm one of those.
Or the Hegs, that's just insane.
And say that that's where I'm going to get my fundraising from. It works out really simple. The lobbyists come and they say, hey, why don't we have a little cocktail gathering for you off the Hill, because you can't do any fundraising on the Hill, off the Hill, and we'll bring some people together. We're going to need your support on the NDAA this year. We're also going to need you on that farm bill. We're going to be doing some work,
Why does she keep calling it like farm instead of agriculture?
Out with major grants and studies for the pharmaceutical companies. And then let's say that somebody like me is like, oh yeah, that sounds great. Well, they can throw together an hour and a half little cocktail party.
Like, so you don't take any money from agriculture industry, from the pharmaceutical industry. You just do it for the love of the game then? That's why you vote for all of these fucking shitty MAGA bills?
with some nice little drinks and some, little cocktail sausages on a stick and a few other things. And then the lobbyists can come in, and then you bring in all the executives and high-level people from all those different companies that say the lobbyist represents. They all come in and write max donor checks, which it depends on what they can write for. You can write for a primary, you can write for the general, and you can write for a runoff. And so I think that's a $3,800 max contribution per person for each race in one cycle. And
so you mean I could do like 38, 38, and 38?
Yes.
Oh, I see. So
and
the
then
numbers
look
can get high.
Oh gosh, imagine what that turns into, and you multiply that by 20 people or 40 people in one room.
Yep.
Well, they're getting their campaign pockets loaded. Do that a couple times throughout a campaign cycle, and that gives that politician that gives them enough money to get reelected again, and they never had to go home and take a $20 check or even a $5 wadded up, hand it in your hand, and your handshake.
These people own you.
They own them, 1,000%. And then what happens? That translates to, well, we're coming up on appropriations right now. Okay, Megan, I'm going to make this real simple because this is a process that's really hard to understand. I had to learn it too. September 30th.
The condescension, even to somebody who's like hearing her out.
Every single year is our government funding deadline. And Congress is
I'm going to make this real simple for you to understand, sweetie.
Constitutionally required to fund the government. That's what we're supposed to do. It's our job. So that makes sense. Well, there's 12 separate appropriation bills, and that funds like every different department and section of the government, ranging from the Department of Defense to the Department of Agriculture to TSA, Border Patrol, ICE, all of this. Really important stuff. Okay, we in the House have only passed 2 of our 12 appropriation bills. Only 2 of them. Took us 7 months to pass 2. We've been out on recess for it'll be 5 weeks by the time we go back on September 2nd. Okay, get ready for this. Going back in September, we're only going to be in session for 15 days, 15 work days.
Why?
I can't even tell you. It makes no logical sense to me. To me, that's a calendar set up for failure. So that means,
didn't they take a recess because they didn't want to have to vote on the Epstein files being released?
The House has 15 days to pass 10 more appropriation bills in order to fund the government. And the Senate has only passed 3 out of their 12 appropriation bills, and they have roughly the same amount of time.
Why can't we pass any of these bills?
Here's why. Well, number one, I don't know why. They don't have them finished. And I don't know. I can't comprehend why they don't have them finished. But you have the pulling and tugging
behind the scenes of those lobbyists saying, make sure this gets covered.
Yes. And so they're packing in all the appropriation bills with all the crap. Yep. And then they have members like me that is saying, I will never vote for that.
Right.
And so that means that if you're leadership, you likely don't have the votes to pass these appropriation bills because the appropriation bills are so disgusting.
Well, it's like what we saw with the big, beautiful bill. And we got a closer look at how that process played out.
I forgot. Is she pro or anti cover up? I honestly don't know. Let me see. I mean, if she's a QAnon, she cannot be. If she is like not pro releasing all of the Epstein files, she's a massive hypocrite. She might be doing this whole media tour in the APAC shit and calling it a fucking genocide to distract from that. Marjorie Taylor Greene Epstein files. I think she is interested in them coming out. MTG warns Trump that dangling bits of red meat no longer satisfies. This was July 21st of this year. If the Department of Justice does not release more info on disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, his supporters will no longer stand behind him. Marjorie Taylor Greene on Monday appeared to send an appointed message to Donald J. Trump. Without naming Epstein, the Georgia Republican on social media said the president is dangling only bits of information to his supporters despite promises during the 2024 campaign that his admin would be transparent with the public. If you tell the base of people who support you of deep state treasonous crimes, election interference, blackmail, and rich, powerful, elite, evil cabals, dog whistle, then you must take down every enemy of the people, Greene posted to social media, referring to a series of unverified issues Trump and his supporters have pushed since the 2020 election. If not, she continued, the base will turn and there's no going back. Dangling bits of red meat no longer satisfies. They want the whole steak dinner and will accept nothing else. Okay, but that's not true because he was a fucking cult that is going to give him a pass on this.
On a smaller scale.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, and then it's government funding. And so what all your poor viewers are probably going to have to watch during September is...
She's She's a conservative who's rich and cheated on her husband multiple times. I think the hypocrisy should have set sail a long time ago. I know, but there's a difference between like some scandal in your personal life that conflicts with your purported values related to like being a Christian, your personal values, versus the fact that the whole reason why she's notorious is because she was like one of the first QAnoners to like actually make it into Congress.
Is we won't get appropriations done. Oh, we're going to have to pass this.
But when she was talking to Tucker Carlson, she was like calling other women whores or something for like having high body counts. But like, dude, this bitch literally cheated on her fucking husband. I put Marjorie.
What happened to you, Marjorie Taylor Greene? I was reliably informed that you were a right-wing extremist, and now I'm hearing from Mark Levin and others that you're a liberal.
Yeah, I think that's what they're.
Okay, let's see. What does she talk about? Like if I put like sex or like young people? Why is this in fucking Arabic? There we go.
What happened to you, Marjorie Taylor Greene? I was reliable.
Let's see. She has to maintain her reputation. Why can't I? Why is it fucking doing this to me? Oh, wait. Here it is. If I put, like, sex or virginity, like... Okay, like here.
We're just thinking about, I can't afford to buy a house. Where am I going to get a good job? All my friends can't find a good job. A lot of young women that are conservative are like, where am I going to find a good man? A lot of conservative young men are like...
Just pin the volume plugin so it's always there. What does that mean? If I, like, what is it? Oh, wait, so it's here? Oh, okay, duh. Thank you.
Like, where can I find a...
I never needed like a volume blaster until I realized that, like, it's so... Any YouTube video that I listen to, especially on Twitter, it's, like, on stream is so quiet for some reason.
Decent young woman to marry because many of them are insane, have turned leftward, so far left.
Yeah.
So last week...
37 sexual partners, which, sorry, people just aren't into it. You know, who's into that? It's
not I. So there's all this...
Like this bitch saying that when she literally cheated on her fucking husband. I'm not trying to suggest that there's parity between, like, cheating with one person and, like, having sex with 37 different partners. Okay, fine. But this whole image and facade of, like, I'm a Christian woman, I'm chaste, like, I wouldn't do that. It's a lie. It's a fucking fabrication. He has to know that she fucking left her husband because she cheated on him with another guy.
Yep. I never follow those battles.
It's a bit parasocial to focus on her love life. All right, Male Rights USA, you've done it. You're fucking timed out for today. See ya. See you later.
I've made it a point in my 20-plus year career as a journalist to not pay any attention to that.
Good for you.
Because eventually the CR gets passed. Yep. Eventually some agreement is reached.
See you in 10 minutes.
And I spared no agita during the process. I was like, I have no tolerance. I like a Congress. I feel like we have to move on without them. You know, like.
Absolutely.
They're no good to us anymore.
But it's also the reason why we're $37 trillion in debt.
Mm-hmm.
It's a broken system. It's just a broken system.
So one you didn't mention, but I think is also in there is AIPAC.
Yes.
We should talk about that because it's the Israeli, pro-Israeli American group.
Yes.
And they are also very good about recruiting politicians early on in their careers. Mm-hmm. And they, like those other groups you mentioned, are deep-pocketed and would love to buy your vote.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're becoming more controversial because people like you are sort of saying, you don't own me. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of politicians to my left and my right, and literally to your left and right, because the Democrats and Republicans who have been purchased, who now may not have the freedom to speak as openly about their thoughts on this. And I think this audience knows, and I know where you stand too on Israel and all that, but I've been very pro-Israel, and I've been very defensive of their right to defend themselves in this nightmare.
Of course.
And I've been very defensive of.
She was literally just 2 weeks ago being like, oh, Hamas steals all the aid. Israel hasn't killed anybody. Like literally pushing Pallywood shit, literally saying that Palestinians make up and stage their own oppression and death. But now, like, you're exposing the Israel lobby. So what, you just do all of that shit for the love of the game? Again, you do it for free, Megan. Where did she say this? What would I have watched with her? Because I know I did. Here.
Of American Jews on campuses who are just being harassed. It's ridiculous.
Of course.
But I have absolutely no skin whatsoever in defending any lobbyist group, including AIPAC.
Right.
So I would love to know what they do to get the loyalty of politicians, because I will say I have had multiple reach outs to me, both from friends and from connected people in DC, begging me to go to Israel with them. And I have said no every time. I'm just too busy. I have 3 kids. I have a full-time job. Like,
sure.
I'm not doing it. But lately it seems like it's coming to be even.
Okay, I think it was this one.
The last time I was on with you, Piers, I think I said that I would dress as a full clown if...
If I put Hamas... Or if I put like aid. Where did she say this shit? No, it wouldn't be this. They talk about Hamas a lot with like the crystal section.
And didn't understand the Republican base, certainly the core MAGA base. And by the way, of course, their hackles have been up and their interest in this story has been at a peak, in large part because of the 2 men Trump put in charge of his FBI. You know, there were no bigger proponents of there being more to the Epstein story than Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. And it's actually one of the reasons why the Republicans were so thrilled to see.
Like, I forgot the thing moves. I can't even like play it while I'm doing this.
See them get put in charge of the FBI. So
Epstein, Blaine Maxwell. Then he like does he stop talking to her? Stephen Colbert. Unfair to Trump. Like, she said the most disgusting shit. How is this the most replayed part? It's like an ad.
There is just we'll see foreign leaders with stand out. He clearer than Trump. Communicates Bill Maher because of Russian terror people are
LA riot, Saudi Arabia, Trump derangement syndrome, Lindsey Graham. Oh wait, here it is. Okay, yeah, it was this.
Cold War from the start. That what happened on October the 7th was utterly horrific. That of course Israel had to defend itself with force, which they did. But I kept saying from the start, for a few months, I don't know what a proportionate response is. It seemed like the response was overwhelming. And at what point would that cease to be proportionate? And I've been really dismayed in the last few months by the way it seems to me that the Israeli government has moved from a position of self-defense to one of just obliterating Gaza, perhaps expelling all Palestinians, as people like Smotrich and the government are now openly saying, and starving children. And I don't think the 2 things are incompatible. I think you can be supportive of Israel's right to defend itself, and you can support what Israel did with Hezbollah and what they did with Iran, as I have done, but also be incredibly concerned by these images coming out of Gaza now of starving people. Where do you sit with this, Megan? Because it is...
She's literally going to go, what starving people? They're fantastic actors. They deserve Oscars and Emmys.
I don't for a moment suggest this is easy in any way, but where do you sit with what is going on now with Gaza?
Well, I'm always reluctant to put too much stock in the images coming out of Gaza, that phrase, because they're manipulated and they're masters of propaganda, and they're fine having their own children starve just as long as they can put them on camera and show them off to the world. That's Hamas. And frankly, it's a lot of Palestinians. So I'm very skeptical of taking those images.
They're not just Hamas, but Palestinians. They're doing Pallywood shit. They make up their oppression. They fake it. They stage it because they're so good at that. These, again, this captive population of impoverished, stateless people Masters of propaganda. Has she seen Hamas propaganda? It is unsophisticated. It sucks.
Is at face value and saying it's Israel's fault. Having said that, it's time.
Thanks for the pushback, Piers.
Time now. Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has made itself the villain of the world in letting this thing go on so long. They have lost support amongst their dearest friends, and even the
I'm surprised she even frames it that way, that Israel has done this when like you just literally discharged a bunch of moral responsibility away from Israel to Hamas. Why not just go all the way and be like Mike Huckabee or David Horowitz and be like Hamas baited them into killing their kids.
Entire Democrat Party here in the United States has turned against them, and they're losing Republicans by the day here in America, which is their most important ally. So whether the fight continues to be just or not is almost irrelevant. As Trump said when he was running this time last year, not yet elected, time to wrap it up. And that's how I feel too. And I've given Israel
there you go.
More because I feel like there's
so here she's like, how do they buy off like the politicians in America? It's like, well, you do it for free, bitch. So.
And I have said no every time. I'm just too busy. I have 3 kids. I have a full-time job. Like,
sure.
I'm not doing it. But lately, it seems like it's coming to be even more because I feel like there's a contingent of people who are worried that they're losing me.
Uh-huh.
And I've said that you're not losing. I'm not on Hamas's side.
No, God, no. Nobody's on Hamas's side.
But it's been a while now that this has been going on.
Right.
And we're getting more involved with the Iranian bombing and so on.
Sure.
And my own feelings are, I'm looking at Israel in a different way right now than I was on 10/8, that's for sure, of 23.
Right.
And I can feel the pressure being slightly ratcheted up, like you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see people like you, like Tucker.
And I can see an opportunity to lean into anti-Semitism, and I can't help but capitalize on that. You know me, eternal girl boss, always looking to make money moves.
Who I know Tucker. I've known him for years. And I've seen you in your early career. I know you have nothing against Israel.
Oh, gosh, no.
Never mind Jews.
Yeah.
That's all a lie. But,
right.
And I see the beatdowns coming. Like, you're not allowed. Like, you have to stay right on this lily pad.
You know what's funny is that she really has nothing against Israel, and she only has heat for Jews.
Yes.
And you cannot jump to another neighboring lily pad because it could take you all the way down the river away.
That's
so
right.
I'm very interested in this dynamic.
Yeah. Well, I find it fascinating that you're getting asked more and more and more. I've been asked more and more and more. Well, you're a person of very big influence. You've got a big voice. You've got a large audience. They also take a lot of influencers. They invite tons of influencers.
Many of whom have invited me. Like, we're all going together. And will you come? Like, they seem to be coming at me from a number of ways, which only really kind of raises my hackles. Like, I'm not going. I'm going to stay right here. I can cover this conflict from here, and I don't wish to be wooed by any side. I actually don't wish to be persuaded.
Have you been invited by any other foreign country?
No.
Okay, that's the part, right? So we have tons of lobbyists.
Did something cut there?
Any other foreign country?
No.
Okay, that's the part, right?
It looked weird, but it looked like something was cut there.
So we have tons of lobbyists, foreign countries lobbyists that come to Washington, D.C. Pretty much every country has some sort of representative. They have an ambassador they send to Washington. It's naturally in their interest. We can understand that. They also are required to register under FARA. It's a law. They have to register as a foreign agent, a foreign lobbyist. That is required. It's extremely important. Here's the difference with AIPAC. AIPAC is not registered under FARA, under this law that requires anyone coming to lobby a member of Congress or a senator or department of the government and the federal government on behalf of another country. So AIPAC argues, but we're Americans. Yes, they are Americans, but they are coming to Congress and to the federal government asking on behalf of the country of Israel. And I fully agree with you, Megan. We are not against Israel. We are all for their right to defend themselves, just as we are for any Jewish person on campus, just as I think, we could talk about
I mean, AIPAC says they're Americans or whatever, but they literally say that we will stand by Israel no matter what. So,
young white males in high school that are constantly getting beat up.
Yeah.
Guess what? They should have a right to defend themselves too, and people should stand up for them as well. We think anybody that is a victim should be able to defend themselves. However, Israel is the only country I know of that has some sort of incredible influence and control over nearly every single one of my colleagues, and it is. I don't know.
Okay, that's also where she's like brain dead. You're a moron. What happened to Big Farm? What happened to Big Farm, Marjorie? You were literally just talking about how pharmaceutical industries, agriculture, all of these different like fucking BlackRock, construction, like all of these different special interest groups, lobbying groups exist in the United States. This one is only special because it's not their job is to lobby on behalf of a foreign country, even if it's an ally. And they don't have to disclose that they're foreign agents or whatever.
how to explain it.
I mean, I believe it just given the amount of reach out I've had in this position, and I don't vote on anything. You know, and if I had taken money, I could see them really thinking that they had a right to control my speech or, you know, my positions, which is why I never have. Of course, I mean, in what context would I? I don't take advertising from, you know, random people.
Like these people understand this, but they never push for campaign finance reform.
I always say, I have Genucel, whose cosmetics are really nice.
We love good cosmetics.
Yeah, but I can't be bought by a special interest group, but I can see it because, look, no one wants to feel like their position has been bought and paid for, but these politicians, they have. And so I can see why AIPAC would get mad if these politicians then turned on them and didn't support. You know, it's like, what did my 3,800 times 3 get me if you're not going to vote for my issues?
Exactly, because AIPAC are Americans, therefore they can legally donate to members of Congress and senators. So let's talk about how that works. AIPAC takes every single that they can, freshman member of Congress or first year in Congress, they take them on a very special trip to Israel in August. August is our recess. It's our month-long district work period. That's
Dems and Republicans or just Republicans?
They take both of them. Yes. And they invite pretty much everyone, to my knowledge. So they take them on this trip to Israel. I guess they go on tours all around. I didn't go, so I don't know what they do there. But they take them on tours, like the pictures we've seen recently of the speaker and other members of Congress at the Wailing Wall.
They've all gone.
They've all gone.
See them all.
And they wear the...
Okay, Donald Trump has gone to the Wailing Wall. You know this, right?
Kippah. And even though they're Christians, they're not Jewish, but yet they're adorning Jewish attire, and they're at these Jewish religious sites. Then they also meet with different members of the Israeli government. Now, we got to recognize the Israeli government is secular. This is not the biblical Israel. It is the secular government of Israel. And so they meet with their...
Thank you for the follow. Bitch, you wouldn't have liked the secular government of Israel because, not by me, but it was considered by some to be like a socialist or like left-wing government.
Members of all throughout their government, and the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, meets with them. And so they've done that trip already this month.
You're not Jewish, so why would you even care if Israel is adhering to like religious, like Orthodox Jewish law or anything like that?
Freshmen and members of our leadership all went and they did that trip. Here's what else they do. AIPAC takes influencers. They take really big people like you. They want you to come over there. They want to pull you in because they want to pull you on their side. And why is that? Okay, for members of Congress, every single year, annually, Israel receives, and we have to vote on it. It's a yes or no vote, $3.8 billion in funding for Israel. Now, what does that money mean? Well, they'll say, oh, well, this is for Israel. It's them to be able to defend themselves. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. Yep. They're constantly under attack. They're surrounded by their enemies who wants to annihilate them.
That's all true.
Sure. We're not arguing those points. However, let's flip over and look at...
Okay, so we're not going to dispute that, whatever.
Well, okay, well, what does this mean? Number one, Israel is doing so well with their economy, and I'm excited for them. This is a big deal. I wish we were doing this good. We're $37 trillion in debt.
No, you don't. Like the things that she brings up about why Israel can pay for their own defense is like they have free healthcare. They have college tuition for their citizens. Like you don't support any of that though.
Israel is less than $400 billion in debt. Less than. If you're an Israeli citizen, you have government funded healthcare and you have government funded college. So why?
No, actually, I was like literally gonna go pull up the clip where she says this on the House floor, but then she just fucking brought it up. Why do you bring these up as like, okay, you bring these up to show that like, yeah, they're a developed country in some respects. They have, if they have enough money for that, maybe they can defend themselves, right? But you don't support any of that. Like this.
Bombed a Catholic church in Gaza. And that an entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 security supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. Even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment will ensure an America first Department of Defense. And that is exactly what we need, and we haven't had for a...
Okay, so like I don't even understand where you're coming at it from when you're like, how come they have all these things that we don't, but you'll vote against all of those things, for one. But yeah, I'm in support of this amendment, though. AOC is a fucking disgrace for not supporting it. I love the dramatic music. Yes, very, 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 very good. It's like, you know, and the idea that like, oh, it's only defensive weapons, or like defensive weapons. It's like you would not vote to give a school shooter a fucking bulletproof vest.
Israel $3.8 billion. If they're doing so great and they're funding healthcare and college, and their government is their economy is doing so well, and their tax revenue is so good that they're less than $400 billion in debt, why is dead broke America having to send $3.8 billion? Well, then they argue back and they go, oh, but this helps America's economy. Well, how is that? Tell me how it helps. Okay, well, because we buy money from your defense contractors. Although, guess what? This is really interesting. We give a ton of money to all these foreign countries. And if it's military aid, they're required to purchase weapons from our defense contractors. Except Israel is the only one with an exception. They don't have.
Why would Congress vote on that? Oh my God. High IQ comments coming out of YouTube chat. Woo, we love YouTube chat. We love the high IQ comments coming out of YouTube chat. You know what I fucking mean.
To buy from our American defense contractors. They can use that money to buy from Israeli defense contractors.
Oh, wow.
So there's a funny little exception, just like the same exception that Israel has, that this just came from Judge McFadden. He just had a ruling that you can burn any flag in the United States of America, and including our own American flag, except you can't burn the Israeli flag in America.
Who said that?
Judge McFadden.
In what context?
In his court.
What context in his court? Thanks. What is this? Thanks, heart emoji. Oh, the cope coming out of YouTube chat. Let's see. Judge McFadden, what is it? Like burning Israel flag illegal? I mean, like, I need her to talk shit about Marco Rubio and how you can't come here as an immigrant and criticize Israel, but you can as a United States, what is it? As a United States, you can criticize the United States and come here. Says the North Star with Sean King. I'm sure Marjorie Taylor Greene loves Sean King. The Flag America protest. This week in Washington, D.C., a federal judge made a ruling so shocking, so unprecedented that it flips the First Amendment on its head. Judge Trevor N. McFadden declared that the Israeli flag with the Star of David at its center is not a political symbol at all, but a racial one. He ruled that tearing it, grabbing it, desecrating it, even in the heat of protest, is not free expression, but racial discrimination. Think about that. In the United States, you can burn the American flag. The Supreme Court has said so for decades, but now, according to this ruling, burning or tearing the Israeli flag could make you guilty of racial hatred. The one national flag protected in American law today isn't our own. It's Israel's. You can burn the flag of all 50 states. You can torch the American flag all you want. You can burn the flags of the UK or France or Brazil or China, but not Israel.
It just happened.
Well, that's not going to be upheld.
It shouldn't be.
That's a violation of the First Amendment, blatant, and it will be struck down as soon as it goes up on appeal. What a ridiculous notion.
Should be. He said in what he wrote is that the Israeli flag, it's an identity, a race, and it would be a hate crime. Yeah.
Wrong.
Yes.
Wrong. That's getting struck down. But I see why you're raising it, because I'm picturing, look, I have a lot of very, very close friends who are Jewish, who are very big supporters of Israel. And some faction of them will say, like, well, why would you platform an MTG? She's definitely gone anti-Israel. And I don't care whether you're anti-Israel or not. Any anti-Israel people are welcome here. Of course. You're allowed to have that view. It's a country that's involved in a war, and you don't have to be pro any country in order to come here. But I know you're not.
I'm not anti.
I know you're not.
Yeah.
But I am also sensing, I discussed this with Charlie Kirk recently, how we're just getting to a place now, the more you tell me I
love a discussion with Charlie Kirk.
Can't talk to somebody or about something, the more I'm guaranteed going to do it. No one owns me. And I will talk about it, and I will hear you out, and I want to hear why you're having this kind of experience times 10,000, my little lily pad, and you're way down there, and I can see you getting rained down on. And I don't like it, Marjorie. I have to tell you, I don't like it, because this is America. You're allowed to have your view. Israel's not America. They're a friend to America, but they're not America.
No.
And we do have areas in which we have divergent interests, and it is our obligation, and yours especially as a representative, to say when you see a divergence you cannot reconcile,
right,
where you got to choose one.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's what I see happening to you. So what happened? Did you Well, like, how did you find yourself in this place? Because you stopped
Doesn't corporate America own both of these women? 100%. And to the extent that they don't, they do the shilling for free.
voting for funding for the Israel war?
Yeah, it was easy for me. I'm a business owner. So right now, I feel like I'm part of a board of 435 members of Congress, where we should act like an executive board of a company. And I feel like our company, the United States of America's federal government, is a company that has sirens blaring, and we are on the verge of literally imploding and going out of business.
Bankruptcy, yeah.
Massively. I also pay a lot of attention to our economy. Being a business owner in the construction industry, my success of my business for as long as I've run it rises and falls.
Oh my God, this is like, how many times is she going to say, I'm a business owner, I'm a small business owner, as a small business owner in this conversation?
It falls with the economy. And I'm very concerned. The cost of doing business is extremely high. The cost of living is extremely high. Insurance is completely out of control. Car, health, life insurance, business insurance, you name it.
Forget homeowners insurance. That's almost impossible to even find as an offering anywhere.
And if you're under 40, forget being able to buy a home.
Right.
They don't even have the
Can't
hope
get a
of
job.
that.
I heard you and Tucker talking about how he was saying some 14 friends of his daughter, they all graduated, 3 out of 14 had jobs. I can see this in our kids are a little younger than college age now,
Yeah.
but our friends, some of them got started earlier, and a lot of their kids are now graduating from college. Great colleges, smart kids, cannot find jobs.
This is so heartbreaking. So for me, I'm not anti-Israel. I'm not anti any country. I've turned radically and unapologetically for America, just flat out for America. I'm like, I'm sorry, we don't have time to fund what you're doing. No, we don't. You guys are doing great.
If we had the extra, totally.
Yeah.
But we don't.
We don't have the money. We don't have the money, and not only do we not have the money, the middle class is turning into the working poor. If you're a young married couple,
Turning it, the working poor existed before you had this transformation, Marjorie Taylor Greene. People were already struggling
today, and you make together over $100,000. You are dead ass broke. You are barely making it month to month.
You retweeted this on Sunday. It's a woman who is out there on Twitter complaining about what her life is like given the financial situation she's in. Here it is, at 55.
Hey, TikTok. I'm just on here wondering if anybody's feeling the same way I'm feeling. I'm from Illinois, and I feel like...
I mean, isn't it telling that, like, a Republican gets extra attention when they start talking about things that Democrats primarily talk about, which is, like, wealth inequality or, issues with like, living paycheck to paycheck. Things that, like, all politicians should be concerned about.
Prices and the electric bills and the prices of food is just so overwhelming anymore. Like, I'm wondering if anybody else is feeling like they're drowning and they can't get out. I work overtime and I cannot get above water. I mean, I literally have no gas for next week. It was either that or get a few groceries to get by. I hit my local food pantries. I'm just wondering if anybody else feels like they're drowning. But anyway, I hope everybody has a great day.
Oh, this poor woman. You can see it. You can see her trying to just keep it together.
Yeah. But that woman, she didn't just lose her job.
Did Marjorie Taylor Greene get her business from her daddy? She said she bought it from him.
She's not like... She's not somebody that refuses to work and is
she has a job,
working overtime.
Yep.
And she's going to the food pantry and she's sitting there in her car so overwhelmed by the cost of living and the fact that she can't ever get ahead. She can't.
Is she white? I'm on audio mode. Yeah, it was a white woman.
Can keep up. And she's sitting in her car alone, crying, pleading, trying to find some connection with somebody on social media. Megan, those videos are, oh my gosh, a dime a dozen. Mm-hmm. They're all over social media.
What's the cause of it? I look at that. My first instinct is you should get out of Illinois and a blue run state and probably a blue run city. But I don't know that that's the magical elixir.
And then how hard is that for her?
No, I know.
Yeah.
But what causes it? Because I lived in Illinois for 5 years, and it's like California. It's completely captured by the left.
It's weird hearing Marjorie Taylor Greene in response to Megyn Kelly having an impractical solution, which is, oh, just move, LOL, just move 5-head. And her being like, that's hard, though. Like, for like a moment, being like a human being, being realistic. Like, yeah, we can't all just move. That's why she's demanding that her government do better.
There are some Republican voters, but they're not represented at all, thanks to gerrymandering.
Yep.
But I'm not sure what they're doing with their money. They collect it in large measure from their taxpayers. And then, like, the teachers union may get it. I don't see it trickling down to children or the working class or the poor. It's not a bunch of social safety net programs that are helping people like that get better. And so I've been wrestling with this for the past few years as inflation has gone up, people are really suffering. Okay, we can get rid of President Biden.
Oh, they live in opposite worlds. I like to say that they live on Earth too.
Who spends like a drunken sailor and doesn't care.
Yeah.
Okay, we did that. It can't be fixed overnight.
No.
President Trump is also a spender.
Insane how low the bar is. It's Republicans. The bar is in hell.
Is that the solution, or is it
go to where the jobs are, Appalachia?
Local governance? Like, if you had your magic wand, where would you even begin to help somebody like
I
that?
think it's unfortunately we've gotten so far now. We're in the all of the above. So here's our reality, and this really, I mean, we were headed this way even under the Trump administration. Like I said, Republicans were big spenders. President Trump spent a lot of money. Yeah. That CARES Act was 5.2 or 5.7 trillion, the one that was passed at the very beginning of COVID. That started, but then what the Biden administration did is they spent an insane amount of money.
And they knew.
They're talking about like the American Rescue Plan.
For it, like it had been too much already.
Yeah.
They were told we don't have that 2.7 trillion or whatever that one was at the beginning of, in early 2020, and he did it anyway.
Right. That was like we had a wildfire going.
Late 2020.
Yeah. We had a wildfire going, and then it was like the Biden administration came and just poured gasoline all over it. And then now it's become a forest fire that's completely out of control. And it's like, where do you start putting it out? Like I said, so rescissions, we're doing rescissions. That's where we cut you.
So like compare that, her rhetoric surrounding like a leftist or like somebody who's more progressive than her. Hold on, Taylor. Who talked about what is it? Like what happened during COVID? Let's see. Here, I think somebody needs to do it.
All across the internet, thousands and thousands of people are making the same plea.
Yo, can somebody just do it? Can somebody, anybody?
She shows these TikToks. Okay, this is where she starts talking about like what happens after like quarantine and stuff like that.
Talk about exactly how and when millions of people lost faith in the system. This was not an overnight phenomenon. There were pivotal events over the past few years that pushed people to this moment. And I don't think that you can look at the someone should do it memes without examining the major cultural and political turning points that we've recently lived through. To begin with, we have to go back to March 2020 when COVID hit. And before you tune out, because I said the word COVID, listen to me. The year 2020 is actually a time in history that the entire US government, the mainstream media, and pretty much everyone in power has spent billions and billions of dollars waging a massive propaganda war to try to make you forget. And that propaganda campaign has worked on a lot of you because the period in time that most of America has memory hold was actually pretty revolutionary. In the early months of spring 2020, when COVID began to spread, the US witnessed a momentary glimpse into a more equitable society. The entire US government was taking care of its people in ways that it hadn't before. The US government has spent...
And hold on, that said...
society. The entire US...
SBA releases Paycheck Protection Program, loan forgiveness application, a deep dive. And then it says, on Friday, May 15th, this was 2020, the Small Business Administration, or SBA, released the application borrowers of a Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP loans, right, must use to determine the amount of loan that may be forgiven by their lender.
The US government was taking care of its people in ways that it hadn't before. The US government has spent so many years since blasting the public with propaganda that a lot of people today have forgotten just how revolutionary 2020 was. Policies that we were always told were absolutely impossible in America suddenly came to fruition. I want to go through a few notable ones. There was the CARES Act enacted in March 2020, which provided direct financial assistance to struggling...
And so what's inside the $2 trillion ones?
There was the CARES...
What's inside the Senate's $2 trillion coronavirus aid package?
Act enacted in March 2020, which provided direct financial...
Okay, wait. How much was the American Rescue Plan? Oh, that's actually so funny. So she was like complaining about the size of the CARES Act, or like the size of the American Rescue Plan, but they're basically the same size. $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. Unless she's also including Build Back Better. And like, and just to be sure, how much was the CARES Act? $2.2 trillion economic stimulus bill passed during the pandemic. How much was Build Back Better? And Build Back Better was $3.5 trillion. So maybe this is what she was referring to.
Assistance to struggling workers by extending unemployment benefits and offering an additional $600 per week. The Family's First Coronavirus Response Act, which also passed in 2020, mandated paid...
How much was that? Hold on, let's see.
...dollars per week. The Family's First Coronavirus
Response Act. Let's see. Family's First Coronavirus Response Act. This is one of those, like, it's going to cost this much, 192 billion, but like how much did it cost at the time that they passed it? I just want to know what the budget was for this. Why won't it tell me? Maybe this will tell me somewhere what it actually costs. So this was April 6, 2020. Last week, the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, scored the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or FFCRA, the second of 3 packages enacted so far to address the public health and economic fallout from the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. FFCRA follows the $8.3 billion in emergency funding lawmakers approved in early March and has since been followed by a third bill, the $2.3 trillion Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security, or CARES Act. CBO estimates that FFCRA will add $192 billion to the federal deficit over the 2020 through 2030 budget window, with almost all the costs occurring in 2020 and 2021. So that was not like a fucking, small potatoes.
Response Act, which also passed in 2020, mandated paid sick leave and increased funding for food assistance programs, lifting countless people out of poverty. On a state level in 2020, states like New Mexico began offering free childcare, a policy that lifted approximately 120,000 people above the poverty line. The state even began taking budget surplus directly from oil and gas revenue to
It says by investing $300 million plus budget surpluses each year, largely from oil and gas, they funded
early childhood education. This stuff was so progressive, I actually can't even imagine it happening now, which is, again, because of the downstream effects of all of this propaganda trying to make us forget this stuff. Other states, including Connecticut, implemented universal free school meal programs, ensuring that all students had access to hot, nutritious meals, regardless of income, for the first time. These policies and dozens more resulted in a significant reduction of food insecurity across America. In 2020, SNAP benefits were increased and helped feed over 15 million young people. From 2020 to 2021, the expansion of food programs across the U.S. resulted in 2.4 million households no longer being food insecure. I can't explain how life-changing this stuff was for millions and millions of people in America. And people weren't just being fed. Millions were also suddenly able to get health care in 2020. The government made it easier than ever to enroll in Medicare and Medicaid, which resulted in millions of people who had been previously unable to afford health insurance suddenly able to get care. The government invested $145 million in expanding telehealth services, meaning millions of disabled and housebound people could finally...
I just have to draw attention to the fact that my DEI chatter and YouTube chat put Build Back Better, but instead of putting a B, they put a 6 at the front of it. So it's like 666. Like the devil's work is like the Build Back Better bill or something.
Access care. Some for
the conservative mind, man.
In 2020, housing insecurity plummeted thanks to federal policies like the Treasury Department's ERA program, which provided over $46 billion to support housing stability for renters. There was a nationwide eviction moratorium, and the government rolled out a suite of tenant protections. California, actually, where I live, helped thousands of previously unhoused people gain access to permanent housing. I don't want to go on too much, but these are just a sliver of the policies that we saw the government enact during the early days of the pandemic, and they showed everyone in America for the first time ever what was actually possible if we allocated just a fraction of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that we...
And really quick, wait, did Marjorie Taylor Greene vote for the CARES Act? Did she vote? She voted to cut Medicaid. Why doesn't it tell me? Let's see. Let's ask Chat GPT. I put Acres Act. CARES Act.
We spend on the military and things like tax cuts for the rich.
Oh, okay, wait. Yeah. She wasn't in it yet. I keep forgetting. Marjorie Taylor Greene was not yet in Congress when the CARES Act passed. Her first term began in January 2021 after the CARES Act became law on March 27, 2020. Therefore, she could not have voted on it. That's right. feel like she's been around so much longer than just 2021, like since 2020.
Towards the public good. I just want to talk about 2020 a tiny bit more for a couple minutes because, again, there's this multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign to try to make you forget all of this stuff. And it's really important to remember what happened that year if you want to understand why we are where we are today. In 2020, as millions of people shifted to remote work or faced unemployment, they began to question traditional structures of labor and productivity. People started to realize that the economy could function differently and that it could prioritize human well-being over relentless productivity. These mass realizations sparked widespread discussions about systemic inequality and the role of the government in addressing it. Mutual aid networks flourished throughout 2020. Communities organized to provide each other with food, medical supplies, and support. We were all encouraged to mask and protect each other from airborne disease, not just kill our neighbors and service workers with unmitigated COVID spread. These grassroots efforts exemplified the potential for collective action and solidarity. In 2020, we also saw the rise of the nature is healing meme, which spoke to the environmental impact humans were having on our planet. As skies cleared with fewer people commuting to their offices, carbon emissions dropped, and many wondered out loud, what if we didn't go back to normal? What if normal was the problem? Climate disasters from wildfires in California.
And so let's see. Climate activists, George Floyd. Let's see. Okay, here's where she starts like criticizing Democrats. Even though Marjorie Taylor Greene just said like it was all this spending.
Hold on. Anyway. Right. That was like we had a wildfire going.
Late 2020.
Yeah, we had a wildfire going, and then it was like the Biden administration came and just poured gasoline all over it. And then now it's become a forest fire that's completely out of control. And it's like, where do you start putting it out? Like I said, so rescissions, we're doing rescissions. That's where we cut USAID, NPR.
She's talking about like Doge cuts, but first she was like, oh, like Biden with the American Rescue Plan, like it's too much.
Hard. Biden was elected that fall and began working overtime to dismantle the social safety net that had expanded.
It says Biden cut social safety net plan in half.
In 2020. This is when we saw the beginning of the disenchantment that would ultimately result in these assassination memes. Immediately after taking office, Biden falsely declared the pandemic over in order to force people back to work. Officials began blasting the public with far-right propaganda on COVID, lying to them about the disease, and convincing people to sacrifice their health and their bodies for the stock market. The message was clear. Forget 2020. It's
Biden outlines COVID plan, says it's time to return to work.
Back to work, now with even fewer health protections and no...
These benefits will disappear when Biden ends the COVID national and public health emergencies in May.
Meaningful treatments for the brand new, highly transmissible airborne virus that ravages your heart, neurological system, and immune system and is still spreading at pandemic levels even today in 2025. Jamie Cohen, a media studies professor at CUNY Queens College, told me, quote, Biden rushed the end of the safety protocols in part because people started to gain a sense of consciousness. Biden and other elite leaders realized the collective power that the public had in 2020, especially online. People were realizing that we too could have the social safety net that many other countries in the world benefit from. And it's a conscious choice by people in power not to let us have it. People on the left and the right also gained clarity about who was really in charge and who controls those levers. But while Biden could force people back to work in unsafe conditions, he couldn't force them to be less online. And by 2021, we were already seeing that there was no longer any distinction between the offline and online worlds. The wall...
Okay, so then she starts making these arguments, but it's just so funny, again, like to compare that against like here's like how she describes like who spent on COVID and stuff.
Even under the Trump administration, like I said, Republicans were big spenders. President Trump spent a lot of money. Yeah. That CARES Act was 5.2 or 5.7 trillion. The one that was passed at the very beginning of COVID, that started. But then what the Biden administration
did, CARES was a little over 2.3, but then there was other bills like the family relief, the family fund, coronavirus act or whatever.
Is they spent an insane amount of money.
And they knew we couldn't afford it. Like it had been too much.
It seems like roughly the same, honestly.
Ready.
Yeah.
They were told we don't have that 2.7 trillion or whatever that one was at the beginning of, in early 2020. And he did it anyway.
Right. That was like, we had a wildfire going.
Late 2020.
Yeah. We had a wildfire going, and then it was like the Biden administration came and just poured gasoline all over it. And then now it's become a forest fire that's completely out of control. And it's like, where do you start putting it out? Like I said, so rescissions, we're doing rescissions. That's where we cut USAID, NPR, CBP. That came from my work on, I chair the DOGE subcommittee on oversight.
Yeah, yep.
That came from our hearings and that work, and we put them into rescission cuts. But Megan, you wouldn't believe it. We had 4 Republicans that voted against it. Didn't even want to cut NPR.
Probably. What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
Rhinos. Republicans in name only not wanting to cut NPR. Or PBS.
I mean, I love it, and I love DOGE, but it's teaspoons in the ocean, right? It's entitlements. If we're going to do government spending, that's the only place to really make up money.
Yep. But then we have, like, Americans are taxed to death. You pay a tag tax. You pay a gas tax. You pay, you're taxed on your sales tax, your property tax.
There's a death tax.
Death tax, yes.
You think tax you...
Oh, my God. The fucking estate tax literally applies to, like, 100 people. How many people does the estate tax apply to? How many people pay the estate tax? Tax Policy Center. Because of a series of increases in the estate tax exemption, few estates paid the tax. The Economic Growth and Tax Relief Reconciliation Act of 2001, or EGTRRA, raised the estate tax exemption from $675,000 in 2001 to $1 million in 2002 and to $3.5 million in a series of steps to 2009, sharply reducing the number of estates that paid estate taxes. EGTRRA repealed the estate tax for 2010, but after that, the estate tax was scheduled to revert to pre-EGTRRA rules. But how many people actually do it? It's like 4,000, right? Just over? If I put just over. Oh, I didn't see this, yeah. So the Tax Policy Center estimates that just over 7,100 estate tax returns will be filed for people who die in 2023, of which only about 4,000 will be taxable, less than 0.2% of the 2.8 million people expected to die in the year. So when they're talking about how, like, oh, there's a death tax even, we're talking about the wealthiest of the fucking wealthiest. And of course, this was previously called the estate tax, but then Frank Luntz, who's a conservative, he comes up with like conservative comms guy. He like does focus groups and shit. He's a famous pollster. Realized that like, well, not everybody has an estate, but everybody dies. So if you call it a death tax, it sounds like, oh, I don't want to be taxed for dying or after I die. Or if I had money, I'd want to be able to give it to my kids. But you don't have money and you're not getting money and you're probably born poor and you're going to die poor. So there's no need to be fucking worried about the estate tax. You should be in support of the estate tax.
When you die.
Yes.
But she's also she's complaining about like a regressive tax system. The reason why so many of these sales taxes exist, the gas tax, all of this exists is because a lot of states that she likes don't actually have a state income tax. So where else are they going to generate revenue? They shift the burden to poorer families, to working class families through things like sales taxes. They're not progressively taxed.
You already paid taxes on.
Yeah. So there's taxes on everything. But then what has happened with this?
He's the one who changed global warming to climate change. Yes, he also did that. Because global warming sounds scary, but climate change sounds neutral.
Same spending and the national debt. So we, not only do we have $37 trillion in debt, we pay $1 trillion a year in interest on our $37 trillion in debt. Here's what I'm saying is, it's out of control. It's like so out of control, but yet Washington is totally tone deaf to this poor woman and the millions and millions of Americans that are just like her.
Straighterade, we are all temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Very, very true. I mean, in Marjorie Taylor Greene's case, she actually is a millionaire.
That are crying in their cars.
Probably same with Megyn Kelly.
They're making these videos.
So it's like two women that are like completely out of touch talking about this shit.
God knows if they're crying on social media in their cars, I don't know what they're doing, how they look and feel and emotionally and physically, how they're doing in their free time. But this is how it's totally failing America. And your kids are not even out of the house yet. My kids are trying to get started in their 20s. And it's this whole young generations of Americans. And Megan, here's what I think it's going to produce. If Republicans aren't solving the problem, mainstream Democrats didn't solve the problem. They created the problem. Then many of these young people that are voters and should be really starting to engage into the political process and voting for our country leaders to fix their problems, they're only going to turn to radicals. Because it's like,
we're seeing it.
They're going to be like, screw the Republicans.
She's not talking about herself, not a radical like Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're talking about Zohran Mamdani, who wants to bring Sharia law to New York City.
Republicans, screw the Democrats. They're going to turn to radicals that are going to make, like Mamdani, he's pushing.
Ding, 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 ding.
For full-blown socialism, if not communism.
They're going to embrace a socialist communist Muslim.
Yeah, that's terrifying. And he has huge support among young people.
And he can't pay for all that stuff he's promised.
No, hell no.
It's all a lie. It's like, sounds great. And he's putting it to the system. And he's like, I care about you. But it's all a lie. Like, he can't deliver it.
What the hell is this graphic, Megan? In this, like, this literally looks like a thing off Google Slides. No BS, no agenda, no fear. Scan to see more of the Megyn Kelly show. Absolutely. Why even insert this? No one will scan this.
Did you know that up until the 1990s, all chips and fries, just why this is the time to
chips and fries? I don't know.
But I don't know that first order. But I don't even know what to recommend to the young people. I mean, certainly they should vote Republican over Democrat, but I don't know that Republicans are their solution either.
Yeah, 4 fonts there. Love mixing it fun. Love to see Arial. Love to see Times New Roman. Love to see it all in one place. Graphic design is her passion.
You know, for a long time now, I've been feeling like the only answer is outside of government. You know, the future has to be outside of government, has to be with people like Elon or David Sachs or some big brain person who's doing something other than
David Sachs, literally in Donald Trump's administration.
and evolution either. You know, for a long time now, I've been feeling like the only answer is outside of government. You know, the future has to be outside of government, has to be with people like Elon or David Sachs or
outside of government. People like Elon Musk, who contributed how much again? Like $200 million to the most recent presidential election. And then David Sachs, incumbent chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. Outside the government. This woman, it's her job. It's her literal profession to comment on politics, and she does not even know who is in the Republican cabinet.
Some big brain person who's doing something other than legislating. But the problem is the government continues to bankrupt us. So no matter how well those other guys do or other solutions they come up with, we're still stuck with all this spending. And
Elon ran Doge. He was not outside of the government. He's like, now he is or whatever, but like there's no undoing that.
For money.
Yes.
Well, but this is all, we won't solve it here, sadly, but this is all sort of background to why you do not want to give Israel or any other country.
Right.
Because you're saying like AIPAC should register under FARA. I assume you would say so should CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations.
Absolutely. Anybody, anyone. I don't care who you are. If you are
This is their version of both sides. AIPAC, like Israel needs to register, and also the Islamic shit or whatever.
And talking to members of Congress, anybody in the government on behalf of another country. Even let's talk about what's that other one? Christians United for Israel. Like they'll send a pastor from my district into my office. Well, they're from my district. They should register under FARA.
You're saying you shouldn't have to just be foreigners. If your primary purpose is to advance the interests of a foreign government or a foreign country, then you should have to register.
Absolutely.
Would that change their ability to raise money? What would it do to AIPAC if that were to happen?
Well, I think that holds them accountable under the law. Why do they get a pass? Why does AIPAC get to take members of Congress, social media influencers, people like you with giant shows, Newsmax? They took Newsmax. They take Fox News people. They take all these people. They take them on the Turning Point USA influencers. They take them to Israel, all expenses paid.
I would never accept that. Never.
Right. Exactly. So
you'll just accept money from everyone else, but not AIPAC.
Why do they
You're
get
so
to
brave,
do that?
Queen.
Why does AIPAC?
I won't even go to Mar-a-Lago. Like President Trump tried to get me to go to Mar-a-Lago back in 2015. I was like, hell no, I can't. I can't. I mean, like, I'm in a different business, and the politicians, frankly, should see themselves in a different business.
I agree.
They have different.
Let's be fucking real. The reason why you didn't want to go to Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump is because you didn't want to get raped, not because you care about like ethics or a conflict of interest.
To whom they answer. You know, I answer to my audience. They have to be able to trust that I'm not bought and paid for by anyone.
I so respect that.
And politicians should be in the same business I'm in a different way.
Yes, I completely agree.
It's very disheartening. I have nothing against AIPAC. I don't actually fully understand what they do. I do have something against CARE. But I agree that like all biases should be out and accounted for and obvious to anyone who's being offered anything by these groups.
I'd take it free trip out of state.
Or asked to attend anything by them or in any way going into business with them.
Yep.
That just makes perfect sense to me.
It makes perfect sense to pretty much everybody outside of this weird bubble of Washington, D.C.
So I don't get it then. But like, why are you ostracized? People are saying she's not going to win her next race. You know, like Trump's turned on her, they say.
Oh, he hasn't.
Okay, so what's that about? Like,
no, he hasn't.
That's not real? Or
that's like wish fulfillment.
The GOP turning on you because of this? Or is it just loud people who, whose interests are more closely aligned with Israel?
Well, number one, Donald Trump is the most attacked, I'd say, human being ever by the establishment.
Donald J. Trump, billionaire, biggest victim ever. Yes, so true.
Yeah. I would say
most unfairly maligned
Congress ever by the establishment media. I have supported him unapologetically. They would love to be able to say MTG and Trump have split. And they're trying to say that, yet I talk to the president routinely. I text with him. He and I have a great relationship.
You would know if things were not good.
Yes.
I can speak to that.
Yes. Now, here's the other side of it. I got elected on my own. I didn't get elected with a Trump endorsement. I beat 8 men in a primary who I respected every single one of them. I thought, wow, these guys are great. How am I going to win?
Well, you previously said that white men are the most oppressed minority in the United States, right? Or like demographic. So really, you were punching. You defeat 8 men, Marjorie. Wow, that's like you standing in the way of like I don't even know. I can't even make a joke off of this logic because it's just so fucking ridiculous. But isn't there there's something about a joke about hypocrisy in there somewhere? I've just been I'm on my 7th hour of streaming. Okay.
But somehow I beat the heck out of all of them. So I also have the, I would say, luxury of being a very independent member of Congress. And I can disagree with the president. I can. And I already have on multiple fronts. The Genius Act that just recently passed that set up the whole system for stablecoin. And I didn't vote for that bill because it has a backdoor for a central bank digital currency, which I am largely against. And
I am not okay with central banking. I hate the Rothschild. I hate Israel. What's the through line here? What's the common denominator here? I thought it was going to be about her not being in favor of like certain like AI being exempt from AI regulation.
Speaker Johnson didn't allow us to do amendments on that bill to amend that part of the bill. So I said, I'm a no vote. That was President Trump's
You were
bill.
against the bombing of Iran?
Yeah, she punched out 8 times in a primary.
That's so?
Yep, I was against bombing.
Okay, she certainly did say she was against the bombing of Iran, but as we know from those Facebook posts we looked at earlier, she was not in favor of the JCPOA, the thing that would have prevented Iran from which they don't, there's no evidence that they had it, but enriching uranium and acquiring a nuclear weapon. That's one. And then 2, you actually, hold on, fuck. She did not vote with Thomas Massie or like the war power resolutions thing. Hold on. She opposed it. This was the only outlet that was reporting it. And I can't even get access to the full thing because it's like paywalled. And it's like literally like $2,500 a year to subscribe to this fucking outlet. Punchbowl News reported Marjorie Taylor Greene opposes war power resolution. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, will oppose a bipartisan push for a war powers resolution to halt U.S. military attacks against Iran, despite sharply criticizing President Donald Trump's weekend decision to bomb 3 nuclear sites in the country. This was reported June 23rd, 2025. She was not actually in favor of, casting a vote to oppose military action in Iran. She made tweets. Who fucking cares that she made tweets? This tweet confirms it as well. This is the reporter. She will oppose a War Power Resolutions Act. She hasn't yet spoken to Trump since U.S. attack. Drew a stark contrast between her and Representative Thomas Massie, who she says is not MAGA brand. So the one Republican that was supporting this, she said he is a rhino, effectively. Supports cutting off aid to Israel. That's what she says. Very cool. And then this, what is it? There's another source reporting the same thing. Following Trump's attack, lawmakers in both parties have correctly labeled the bombing as unconstitutional. Representative Thomas Massie, this is from rightsandDissent.org. Thomas Massie, Republican from Kentucky, responded to Trump's bombing by stating, "This is not constitutional." Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a key supporter of Trump, stated, "This is not our fight. Peace is the answer." AOC and Sean Casten have called for impeachment. Jim Himes, the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, has called Trump's actions a clear violation of the Constitution. And then, what is it? War Powers Resolution. Hakeem Jeffries played dumb. One of the biggest media stories in the run-up to Trump's illegal bombings was how a potential war with Iran would divide its MAGA movement. MAGA stalwarts Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, and Marjorie Taylor Greene had all spoken out against a potential strike. Before the strikes, polls showed a majority of Americans opposed military actions. So stuff like this would just report, oh, look, they opposed it or whatever. I thought this confirmed it. I had this written down incorrectly, that it confirmed it. But no, they say that they are opposed to it, but then they don't actually vote for it.
Bombing Iran, I'm against paying for it on that bill.
So again, this
part of the bill. So I said, I'm a no vote. That was President Trump's
You were
bill.
against the bombing of Iran. You said so?
Yep, I was against bombing.
You were against the bombing of Iran because you said so. Because you said so, right? That means you would vote in line with what you said?
Bombing Iran, I'm against paying for Israel to continue to keep bombing.
She was only against one of those things. Megyn Kelly, journalist, BTW.
Gaza.
Clearly did lots of prep for this interview, BTW.
I think it's a humanitarian crisis. I've called it a genocide, and children are starving to death.
I've called it a genocide. I'm not going to do that in this conversation, though. Wouldn't want to, destroy a rapport that we got going on here.
Christian pastor.
When you're sitting across from somebody who literally says that Palestinians make up their oppression and stage it and film it, and then Hamas, the genius propagandists that they are, just blast that all over the Western press, which they have access to apparently. I don't think she's going to take kindly to you saying it's a genocide.
There that have told me that Christians have been killed and children are being starving against. I'm a Christian myself. I'm against children.
Let's talk about that one.
Starving.
There's daylight between us because I believe that children are starving and hurting in Gaza, no question. But
no question, really? Because on that Piers Morgan panel from like less than a month ago, you had you were completely sure that was 100% false, not true, and that the so-called images of Palestinian children emaciated were doctored by Hamas. And that the Western media was duped, but not you. Megyn Kelly's not going to be duped by sophisticated Hamas propaganda.
But I blame Hamas. I do see what's happening with the Israeli aid and the food trucks, and they get
so it's happening, but it's still Hamas's fault.
By Hamas, by certain Palestinians, and that's why. And the more suffering children they can get on a camera over there, the better in their minds. These are not honest brokers. They steal from their own people.
This is like again I call it the NATO Stratcom, the lawfare conspiracy. Hold on. NATO, Stratcom, Hamas. Now, the majority of people who repeat this claim have never interfaced with this document in positive, but they are repeating NATO talking points whether they know it or not. Hamas's use of human shields in Gaza, executive summary. Hamas, an Islamist militant group in the de facto governing authority of the Gaza Strip, has been using human shields in conflicts with Israel since 2007. According to the statute of the International Criminal Court, or ICC, the war crime of using human shields encompasses utilizing the presence of a civilian or other protected persons to render certain points, areas, or military forces immune from military operations. Now, keep in mind, sure, this definition suffices, but human shields is a term of art. It is not something that has been formally codified under international law, so there's different definitions and different ways to apply it, but whatever. Hamas has launched rockets, positioned military-related infrastructure hubs and routes, and engaged the IDF from or in proximity to residential and commercial areas, which is unsurprising because Gaza is literally one of the most dense areas on the planet. The strategic logic of human shields has two components. It is based on awareness of Israel's desire to minimize collateral damage and of Western public opinion's sensitivity towards civilian casualties. If the IDF uses lethal force and causes an increase in civilian casualties, Hamas can utilize that as a lawfare tool. It can accuse Israel of committing war crimes, which could result in the imposition of a wide array of sanctions. Alternatively, if the IDF limits its use of military force in Gaza to avoid collateral damage, Hamas will be less susceptible to Israeli attacks and thereby able to protect its assets while continuing to fight. Moreover, despite the Israeli public's high level of support for the Israeli political and military leadership during operations, civilian casualties are one of the friction points between Israeli left-wing and right-wing supporters, with the former questioning the outcomes of the operations. And this is, like, again, as a NATO thing, even though literally they refer to occupied Palestinian territory as Judea and Samaria. So this is, and this was uploaded when, like, I can't even remember when this document came out. Like 2019. It's not recent, but I still hear this narrative like permeate into the mainstream.
People, they get co-opted by Hamas, by certain Palestinians, and that's why. And the more suffering children they can get on a camera over there, the better in their minds. These are not honest brokers. They steal from their own people.
Because again, they bait Israel into doing it. Israel has no agency. It's Hamas that baits them into doing that. They use human shields. They want to increase the death of Palestinians. Palestinians again make up their own oppression. It's just a big conspiracy theory.
They're happy to watch their children starve to death as long as they can put the emaciated baby on camera. It's disgusting. They don't have the same value toward human life that we do, and yes, that Israel has. I'm not saying Israel...
Which is why Israel is right to kill 100,000 of them, because they're of such high moral caliber.
It was perfect. They haven't executed this whole thing perfectly, not by a long shot, but when I see what's happening with the starving children, I blame Hamas.
Well, they
Am I wrong?
Really? Even people within the IDF don't blame Hamas. All right, so let's see. This is from Haaretz. Do I have to sign in so I can read this? No, I don't. This was reported, when was this? June 27th of this year. It's a killing field. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. They talked to people in the IDF in this article. It's a killing field, one soldier said. Where I was stationed, between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then once the center opens, the shooting stops and they know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. The soldier added, we open fire early in the morning if someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away, and sometimes we just charge at them from close range. But there's no danger to the forces. The IDF is what they're talking about. According to him, I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons. He also said the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. This is what they want you to think is fighting like an existential war for their survival and preventing a second Holocaust. Gaza doesn't interest anyone anymore, said a reservist who completed another round of duty in the northern strip this week. It's become a place with its own set of rules. The loss of human life means nothing. It's not even an unfortunate incident like they used to say. So, no, Megyn Kelly, they know what they are doing. This is not Hamas's fault. This is Israel's fault.
They started it. So October 7th was unbelievably horrific.
Are you pro-Pally or, I mean, I don't like these games of like pro-Israel, pro-Palestine or whatever. I think it's a false dichotomy. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander, you know? But I'm sure I would be described as pro-Palestine and I wouldn't be, I guess, like offended to be referred to as such, but I don't think of it that way. It's more like a pro-human rights type thing.
It's unspeakable what Hamas did. I totally blame Hamas. The war wouldn't even be happening if Hamas hasn't done all the things that they've done, right? Firing rockets into Israel, kidnapping and murdering all these people, suicide bombers over the years. Absolutely.
I should not going to mention October 7th.
Absolutely. They started this and it's horrible. I think it's
I mean, you could keep going back, Marjorie, if there hadn't been a blockade or a fucking illegal occupation for over 60 years, maybe none of this would have happened. You could just keep going back if you wanted to.
Israel's they can pinpoint areas, but they're just mass bombing everywhere, and the videos coming out of there are terrible. I'll also say this, Megyn, that conflict has been going on I'm 51 years old. It's been going on way beyond before I was born or any of us were born. I can't even tell you I qualify to solve it. I think God is the only person that
You don't think Mara Gaza is the solution?
No. No, not at all.
My problem is, when you use the word genocide, like, I don't believe that, but I also don't have any meaningful video or picture source that I trust.
Yeah, you know? I think it's fair to say.
Wait, what?
When you use the word genocide, like, I don't believe that, but I also don't have any meaningful video or picture source that I trust.
Well, isn't that convenient that you just don't accept any photos or like any photos that come out you say have been altered by Hamas, and that the New York Times and the Guardian and Reuters and they just have the whole world fooled, right?
Yeah, you know? I think it's fair to say that no one does, right? Although I haven't seen the...
If no one has that information, how are you concluding that it's a genocide, Marjorie? What have you seen that made you think that? What did you read that made you think that? That makes no sense for your position, Marjorie.
Number of dead children, injured children, starving children coming out of the Ukraine-Russian conflict like we've seen come out of the Israel-Gaza conflict.
Isn't that because of the Palestinians and their amazing propaganda abilities? Like, I think that's
the amazing propaganda of the Palestinians cannot be overstated. Of course, not of like the Western press or any Western government that's laundering their support for this.
Reason, because the Palestinians put all this on camera and release it. They make sure that we see this, which is another reason to be suspicious of it. You know, I don't know what I'm being fed or for what purpose.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians aren't doing that, and the Russians aren't doing that.
But why not, though? Why?
The Russians aren't doing that? What are you talking about, woman? Why would Palestinians and Hamas, they're not a stateless people, completely impoverished, being genocided right now, why would they have a more sophisticated media apparatus than Ukraine or Russia?
Isn't Ukraine
they're not good at propaganda.
Doing that to each other.
See, this is what
I don't know. I think Zelensky's pretty good at propaganda.
Maybe, but I guess he doesn't have like the lifelong commitment to it that the Palestinians. I mean, since I've been in news, the Palestinians have been doing this.
Yeah.
And they're very good manipulators of media, of cameras.
You've been in the news business much longer than me.
I've been burned enough times by them. Like, I've gone with their numbers over the years enough times. I've been like, oh my God, this is another fucking lie. All they do is make up lies and numbers.
Right.
Then you run with it. And, you know, if you're smart, you pay attention, you get burned. Then you realize, oh, I do not trust the Hamas Ministry of Health. So that's kind of how
the Gaza Ministry of Health. There actually is like a Hamas office of whatever, but the Gaza Ministry of Health is a civilian org that has openly contradicted them. The Gaza Ministry of Health also is completely transparent with the dates, the date that somebody died, their like ID number, their full names in Arabic. It's completely transparent, unlike Israel that just throws out death tolls and throws out numbers. It's completely opaque, does not disclose anything. They have also purged over thousands of names from the death toll, even though these people are always saying, she literally just said it, they're intentionally trying to increase the death toll to get public opinion on their side, to manufacture support of this. Why, if they were doing that, why would they purge thousands of names? Because they weren't in line with because they have such a conservative criteria for how they officially count somebody as dead that they decided to remove names just to be on the safe side.
Come to it, but I don't. I
like you would expect the opposite of that. You would expect them to continue increasing it, even though they don't have names or something, or to be making them up.
It's also undeniable that at this point, Israel has lost, or most charitably, is losing the propaganda war.
Mm-hmm.
And I know why. They're not fighting it as well as Hamas.
It's not just the propaganda war, you stupid bitch. It's that they killed over 100,000 fucking people, and good luck hiding that from the Western press or in a world that has this much open source information. There's no hiding that.
Never have. And I think people gave them a huge benefit of the doubt in the beginning of this war. It was like, we were still getting bombarded by images and false facts by the Palestinians. But it was like, you know what? We're impenetrably on Israel's side. We saw what you did on 10/7. But it's been 2 years now.
Yeah.
And
like everything is seen in the Western press is seen through the perspective of Israel. And yet, nonetheless, support for Israel has dropped. There is no hiding this.
I know
it is not because the media is just so pro-Palestine.
They'll have 20 hostages left, or whatever the exact
20 that
number
are
is.
alive. 50, but I think they think 20 are still
that are alive.
Yeah.
Even Israel doesn't meaningfully contest the health ministry numbers, I don't think. So the death toll revisionism falls really falls flat. Well, it's stupid what they've done because they've taught people to be like, they can increase the death toll to whatever they want. That's not a war crime. They can say whatever number. They can inflate it to whatever, and they're not going to get in trouble. So they're priming people to think that there's going to be less people dead by the end of this, which is so stupid because it's going to be far higher than 60,000. It's already exceeded 100,000. And you're seeing like starvation deaths in the double digits every single day. And then from the people that aren't starving to death, they're being shot at the aid massacres.
But how? My question is,
did you know Hassan interviewed Ben from Ben and Jerry's? I think you mean Ben from Ice Cream. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Hold on. I think it's this person. Or is that like this Dexterdonox or whatever? Hassan Piker asks Ben from Ice Cream how he started Ben and Jerry's. I just thought that was funny.
How long, and with all due respect to the hostages, how long can we justify non-stop war?
With all due respect to the hostages, it's Israel that is refusing to take them back.
On the hostages, and it's not that I have no empathy for the hostages. It's just at some point, war must stop, or at least we have to stop funding it. At some
point. That's where I'm at. We don't need to fund it. That's where I'm at. I can't fix it. I can't even step in there and come up with a solution to repair it. You want to know why? I can't even relate to it. I don't live there. I don't live on either side. I certainly do not support Hamas ever, never couldn't even defend them in any position. However, I do know all the videos and pictures I've seen of these children. I do know that, but I can also say Americans don't want to fund this anymore. We just don't. And I also can say Israel, and even Lindsey Graham said it recently. He said, if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they could.
They could.
And you want to know what that is? That's an admission by Lindsey Graham.
I mean, like, they are committing genocide, though. It's like
saying that Israel is completely competent. Therefore, why are we funding it?
Can I ask you that? Because my understanding is the reason, generally that we fund.
If I wanted to murder them, Your Honor, I would have skinned them alive, obviously.
Israel so much more.
Even though that is not the way most genocides go down. Most genocides are not because of through nukes. Most genocides are through disease, targeting and stuff like that.
A lot of other countries is where we started. That they really are the only democracy in the Middle East. There's only one Jewish state. There's 30 Muslim nations, but only one Jewish state. So they need to exist.
What's the difference between those two things? And usually they say Arab, not like Muslim nations. If you want to be a Muslim, all you have to do is say, I believe in Allah as my Lord and Savior, effectively. You're a Muslim. If you want to be Jewish, you would have to convert. It's a closed religion.
They have no place else to go. It's not an area of the world that's...
Thank you for the follow.
very hospitable to
They
Jewish
like try to
people.
pretend like there are far more ethno-states in this world than there actually are.
Right.
And they are allied with the United States. They seem to share a lot of our values. So
Or like being Palestinian, like that's a nationality. Being Israeli doesn't even exist as a nationality. You know who says it doesn't exist? The Israeli Supreme Court says it doesn't exist. (2013) Israel's Supreme Court rejects Israeli nationality status, allowing citizens to relinquish ethnic or religious identity in the population registry would undermine Israel's Jewishness, ruling says. Israel's population registry lists a slew of quote-unquote nationalities and ethnicities, among them Jew, Arab, Druze, and more. But one word is conspicuously absent from the list: Israeli. Residents cannot identify themselves as Israeli in the National Registry because the move could have a far-reaching consequence for the country's Jewish character, the Israeli Supreme Court wrote in documents obtained Thursday. The ruling was a response to a demand by 21 Israelis, most of whom are officially registered as Jews, that the court decide whether they can be listed as Israeli in the registry. The group had argued that without a secular Israeli identity, Israeli policies will favor Jews and discriminate against minorities. In its 26-page ruling, the court explained that doing so would have weighty implications on the state of Israel and could pose a danger to Israel's founding principle, to be a Jewish state for the Jewish people. Only it's not a Jewish state officially, because if you look at Israel, what does this say? Israel, officially the state of Israel, is a country in the southern Levant region of West Asia. Compare that to Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, IRA, and also known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. So when you recognize Iran, you are de facto recognizing it as an Islamic republic because it is called that in the name, because there is consensus on what constitutes like to Muslims in their country, as opposed to Israel, which again, everybody refers to as like the Jewish state, but nobody in this country can decide, no two people can decide what actually objectively constitutes like a Jewish person. So it is officially just the state of Israel. It's not the Jewish state of Israel. But whatever.
You watch, I mean, this is a weird way of looking at it, but I look at what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, with like the call to prayer 5 times a day on the streets of an American city, and Muslim immigrants coming over here and having 7 children each family. And look at the birth rates in Europe right now, which are largely like non-existent for white native Europeans, but sky high for Islamic immigrants, many of whom are Islamists.
Now we're hand-wringing over Muslim birth rates.
And I think this is like an existential situation here. Is it so bad to have this one country in the middle of the Middle East, which is a very rough neighborhood, you know, Syria, Lebanon, that likes us, that will help us, that would, if we ever had a conflict there, help with our military staging, that has amazing intelligence that it shares with us, that has amazing abilities to effect, you know, terrorist takedown plans, which is also helpful. So like these strategic reasons make sense to me too, for our understanding we don't have endless funds to spend some there.
Yeah, that's been the thinking, and that's what Americans have largely believed, and that's how the U.S. government has largely functioned for as long as I can remember. Although if you look at Israel, you have to recognize in the context of these conversations, not only are they such a strong economic country, not only have they proven that their military can they're an...
I mean, I don't know that I'd go so far as to say Israel's a strong economic country. If anything, they're reporting that this entire genocide is very, very difficult on their economy. Hold on. Israel struggling because of war. Economists say ceasefire would help, maybe. Reported by PBS, August 26, 2024, over a year ago. As Israel's economy close to a year ago. As Israel's economy struggles, leading economists say ending the war in Gaza would help. In Jerusalem's Old City, nearly all souvenir shops are closed. In Haifa's flea market, forlorn merchants polish their wares on empty streets. Airlines are canceling flights, businesses are failing, and luxury hotels are half empty. Nearly 11 months into the war with Hamas, Israel's economy is struggling as the country's leaders grind ahead with an offensive in Gaza that shows no sign of ending and threatens to escalate into a wider conflict. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu has sent to allay concerns by saying the economic damage is only temporary. But the bloodiest, most destructive war ever between Israel and Hamas has hurt thousands of small businesses and compromised international trust in an economy once thought of as an entrepreneurial dynamo. Some leading economists say a ceasefire is the best way to go to stop the damage. The economy right now is under huge uncertainty, and it's related to the security situation. How long will the war go on, what the intensity will be, and the question of whether there will be further escalation, said Karnit Flug, Israel's former central bank chief, who is now the vice president of research at the Israel Democracy Institute, a Jerusalem think tank. Like, a lot of their economy is dependent on tourism. People are not going to visit this country while they're actively like a war zone, even though you're like safe in Israel, really.
Annihilating their enemy, almost. They're going to finish the job, and they're saying they're going to finish the job. They also have nuclear weapons. This is a nuclear armed.
And she's pretending though that like the United States isn't like entirely complicit in all of this. That like we don't. And I mean, she's leaving out Trump being like, yeah, finish him.
Nation.
So you're saying you agree with all that, but they got it.
I'm saying America is a sinking ship. We're sinking so badly. Our children have no hope of ever buying a home in the future. We pass a budget that is overblown and ridiculous every single year, and we are dragging. We're going to be 40. We're 37 now. It'll be 40 trillion in a matter of who knows months or
with
a year.
Respect to Israel and like the sense it makes to this alliance, what I hear you saying is fine, but they've got it. They're actually not facing an existential threat right now. They've devastated all their immediate enemies all around Israel. So
look at the action.
If this were a situation where Israel actually were on the verge of not existing,
I think we'd have a different conversation.
Okay, I get it.
Look at that. I just go by, I'm an action versus words person. So for me, I'm like, wow, the 12-day war with Iran, which I was totally like, we shouldn't be doing this. Israel's a nuclear armed
Is that why you voted against the War Powers Resolution Act? Because you were just so bothered by the fact that we were getting involved in this, right?
Look at the outcome there. They did nothing to Israel. They did shoot missiles in there, but did they really do anything to Israel? No. And could they have?
I mean, Israel was the one that launched the quote unquote preemptive strike against them or whatever.
No. Israel's a nuclear armed nation.
Mm-hmm.
They're surrounded by their enemies per se, and that's constantly said over and over again. But Israel is a nuclear armed nation. They can nuke these people off the planet if they want to. Mm-hmm. And they have proven with their actions what they will do to their enemies to the point of.
I mean, aren't you proving the genocide thing if you're like they could nuke them if they wanted?
Of like I said, they're starving children.
I was afraid you broke up with Pisco. What do you mean?
In Gaza, there are innocent Christians have been killed. Christian churches have been bombed. They are proving that these 50 hostages that are left and they're demanding back, they are proving that they will turn the entire Gaza Strip to rubble to get their 50 people back. I think that's a country that America can say, they got it.
You got this.
But we're not doing the same thing for our people. That's
right. We're kind of losing our shining city on the hill feel as you look back at our friend from Illinois and driving her car, and there are millions more just like her.
Tons of them. I mean, they're filled in my district.
If you told me tomorrow that we're pulling all the aid from Israel, I would say, oh, good God, who's going to decide where it goes? That's one of my other concerns here.
Like write a check to Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, that poor woman in.
What is Megyn Kelly deal? What is her deal? What? Oh my God! If we don't give that to Israel, what are we gonna do with all this extra money?
Car, or it's like
Trump actually made some noise about giving a rebate to people from the tariff income,
and everybody was like, "Thank God."
Real people were like that,
yes.
But sort of talking heads who work for like muckety muck magazines always said, "Tisk tisk, use it to pay down the debt."
I told him he was a human plate. I didn't tell him that. I asked if he was a human plate. I asked if anyone was planning on eating sushi off of him. Is that a crime?
Which is another thing, but
right.
They didn't want that woman in the car getting it directly.
Yeah, no, the sad reality is that
question marks in chat. Just go to the beginning of the stream. You'll know what I mean.
I keep telling everybody in Washington, I'm like, oh, you think we're going to win the midterms by spending all this stupid money again, not solving everybody's problems? Really, everybody's going to run out and vote for Republicans again? It's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think people,
especially when Trump is gone,
he's not on the ballot. That's right.
What happens then? What happens to MAGA in the next presidential election?
I think we're going to see all kinds of stuff happen. There's all kinds of levels of MAGA, right? There's your hardcore based believers. Then there's newer adopters that maybe they came on in the last administration later, or maybe they came on this time, like they're more Maha or independents that were like, we're done with the Democrats, that we've got to find a new way. I'm going to tell you, I think those new ones are a lot of them are going to fall off. But I don't think they're turning, without him. And I don't think they're necessarily turning back to Democrats. I think they're just falling off going, who?
Do you think there's anyone in the movement?
I mean, she's not wrong that there were, last election, the reason why Kamala lost is because 15 million Democrats stayed home. There was low voter turnout.
That they could get behind after Trump.
Right now, I think J.D. Vance has got the large lead. That's what the polling shows. But will he come out unscathed over?
I do not think that, J.D. Vance is going to be inheriting the MAGA Like the MAGA cult of personality, I'll be real. And yeah, I'm going to show my own tweet to prove this. So this garbage human is like a Groyper account. So I said, this is Gavin Newsom quote tweeting this like young Putin account. Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance in high school. And he put, I missed that scarf. And then garbage human put, you have the easiest armchair ride to the White House in history. Your competition is a fat R word with brown kids. So yeah, I don't know how hot the MAGA base is on JD Vance. And I also, people are like, oh, if anybody is thinking, oh, but those are Groypers or whatever. It's like, okay, but the opinions of Groypers and like the average MAGA Republican are like not that different these days.
These next.
No one does. No vice president will. But.
And a lot of people are mad. They want accountability. I want accountability. I'm still pissed off that schools were shut down, that what they did during COVID.
Remember all that?
Oh, yeah. What
you
about
were on the right side of all that?
All these people that died from taking a vaccine.
You wouldn't call Dr. Fauci doctor, which I have to say, hats off to you.
Thank you.
He did not behave like a medical
You're
professional.
so brave for virtue signaling.
He was actually involved, we believe, in causing the
Did you see the other picture of Gavin Newsom, the one that's a baseball photo?
pandemic. Yeah. Never took responsibility for it. We believe lied under oath.
He did lie.
Why should he get the honorific?
Why did you ask that? Do you want to eat sushi off Pisco? No, it's because somebody in my chat said, does he have to go prepare for dinner? Because one time he was like, we have to end the show because I need to go prepare for dinner. I was like, what does that even mean? You need to prepare for dinner. And he says, he was saying he needs to take an everything shower. And I said, why do you need to take an everything shower? Like, why haven't you already taken the everything shower before you went live? And I was saying, why do you even need to take an everything shower if you're just going to hang out with friends? Like, unless people are going to like eat off of you, like eat sushi off of you like a human plate, like they do sometimes.
The man is walking around with a government taxpayer funded pension today. And he got
very defensive about this question. Okay.
A pardon from a brain dead president.
And tried to ruin the careers of good doctors who were speaking up, like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya.
Let's see if they bring up the auto pen.
Absolutely. He was censored or he lost his social media.
Yeah. And they tried to dismiss him as fringe and tamp down his conspiracy theory of let's focus protection, meaning protect the elderly and not the young people.
Right. So today, like when I'm watching the news, 2017 talking points.
You got defensive when he compared you to Dave Rubin. Fuck yeah, I got defensive when he compared me to Dave Rubin. Me, who fucking literally has confronted Dave Rubin multiple times, much to his fucking chagrin in person. I don't want to be compared to Dave Rubin.
The Russia hoax and all the bad guys.
And it was a stupid comparison that he couldn't back up because he literally didn't have any reason why he said that, like, what I said was in any way related to what Dave Rubin had said on Joe Rogan.
Clapper and Hillary Clinton and Obama and all these people that's being talked about. Here's a reality. None of those people actually physically hurt me. And for most Americans, especially younger Americans that are like, what happened? Because if you're 30 years old, that was like, what, almost 10 years ago?
Right. You were basically still in puberty.
You're going out having a good time, enjoying your young adult life, and you were clueless about it.
You're right. It didn't really make sense. Thank you. And I think you know that because he couldn't fucking defend it when I asked him, and he was like, he wanted to turn it into, you're just trying to get a gotcha on me, or this is a big meme, or I can't needle you. Like, when I needle him, there's like a kernel, like I can explain where I'm coming from with the joke. He just like threw that out there for no reason.
That stuff, you're like, wait, why do I have to hate these people?
How is this going to help me?
How did that make my rent cost so much? So, but yet what they do know is...
some things the older people need, Marjorie. Some of us need to see an indictment of someone like a Brennan or a Tish James. Not everything is for the young people.
I agree.
But I take your point.
I agree with you. I want accountability for all of that. But I want accountability more for the people that really hurt American lives. There's this political warfare, and it's happening in the upper elite.
But what? Lol in chat. It's true. I have confronted Dave Rubin in person twice, and he ran for me. So hold on. Dave Rubin. If I put like Straighterade majority report, that's me. And also, that's me. Dave Rubin triggered by Sam Cedar's name again, and then it was like the same thing the first time.
Yeah. But yet there's nobody fighting it for the regular.
Who's he? I had to do some dad chores for a bit. I've lost the plot. I've been distracted by chat, and I can't keep up with these two bitches.
People.
So, I mean, do you think a JD Vance could unite MAGA with the less MAGA-friendly Republican base, you know, like the old Republican base?
Mm-hmm.
That's not really the base anymore.
Here's how I see it. So we have the baby boomer generation, which is my parents. I don't know. Is that your parents too?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're primarily Fox News watchers, right? They have it on all day long on their television.
Yes. I called you a loser the second time he did. He was like, you're such a loser, in response to me asking if he debates Sam Cedar.
totally.
So that's the Republican older voting class. And then I'm Gen X. I'm 51 years old, and so you are too. Okay, yeah. So
I'm 54.
Yeah, so we like barely survived growing up, right?
We had no parents.
We had no parents. we were outside until the lights came on. Yeah, and then we'd drink out of the water hose.
The parents had to be reminded that we existed at 10 p.m. service announcements on the TV.
Oh my gosh. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Hello? What? How sick is that? That's what we grew up in. No car seats, no seat belts, no baby seats, none of that. Nothing.
I love this.
No restraints of any kind.
I could go for days on this. Okay, so that's our generation. And so we're at this strange middle point where some of us are still in the establishment Republican mindset, but then there's a lot of us that are really independent, and we're like going, hold on.
But there's like 15 minutes left. I just want them to talk shit about Laura Loomer already. This is why we watched this whole thing.
Like we're really kind of tracking and falling off. And then anybody under 40, holy shit, where are they at?
Yeah.
They're like,
I don't know which way is up.
They're like, yeah, they're lost. It's a major dynamic of everything there. And so
Head belt, bleach, blonde, butch body.
What I see the future for the Republican voter.
Maybe that's why Jasmine Crockett will come up. That fucking, if they play that insult and you're supposed to be sympathetic for her, they're just literally going to be posting an L.
Well, no one's going to fill Trump's shoes. He's a billionaire. He is a celebrity. He owns beautiful resorts and hotels and golf courses all over the world. He has the connections this man had before he even ran with every celebrity and sports icon.
Nobody will ever equal him on the give a shit meter.
No.
He doesn't give a shit.
Right.
You'll never find somebody who is as carefree as he is and when like saying what they really think.
Well, even if we did, it'll never carry that weight.
I mean, you think that there's not other egotistical billionaires in this world, Megan?
Because of who Donald Trump is.
And he was a lifetime Democrat.
Yeah.
Who then became a Republican because you have to be one or the other to win the presidency. But he's not really a partisan guy, which I think people have found very, very...
Trump's not partisan. Trump's not fucking partisan. She just said that with a straight face, that Donald Trump is not partisan.
Appealing.
Yes.
He knew how to speak to the right. I mean, truly, to get elected as president as a Republican, you need to say you're going to lower people's taxes, that you're going to be pro-life, you're going to protect guns.
Right.
If you do those three things, even if you are secretly a
When did he not say those things?
Democrat, you could get elected president as a Republican.
I think that's probably a true statement.
So I think most people on the right did not give two shits whether he really meant it, so long as he actually governed according to it, which he has. But I think in his heart, he's really just not a partisan person, which is part of his appeal.
Oh, deep in his heart, where only Megyn Kelly can see.
Absolutely.
Everybody coming up behind him is.
Oh, very much. And it gave him credibility, right? Like, oh, I was a Democrat. I was friends with all these people.
Yes.
And now I'm burning down their system. And I'm also, he came in at the same time burning down the Republican neocon establishment, right? He came in, America first, make America great again. So he has so no one can
tariffs.
Issues.
Like, what do you mean? What happened to free trade? That was a Republican pillar. He was like, no, China.
Yeah.
Race number one, that's all he said.
China. I know, yeah. Like there's so many things that we love about Donald Trump, but no one will fill his shoes. So what happens to MAGA there? Well, here's something really interesting. The MAGA economy. I love to talk about this. So I came up as a Trump rally person. Before I ran, I was like, I go to Trump rallies. I love them. These are great. So there's a whole MAGA economy.
It's so insane.
There's people that ran food trucks and sold hot dogs, T-shirts, Trump hats, any kind of Trump memorabilia you could think of. There's this whole entire economy, whether it happens at Trump rallies, happens online, happens in local races. You can see them along the, street corners at gas stations. Somebody sets up a tent and they're selling Trump gear and MAGA hats and all this stuff. It's a Trump economy. Well, guess what? That is not going to exist under whoever this next, banner bearer is that cannot fill these shoes. So that's an entire thing that I don't know what happens to it. It's going to fall apart in some way because once it ends, it will fade off, right?
Who is Comey going to do shell art in tribute to on the beach after 40?
The shell art that they literally called a fucking death threat, the 86-47.
Seven's no longer with us.
Exactly.
It's really going to be tough.
Well, the real question is will he be in prison? But it's yet to remain.
Well, maybe his good friend Taylor Swift will.
Why would Comey go to prison? I mean, I wish, but he's not going to prison.
He seems very inspired by her. We talk a lot about personal fat. Go to done seems like a nightmare. Some other things in the news around you.
Yeah.
I'm dying to ask you about Jasmine Crockett.
Oh boy,
she seems like a nightmare.
She's delightful.
What's that like to work against her?
So she serves on oversight committee with me, and she's on my Doge subcommittee.
Great.
Yeah. I'll tell you one of the funny things was we were having a committee hearing on oversight, and it was really late at night, and I was really irritated because I'm always like, why can't we work normal work hours like regular people, 8 to 5? I don't know what's wrong with Congress that we're always doing crazy things at 9, 10, 11, 2 a.m. under Nancy Pelosi. So we're on the oversight committee, and She is running off her mouth, and I shot at her about her massively huge fake eyelashes.
Yeah, this made news.
Yeah, and I was like, well, you know, I said something along the lines of like, well, you can't read it because of your fake eyelashes, because she had all the information.
I mean, is she gonna? Are we gonna show the clip of her getting absolutely fucking roasted? Hold on. Let's see. Marjorie, AOC is in this as well. Marjorie, Taylor, Greene, Crockett. I want the whole thing. Let's see. Maybe it's only on YouTube. Jasmine Crockett. Let's see. Wait, what did that say? Weird. They already got the thing up here.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
That's beneath
would
even
you please regain order of your committee?
Order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Greene's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
we are going to move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
So, you agree to strike your words?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Greene agrees to strike her words.
I believe she should apologize. No. She should apologize.
Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Greene
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then you're reserve the right to object.
I am not apologizing.
This was kind of cringe that felt for it. AOC is like definitely not good at the like banter or whatever. She literally came off as like the triggered lib. Even though I appreciate the spirit behind it. She like literally helped set up a fucking. She gave Marjorie Taylor Greene a layup to be like, oh, are you triggered or whatever? Because she's like so mad. She should have just been like, you got to keep it cool in those situations.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
It's me.
Ms. Crockett.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
What now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's a part
I'm
of it.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike those
I had no idea what
words.
you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just said
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down.
No, because this is what y'all do. So I'm trying to get
Ms. Crockett,
clarification.
you're not recognized.
And Jasmine Crockett's like another one, man. She recently had a profile of her done in The Atlantic, and when she learned that it wasn't just going to be based off of the interview that they did with her, she called the Atlantic journalist and was like, shut it down. You're not authorized to do it anymore, not realizing you don't have any control over that bitch. You fucking gave an interview on the record. They're allowed to ask other people to corroborate what you're saying or about their experiences with you.
And she's like, we don't even know what's going on, and da-da-da. And, oh my gosh, total explosion.
When men yell, it's cool. When AOC yells, she's a loser lib. No, that's definitely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the way that AOC went about it in that particular instance, yes, she comes off that way. But there's plenty of instances of men that come off that way in circumstances like this.
But she
insulted you too. She said something about a butch body.
Yeah.
Okay, but you insulted first.
Nasty too.
Which I thought was absolutely hilarious. I mean, I'm like over 50. I work out. I'm like,
I thought it was below the belt. I think you could say eyelashes, and you're still it's a personal comment, but it's not as low as what she's.
Oh, okay. So Marjorie Taylor Greene can get a lick in, but when Jasmine responds, that's too far. That's mean. That's mean girl shit.
Right.
She wants to go low.
Yeah, and somehow Democrats, they're supposed to love all women and never body shame and stuff.
How do you even there's no
literally the concern trolling so much for the tolerant left.
Reaching across the aisle to that.
No, not at all. Well, she's not a real person. So some interesting things that I've always observed about her is how
stunning PR choice from Marjorie Taylor Greene to say that a black woman she feuded with was not a real person.
How she treats her staff. She treats her staff like they are just beneath her.
I read that in the New York Post. Can you confirm?
Yes.
Wow.
So she always has, one of her young male staffers has to carry her big, heavy handbag for her. Right. She just hands it off. It's like, who does that?
Right. Who are you, Beyonce?
Right. And then I remember one time on Oversight, she called one of her staff over and she whispered something in their ear and they ran off and then they came back with this big...
How is she not getting the tea from the fucking Atlantic article? Always, because she doesn't fucking read.
White, fluffy pillow that they put behind her back. And I'm going...
And some bonbons?
Yeah, like, what is this?
As they fed her grapes and fanned her?
Yeah, so she claims to be, you know, from her people. She puts on this image that she understands the Black American struggle. But let's face it, the girl went to private school. She went on to, you know, I don't know what college and law school. She went to... It's like, she's a complete...
Oh, she had money? That means no racism ever applied to Jasmine Crockett. It's not like this fucking audience would call... It's not like these two women would be calling her the fucking N-word if they could get away with it.
Fake.
Yeah.
She's as fake as her eyelashes. She's as fake as her hair. She's as fake as her fingernails. And she is such a massive fraud.
Dare I ask about Laura Loomer?
Sure.
You and she don't seem to get along at all.
No, we don't get along.
So I don't know Laura Loomer at all, but I see she's very aligned with... She's pro-Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And she's pro-Trump, and she's very effective.
I mean, Trump is pro-Israel.
And finding dirt on people, especially those who cross.
She's not good at finding dirt on people. She literally just makes shit up and it gets blasted.
Trump. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure he likes her, you know, for among other reasons, that reason. How did you and she...
What are the other reasons, Megan? What are the other reasons, Megan?
Get sideways? Was it the Israel thing?
No. I've actually known Laura for years. We actually used to be friends. Back in like 2017 and 2018, we were friends, not close friends, but we knew each other. When she ran for Congress the first time, I endorsed her, donated to her, supported her. When she ran the second time, she decided to run. She jumped a district, wanted to run against Daniel Webster, who's actually a conservative Republican. And I said, hey, Laura, I don't think you should run against Daniel Webster. I don't think you can beat him. Why don't you jump to another district where there's an open seat?
Clearwatch, thank you for redeeming the highlight my message because you're both nut jobs. I mean, true, they like, is it any surprise that like these two, at least for a brief moment, got along and then they stopped getting along when their conspiracy theories started to like cross wires and did not align with each other's?
And you'll have a much better shot. Well, she refused. She said no. She would not listen to anybody and ran there. And I was like,
what state is this?
Florida.
Florida, okay.
So I said, you know, I can't get involved. I'm not going to endorse against him. I'm going to stay out. Well, she was furious at me. And then everything kind of plummeted from there. So it actually started back then. But she's, not only does she attack me all the time, she attacked Matt Gaetz all the time. She attacked Brian Jack, who used to work for President Trump. She attacks some of the most loyal people to the president, people that are unapologetically America first, that fight, those of us that fight the hardest. For some reason, she attacks us the most.
Who's the best ally to you in the GOP?
That's tough. It depends on the issue. So
she probably would have said Matt Gaetz before.
A lot of
Is there another one that comes to mind is not bought and paid for, or like not?
Depends on the issue.
Massey or what? I mean, it would have to be Massey, but she talked shit about Massey. She basically implied Massey was a fucking rhino.
I would say the president's really mad at Thomas Massey right now. But Thomas Massey is not bought and paid for. And a lot of our voting records are very similar. So I can...
A lot of people tell me that they love him.
Thomas Massey's great. And I'll say this. I love President Trump and I support him and I'll fight for him. But at the same time, absolutely love Thomas Massey.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the reason why she's generating all of this controversy is because she's quote unquote taking stands, even though she'll vote for all of Trump's agenda. She's taking stands on some of the most prominent issues that Trump has decided to make features of his administration.
He's not
like
a
Israel.
Massey fan anymore.
No, we can't stand him. And everyone...
Didn't get behind the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, but think about this. Do you want to unite...
Like every single major like policy thing, or not every single one, but of the second term, she has opposed some major policy goals, rhetorically at least, right? Not actually when it comes to the votes. Always from Trump.
States Congress without Thomas Massey. Everyone needs to think about that. Number one, he was the only member of Congress that voted against the CARES Act, which was the 15 days.
Yeah, but he's literally called Mr. No because he votes against everything.
When 15 days to slow the spread started, which I was overwhelmingly against. I wanted the country to stay open. Thomas Massey was the only one that voted no on that bill and called for a recorded vote and made everybody come in and vote and go on record for it. He did that. And then there's many other things that he's voted against. So in America, do we really want a United States House of Representatives without Thomas Massey?
He's definitely planning for the post-Trump future, for sure.
Don't.
We might get one, right? Because Trump is pushing a primary challenge to him now.
Well, yeah, and it's his consultants that are dumping millions of dollars on Thomas Massie. But guess what? There's been nobody come out to say they'll actually run against him from his district. And it's not working.
Oh, that's interesting.
And the same consultants and donors that are trying to totally murder Thomas Massie are the same consultants and donors that are propping up and trying to get Lindsey Graham reelected. And nobody understands that at all. Lindsey Graham's probably one of the most.
You and Loomer are united on Lindsey Graham. That's another area in which you guys could settle the dispute.
What I'm more concerned about, Megan, is I'm concerned about the future for our children. And that's my main message.
Is it that? Is it really that? Or is it, as what Chatter says, Loomer is super Zionist and Jewish, and Marjorie Taylor Greene does not fuck with that?
Is whether you like me or hate me, agree with me or disagree with me, no matter what AIPAC says about me, no matter what Mark Levin says about me, no matter what somebody on MSNBC or now MS Now,
oh God,
says about me, and no matter what some lunatic like Laura Loomer says about me, I'm serving in Congress with a singular focus, and that is the future of our kids' generations. Because right now, I don't see a future.
I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
I do, honestly. You're always welcome here. I like to have people with whom I have disagreements or who I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think it's crazy to make the stakes.
The rebrand sounds so silly. Pisco actually had picked out an article that we were going to go over, talking about the MSNBC rebrand, but I guess we're going to have to do that Friday.
Republican Party uniformity on every issue. And Israel's a very dicey issue. I mean, like, it's been 2 years of war with a lot of controversial things that have happened, even if you give Israel the benefit of the doubt on most of it. So they and their supporters need to understand they're going to take criticisms, and there are going to be people who see what they're doing as wrong. And until they get better propaganda artists working for them, because honestly, as I say, even I look at this and I'm like, what picture should I believe? What video should I believe? I believe I cannot trust anything coming out of Hamas.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, you believe what you want to believe, bitch. But anything that reaffirms your worldview and your pre-existing priors, that's what you're going to believe, right?
Where they're showing me everything that really is happening that I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate what you do.
Yeah, thank you, Megan.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks to all of you for joining us today. We're back.
Thanks to all of you for joining me. Okay. Unironically, thanks to all of you guys for joining me. If you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me, you should be doing that. That way you can know when I go live, or you can subscribe to me on YouTube and hit the bell and get a notification there. On YouTube, I have all my past VODs, and most of them are timestamped because I go through and timestamp every single segment. That way you can just skip around and find my commentary very, very quickly. If you want to support me, you can sub on Twitch. You can gift a sub throughout the chat. Thank you so much to Mobius636 for the 75 gifted subs in one fucking stream. That is crazy. And thank you so much to Goonie for the 40, and anybody else who gifted a sub or resub today. I cannot appreciate y'all's generosity enough today. That's pretty amazing. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. YouTube viewers, you were going to go watch Pisco destroy this guy that he studied to destroy or whatever. And you know what? Fuck it. We'll also send you to Pisco here on Twitch. He's getting a Straighterade coming his way. He's debating the Trump immunity ruling with something Malawi, I don't know. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.